Welcome to the TheSeahawksNest live stream show. Oh my Lord, it's a Thursday night game here, and maybe perhaps the most important game of the entire year. Ooh, look out. We've got our hated nemesis coming into town, the San Francisco 49ers, in this rivalry. And we've got the division at stake, playoff aspirations on the line. So much here now as it's boiled down into this season to this game and what our Seattle Seahawks are going to be able to accomplish. So ton on the line tonight. It's going to be a fun game, a rocking house, no doubt about it, out there in CenturyLink Field, or Lumen, I have to say. It's so hard to catch up with all these corporate names. But nonetheless, I'm excited to check this game out with you folks. I hope you guys are hyped for this game. I'm certainly giving a little bit of an edge early on here. The Niners thinking they've got a little bit of they've got us in a pickle, and their strength is a little bit into our weakness to a degree. But they could be down some quarterbacks. It does look like Purdy's going to try to make a go of it for them. So, you do have a little bit of some advantages here on this other side. And as we've seen in the past, these games can often, these divisional matchups, these NFC matchups, even if you coming into a game thinking that a team has a little bit of a kind of an advantage over another, that there is a little bit of an equalizer at play here when it comes to sorry, get my broadcast going. When it comes to them being these NFC West foes and the familiarity that is bred this inability then to sometimes surprise your opponent as much as you can do in other portions of the NFL. I hope you folks are having a great night tonight. We, as always, are having a lot of great new growth here on the channel. So welcome to all of the new subscribers out there. I appreciate everybody that's subbed up here to the channel as of recent. Just again, this year has been just tremendous with the growth, nearly doubling in the size our channel has this year. So it's just awesome to see. I appreciate all those new people aboard. Thank you to everybody also for hitting that like button as you guys have in that respective things, because that's helping out tremendously as well. Let's bounce over into the chat here as we get set up a little bit. I want to have a little interaction with you guys before this game does begin, but let's see where you guys are at in your mindset on this one. I hope you are hyped up for this game. I think it's going to be a fun game. Lazy Dog, what's up? Woof woof from NorCal. Woof woof right back to you, man. Rodney Prescio, Brandon, tough game tonight. However, let's take this game. Go Hawks. Hey, it ain't going to be easy. This ain't going to be simple. Nobody said it was ever going to be simple, though, did they? That's not how the NFC West rolls. It's not a simple division. Indeed, one of the toughest ones in all of football. So we knew we were going to be here. We knew it was going to come down to this. It's always the Niners, isn't it? It's always those Niners that this stuff comes down to. But that's okay. I like it this way. I like this rivalry. I like that it goes like this. It gets me excited. So hope you guys are hyped for this game. It's a season that we didn't expect a lot in. And we get to find ourselves here late into the season with games that are important, games that matter, with a chance to, again, not only just get into the playoffs here. I mean, I know the Niners have to lose more, I think, theoretically, than just this game, but still an outside chance even to the division. Dom H, what's up, man? Good to see you. William Leonard, how you doing? Good to see my peoples in the house. Go Hawks. 05, what's up is up. Punk 91, anyone else nervous they have a stomach ache? Laughing out loud. I'm going to start to get nervous here a little bit. As game time gets closer for me, I have like a built-in clock that starts getting a little like, and that's no doubt going to be happening here shortly, I would say. Megan Cockroger, my lady from Denenda. How you doing, Megan? Hope well tonight. It says, got the Zorn jersey of power on again today, B, N12s. Let's hope it works. It's magic for us all once again. So I can hear B tell me how much better Jim is than Dave. Laughing out loud. That's right, Megan. That's right. Well, you know me. I told you it's only for special occasions. I got the Largent out here. I've brought it out only 2 other times this year. The Largent Power jersey of power, okay? It's only been 2 other times brought out. The Denver Bronco game, and then we had the Cardinal game I went to there with Megan in the stadium. And both have been wins. So the power of Largents is strong in the universe still. It still is running pure, as they say. That's good to hear you're doing your part from your end of things too, Megan, there. I think we're going to need it tonight. We're going to need all of that old school mojo here on this one. Go Hawks 05 says stack the box. You certainly would like to, ideally, one way or another in this game, find a way to put a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage and force the quarterback to beat you and throw in the football, especially them being down Deebo Samuel as they are. We'll see if the Seahawks are willing to do that and how much they're willing to invest in that. Of course, to stack the box, it's got to come at the it's got to come at sometimes the cost of them playing some of the deeper stuff, and that could be too tough for a pill for Coach Carroll to swallow. Ryan Austinson says, absolutely massive game tonight. Come on, Hawks, let's get this dub. Big game that could swing a lot into the potential of still having something on the line this season, that it doesn't have to be one where you're looking at the year just kind of slowly draining away out the bottom of the sink, and instead you're refilling that sink back up. And hopefully they can do just that. I would love to see it. The part I love about this, at least where we stand on this, as hard as this matchup may be, as up and down as this year as may be, where we land right now, where we're at in this moment, is it's all in our grasp. It's all in our control. We just got to go out there and take it. Ethan said, what's up, Ethan? It's good to see you, man. Ryan says he's got the Largent jersey on for this one too. Okay, we're doubling up the power of the Largent jersey here. Okay, this is now we're squaring this sucker. This has got to reverberate throughout the universe at this point. I don't see how it can't. 283128 with a $10 donation. Wow, thank you for the donations coming out the top, folks. Appreciate you, 283. Hope you're doing well. And I appreciate the $10 donation, man. It says, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Let's get it tonight, man. Let's get it tonight. Let's shock the world. Let's surprise the world as they're sitting on their couches tonight over on the East Coast, barely keeping their eyes open here as it gets into 7, 8 o'clock. But we give them such a dynamic game, they just can't fall asleep. They just have to watch this Hawk team. Drunk Squidward says, win or go home today, man. Hey, win or go home is a good way to put it, man. You lose this game, I think it's mathematically you're possibly still in it, but you do feel like from a spiritual standpoint, maybe not as much. Megan, 283, awesome. Thank you so much for the donations. I guys really do appreciate it. I want to get on the chat here. I always miss you guys in the start because I always start late when these games get going. Esther Morris is good. Going to be a good game regardless. He's got the popcorn ready. I agree. I think so as well. Robbie Reds is must-win game tonight. Glad you guys are agreeing with me. Dom H says it's nearly 1 a.m. already here. Not looking forward to work tomorrow, laughing out loud. Yeah, I've already planned myself a bit of just an off day tomorrow off the heels of doing this. So I'm going to go out afternoon Friday, have a couple brewskis with the bros and let off a little bit of steam tomorrow. So I've already put my time in, as they say. Go Oxo 5 says Sherman Reek. Similar pathways, similar trajectories, aren't there? Ethan says, I'll be at a friend's house watching the game, so I won't be able to follow the chat. No worries, man. You know, I'll be here for quite a bit of time. Dio Brando says, that bird is confused right now and asking itself, what is a Seahawk and why is this man squatting on my nest? Well, you know, I just told the bird it was for the shot. Chill out. Don't bite me. Leave your talons out. Okay. I don't need you to scratch anything. Just let it go. I'll be out of your midst. The ferry's waiting for me to the left here. I'll jump back on the ferry, but we need to get this shot. And the bird was like, cool. But it wasn't happy that I was sitting there. I mean, that's for sure. Space, what's up, man? How you doing, Space? Good to see you. Big country. Hello, hello, hello. Herbicide, damn it. Got to throw on a jersey. I have a 12, a Wagner, Jamal Tutupu, and a Harvin. What are you guys feeling? It's either Wag, you have to wait until through the year because he's in a Rams jersey and you're pulling Rams mojo in at that point, and their mojo's bad this year. Jamal's got the injury. Tutupu or the 12. Tutupu or the 12. Ethan says large in jersey for Brandon. It's that kind of game. This is one of those games you don't mess around. You don't reach into the back closet and grab one of those tattered old shirts. You don't reach in the back closet and just grab one of those just whatever Seahawks shirts. You reach in that closet and you find the most powerful jersey that might exist in the depths of that closet, and you pull it out and you put that sucker on because you need that sucker tonight. This is the Niners. This is for division. This is for the year. You better believe I'm rocking my Largent jersey tonight. You better believe it. Primetime Gino's right. Go Hawks. Punk 91. Same. Oh, you're talking to me. Robbie Red. Steve Largent jersey is a fit. Hell yeah, it is. Very nice fit at that. Captain Rex says it all comes down to this. Boy, does it ever, Captain Rex. Oh, we got a little Cam sighting. I like that. Sherman's got Cam out there. That makes me feel a little bit better about things. Just a little bit better. Cam just standing on a sideline makes your team 0.5% tougher. Just all he's got to do is just stand, not even wearing pads. just in a jacket. Nagasa says, I already buried him. I already buried the team, but it will be fun still. I hope so. I know there are some out there that have felt like the corner's kind of been turned in a dark fashion. 187 says, bang, bang, gang, Niner gang. Well, I'd say good luck to you guys tonight, but I can't say that. But I appreciate you watching. Spaces, our Super Bowl is tonight. This is our Super Bowl. Yeah. We thought the Denver game was going to be our Super Bowl this year, but it turns out because the games actually end up mattering, it's this Denver game. Primo says, I feel good about this game. I like the confidence, Primo. I do feel like just this will be a little tighter than maybe it feels going in. Where it feels going in, you're just kind of wincing and bracing for impact, but instead it might end up being a bit of a dogfight, and I'd be cool with that. Rodney says, I saw a post, and it was asking if Clint Hurts should be on the hot seat. What are your thoughts? I really don't believe so, no. I think that changing defensive coordinators at this point is a little bit of more of the same of what we've done in recent history. And I do think that this has been the most controversial topic that's worked its way through my channel this week especially. It's brought people out that have been very angry at the fact that there's criticism being hailed at sort of Carroll in this situation for the scheme itself. But whether I'm right or wrong, I do point more of the arrow into Carroll's direction as far as, he's the one that's got to change things from a fundamental level here. And if it's to adopt this new 3-4 scheme, then you need to do that. It's not merely doing that. Of course, they've got to add talent in here as well. They've got to find ways to improve that. I'm not saying it's an either or. It's not a chicken or the egg. It is both. But it is also not just the egg being, we just got to bring in extra talent. If we bring in extra talent, then everything gets solved. I believe that that's going to be the case. It will improve things, but does it solve things? And I think that's one of the most important questions that we're going to be looking at on this team as we go into this offseason. And I don't fall back on it being a defensive coordinator at this point. You've gone through 3 in like 6-7 years. That's not been the answer in my opinion. But I'm seeing the same thing. Dio Brando with a $2 donation. Thank you, Dio Brando. It says, we will not go quietly into the night. We will let them know, this nation, that we in the Pacific Northwest this night will not then fall into the darkness. We will not be overtaken by the snows of winter. We will rise up against the cold and the wind. We will stand mighty and tall, and we will push back against the rest of the nation, and we will say to them, no. No. Let's go, Dio. I love that energy, man. Bring that on in the chat. Let's go. Sama Ben Diesel with a $5 donation. Says, I saw a list of top 25 rookies. Julio was first. Tariq was fifth. Beniers of the Kraken was ninth. Kirby was in the teens, and K9 was in the 20s. 3 out of 3 rookie of the year. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a nationwide list. That's hella good. You can't ask for more than to have a guy from each of your teams on that. So sounds about right to me. Sounds about right to me. And Julio's got we don't even know, I think, where exactly Julio's ceiling is going to end up landing when it's all said and done, and what player he's going to be exactly. I mean, the rookie year he put together was just outstanding. At times last year was carrying the team. But it's going to be fun to watch him play into the future. It's going to make Mariner baseball almost worth watching alone, much like it had been with Griffey back in the day. But we also have a good team on top of it. So Mariner baseball is going to be fun this year. Follow my Mariner baseball channel on Crow's Nest. Appreciate you though, Osama. And that list looks just about right to me. Though I don't know a lot about the Kraken, so I can't speak to Beniers. Or is it Benier? Benier. Robbie Red with a $2 dono says, got to get to Purdy tonight. Pass rush has been inconsistent. Well, you stack up that box, you can bring a blitz right off through the back end of stacking that box, can't you? You already got the guys near the line of scrimmage. Now you just got to light the fires and kick the tires, so to speak. So let them go. Let them go. I want to try to force Purdy to throw tonight. That's really it. And then you'll see where you can get as far as the pass rush goes. I think it's going to be a big enough task to just stop the run. I think if you stop the run and force him into positions where he's throwing more often as a rookie, you're going to then have points of pressure because he's a rookie. He's going to still get confused at times and not see things exactly crispy. And that's the position you want to put him into. But it does come back to me. I want the pressure. Don't get me wrong. We need pass rush. But it does come back to stop that run first. Don't let him off the hook easy. Don't give him that easy road out. Make them go up and down the hill through the rocks and all that other stuff. And you do that, in my opinion, by forcing the throwing game of the Niners to be at the forefront tonight. Now, this is an easier said than done thing. Niners are going to stay committed to it. They're very good at running even when you know they're going to run. They've got the parts and pieces to make it go. So I understand this is not the easiest thing. They get paid too, and they've got a great team on that side of it. But that would be my approach as well, Robbie Red. Megan Churchill with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Megan. She says, to misquote Churchill, we will fight them in Lumen. We will fight them in the streets. We will fight them in Capitol Hill. We will fight them in the Puget Sound. We will fight them in the ferries and then the Tacoma Dome. We will fight them in the harbors. I love that Churchill quote. We will fight them at our dinner tables. We will fight them with our forks. We will fight them with our pans. We are the mighty British. Appreciate you, Megan. Magic Vlogs with a $2 donation. Thank you, Magic Vlogs. It says, hopefully a good game. I will see you after. Well, thank you, Magic Vlogs. And yes, any folks out there watching the game live separate to me, I will be doing a pretty long post game tonight. We might not go as long as I normally go, which is like 4 hours after the game concludes, but we will be definitely doing a pretty elongated portion of the post-game discussion tonight. So thank you, Magic Vlogs, and I will see you, after the game, my man. Just after the game. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate all of you guys on that respect. Roland, don't think Pete is telling team if we lose close, it's a victory. He is telling them we can win. I agree. Yeah, I don't think he's tanking. I don't think he's not trying for this win. I don't think he wants to go die easy in front of San Francisco at home. That goes against every fiber of Pete Carroll's being. Tony Montana, you guys remember me. Say hello to the bad guy. The bad guy's in the house. Buenos cuelos. Some champagne. They'll be right in the morning. Big Country, the season is already a success in my mind, regardless of what happens the rest of the way. I agree with you there. I do agree with you there. I've been bringing up some concerns this week, Big Country, but I don't think that should lose my eye from the prize, nor anybody else, that this season is overwhelmingly a smashing success from where we thought it potentially was going to be at when we walked into it. And that's not to be denied, I think, on any level, and should, at the end of the day, however the rest of this year goes, put a pretty good smile on Seahawks fans' faces. Drop Top Submarine says, all right, Brandon, it's game time. You know it, man. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you're hyped. I hope you're ready. Roland Connor, if Purdy gets hurt, who is the fourth string? His name is Josh Johnson, Roland. He has been in the league 29 years, and he's played for 46 different teams. So, yeah, he's got some familiarity with Shanahan, though. He'll know how to run their scheme. They'll be doing a lot of handoff if they do lose Purdy. I'm pretty sure of that. And we got the Niners out there dancing on our field. Like, that's the kind of stuff like they wouldn't done back in the day in Legion of Boom days. Like, oh, you're going to dance. Oh, okay. All right, you're going to dance. All right, you dance, Niners. You go over there and dance on your little sideline. Oh, God, I hope we smash him tonight. So hope we smash him tonight. Harrison Hill, hey, Brandon, go Hawks. I hope Tariq Woolen brings Mr. Irrelevant back down to earth. I hope Mr. Irrelevant tries him. I hope he's dumb enough to try him out there. Herbicide, I had Jamal on for the Bronco game. I might go put on Jamal. And I'm going to let know, Megan's put down the cast, the warning too. I'm going to put it down too. Niner fans are fully welcome in this channel and chat. We've got great guys that are Niner fans who come in here a lot that are really cool. Just want to talk shop, just want to discuss the game. If you want to come in and talk a little bit of noise, that's fine. If it starts getting to a place where you're just coming in here to kind of wreck up the chat or something, my moderators are not going to allow that to kind of happen. So we're definitely pretty welcoming here of all types, but if you're just coming in to kind of throw poo around in the chat, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Not tonight. Not ever. That was a pretty good Australian accent I just did, Megan. Like, that was low-key maybe the best I've ever done right there at the end. No, not ever. Not ever. Not ever. What's up, Keldon? See, Keldon's one of my cool Niner people. Good luck to you, Tony. Good luck to you, man. Ethan, unlike the first 49ers game, Geno has the green light to throw the ball downfield beyond 5 to 10 yards. Exactly. Mark Hoppercorn says, hi, like, and sub for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. Well, thanks for reminding me of that, Mark. If you do like what you're listening to here, please do hit that like button for me. It does help the channel out, helps me grow, and all that good stuff. And if you're not subscribed, get subscribed. We're on the road to 11,000 here. We're going to cross past, I think, 10,000, maybe 400 tonight, depending on how this goes. So appreciate y'all mentioning that, Mark, and it's good to see you in the chat. What's up, 187? Mark Butler, I hope the coaches know about Trent Williams tells. Left foot back, it's pass, even stance, run. I've watched film, and it's 100%. Mark, you bring up a great point on this. I was on Lat Second Sports YouTube channel. That's a Niner channel, who was the first guy to kind of put a spotlight onto this. And you can still go see the photos. If you're looking for reference, go to Last Second Sports on Twitter, and he's got the photo still up there of Trent Williams and the two different stances he takes of how you can tell whether it's a run or a pass. Certainly something we're going to look for tonight as I'm doing the live coverage. But as Mark said, if the left foot is back, it's a pass. Even stance, meaning the feet are even, then it's going to be a run. So be on the lookout for that in general terms with Trent Williams, the left tackle of the San Francisco 49ers, because there will potentially be that tell to let you know whether it's a run or pass, and should be a tell for our defense as well, by the way, whether or not it's a run or a pass. Space says, stay positive. We got this. I love it. I love it, Space. Keldon says, why are you wearing Jerry Rice's number? That's a strange color for it. Jerry Rice came in and did Largent jersey with that one, Keldon. He stole Largent's jersey when he walked in the room. He just everybody went up to give him a handshake and was like, welcome to the building. Thanks for helping us out with this receiver problem. Everybody's been injured. We just need a guy in here who knows this offense and can run the routes. And Jerry was like, yeah. And he sprinted past. He busted open the Largent jersey that was in the offices on display, ripped it out, turned back, and he says, now I'm wearing this, bitches. And Holmgren just, with his history with Rice and all that, he just couldn't be like, look, you can't. That guy's, he's a legend here, Jerry. That's not right, So he got away with it. But this is actually the larger one. This is the true one. This is the real one. This is the real 80. This is the only 80 that'll ever be worn again in the history of this team. Gemini Glass, sweet. I got the game on Amazon Prime. Hello, hell yeah. Yeah, the DK Color Rush. I don't know how I feel about the Color Rush stuff, man. Herbicide says, since Jamal went down, been wearing the 12 a lot. They lost some while wearing it, and I'm still a little superstitious. I understand that. I'm not the same way with the Largent one. I try not to abuse the power of the Largent jersey, but only bring it out when it's desperately needed, You don't bring out this weapon to use this big gun every time when a little pistol will do, You bring out this cannon when you desperately need it. And I've wheeled this sucker out to the center of the room now. That's what you got to do in these kind of games. Alexander Matthews, good to see you in here, man. Jason Wolf, what's up? Flying Blind, the big one tonight. Let's go Hawks. What's up, Flying Blind? It is a huge game tonight, man. It's good to see you in the chat. Tony says, win or lose, I'll be back after the game. Good luck, you guys. Let's go Niners. Sounds good, Tony. You have a good one, man. John Chaney, what's up? Chris Smith, hello. Blue Hawks, I hope everyone has Prime. I hope so as well. Jason Wolf says, I think Geno is playing for his contract tonight. He can swing this contract $10 million a year in either direction. It's a good point. Probably was going to factor in pretty heavily tonight, one way or another, on how he plays it. Paul S., what's up? Sean Lee, let's go score prediction. I still probably would give the Niners a little bit of a nudge in this one. I don't think they're going to run away with it, but I do think right now on the surface of this, we're going to have some things that got to break right in our direction of this to kind of pull this one off. Megan Gock Roger with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, let's go Hawks. Zorn jersey for the win, B. That's right. Zorn and Largent jersey for the win. The combination of the two is incontestable. Garth 90 in the house. What's up, Garth? With a $5 dono. Says, take it as a compliment. I'm listening to you instead of Al Michaels, who is the GOAT. Thanks for the work, Brando. Well, thank you for the donation, Garth. I've loved doing this since I picked up and started doing the play-by-play last year. It's become one of my favorite things of this channel to do. So I hope to keep getting better at it, and I love doing it, man. So that is high praise. Al Michaels is indeed the GOAT in this respect of things, and still probably remains so. Even when I look out the course of the other broadcasters out there, I don't know if there's another guy with a signature voice that really stands out on the national stage to me of a guy that's in contention for him, even at his elder age, so to speak. But thank you, Garth. That's high praise, man. High praise. Gemini Glass, K9 is indeed starting tonight. So we are going to get Kenneth Walker and a good amount of Kenneth Walker, which is very nice because we need a running back that can create something out of nothing, as we've seen recently. Fluid says, do you like the Seahawks uniform combo? I'm not a big fan of the color rush. I got to be honest with you. It's a little bit of the highlight markery kind of look to me, and I'm just not as much a big fan. I'd be much more of liking them if they were doing old school jerseys instead of the color rushes myself. But I know that there's a lot of people that are big rush people, huge rush people. I'm talking Canadian-like rush people and how they love their jerseys. Paul S. says we better put all 8 in the box all night. I'd love to see it, Paul. I would love to see it. Chronos, here we go again. The copium is strong with the Hawks tonight. Oh, we're whiffing up that copium all the way, just wafting those fumes in, buddy. Wind's coming. We're going to get this win somehow, some way. Oh, come on. David Pugh with the $2 donation says, oh no, not the action green with the blue jeans. Tears crying. Yeah, it's not the best combo. Hopefully it's the winning combo. I've heard that we're undefeated or something in it. So maybe that has something to do with their use of it, David. I'm gonna go ahead and apply it to that. Randall McDaniel coming in monstrously, swinging the big mighty Thor hammer of donations. $100 donation under the super chat. Randall, you are amazing, brother. You are awesome. I have no superlatives to apply to you as far as your support and appreciation for your support of the channel as much as you do. And this is not Randall's only shop here. He's definitely one of my the biggest probably supporter on this channel throughout our time here on here the Hawks Nest. Longtime OG of the channel, man. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. But you are amazing. I really do appreciate it. It says, let's effing go, boys. Pete's circling the wagons. Don't be surprised when that gets a dub. Thanks, Brandon. Hey, thank you, man. I love the positivity you always bring, man, and the optimism you bring, and I'm here for it tonight. I'm welcoming it tonight. I'm saying that, yeah, I give a little bit of maybe advantage to Niners in this game, but this ain't a runaway game. It's a division game. It's a matchup between two teams that play each other pretty stoutly. Doesn't matter the year, doesn't matter the decade here over the last 10 years that this has been the case. We seem to go head to head, and it seemed to be a pretty good little battle. I know they got us the first time, but we were trying to protect our young tackles. And, we had a game plan for Lance, and then it became Garoppolo. I think they're going to be a little more prepared for this quarterback this particular week. We'll see how it goes, but Randall, beyond all that, thank you for the donation, man. And look, keep that optimism here. Keep that. That's what we're going to have going forward as we look at this team, because there's a lot to feel good about this team. As it was said above, this year has been a smashing success. This year has been so much higher above than whatever we had thought or had hoped could possibly occur with this potential roster. There were some of you out there saying we could potentially get to the playoffs. I wasn't one of them, but there was some of you out there in the chat that were saying you thought they had the goods to go get it done. And indeed they have. And we've got to consider that of where this team is, and knowing as well what you have on the horizon, knowing the reinforcements that you have coming on in, the cavalry charge that will be coming over this hill this offseason in the form of draft picks and free agents that you're going to be able to sign to add back onto this team. No more dead money. So let's effing go is right, Randall. Let's get it on tonight. Let's see what we can do. Let's take it to these Niners. Let's shock the world, shock the nation, and still keep ourselves inside this season ready to go. How's that sound? Let's go. Thank you, though, man. I got $100 donation. Woo! Woo! Got to give you a Ric Flair. Woo! For that one, man. Spectre7, $10 donation says, go home. Just got home just in time. Let's go. Got some beer. So I don't feel as bad if we lose, but even better if we win. That's a great way of putting it, man. And get the crack a nice brew tonight. It's a nice cold evening out here in the Pacific Northwest. You got to warm that belly up. It's cold, you don't want the extremities to get frostbitten. So get a little bit of that warm liquid gurgling down. sit back and hopefully get to watch your Seahawks take it to these 49ers. Take it to these San Franciscans. Sounds good to me, though. Thank you for Sector 7. Appreciate you, man. Dell is the fittest with a $2 donation. Says, time to get loud, 12s. You guys better be bringing it tonight. To Dell's point, I don't want to see our fans. I want to see them taking shots to the side into the stadium at times and into the fans. And I got to look over there and I see mouths doing this. You hear them on the telecast. Key third down here, folks. What are the Hawks going to do? Cut over to the sideline. Nope. We need everybody, every voice in that stadium. Come on tonight. Your team needs you. And we do have the opening kickoff here now. Brought up by that returner. He's taken in the open field. Little spin move. Gets up to the 35. Boy, what a lightning rod he's been out there for the position. Nice little return there for the returner on that. Good field position here for Geno Smith and the boys to work this on out. Dell the fittest, thank you for a $2 donation. Says stop the run equals a chance to win. It does come down to that on this one for me, Dell. Beyond what you do offensively, stopping their running game will bode so much into the factor of whether or not you pull this win off or don't pull this win off. 100% the case. Megan Gok Roger, $2 donation says, time to get loud, 12s. Let's get loud, Megan. Let's get loud. Let's go. Geno back in shotgun here, 2 wide, 2 tight end set. Give his inside to Kenneth Walker. Dances inside around. Sifts through the traffic a little bit for about a 5-yard gain. Kronos has been a member for 7 months. Thank you for being a member of 7 months on the channel, Kronos. I appreciate you. Says time for the 49ers to learn their place as the number 2 team in this division. You're damn right it is. It's time for them to remember we're here. They had their year off last year. They had their time to bask in the glory last year. They missed their shot. We're back on the scene. Geno back at shotgun. Quick pass underneath to Tyler Lockett. Lockett opened up on just a quick little out route. First down. Nice to see here. A little bit different than what you had last week, where it was a lot of trying to, right out the gate with Geno, push the ball up the field. Just a nice little short route. Geno puts it right on in there to him. Nicely done. Love the call there by Shane Waldron. Thank you, though, again, Megan. Sector 7, Dell is the fittest. Randall McDaniel, you are amazing with your $100 donation. David Pugh, Gart Knight, Magic Flogs. Appreciate you guys. Geno under center here. Play action pass. They're going to try to set up a screen that is not going to go anywhere. Snuffed out by the linebackers. And as we've seen in recent memory here, the screen game just doesn't worky too well for the Seattle Seahawks. Continue to struggle kind of running it there. Niner linebackers were all over that. And the Niners have a collection of guys that can get it done as far as their linebackers go. Boy, Damian Lewis just kind of missed the block out there in space. He had the linebacker squared up, and he just sort of let him slide kind of right past him there on that play. So that'll bring up 2nd and 13, a 3-yard loss on that screen. Marquise Goodwin goes in motion now. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Adjusting the protections a little bit. Geno drops back to throw. Moves past the pressure, comes back inside. Whew. Scary throw there. And it will be incomplete. It might have gone off the defender's hands there, trying to get Noah Fant back inside. You kind of want to just see Geno there just tuck that ball down and run and take what he can get. Instead, he tried to throw that in late, and that ball was nearly intercepted. That was right in the hands of the linebacker there. Geno's got to just run with that ball. The safety was closing over the top, too. Third and 13, the 49ers are bringing a blitz here. They've got everybody on the line of scrimmage. Seahawks trying to adjust the protections, but there's going to be a free man coming here. Geno drops back to throw. He's looking, trying to pull back as far as he can. Tyler Lockett's raising his hands like he was been held. He's standing still. It's an incomplete pass. Kind of a strange look down the football field after that throw by Geno. Seahawks blocked it up pretty good. Geno had a moment there to maybe do something with it. But I'd love to see the overhead shot of what was going on between Tyler and the cornerback there. They're not showing it on the telecast. But it did look like Tyler was at a standstill, like he had been kind of held through there. Not sure. I couldn't see it. This will bring up a punt by Michael Dixon, who will send this back to the 10-yard line, where it'll be fair caught, and the Niners will go ahead and take over from there. And Marisa, yeah, this defense is a rough defense. They don't mess around. They do not mess around. I'm going to be trying as I can to, for those in the chat, I do try as I can to respond to you guys in the chat during the telecast, but of course I am doing play-by-play. So a lot of questions and answer session stuff we'll be doing post-game and kind of getting into some of the meat of this stuff. But I will try to respond as I kind of can on the chat. It does get kind of hard, though, between the game and responding, though, to kind of balance it. So I kind of just lean into doing the play-by-play as much as anything there. But the screenplay didn't work there. Damian Lewis, we've seen at times the problems with our screen game has been that you can't get your guys, they're just not quite quick and fast enough. They don't move in space well enough to kind of get to the second level at times. And Lewis kind of showed you that there, where just they can't quite get there comfortably to lay their block. They're easily kind of sidestepped, and then the screen game gets kind of blown up without you ever getting anything moving up the football field. You kind of, for it to work, you need guys that can get from their point of the offensive line and then get out space a good 5-6 yards at times. And some guys can get to the 6 and 7 yard point, but they can't get the block laid. That tends to be the key of it. Boy, Sherman's doing a lot of stuff now, huh? Good for him. Awkward ass interview the other day with him on this show with Brock and Salk and KJ. Lordy, have mercy on that one. William Leonard with a $5 down now. Thank you, William. Says Brandon, I believe if you watch it in Prime Vision, that next gen option, you'll see on all 22 camera. Yeah, I have tried to watch that. I've given it a shot, man. It's just too much moving stuff for me, and I have to kind of watch this on like a laptop screen, so it's just a little bit too tiny. But I got to get used to that, or try to figure out how I can, get a little more used to seeing that. But it just, I get too much with the lines and all the stuff going. It just ends up being too much. It's information overload, I guess, a little bit for me. But I would reckon to guess if without looking, Tyler Lockett's usually not brought to a standstill on his route on a third down like that. There's probably a reason he's been brought to a halt. If we're trying to read between the lines on that one, Thank you though for the $5 donation. But I've tried it. It's a lot. And it's a lot of stuff. It's good information. Don't get me wrong on that, but oof. All right, 1st and 10 here. Niners come out with an I formation. This is giving Seahawks some problems here of recent note. Hawks combat it with a 3-4 defense. Pitch play out to McCaffrey. He takes it wide and is able to find himself about 2 or 3 yards, showing off a little bit of his speed there to get out to the edge. David Pugh with a $5 donation says, we're not talking about those free rush yards on 2nd and 13, Gino. Man, just talked about being too aggressive this week, and MFer just dumps off on a draped tight end. Yeah, that was a bad choice all the way around there by Gino. I mean, you're throwing the ball late across the middle. That's usually going to be trouble, and that's usually a no-no for quarterbacks, and they know better than to do that. And then the yards in front of him, that was like stuff we've seen with Russell in recent years, where the yards are there for you to go get, just go take them. Take the 5-6 yards, get down and call it a day. Quick pass out here to George Kittle. Jordan Brooks is all over him out there in coverage in the flat and takes him down for only about a gain of a yard or two. Nice tackle there by Jordan Brooks, and good job of getting out onto Kittle out into the flat quickly there. But yeah, but some poor decision making there on Gino there on that first drive. Hopefully he can lock it back in a little bit here today. 3rd down and 5. Thank you, though, David, for the double dono. Appreciate you. And that one does frustrate me, too. He's got to stay away from these interception-worthy plays. He's got to stop that. He's got to cut these out of his game. Seahawks showing a little bit of a pressure look here on 3rd and 5. And they kind of drop out of it, I guess. Ball is completed. It does look like it's short on the play. Completed McCaffrey. Indeed, it is short. Great play by Ryan Neal. Similar to the Brooks play a second ago where the Niners are running a route to the sideline and it's McCaffrey. Ryan Neal, though, cannot give up more than 1 more yard he gave up, but he drove on the route hard, got up there, made the tackle, and it's a great tackle there. Remember, McCaffrey's a running back that he's got to tackle there in open space and keep him from pushing forward past the first down marker, which was a yard away. And right when he caught the ball, Ryan Neal twisted him right down to the ground. Excellent play by Ryan Neal. And let's make no mistake about it, there is a great case to be made right now that Ryan Neal is playing the best on this defense throughout the course of this season. He is playing not just merely good football, he is playing great football. He's playing Pro Bowl level of play for the safety, and he showed you why on that particular play. Great job by the defense to get a 3-and-out there, start this thing on the right kind of note there, and good to see them on the short routes, a part that I've hammered on recently where there was a time in that 4-game stretch when you were the best defense from a DVOA standpoint in the entire NFL, that you were really pressing those short routes, really taking those away, really making teams uncomfortable like the Cardinals and the Giants and the Chargers to have to then push the ball up the football field, and they were unable to do so. And so a very good sign out the gate from the defense there on that first drive that they were pressing those routes down a little bit, understanding it's Brock Purdy you have at the quarterback position, not Trey Lance, not Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy. And while Brock has been a good story and Brock's playing probably pretty well for that Niner team, he still does have some arm limitations as far as pushing the ball up the football field deep. You want to probably try to force him into that weakness, force that he can prove that he can make those kind of throws. Thank you, David. William Leonard, appreciate you guys' donation, though. Sam Hutchinson with a $5 dono. Thank you, Sam. It says, Geno looking uncomfortable to start. 49ers bringing pressure early. He will settle down in a few drives, I'm sure. I don't think he's going to look like, to your point on that, kind of like he did on that first drive. That's for sure. And getting to the 2nd and 13, we've got to stay behind these 2nd and long and 3rd and long situations. The offense is designed to be getting bits of yardage every time, that you're getting into 3rd and shorts, that you're not having to be in these situations that require Geno holding the ball a long period of time and getting up the field. That's kind of why I wanted to see him scramble on that other prior play, because he gets those yards, gets himself into a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, more makeable than the 3rd and 13, which I like when defenses do that. And I think that's a really good defenses do that, where you're in a 3rd and 13 and the thought process is, the instinct is that I fall back in a soft zone and I keep everything in front of me. And then, I take away any of the routes that are at depth at the sticks. But I've always thought it's a better way to combat it, to bring those kind of full house blitzes there, because at that point in time, you don't give the receivers on the outside the time for those long developing routes. And that's just what the Niners were doing on that 3rd and long, prior. I don't think the Niners will be blitzing as much on that, Sam, throughout the course of this game. But if they get us into those kind of situations, I'm sure they will, because that is an approach a lot of defensive coordinators will take when they get into those 3rd and long, especially if those guys do have a little bit of a prevalence towards blitzing, so to speak. Appreciate you though, Sam. Thank you so much. David Pugh with the $2 donation says, I want to be clear. I like Geno, but damn. No, David, you're on the button with this one. The interceptable worthy throws out there from Geno Smith recently have gone up a tick, and they haven't all been picked off. And they've been landing in defender hands like that linebacker one. So it is worth tracking. And Geno under center here on 1st and 10 now. Play action pass. Oh my goodness. And just throws it away. I don't even know how he figured out how to throw that away. He had to spin around and then toss it to the tight end, who was like 3 yards away from, just to get away from the 2 pass rushers. So the Hawks coming out with a lot of passing here to begin things. Just a 4-man front there for the Niners. And you had Armstead and Bosa almost instantaneously in the backfield. Austin Blythe just couldn't handle any part of Armstead. Whew, sloppy start here for the offense after that initial good run by Walker and then the completion. 2nd down and 10. Geno in shotgun, 3 wide receivers to one side of the field. Give is quickly into Walker. He breaks back free. Finds a way to squeak out. Not a lot of room to be had, though. Instantaneous penetration pushed into the backfield. He bounced out, got it wide. Looked like there might be a little space. Geno tried to get in front of Bosa. Wasn't much there, though. Just kind of was only able to get a couple of yards. And again, Austin Blythe getting just completely blown up into the backfield on back-to-back plays there. Niners are fully aware that this guy's struggling right now at the point of attack in the running game. And, he just got walked back. He provided no kind of resistance towards what was coming at him there. Whew, another 3rd down and 12 here now. Geno, 2 tight ends on either side of the line, 3 wide receivers, back in shotgun empty, dropping back to throw, looking. Hits the check down receiver as nothing was open deep. This won't get the 1st down. Niners had dropped back off that one, so good job by the Niner coordinator. Last time 3rd and long, came with a blitz. This time dropped back more into coverage. Maybe Waldron thinking they're a little bit more on some of his setup there, that they weren't going to do that. Good job by Geno there not to press it. It's got to take what the defense gave him there. Got to find yourself out of situations where you're in 4th and 13s trying to get converted first downs there. And you're seeing why this Niner defense, as we saw in the first matchup, is so good. Dixon back out for his second punt here. Good pressure by the Niners, but Dixon does get it away. And this will be fair caught right about the 14-yard line. But David, I'm with you on the thing with Geno. Like that's a part of his game. He's got to the take what's given him and things got to be a part of it. And then the no interceptable worthy throws and the ball getting into the hands of the defender like that kind of throw again coming at the like quarterbacks don't have a lot of golden rules, but throwing late and over the middle is one of the big rule of thumbs they have. Those guys have to live by, and they know it and they're taught it from high school age. Hell, maybe even earlier than that. So he knows he can't make that throw. He understands. Little Drip, let's go. Bring out the good luck and good vibes. Hell yeah, Little Drip. Sounds good to me, man. Sounds good to me. Pumpkin in the house. What's up, Pumpkin? Good to see you. Says, let's go Niners. She does not say that. She does not say that, Pumpkin. Pumpkin says, go Hawks. Thank you for the donation, though. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. I hope you're having a good night, Pumpkin. Dell is the fittest. It says 3 and out. Am I dreaming? You are not dreaming, my man. You are not dreaming. Well, you are seeing the truth. And a well-played defensive effort. That wasn't like them just kind of, falling on themselves, so to speak. That was truly, as my stream cuts out, that was truly defense playing up to stout on that first drive there. Probably going to have to just play this on my regular computer. This is going to be probably a thing here trying to make this work. Yeah. Let's go to Amazon, watch it live here. Something's weird with my live broadcast. Hopefully this doesn't crush my bandwidth. But you are not dreaming, Dell. No, you are not. Man, these things are... Amazon is touchy. Come on. Resume. Holy lordy. Billion dollar company can't get streaming right on their deal for live football coverage. I had 2 computers here. I can't bring it up all of a sudden. All of a sudden. Did my internet go out? What is going on here? No, got internet. Come on. The video player didn't load correctly? This is an awesome stream they got here. Why am I having issues? Come on. So sorry, folks. Give me a second here. Amazon's great with their player, I guess. I don't know what's going on, but it's telling me no on 2 different devices all of a sudden. Oh, man. Thursday night football. All right. There we go. I think I'm in. Bear with me, folks. Sorry. My stream was going fine with it with the Amazon deal, and now it's just not playing. Saying Amazon can't be reached. Good times. Ay. It's on channel 13. All right, let me try my other one then. Thank you. That's a great suggestion. If that's on, that'll be the way to do this. 1 second, folks. Come on. Come on. All right, let's try it this way. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I don't have channel 13 with it, so. It's got to be on the Amazon thing. I got to watch it on. My Amazon thing ain't working, though. Crazy. It's going fine, and then it just totally biffed on me. There we go. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. So we're back up here. Hopefully Amazon doesn't kick me out again soon. I guess Brian Monet is down is what I'm seeing in the chat. All right, so we had 1st and 10, 7 yards, and then McCaffrey in the middle of the field for 23 yards, McCaffrey, and then McCaffrey for 3 yards, and then Monet down. Okay. So we're just back a couple of plays here. So it looks like Niners are driving a little bit. Sorry about that, folks. Sometimes the thing just goes wonky. Just goes kitty wampus on me, man. I'll tell you this, you can tell this Amazon interface is clunky. You can definitely see that. It is not the best. Alex Munn, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. David Pugh with a $5 donation says, I hate to be that guy, but if our D plays good tonight and we win, I'm giving little to no credit. We should be good on D against this team right now. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, David. I can see where you're coming from with that. You know, you're playing at home, short week. They're on their 3rd quarterback. You would like to think if you're even a marginally decent team that you can beat another team if they're down to their 3rd quarterback, who was the Mr. Irrelevant of a draft. And Brian Monet is being helped off the football field. This is a big loss in this game because he ain't coming back by the looks of it on that. That's a big body down underneath that you want to have help in this running game. Him being out is going to be... I'm not big on Monet and his impact this year, but that does mean the rotations tighten up, more snaps for more of the guys in that defensive line. Pitch play outside here to McCaffrey. He's going to take it on 2nd and 7, get himself about 4 or 5 yards, bring this down to about a 3rd and 2.5. But I feel where you're coming from, David. You're right. No Deebo Samuel, no quarterback. Still a good Niner offense in the respective. They can still do some stuff, I think, but 3rd string quarterback, that's what you got to come back to, I think, which is probably your point on that. Pumpkin with a $2 donation says, Pumpkin says more salmon treats. And we'll get her some salmon treats here before the end of the game. When we need to call upon some luck, we will be doing that for sure. Thank you, Pumpkin. All right, we got 3rd and 3. Purdy in shotgun here, 4 wide for the Niners. He's dropping back to throw. Got a man wide open underneath there. Juwan Jennings on a slant route there for a 1st down. See the coverages there by Seattle dropping into that back coverage. Notice as you're watching the replay, the corner on the outside dropping back. They're drawing lines showing you, and on the telecast, it's so obvious to them. Why do we get beat up on 3rd and shorts? Why do we give these up so consistently? Because you have your guys protecting against the deep route on 3rd and 3. That's why that happens. You can see your corners are in already off coverage, and then they're dropping back into space post-snap. Easy enough for even a guy like Purdy to read. 1st and 10, pitch play out here to McCaffrey. Good job by Uchenna Nwosu to pursue and drag him down to the ground. Very nice play there by Uchenna. And Pumpkin, I promise we'll do some dishing out of some salmon treats here before the night is through, no doubt about it. Thanks for the suggestion, Barry, on the Channel 13. I got the FUBU thing, though, so it doesn't have the Channel 13 on there. Great job by Uchenna fighting off Juwan Jennings, the receiver block, and then getting to McCaffrey. You would hope he could take a receiver out, but good nonetheless. $5:20 to go here in the second quarter. Purdy back in shotgun. 2nd and 10. Comes back underneath to McCaffrey, who's wide open underneath. Barton makes the tackle, but not before. McCaffrey's gained 7 or 8 yards on the play and another first down. Way off that first drive, the zones were so tight, and now here on the second drive, everything is so loose. Very, very much typical stuff we've seen with just dropping back, and Purdy is going to take what you're going to give him here. First and 10, 4:37 to go in the first quarter. Another give to McCaffrey up the middle here. McCaffrey goes into a pile and is going to come out with about 2 or 3 yards. Bruce Irvin there with the tackle. Brian Monet is on the cart. He just fell on his knee there. Guess he just fell weird on his knee. Did Brian Monet. Strange. 2nd and 8. Fake bubble screen back. Come back another way. Find George Kittle. Very inventive little play call there. It was bubble screen fake left, bubble screen fake right, and then you catch George Kittle running up the middle of the seam for a wide open touchdown. 9-play, 86-yard drive. Consumed 5 minutes and 24 seconds. There's the Seahawks defense that I've come to know this year. Very well designed by Shanahan. You got 2 guys running bubble screens to either side of the field, and the defense just first the fake goes one side. If defense was disciplined there, then they were going to bite on the second one, and Kittle was wide open running up the seam. 7-0 San Francisco. See, they're going to show a little all 22. I love it when they do this. Fake. Yeah. Boy, boy, boy. Boy, boy, boy. Yeah, that's there's a lot of things there with that. I'm trying to find the right explanation there. You know, you're first attacking Brooks there, who buys it on the run. I think that's his man on the route to go up, but then Diggs ain't there over the top on any help either. Seahawks got fooled on that. Defense got out schemed on that particular play. Spectre 7 with a $2 donation says, "Oh yeah, this beer is going to be very handy." Starting to wish I had gotten a 6-pack tonight at this point, a little bit maybe. They did so good in that first drive. They cannot help themselves but to fall back into that soft zone defense, folks. I don't know. I don't know why they think it does good for them at this point. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe it's just this close to clicking in, and it's a soft zone that they're just a little off on, and it's just one guy 1 foot out this way or one guy 1 foot out that way. But boy, does it seem to get just attacked to all hell by these teams. Another good return here by this young kid out all the way up, I think, a little bit past 30-yard line there. At 3rd and 3 especially, where you had on that drive, and you're running off coverage, and it's so obvious the Amazon telecast is all over it. Why run off coverage on 3rd and 3 against Brock Purdy? Why run cover 3 off coverage on 3rd and 3 against Brock Purdy? And I'm not saying I know why or nobody. I don't know why. I mean, what is your reason there? Not a lot of sense to me. All right, Geno back in shotgun now. 3 tight end look here for the Hawks. Kenneth Walker, a little run up the middle there. He'll gain a couple yards. David Pugh with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations tonight, David. I salute you. You're a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Says, "Don't worry, Brandon. I don't have to worry about giving little credit to this D, even if it played good, because they're playing bad like always. Well, there you go, David. It's going to end up being a null and void kind of situation, because we're not even going to end up crossing that bridge by the looks of things here after that drive. Holy moly, that was easy. Geno in shotgun. He gets blasted, blindside, fumbles the ball. Abraham Lucas will go ahead and fall on it. Geno just didn't even see it coming. Niners brought a safety blitz on the play, and Geno just got cracked. Never saw it. He's been so good about his patience in not snapping the ball too fast and recognizing blitzes that come. Oh, he's been so good at that. 3rd and 18. This ball is going to be just trickled off the hands of the player for an incomplete pass on a bubble screen. We can't even complete a bubble screen right now. That's going to be 4th and 18. I think every single drive so far has ended up with us in negative, like 4th and 13, 4th and 15, 4th and 18. Completely disjointed offensively right now. And indeed, Geno's starting to show sign. I mean, it's. Come on, Hawks. He's making it hard on him. And now the Hawks. All right, well, the punt was punted off. Blunt came down on the kick coverage unit, tapped up on the returner. He's saying he got pushed into the returner, but he did not. He bumped into him, it looks like to me. He got way too close. I know he's trying to fake the guy out a little bit, but he did touch him before the guy touched him. It's a good call. Well, if you're wondering about whether this team was going to be ready to play tonight and whether they're going to show you the signs of being ready to play tonight early on here, they're not giving you the greatest of signs here that they're ready to go. Offensively, they look uncoordinated and not in sync. Defensively, they just kind of handed the Niners that just last drive. Not much of a fight. And now the special teams is going to have a penalty that was unnecessary. Didn't just happen in the heat of the moment. They know they need to let the... Marcus B28 with a $5 dono. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate you. Says, I know I should have stopped at the liquor store before this game started. I swear, I feel like, Marcus, there's this movie Airplane where there's this line he keeps saying through the movie. It's like, well, I picked the wrong week to stop huffing paint. And he's like, I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. I feel like I should have gotten myself a bottle as well. Purdy back in shotgun here on 1st and 10. He's going to dance around a little bit, and he'll find Christian McCaffrey for what feels like his 19th touch already in this first quarter, but it will only be a gain of a couple of yards. Well defended there by the Seahawks. Come on, team. Let's go. 2nd down and 9. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I didn't get anything tonight because I was going to go out and have some beers tomorrow, but I probably maybe should have. It might be one of those times. We'll bring this back. We'll fight back in. We ain't done. 2nd and 9. Purdy back in shotgun again. Quick little throw on an out route there. Well defended by Darrell Taylor. Nice job by Darrell Taylor on Brandon Ayuk out in space. Step for step with him on that route. Little out route there. Only a couple yard route run, and he was right there to swallow him up after the catch. I know Taylor had that in his bag. 3rd and 6. 1:11 to go here in the first quarter. The first quarter. Back in shotgun is Purdy, sorry. Completes a little out route there in space for a first down to McLeod. Ray. We do have a flag on the play, though. Looked like there was a holding there. Seahawks got drugged down to the turf there coming off the edge. Looked like maybe it'd been Taylor again there. Mike McGlinchey with the hold. And that looked like a solid call there. And it was indeed Taylor. Taylor got really quick off the line of scrimmage there. Hands are up around the throat of McGlinchey. There's a couple things going wrong there for him on that play. That's big. Takes away the first down. Takes them back into a 3rd and 16 situation here now. Brock back, empty set. Dropping back to throw. He's looking, pressure in his face from Poona Ford. The ball's tipped. Still is able to get to McCaffrey, who is able to keep his feet for a little bit, but finally drugged down to the ground after a little gain of about 7 yards. This will be far short of the first down. Purdy's coming up to the line of scrimmage like he's going to run a hurry-up play here. And indeed, it looks like they're going to try to go for this on 4th down. Jefferson late to get on the football field if he indeed is going to try to snap it. And he looks like he is going for it here. Darrell Taylor jumps offsides on the play. He's going to have a free play. Oh, my God. The clock is reading 00 right now. Taylor is saying that that the first quarter had expired at this point and they hadn't snapped the ball. He was trying to time his snap and get off the line of scrimmage with the 0 count that he was seeing up on the clock. I don't know how he can be offsides. It's at 0 at the same time of him being offsides, but okay. So that'll make this down into a 3rd and makeable. And that will wind us down to the end of the first quarter here. Boy, a tough watch, that opening stanza. Not a lot to praise or speak well upon with the Seahawks team out that opening quarter. I'm trying to figure out a way to put something good on that one, but I don't have a lot to say with that. That's on that quarter. That was pretty tough. Pretty tough. Paul Third with a $5 donation, and you guys are being really kind on the donos tonight. Thank you so much for that. Says, just started my Xmas vacation today to watch this. It's only 11 a.m. here, and I'm opening the Maker's Mark now. God help us. I feel you guys. I'd normally try to find some positivity here and be like, well, wait, it's early, but like, this is the biggest game of the season. Does this team right now out here look like they're ready to play this game? To you? On any side of the ball? Unforced errors, sloppiness, mistakes across the board. Everybody's sort of taking their chance everybody already taking a little bit of an opportunity to kind of make their, it is. It'll go a little bit more of what we've been seeing in recent weeks. It's tough. I can't blame somebody going to the Maker's Mark. I'm wishing for some Maker's Mark right now. I'd be cracking that sucker open like quicker than you could imagine. I'm going to have to call Dr. Sanders and have him make a house call. I might have to do that. Thank you, though, Paul, for the $5 donation. I hope you have a great Christmas vacation, though, regardless of this game. Mumbles with the $5 dono. Says, first down, tight coverage, very small gain. Second down, tight coverage, very small gain. Pete, off coverage, third down time. That sounds exactly about right, Mumbles. That's pretty much what I saw to my eyes as well. And I don't know why they think on 3rd and 3 that's the time that teams are going to go and attack you. But especially when you have a quarterback that's a third-string quarterback, the coach isn't thinking in that moment on 3rd and 3 about how he's going to push the ball up the field and go after you. He's thinking about keep this drive going, keep this thing churning along. And he's going to take the easy, especially if it's an easy free play. If he knows Carroll's going to play that cover 3 stuff on the outside on those kind of situations, then he's absolutely going to go to that type of call. Appreciate you, Mumbles. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, time for 2 more offsides beers. It's so good. When it hits your lips, so good. Thank you, Sector 7. And drink it down, man. It's very smooth. Fat Daddy with a $2 donation says, Gino is in a battle between new man versus the old man. he's definitely regressing here now. I mean, this is starting to see these throws, decision-making, the not seeing the blitzer come off the line of scrimmage. These are things I've lauded him for because he's been so fantastic in those elements this year. But that the late throw over the middle that could have been intercepted, it's a little bit more of the recent Geno that we've been seeing here, which is disconcerting. The Niners are indeed actually going to punt now. Interesting. They're deciding to play a little field position game here on the Hawks. This punt will be skied high and deep. And we do have a flag on the play. It will go back into the end zone. Already a lot of flags, it feels like, in this football game. Offsides on the false start by the Rams. Or Rams by the, 49ers. My bad. It looks like Seahawks will, I think they just take that at the end of the thing, kick or whatever. But I agree, Fat Daddy. That's the battle now. I'd like to see the old guy that we saw earlier on this year. That'd be good to see. Keith Mason with a big $3 donation. Thank you, Keith Mason. I appreciate you, man, for donating to the channel. That is very kind of you for doing so. I hope you're doing well tonight. Seahawks are going to take back over offensively here now. Geno in shotgun. Seahawks showing a 3 wide receiver look. Niners bringing a little bit of a blitz. Geno going back to the outside. In tight coverage there, DK, and the ball will be batted away for a 2nd and 10. Jimmy Ward on the outside, locking up DK there. Kind of hands on the jersey for a lot of time there, but why not just have him run the go route there? Throw a go if you're going to throw that kind of ball. 2nd and 10. Inside give here to Kenneth Walker, able to get a little bit of space going for about a gain of 4 or 5 yards. That will bring up 3rd and at least makeable. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Brando, I have $20 on the Hawks money line because I make bad decisions. Please ask the Orange Cat to use her feline magic to help losers like me. Well, let's get her up here. Hold on. Can you help us, please? We need your orange magic. I need the orange crush magic right now. Geno drops back on 3rd and 5, flicks it out to Travis Homer in the flat. Homer's got a little bit of space to work with, but the Niners are able to rally to the ball and keep him just short of the 1st down. She says she's trying, Garth. She says she's trying. She's trying so hard. 3rd and short. See there, you have Niners playing their guys at the sticks. See how they're on a 3rd and short? You have your defensive versus our defense. They played the sticks there. They played tight on the routes. And there's another flag on the football field. Boy, this game is sloppy right now. This is a sloppy, give me some hogs out. I got some slop. Slop for them. Unsportsmanlike conduct on DK for taunting. Bring out the gimp. Oh, low, low, low. Low, low. All right, so Dixon's going to have to try to flip this field position a little bit here. Dixon with the punt. 3rd one of the game, I believe, already so far for him. It's going to drive back the return at the 28 with some space to work. He's up to 35 and then taken up off his feet by Tanner Muse. Or no, Radigan, sorry. Radigan rocking some long locks there and looking good. Nice job by Johnny boy. And it looks like we have another flag on the football field. She says she's trying, though, Garth. She says she's trying. Pumpkin with $2 says Garth Knight salmon treats, and we'll see. All right, we'll try some salmon treats at the commercial. We've got to bring out the big guns early tonight. I agree. This is going too sideways. So I will do what I've got to do at this point. I'll do what I got to do. Hold on, folks. She's excited. Yeah, you're going to get your treats. Don't worry. You're going to get your treats. Don't worry. Oh, okay. All right. I'm giving you these treats because you're going to help us win. You're going to ask the universe to help us win from a cat angle of things. So. All right. I'm doing everything I can. I'm bringing out these big guns early. I'm not going to lie on this pumpkin Garth night. I mean, I'm bringing out the salmon treats early, but I admit it's called for. It's called for. It must be done. Alas, it must be done. Okay. Now you got to help us win. Okay. Tit for tat. One hand washes the other here. Okay. Can you help us out here? Can you throw me a freaking bone, please? R. Sanchez with a $5 donation says, the lack of discipline and sloppy play tells me Carroll has or will lose the locker room. It used to be a thing, I think, to your point on that, Sanchez, the big part of Coach Carroll's coaching skill set or what he brings to the game is an ability to get players to play and be motivated and to go hard. And even if there are times I can maybe pick apart things schematically with Carroll over recent years in his defense, I don't think you could do the same as far as getting players motivated and ready to play and playing at their hardest. I think we can look at tonight and look at some of the games recently here. I think when you hear Bruce Irvin calling on the defense's effort last week in the interview after the game, I think that's indicative of that there is a lack of buy-in here. And if you have a lack of buy-in in the players, and if they're not bought in, then that is reflective upon the coach. I think it's well said on your part. And I don't know that Carroll's at a point of completely losing him at this point, but you do wonder that if I can't get him to go hard, if I can't get him to give that same kind of effort level, they look like they're just at times going through the motion as some players on the team do. Did that just reflect on the talent? Does it just reflect on guys underperforming? It could. All right, Purdy comes back out on the football field now from about the 24-yard line because there was a penalty in favor of the Hawks, which will knock them back just a little bit. McCaffrey running hard through tackles, forcing his way up on about a gain of 5 or 6 there on first down. Thank you, Sanchez, though. Appreciate you. Russell Mark Q says, with a $5 donation, says, Brandon, I'm not seeing it tonight. It looks like a splitting image of week 2. Well said, man. You guys are putting it on the mark in the right way. I'd like to try to add more on top of what you're saying on some of these comments, but I think that they're kind of on point with what you're saying. Niners back in an I formation look here on 2nd and 4. Play action pass. Purdy's going to roll out to his right here. Look down the football field. Got a Brandon Ayuk at the second level for a gain of about 13, 14 yards there and a first down. I'm seeing the same sort of thing. You're seeing everything they're doing, for instance, with Purdy being attacking to the sidelines. It's run, bubble screen, and then I'm going to attack with a bootleg out to the sidelines. This is the very same thing we saw from Sam Darnold last week as well. Carr did some of this as too. And the Seahawks haven't found an answer to it yet. And until you find an answer defensively, teams are going to continue to attack you in that same kind of fashion. Purdy starting out 10 of 10 for 89 yards and a touchdown in this game. 1st and 10. The give is up the middle here to McCaffrey. He's going to gain himself another 5 or 6 yards there. We do have a flag on the play, though. Looks like the officials are going to take some time to discuss this and figure it out. Hands to the face on the Niners. And that will be a repeat of first down. Brandon Ayuk. Oh, I guess they got him blocking the back. Sorry, not hands to the face. I'm misreading my signals. I don't have the audio all the time, so I got to remember my official signals. So, yeah, he did look like he kind of came around to the back on that one. Officials are definitely calling it tight tonight. That will bring up 1st and 18. 11:48 to go here in the second quarter. Niners leading 7-0. Empty formation here for Brock Purdy. Drops back to pass. Looking. He's got George Kittle over the middle. George Kittle with a 7-yard gain there on a little drag route underneath. Second down. But Russell Marqueux, I'm seeing the same kind of thing. You're seeing it right. You're seeing it correctly. You're seeing it clearly. It's your eyes are not, you've got a rookie 7th round quarterback, 11 for 11 for 98 yards right now. And McCaffrey's running 8 times for 43 yards. So offensively, they're doing whatever they want to you. Whatever they want. There's no way to dress this up. 2nd and 9. It's only 7 points, but I'm just responding to the comments, and they're right on point. 2nd and 9, Seahawks bring a little bit of pressure here, and it makes Brock Purdy uncomfortable, and he throws his first incompletion of the game on pressure, on a blitz. Wow. Look what happens when you bring a blitz. It's almost like maybe we should do that more often. Like, he's completed every pass throughout this game with us out blitzing, and then the one time we blitz, we get an incomplete pass. Somebody got the hangover meme where he's doing the calculations at the table. Shotgun here, 3rd and 9 for Brock Purdy. Seahawks showing a blitz look again here. They kind of drop out of it. And it's a bad throw there by Purdy there. Grounds that one. So it's 2 straight incompletions on Purdy. Nice job by the defense to ratchet that one down as it was starting to look a little bit ugly there. And good job by Clint Hurt. Manufacture some help for your defense. For folks who wonder why I've harped on this at times of what do you have to lose by bringing the pressure? That they may gouge you deep down the football field, that they may end up hitting a big play. Well, you're getting bled slowly to death on the constant as it is. So that's really not a realistic fear to have. And as you saw there, when you blitz, you can manufacture stuff. You can speed up a quarterback's clock. You can take a quarterback who's 11 of 11 and getting into his comfort zone, getting into his rhythm, and you knock him off his rhythm. And that's just what they did, because the heels of that second, then you come back on the second play after the blitz, you show the pressure look again, you get Brock going, oh my gosh, it's coming again now. And now he's out of that just playing. He's out of that freewheeling, dealing kind of thing of it, like you were watching early on here through the first couple of drives there with him. So good on Hurt. I got to give him props when he's doing something that's awesome there. That's good. It's a great call. I like the fake out on the second one. That's some schematic advantages you're giving your players as a whole, as opposed to just wholly relying on them to go out there and carry the whole load. You as the coaching staff needs to carry some of that load and helping them with that and putting them in the position to succeed at times, which is what they were doing there with that. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Orange Cat is really chomping that salmon. Keep an eye, because I almost died eating ranch corn nuts this afternoon. Yeah, she loves those salmon things. I mean, they're both bad. Both my cats are always chasing me into the kitchen now when I go to get them, because they always think it's always salmon treat time now. So it's gotten a little bit annoying with them both on that. But yeah, they gob that thing down. It must taste like magic in their mouth, because the way that they eat it is just like, I have one that doesn't even chew. She just vacuums it up. She does like the coneheads used to eat. Just like, whoa, dear God. David Pugh with another $5 donation. Says Brooks, Barton, Collier, Taylor, Jefferson, Puna, all invisible unless in their respective roles against the run or pass. Just my humble opinion. Yeah, I think with Jefferson and Puna, they're good to give you that one pressure a game where you might have that sit in your brain a little bit. But outside of that, absent that, there's not a whole hell of a lot they're giving you, beyond that. And yeah, I would agree with you on that. This is a place where I've also been landing at recently where I don't think Jordan Brooks is going to go anywhere, but I also think you better get a hell of a linebacker aside from him if you're going to be rolling with him into the future, because there are some stuff to his games that are a little bit held back. The coverage stuff, like we saw on the George Kittle touchdown tonight, is always going to kind of be a part of his game. And for the very reasons you saw the Kittle touchdown undertake itself, where he's buying in on the run game. So the play fake, he always wants to be a run defender first, causes him to take false steps, which then takes him out of position in his zone drops, and usually gives the players a step ahead of him, a step or two head start on him, which then allows them to be open and balls then to be complete on him. So I don't disagree with that either, David. Appreciate the donation, man. Well said. Mumbles with the $5 donation says, a decently called game thus far by the refs. Refreshing. Pretty even. Yeah, they're definitely being free and easy with the flags, but and we got to give here to Kenneth Walker to start things up on this drive. Not a lot to work with there in the play, a couple yard gain, but they're definitely calling it tight. I'm okay with calling it tight though, as long as you are calling it equal on both sides. And so it does look like out the gate they are calling it pretty equally, I would say. Well said, Mumbles. I would say so. I'd say so. Hopefully they can keep it up in that same spot. And we are only down 7-0. I know we're painting at times a little bit of a bleak picture here, but Hawks are still in this game right now. Tuafonga comes up looking to show a blitz look here for Geno, is in shotgun now. Geno recognizes it this time, gets it blocked up, dropping back to pass. Hits DK Metcalf over the middle on Jimmy Ward for a first down. That's a matchup that I'm attacking. Jimmy Ward's really a safety first and foremost. If they're going to have him out there playing corner at this point, I got to go after him. I got to test him. Jimmy playing some press coverage looks here against DK. And he's definitely being nice and handsy out there as Jimmy Ward too. He's getting both his hands up on the chest plate well after they're past 5 yards going up the football field. 1st and 10. Geno back in shotgun, empty formation here, 5 wide. Looking to throw. Hits DK back under the middle once again here. He's got DK open for a good 15-yard gain there. DK and Warner are doing some John. DK, you already got one penalty. Let's not get another one here. Nice route there by DK to get some good clear space there. Really gave a good little juke at the stem of his route to clear himself inside, opened up. 1st down and 10. 8:50 to go here in the second quarter. Niners up 7-0. Geno in shotgun. Another throw back over to DK. And this will be incomplete. Ward was on it. A little short out route they were trying to run there. And Geno threw that behind DK on that play. 2nd and 10. Back in shotgunning here again. Geno empty once again. Drop back to throw. He's got Kenneth Walker right at the sidelines for about a gain of 3 yards or so. Bring up a 3rd and long. 3rd and 8. I'll give him 2. Three wide. Niners are showing a blitz look here. 3rd and 8. Play is going to be signaled dead here. Somebody jump. Looks like we've got a false start here by the Hawks. That one's going to be on Tyler Lockett. Third and 13. Seems like every 3rd down we've been in this game has been 3rd and 12, 3rd and 13. 4th penalty for 40 yards for the Hawks here in the second quarter already. Geno back in shotgun. Niners are showing another blitz here. They're bringing it. Geno looking. He's going to try to run and scramble with this. He's got some room, and Geno's going to get free and clear and out of bounds for a 1st down. Great job by Geno Smith there to slow play that one as he was breaking free of the pocket. And that will be a 1st down. Great play by Geno to use his legs there. Had an earlier moment in this game where he didn't take that kind of situation and we had the opportunity. He did so here, which was great to see. Nice little pump fake to keep the defender held so he would have enough time to get over the sideline there for a 1st down. And that's not a penalty on Tuafonga, which is the coaches on the sideline are calling for, but that's not. 1st and 10, 3 tight end look here. The give is into Walker. Walker up through the middle of the defense. Nice little run there for about 6 yards. Second and short here. Snail with a $5 donation says, so sorry, just got home, put on my lucky socks and jersey now. My bad. It's okay, Snail. You engaged it, though, when you did. Whatever you did on your end, you moved the bunny rabbit ears antennas in just the right direction because it's clicked in now. So it was you. You were the final piece of this puzzle, my man. Gino calls man in motion, Noah Fant. Drops back on second down, hits Fant on an out route off motion in the flat. Fant makes the catch, gets upfield for a gain of about 7 or 8 yards. Nice little drive here by the Seattle Seahawks running along here. Good to see. So good on you, man. Better late than ever on that. And luckily, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of damage done as you've not gotten those socks on. So we can overcome the damage that's happened. We can correct this now. Let's go. Nice throw there by Gino on that out route. It's a little short route, but put it in the right spot. Give your man a chance to turn upfield. Tyler Lockett goes in motion now, 1st and 10. Gino back in shotgun. Going to hit DK Metcalf underneath for a really short gain here of about a yard or 2. Second down. Gino put that ball right on the body of DK there. Wasn't going to get a lot, but I like their tack and Ward. That should be a mismatch for us. If we got a free safety playing on DK Metcalf on the outside, the Niners aren't doing it because they want to. They're doing it because they've, of course, got some corner deficiencies coming into this game as far as injuries go. Second down and 8. Gino back in shotgun. Looking around. He's going to let it rip. That ball is thrown right up over the top. Bounces out of the hands of Tuafonga. Was trying to target Colby Parkinson into the end zone there. Well, I don't know what Gino saw on that play. That just wasn't open any which way but loose there. I mean, if he's going to throw that, you got to throw that up high and then give Colby a chance to get up and then use his height and size. Put it in the back of the end zone where only his guy gets a chance at it. Third down and 8. Gino again in shotgun here from the 20. Looking to pass. He's under a lot of pressure. Ends up throwing it in the ground in front of Travis Homer as there was a ton of pressure from the Niners on that play. Had to get rid of it. Eric Armstead from inside brought the pressure as he looped around as a stunter there. Niners just running some games on that one, not a blitz or anything. This will bring out Jason Myers to kick this one. 38-yard kick here. Kick is stroked up and good. Myers continues to have an excellent year. Pumps that one through, and Seattle inches just a little bit closer to the San Francisco 49ers, 7-3, with 4:47 to go here in the second quarter. All right. That's some signs of life. Some signs of life. It's alive. It's alive. David Pugh with a $2 donation says, screw Brooks. Let his mama love him. Go somewhere else. I feel you, man. I feel like my evaluation on him draft night was right on point. I live streamed it. I feel like I was right on the button with my assessment of the guy, and that as a pro, he's been exactly that, which is not all bad. It's just that we're in a modern age of a passing league, and if you as a linebacker can't coverage worth a lick, if you as a linebacker can't really cover, and you have an issue in particular in zone defenses, it's not going to be a good fit going to a defense that doesn't attack a whole lot and plays a lot of zone defense. It just wasn't really the greatest of fits for him, say nothing of the fact you played him out of position. You may still be playing him out of position, at least through his first 2 years. But I don't think he goes anywhere. I looked into a bit of the deal on this, and he's going to be due basically the same amount as far as what he makes next year versus what it would cost to get rid of him. So you gain nothing from a cap standpoint if you were to trade him or do anything in that respect. And they probably just bring him back for his 4th season at his current cap number as it stands, I would say, David. But maybe they can upgrade the Cody situation. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, hey, look at that tight end set run play working. What? I know. Yeah, it was a great point. I remember you bringing that up before too, Mumbles, that maybe with the 3 tight end sets, they could help out less than what they're doing necessarily in the pass game, which is great, but more that they could help out in the run game, that would theoretically be a place that'd be beneficial. That should be what that gives you if you can trot out 3 tight ends. If you have talented enough guys that can do the things you need a tight end to do, like in the run blocking game at that point, can you take on a linebacker and win? I've seen a little more of the 3 tight end set this week, it looks like, in this game. I like it. It's something that makes it's unique to us, and it seems like it's worked for us in both the pass and in the rushing element of things this year so far. So, well cited on your part, Mumbles. And I see the same. And Seahawks so far in this game, stopping the run wise, we get Christian McCaffrey, 8 carries for 43 yards, so he is averaging a 5.4 yard carry. A lot of that on the back of a 23-yard run that he did have. Brock Purdy's 11 to 13 for 98 yards and a touchdown to begin things here. So we'll see what the defense can bring here on this upcoming drive. Seahawks do have all 3 of their timeouts here in the second quarter, as does the Niners. And out they will come back onto the pitch. Geez, McCaffrey already has 469 yards rushing with the Niners just since he's come over in the trade from Carolina. Ooh. Well, they're getting their draft pick money worth, aren't they? All right, Purdy comes out in a pistol look formation here. Haven't seen this yet today. Play action pass to McCaffrey. He's going to look down the field there. Great play by Ryan Neal in coverage. It looked like George Kittle was going to come up with it initially, and Ryan Neal got his paw pulled in there and ripped that ball out of his hands before he could come down and make the catch. Ryan Neal continues to play some sensational football right now. Step for step in there with Kittle, pulls that hand in there and rips it out. Just a great play. Great active hands there on his part. Wow. Fantastic. Kid is balling right now. And that's B-A-L-L, not B-A-W-L. 2nd and 10. Purdy back in shotgun. Tariq Woolen comes up showing a press look on the outside. We've got a penalty marker here. Looks like Bruce Irvin was offsides, and this will be a free play for Brock Purdy. He's going to run it out of bounds there for about a 5 or 6 yard gain. Seahawks defenders on that defensive line are really trying right now to get themselves a little extra jump, a little extra leap. Try to utilize that 12th man to the utmost, and they're finding themselves popping just a little bit early and trying to get offsides there. This will bring up 2nd and 5. They're calling Woolen for offsides on the play, I guess. Not Irvin there. Sorry, Bruce. My bad, Bruce. Woolen got excited because they brought him up in press coverage. He's been playing off coverage all year, and they brought him up for a little press look, and he's like, yeah. I don't know how they called him, though. It did look like it was Bruce to me. I think they're just bad. I think they meant Bruce, and they called Tariq. 2nd and 5 from the 30-yard line here. Purdy given to McCaffrey. He's met in the hole by Cody Barton. Brooks comes over to help out his running mate and bring him down for a gain of just a couple. Good job by Cody Barton, staying in the hole there. Keeping it tight, not letting McCaffrey get past him. It's a tough tackle in the open field as McCaffrey in that respect. Especially to kind of almost bring him to a stop as Barton was able to do there. 3rd down and short. 3rd and 1. .341 to go here in the second quarter. Niners coming out shotgun, though they are in a 2 tight end look here. Purdy, they give up the middle here to McCaffrey. McCaffrey right up through the middle, and he's going to get the first down. McCaffrey able just to squirt through the middle of the line there. Give himself a couple yards. And they went right at Puna there. It's one of those oddities with Puna where he used to hold up so well on double teams, and now when the double team comes, it always drives him back. 1st and 10. Pitch play out to McCaffrey wide. Seattle strings this out really well, and it's going to be a gain of maybe a half yard there. Good job by the defense there. Niners have been attacking inside in the running game, and that was a counter to the outside, which they haven't been doing as much of in this game. McCaffrey can be deadly with that stuff. Good job there, disciplined by the Seahawks defense to hold that one down. Second down and 9. Purdy in shotgun. He's dropped back to throw. They've got a screen set up here. Seattle's all over it. Uchenna Nwosu and Jordan Brooks combo on that one to snuff that sucker out before it even had a chance to go anywhere. Great job by the two defenders to converge there. Had that read and figured out right from the jump. And that will bring us to the 2-minute warning. Let me get a little more coffee. One sec, folks. All right. Mumbles with another $2 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. He says, is it me or is Barton playing better than Brooks? No, it's not you. Indeed, I think in recent weeks, Barton has slowly but steadily improved throughout that time from really the really bad start that he was in on. I think at the same time, there has been not that Brooks has ever really played great this year, but there's been probably a little bit of a slight downturn in his game as well. Not a huge, but a bit of a dip. Looking at it this week, I was posting an article for my channel, and I kind of wanted to look at where PFF had both those guys for the season. They're both within 1% of each other, but there was a point in time when Barton was easily 5 to 10 points below Brooks. And, Barton does give you ability in coverage. He holds up well there. It was about him cleaning up his stuff in the run game. And if he's cleaning that up as he has appeared to be doing in recent weeks, then that would put him theoretically ahead of Brooks. As far as how he's playing, but neither are setting exactly the high water mark for play from middle linebackers at the end of the day. But your eyes aren't lying to you. I'll say that. They're not lying. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 dono. Thank you, Jacob. I really do appreciate it. It says, need to keep Neal for next year. That dime package will look real nice with Adams back. Really hope for a defensive line in free agency and the draft, though. Love your thoughts on that, man. I would love to bring back Neal too. I'm a little worried at this point, Jacob, that he's getting to a place where he's going to make himself some money here, and that he's put so many of these games on back-to-back performances of well played. I know the safety market is not one that you get a lot of money for, or you get really highly paid on. But nonetheless, Seattle's not going to be able to go out there and compete with anybody who gives him even a marginal contract. If it's a 3-year, $18 million deal, I don't think the Hawks could swing that. I want to have him brought back. I do. And we got a third 11 quick snap here by Purdy. Oh, Quandre Diggs had an interception ricochet right off of his chest. He was all over the play and just could not bring that ball in. 4th down and 11. Diggs reading the eyes of the quarterback all the way through. He was on this play. Purdy looked right at him and still threw it. And I think Diggs just couldn't believe he threw it. It's like, he's going to throw it right to me? Right to me? Sherman on the sideline can't believe it. It's about the 4th dropped interception for Diggs this year. He might be leading the league in NFL and that haven't been all tough catches necessarily. This punt will send Lockett back to about the 18-yard line where he'll fair catch it, but nonetheless, great job by the defense there to hold up strong and steady. I know I've been knocking them quite a bit here today, but bottom line, you've given up 7 points to the San Francisco offense through this first half. I think we got to give them credit for playing pretty good football here overall, at least to keep them on points. Not been perfect, but it's good enough, and they're giving our offense a chance here. If the offense can be just marginally good in this game, they can come back and take this game over with. So props with that. But Jacob, I appreciate your $5 donation. That's my worry at this point. It's not a matter for me of if I wouldn't want to, bring him back, but if we can afford him. 1st and 10, 1:48 to go in the second quarter. Niners bringing a press look up on the outside, showing a blitz. They're bringing it. Geno lets it rip to the outside. He's got Tyler Lockett there for a gain of about 6 or 7 yards. Tyler's going to run this back out. 2-minute drill here going. Clock continues to run. Back in shotgun. 2nd and 3. Drops back to throw. He's looking. Nice catch by Marquise Goodwin there. And a very good throw by Geno Smith. There was not very much separation on that play. Had to throw that out route and just threw it past the defender there to complete that ball. Well thrown. That does stop the clock. Geno's still going to run a little bit of a hurry up here nonetheless. He likes the personnel grouping here from San Francisco. He's going to run a little bit of a run play up the middle here to Travis Homer, who will gain about 3 or 4 yards and not much else. 1:17 to go here in the second quarter. Geno guiding traffic. Back in shotgun, quickly set. Dropping back to throw. Hits Travis Homer back underneath. Travis Homer's going to have a first down, and that's going to be fumbled. That ball is going to be bouncing right back up to the San Francisco 49er player. Looks like Jimmy Ward's up the football field, and he'll be down to the 5-yard line. Travis Homer started to put 2 hands on the ball, but stopped. I don't think he ever saw the linebacker coming from his blind side on the play. He was locked in on the defender in front of him. Greenlaw just completely blasted him and knocked the ball free. I would have let Kronos. I hear what you're saying. The Homer could have done anything in the moment. It's a good play by Greenlaw, but the arm started to come up for the second arm, and then it went away. He didn't bring it in and put the second arm up, and that's why you got to protect and wrap when you're anticipating contact. Is you know you're going into a pile, you're about to take a hit. You got to get that second arm on the ball, and it seemed like he was. I don't know if maybe wanted to keep that one free arm for trying to protect himself on the fall to the ground, but the arm's got to come up in there and then wrap it up there. All right. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, man, right after I talked S, Brooks does that, laughing out loud. Yeah, there you go. I appreciate you, Mumbles, for all the donos, man. I do. Come on, Travis. This is what your job is to do, man. You're a third down back. You touch the ball 5 times a game. You can't fumble on one of those 5 times. Second and goal from the 1-yard line for Purdy and company. The give will be up the middle to McCaffrey for a touchdown. Niners will go up 14-3 here. Guard Knight with a $5 donation says, I'm under the impression Pat McAfee is at the game tonight on the Niners sideline. Any truth to this? None that I'm aware of. I didn't know that was the case. That'd be funny if it was. And again, the Niners go right at Poona Ford, who gets driven right out of his hole there at the line of scrimmage. I mean, Poona, that wasn't even a double team on Poona there. That was just single blocked, and the guy just took Poona right out of the A gap. Just picked him up and I'm going to put you over here. 14-3, and boy, disappointing. Defense has played so much better this half than deserved to come out of this with 14 points. Offense just can't afford to make these kind of mistakes in a game like this. It's too tight of a football game. And wow. That's all I got to say on that one. But I'm not sure, Garth. I didn't hear on that with Pat McAfee. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. Jacob Gussinger, $2 donation. So is anyone getting fired if we get embarrassed? No. I would put like less than a 1% chance anybody is fired or any that way. The season's going to be viewed as too much of a success at this point with the Wilson trade, and people think it was a rebuild year. There'll be excuses given, and it'll be like, well, we'll get it figured out next year. We just got to get some free agents in here, and we got our draft picks coming, and da. But it doesn't mean that should be the case. I don't know on that one. I don't know on that one. Props to the Niners defense, though. They played a whale of a half here. I mean, that Greenlaw play is great. He's coming in from the side like that and Homer just closed his eyes and leaned his head down as far as he could go. I don't know. It was kind of a strange play there by Homer on that one. Short kick here. 47 seconds to go. Seahawks do have 2 timeouts remaining. We'll take this back up to about the 30-yard line or so. But, yeah, Jacob, I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't. I think there'll be excuses kind of given to it on that side of it. That Quandary Diggs drop pick is as brutal as it gets. They don't come in easier than that interception. That was as simple as it possibly could be. 1st and 10, Geno in shotgun here from the 30-yard line. 40 seconds remaining. DK Metcalf with a catch down the football field for a first down on a bomb. Flag on the play. They're saying he caught it. Hell of a catch by DK Metcalf there. And they're going to call offensive pass interference on DK. Jimmy Ward's been grabbing him all game long, and yeah, he's pulling on the jersey there. Ref's going to probably see that. I don't know why he pulled on the jersey. He didn't have to. I don't. Did that affect things? I don't know. Did that give him an advantage with the guy? I don't know. 1st and 20. Geno back in shotgun again here. Throws it out to Tyler Lockett. Tyler's going to get up the football field here. Get a little bit of that yards back. 28 seconds to go. Seahawks going to try to get this at least into field goal range. Bring this back to a 1-score game if they could do so. Geno go back into shotgun here now. 2nd and 7. Dropping back to throw. Going to let this one rip to the sideline, and it's like a 2 or 3 yard gain there. Don't know why you make that throw. The Seahawks are going to have to use a timeout there after that throw. It's a 3 yard gain there. Kind of an odd throw. You need to get yards up the football field. I guess it's Charvadius Ward. I was thinking Jimmy Ward. Why did I think it's Jimmy Ward? Yeah. The thing with that DK grabby thing is like Ward's been grabby all day long. So if they're going to let him get away with the hand fighting one side, they got to let it get away on the other side too. And you call it even cleanly at that point. You can't just call it one way. I really don't like that call. I get by the letter of the law, it's whatever, but you're not calling it by the letter of the law tonight. Be consistent. 3rd and 4, Geno drops back to throw. He's looking. He's got Kenneth Walker with nowhere to go. There's 50 Niners all around him after the catch. 4th down. Niners are going to call a timeout here. 17 seconds to go. Don't know why Geno's not trying to push the ball up the field there. I guess the pressure's coming. That's 2 plays back-to-back where you just threw 2 basically check-down throws. You got 17 seconds left. You got to get the ball up the football field. Mumbles with the $5 donation says, when the ball's on the ground, the white jerseys are all over it. Announcers again, you don't say. Yeah, you don't say. Thank you for the $5 dono, Mumbles. I really appreciate all the donos to the channel, man. Very kind of you. Yeah, Niners defense is flying around tonight, man. It's a well-played game in this first half by them. Dixon with a great punt, but nobody's down there on the punt coverage unit to do anything with it, I guess. So it'll go back into the end zone. Seahawks have 16 total drives against the Niners defense this season. 10 punts, 3 turnovers, 2 times that time ran out, and only 3 points scored in 16 drives. The Niners are just going to go ahead and take a knee on this one. So that will take us into halftime. Niners up 14-3 on the Seahawks. Had some chances this first half. Had some chances, much like this season. I can't blame this on things outside of our control. We've had things in our control this year. We've had in every one of these games, maybe with the exception of the first Niner game, you've had your chances to go and take control of the game. Quandre Diggs pick bouncing off of his chest, or Travis Homer there, who's got a first down reception there. If he just holds on to the ball, that's going to be a first down, and you're driving. You've had your shots here in this game, and instead you found a way to kind of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit. And I do feel like Homer had some control in that play. When you touch the ball 5 times over the course of the game of back, if you know you're not going to be the lead back, if you know you're only coming in and down as a third down guy, you can't afford to be a guy fumbling at that point. It's one thing if I got to give the guy 20 carries a game and then there's going to be a fumble every once in a while. It's another when you've had you've had 30 touches on the year. You can't fumble there. Can't happen. Not in a game like this. Can't make that kind of mistake. And if he had wrapped it up with 2 hands, I might give him a little bit of breathing room on that, but he was one arm in it. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, game over, season over. Looking forward to the draft. Well, it's going to be hard to mount back and come back off this, because if the Niners were already going to be running the ball a lot with it being a close game, having you by more than a touchdown now, and they get the ball at the start of the half, they're going to be wearing down this defense in the run game. And I said that a big key in this game coming in was that you would be able to keep them under 30 attempts. And only so far in the first half does McCaffrey have 8 attempts, but I have a feeling that number is going to triple as we get into the second half. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of it at that point. Appreciate you, Adrian XA. Thank you so much. Jacob Kessinger with the $2 donation says, I'm kind of regretting that Quandre deal right now. He's not been the same player. With me, I made this argument about signing Diggs to an extension. I understood why the team did it. I understood that the team maybe did it because of the fact, Jacob, they wanted to have a leader in the locker room. I might argue I don't know how much leadership he's bringing in the locker room, but I understand that was the reason they wanted to make it. But my worries with making that deal is you had a guy that was going to be 30 years old coming off the most major injury of his career, and it felt like you're paying for a lot of past performance there rather than what he was going to be into the future. And that's why I didn't like, signing that deal. On top of the fact now you've got more invested into the safety position than any team in the NFL. It's going to hamstring you into the future here. It's not a problem that's just ending. It's a problem that's just kind of beginning. And you don't have a way of getting out from under really Diggs or Adams' deal at this point. They've put themselves into a corner with these deals, and especially with how the defense is performing. If you're going to be so outlandish and go so opposite the rest of the league, who's devaluing safety, who's not paying safety, who's certainly not paying 2 safeties top of the market at the same time, then you better get great performance out of them if you're going to take that road. And that's not been the case. Just hasn't been the case on that, unfortunately. Folks, bear with me 1 second. We do got a halftime here now, so I will be just right back momentarily speaking. If you do like what you're listening to, even though I do moan and complain quite a bit about my team, do me a favor, please, and hit that like button if you could for me. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. So just do me that favor, if you could. Even if you just hit that like button for me, it does help this channel out considerably. And I'll be right back, folks. Right back. What a first half. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Got everything you want. All right, well, this is going to be fun to break this one down in, folks. We're going to be in for some good times tonight. We picking over this sucker. A lot of talk about here with this one. And boy, I've had some sensitive folks this week that have come in my comment section about having any criticism for this team, and I still can't quite get it at times when I hear that in my comment section. Sometimes when you see things with the team, you go, really? There's nowhere to criticize on this team? It should be all praise at this point. But we're going to definitely be unpacking a lot of this particular football game. For your first half stats, Brock Purdy's 11 of 13 for 98 yards, 1 touchdown, 123.7 rating for the 7th round rookie quarterback. Christian McCaffrey's got 8 carries for 43 yards and a 5.4 yard per carry average. Defensively speaking, the Niners have 1 sack in the first half for Hunga Funga. On the offensive side of things, Geno Smith is 9 of 17 for 53 yards, averaging 3 yards an attempt. Not exactly trying to push the ball up the field, are we? Geno Smith's also your leading rusher in this game, tied with Walker at 18 yards. Walker 6 carries for 18 yards. Geno 1 carry for 18 yards. DK Metcalf leading the way, 5 targets, 3 catches, 28 yards for him. Not much going on there. And of course, you don't have any sacks in the first half and 1 quarterback hit on the 13 dropbacks of Brock Purdy, which I'm pretty sure occurred on a blitz at that. So, yeah. Kind of a rough one, folks. I'm going to try to remain positive here. I'm going to try not to get too dark on you guys here, but it was a pretty rough first half. I'm not going to lie to you on that one. And again, if you're talking about who's the team out here in this game who looks like they're raring to go, who's the team out there, playing with fire and like they're playing for something this year and that they're on a quest. Kind of feels more like the Niners to me right here in this game versus our team. Across the board, it's like, who's ready to go here? Who was ready to bring it here today? And the defense has had moments they've turned things around in the half. Even though there's 14 points, not really on them. They had that ball at the 5-yard line when the Niners took over. I thought they played a really pretty overall solid half, at least at keeping points off the board for the Niners and keeping the drives pretty well restricted. It's really more of almost the offensive shortcomings as much as anything in that first half, though it wasn't great football on either side. So, again, there's not a lot of good to turn over any way you look at this, so to speak. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, Paul, for your donations. And I just want to thank again, all of you guys are so kind on this channel with all the donations and the support to the channel. You guys have been throughout this whole season. And I really want to thank everyone out there for all you guys have done because it's been amazing this year, the support we've gotten here. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Paul. He says, I'm not taking a shot at Geno, but it may be lucky he hasn't thrown multiple picks. The score could be worse and our comable cheers. And overcomable cheers. Could be worse and not overcomable. Cheers. Well, cheers to you, Paul. Thank you. And I think you're on the right mark here. I've been a big Geno supporter, but I'm not going to also just stand that mark because I've once been. And I can't lie that there has been more interceptable worthy throws being thrown by him recently. I've seen more of these balls getting in defenders' hands that aren't getting picked, but they're bad throws. And the decision making isn't great. And you come off the first game here against the Niners and you have your coaching staff going, boy, we should have pushed the ball a little bit more up the football field. We should have trusted our rookie tackles a little bit more. Maybe the Niners are just playing a lot of safe coverages on the back end and they're just really soft in what they're doing. But at 3 yards an attempt, it just doesn't really feel like you're doing a whole lot to try to push that ball or do anything differently from an offensive attack than you did in that first game from the passing side of things. And again, what do you have to lose? Try to push the ball up that football field. I like to see them go for it with DK on that go route. The ref just happened to decide, and again, it looks bad when he rips the jersey like that. When the jersey pulls like DK did, it's right there in front of the official. It's, it's again, but then that's where I would get mad about it. They let him get grabby though with the other kid. Ward was grabby the whole first half. So I don't understand how it works one way, but not the other way with that. But it is what it is. Still would like to see them take more shots though, Paul. And, we're not getting prime Geno here last week or this week necessarily. Not bad, but just not what we were getting early on in the year at least. Thank you, Paul. Megan with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. I really do appreciate it. Says, not sure if I have any hope left for this game, but it is what it is. I love my team and coach, but I can feel a migraine coming on, so may have to step out for a bit. I understand you. I think I've got a migraine coming on too, Megan. I think mine's working as well over here on my end. And I understand. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It just is what it is with this a little bit right now. And it doesn't mean that we don't, break down why it is what it is. But, you kind of just see what we're seeing in recent weeks here. And it's a team at this point in time that you'd like to be seeing playing its best football on both sides of the football, playing with a spirit, playing like they're playing for something, like they've got their eye on the prize. And especially with some of the mental errors and the mistakes you see out there and guys doing stuff that doesn't make sense at times, it makes you do bring into question a little bit of that if they're all on that same kind of approach that you need to be in the NFL. You can't have a roster that's half in or 70% that's half in that way. You need everybody kind of bought into that realm of things. I'm not saying I know one way or the other, but it does appear at times this team, it's not completely all there, buttoned down, tightened up. Thank you though, Megan. I appreciate it. I hope you are not getting that migraine. Vector 7 with a $5 donation says, dude, I'm going to be so drunk for the post-game breakdown. Holy moly. Looking forward to it either way. I'm here with you all to our next Super Bowl. I love it, man. I know you'll be riding with me on that till we get to that next point. And yeah, we're gonna be having some fun with the breakdown. And we're gonna be discussing into this. And it's a little tougher game to break down for this one from this first half alone, because there's some things going on that aren't just as easy peasy of one side of the ball or the other isn't working. But the important part of this team is that even though we look through the lens of this has been a successful year and much more successful than we thought, I don't think that we can allow that to be an end-all be-all salve that we apply to any situation going on with this team. The new scheme's not being implemented. Well, it's a great year. It's been a fantastic year. It's been so miraculous. Just ignore that. Okay. Well, Coach Carroll's not taking steps forward in updating his defensive scheme. Yeah, why are you complaining? Who are you to complain? It's a great year. Be happy with what we got. Nobody thought we were going to be here. Just ignore that. I stand as a person going, I can't operate in that realm of just saying ignore it, because this is a lot about where we go to the future and what this team will be in the future. And if you don't have these issues corrected in the future, hard to see the team ever becoming elite, say nothing of this season. So it's why I think a lot of why we got to look at where this team's going wrong a little bit and make the assessment. Is it a 1 year off, or is it something that we're going to see kind of into the future because it's not being corrected? And I'm not saying I have a certain answer on that, but I do think it's a valid conversation to have and worth turning over. Thank you for Sector 7. Do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. Here's the kickoff. Taking up the field, a nice return by the 49er up to McLeod. Ray McLeod takes this up to the 41-yard line here of the Niners there on that return. What do our Seahawks have? What is our answer here? Are we going to come out and provide some fight? Are we going to lay down? We're going to try to bring this thing back in. What is this personality of this team right now? What is the identity by which they are going to take this season? Here's your biggest game of the year. Here's your moment to show this fans in your house, in your home, who you are and what you are. 30 minutes of football to go. 1st and 10. Brock Purdy under center. The give is into McCaffrey. He's going to wind his way up the middle here for a gain of 4. Second down and 5. Purdy coming out in a pistol formation. Kyle Juszczyk to his left. Drops back to pass. Looking slant route. Comes back to the left side of the football field. He's got George Kittle wide open down the field for a huge, huge gain. Kittle's going to cut through some tackles. Some miserable tackling attempts in the open field by Quandre Diggs and Cody Barton, which will lead Kittle to score a touchdown. So just nobody decided to cover George Kittle on the play. I mean, why would you, right? Why would you ever try to cover George Kittle? I mean, he's worthless as a player, right? Like, he can't catch, can't run. It's not like he's scored in this game already. Not like they're down Deebo Samuel and he's one of their only real dangerous threats down the football field. Who needs to cover that guy? Why would you ever want to do that? That's ridiculous. Let him go wide open. I'm sure the quarterback won't throw to him. Are you watching this, Cat? Do you see this? I ain't gonna get mad at it tonight. I'm only laughing about it tonight. I ain't getting emotional about it tonight. No, I'm gonna laugh about it. It's reached a point of hilarity for me. I've been angry about it for weeks. I've been angry about it for years. This defense and the way it play, just okay. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Mumbles with a $5 donation says, man, everybody's so down right now in a close game. Defense is playing great. Haven't given up points since they woke up minus a fumble at the 5-yard line. It got dark after your donation, I think, really quickly there, Mumbles. It has. You're right. No, I mean, they did. I think they played a better half than the 14 points on the board that was posted. I think that kind of play right there, Mumbles, maybe shows a little bit of why people do get down in this defense, even from a quick fashion of things, is that there just isn't the resistance there. You look at how hard it is for our offense to go uphill, and yeah, the Niners have way more talent and are way better defensively, but even other defenses, there's more of a challenge to get up a football field. And we just sometimes just sort of just, lean, just open up wide. That's it. You feel like that's what we're doing defensively before the play. Open up wide. And that's where I think it gets people down, because you go, man, we didn't even fight that. We didn't even, George Kittle running free out in the open field. I mean, I don't even know how he does that when you run these simplified coverages that are all zone based, and half the time you're running the same zone coverage every time. I guess we ran man there, but maybe not man there, but trying to be positive, Mumbles. I'm trying, man. Mumbles with the $5 donation says, playing against the number one defense ain't going to be easy, but we've been able to move it. We're still in an offense and need to wake up, and it looks like they are. Well, I appreciate all the donations, man, and I hope you're right with that. And I think hopefully the rest of the chat, I'm trying to maintain a even-keeled spirit here. But we've had our defense have it take it to us this year quite a bit of time. And that was a tough drive. Let's see what our offense can do now on the side of it, though, Mumbles. They have been able to move the drive. You're right. And there is that. So I'm trying, Mumbles. I'm trying. Garland with a $5 donation says, I must be watching a different game. The Hawks are invested in this game. A lot of game left, and we have the orange cat on our side. Well, I love the faith in my peoples out there. Let's keep the faith. I'm not done on it yet. Not down on it yet. Not done on it yet. We're still in this game. A lot of football left to be played. Down 21-3. Seahawks were showing a cover 3 look prior to that snap with Kittle. And they end out just, geez Louise. We do have the orange cat, Garth. That's a good point. She's worth something at least. She's worth a cute little face. Yeah. All right, Gino and shotgun here now. 1st and 10. Gives up the middle here to Kenneth Walker. Walker will get himself a 3-yard gain or so. Appreciate you, Garth, though. Mumbles you as well. Thank you for all the donations, man. I love your guys' positivity as well. Keep the spirit. Keep the hope. The game ain't over yet. A lot of game left to be played. Paul Third with a $5 donation says, the offensive line are playing like turnstiles. How is Gino expected to go deep? Maybe call Doc if they score on the opening drive in the second half. Cheers again. I may have to call Doc. Here's a little bubble screen out to Noah Fant on 2nd and 7 that will actually, I believe, gain -1 yard on the play. 3rd down. I'm gonna maybe have to call on the Doc. Text him now. Text him now here. Chad is calling on the Doc. All right, Gino and shotgun. 3rd and 8. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Niners showing a pressure-based look here. Geno drops back to throw. He's looking. A lot of pressure up in his face. Ball's hammered. Ball's going to be picked off. And this is going to be taken back. We do have a flag on the play, but this will be a touchdown for the Niners. We'll see what the flag is. Personal foul. Roughing the passer on the Niners. So that will negate the pick six interception on the play. Nick Bosa will get called for roughing the passer there. Looked like you got right there right after the throw. We'll see where this one was at. I don't know how that's roughing the passer. I don't see roughing the passer. Yeah, I don't. That's a good call for us. That's a beneficial call for us. That's absolutely, they're not even by letter of the law is that a roughing the passer call. 1st and 10, Geno back under center now. Play action pass. Blitz is right in his face. Boy, great job swinging away from it. Comes back underneath to Tyler Lockett. Flags thrown once again. Laundry on the field here. We may have offensive pass interference on Tyler Lockett on this play. Oh, no, they're going to call it in the defense. So illegal contact on the defense, which will be declined. 15-yard gain. Hawks driving here. So let's go. Let's go. Boy. Damian Lewis got beat right off the snap on that one. Good job by Damian Lewis, by Geno Smith to break free on that play. Seahawks on the San Francisco side of the field quickly here now. Gibbs going to be into Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of room to work with there. He'll maybe get about a yard on the play. Spectre7 says, dude, I could tackle better. What in the what? The Barton one was brutal. You understand the safeties that are undersized in the tight end, but the Barton one was like, oof. Geno drops back to throw here. Hits DK on a quick little out route here on 2nd and 9. So again, about 3 or 4 yards. Tackling not great. Tackling no bueno. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 dono. Says, we always get roasted by Kittle to think we'd pay attention to him. Yes, exactly. He beats us on the regular when he's in there and healthy. So let's ignore him for this game. 3rd down and 4. Geno in shotgun. Niners showing a pressure-based look. They drop out of it. Geno throws back underneath. Nice throw into Tyler Lockett on a nice little slant route for a 1st down. Seahawks. Geno hit the back foot, let it rip. Tyler ran a nice little route, laid out for the catch there. Well done. 1st down. Yeah, Jacob, we'll be definitely talking about that in the post game. You bring up a good point that I want to address a little bit, and it's a little bit of like what I would call the Aaron Donald rule, a little bit in application and prior to getting kind of these situations that happen like this with Kittle. All right, so we got 1st and 10 now. Geno back at shotgun, empty formations, trips to the far side of the field. He's looking deep into the end zone here. What a nice throw layered over the top to Derek Young, who makes the catch with a toe tap grab on the sideline. It will be a 1st down. We have yet another flag on the football field, though, so let's get the call. But Derek Young, beautiful throw by Geno, just layered that ball right over the top. He put it in a pinpoint location. A little raindrop from heaven on that one. Holding on the Seahawks, though, will negate this big play. And will repeat 1st down. They're going to call that on Abraham Lucas. Lucas taking on Ekubon. Got beat a little bit inside. And indeed, you see Lucas's hands getting a little bit wide on the jersey there. That's probably going to get called when those hands get wide, when they get outside and on the width. And especially it happens after he got beat inside. So good call by the officials. 1st and 20 here now for Geno. He sends Tyler Lockett in motion. Low snap, picks it up from his ankles there, gets DK here in the open field. DK suns Tre'Davious Ward with a little baby stiff arm, only able to get probably about another half yard outside of it. A little bit of jostling and banging back and forth between DK and Fred Warner. Oh, wow. Did we actually lose a yard on that play? The short passing game for the Seahawks today has not been very, it's really been short. Like short. 2nd and 21. Geno back again in shotgun here. Dropping back to throw. Nick Bosa's all over him, and this is going to be a sack all the way back at the 48-yard line. It's hard, I guess, to get the ball up the field. You don't have the pass protection to get it done, though, too, isn't it? Charles Cross just got beat on that play. The strength of Bosa there really showing up, driving him back a bit. Just couldn't stay in front of him. 3rd down and 32. Throw will be into DK Metcalf. We'll do a very good job with the run after the catch there to at least put this into a position of being a makeable field goal for the Seahawks. Geno once again on his back after that play. It'll be a long field goal, but was not going to be makeable from where Geno was at. So good job there by DK to get an extra 4 or 5 yards there after that catch to kind of get that a little bit closer. Myers comes out here for the kick. This will be a 51-yarder. No easy peasy business on this one. He is set up from the kicker's favorite hash. Kick is up. Kick goes right, swinging down through the middle. Good. And that would have been good from 58 yards. Nice kick there by Jason Myers. Puts the Seahawks in this game back within 2 touchdowns, 2 possessions. David P with a $5 donation says, guess who you all, Jordan Brooks apologizers. It's Brooks not dropping and not being aware in his zone. Cody being a soft speed bump. Little Kittle speeds through. David, thank you for the donation. And I think you kind of, there are those plays you get through the year that can sometimes give you a snapshot, almost in accumulation, almost of like, they say a picture says 1,000 words or a million. What is it? I'm butchering that one. I'm not a poet. Okay. I don't poet stuff, but there's the, picture's worth 1,000 words, whatever. A play can be worth 1,000 words sometimes. And you see things happen that have been, yep, that's exactly what we get from both these guys as far as from the problems they bring to play. They do have gifts, they have things they do bring to play that's good, but the issues that come with them are on wide display on that particular play. You've got Jordan Brooks, who for the second time in this game chooses not to cover George Kittle for whatever reason. I can only estimate as he doesn't really want to. I can't blame him on that. I wouldn't want to cover George Kittle either. Who wants to do that? But it is his responsibility. And he has a second straight time where he just completely whiffs on even going back into coverage. Not that he's beaten coverage, just doesn't get into coverage, doesn't get to his spot. And then you've got Cody Barton coming down after Quandre Diggs has just missed a tackle, and he completely overruns the ability in tackling Kittle as well and puts a pretty weak effort out there to bring him down. This is much of like what we saw with Cody Barton in the Lions game. You guys remember the TJ Hawkinson play where Hawkinson's running up the sideline on a big play. Barton comes over and just kind of soft shoves him, gives him a little baby hug, Hey bro, how's it going? And then lets him go past for a touchdown. Kind of had echoes of that. It was a reminder a little bit of that on that play. So yeah, I'm not an apologizer, David, and it's one of those things I've said for a while. It's a problem. He gave up 1,000 yards nearly last year from the linebacker position. That's a problem. He's not any better this year in coverage. That's a problem. It's not merely, well, he's a good run defender and he's such a hitter down there. He brings that's good to offset it. It's not enough to offset it. It's a problem on this defense. It's part of our issues. It's not gotten better as the year's gone along. He's regressed this season from what he was last year, playing out of position at the will linebacker position in a 4-3 defense. And I don't know what to make a whole hell of a lot out of that with. I don't expect him to be great in coverage, but he should know that he needs to drop back in coverage. He should know where his coverage responsibility is. If he gets beat dropping into a zone, that's one thing. But just not even dropping to your zone drop spot. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, what are we getting from Diggs? You tell me, man. Doesn't tackle in the running game. Seems to have lost his ability to now catch. He must have had 4 or 5 drops this year. And he does have a nose, I think, for knowing to be in the right place at the right time on some of those throws from a free safety standpoint to get those interceptions. And I'll give him credit for that. But the tackling's gone downhill. And the coverage is, I guess you prevent a lot of the big plays. 1st and 10, 21-6 here, Niners. Purdy back in a pistol formation, giving it right up the middle here to McCaffrey, who's got a little bit of space to work with. Driving forward for about a gain of 9. But the bottom line answer on that, Sanchez, is not a whole hell of a lot. Carl Nerney with a $2 don't know. Thank you, Carl. So just got back from with the kids. This D ain't it. Well, you can guarantee that I'm going to be unpacking it here in the post-game discussion in greater detail on it, Carl, but your bottom line point on that is the right point on it. This D isn't it. This D isn't working. This D isn't improving. This D isn't getting better as the year goes along. We've got to try to look at this D and go, how does this D get fixed in the future? And I think that's going to be some of the more virulent debates we have. Another pitch play here out to McCaffrey. He loses his footing. A good job by a defender to flash through there and grab him by the ankles as he was going past and get him to stumble a little bit. Was that Bruce? No, that was Tariq Woolen, I think. Oh, Tariq with a little dirty pool. Tariq stuck out his back leg to trip McCaffrey and it didn't get called. They do give him the first down though on the play. So totally did it purposefully. You could see Tariq kick out his legs as he was being blocked. Didn't get called. So, yeah. 1st and 10. Purdy back in shotgun. He gives up the middle here. Drugged down to the ground there by... Ooh, we got Cody Barton pulls him down. This is that guy. This 24 guy is the guy everyone tells me on Niner fans wise that guys like Marshawn, they say. We'll see. And already here you can see the Niners are going to lean into that running game. We've been down this road in recent weeks where even if the defense is kind of holding up somewhat, if they start working those attempts too high, too much of the time possession swings the other way, they're only going to be able to hold on kind of for so long, and they are up to 18 carries now in this game, are the Niners. 2nd down and 9. Dropping back to throw. Purdy under pressure. Dips underneath. It's Uchenna first forcing the pressure back inside, and Quentin Jefferson there to clean things up. Good sack by the Seahawks. That'll take the Niners into a 3rd and long. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation says, Velveeta is here. I figured they were already losing, so it's safe to make an appearance. Oh no, the Velveeta is here, Cheese. It's here. It's in the microwave. We just hit it at 45 seconds. It's gooey. It's hardening, but it's here. Thank you for the $5 don't know. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you. 3rd down and 15. Trips to the far side of the field here for Purdy. He's going to throw underneath here. Completes that pass. Space to work. Room to work. Space to work. More room, even more room, 3rd and 15 yards to be had. Just keep going, buddy. First down. Soft zone defense strikes again. Seahawks showed a pressure-based look at the snap. They dropped out of it at the snap. Jordan Brooks is having maybe the worst game of his career right now. Late to react again on the underneath route, completely loses his feet in the open field, allows the player to spring loose and go get the first down. Brooks is just playing miserable football right now in this game. 1st down and 10. Play action pass, offsides. Darrell Taylor looked like he stepped past the line there before it was snapped. Ball still completed down the football field for 13 yards. Even when we have an advantage, we can't. Or they actually called that as a Illegal formation on the Niners. Okay. It did look like Taylor had a footstep jump on that one. Could have been called as well. My bad. Tony with the $5 donation says, we're going to get our Nick Bosa in this draft. I believe we are, Tony, one way or the other, inside or outside, one of the two. I think the team's definitely going to lean to having a pick between Jalen Carter and Will Anderson probably draws them with where they're seeing this defense now and in need of the talent as it is. How could it not help to bring those guys in regardless of what's going on with the scheme? And the answer is it couldn't. 1st and 15. Quick throw, quick catch, quick completion. Gain of 12. .342 to go here in the third quarter. 2nd and 3 now. And Tony, I do think that's the way they're going to lean with it. I do. And you have guys, you'll have a guy there that you can get that's going to be a kind of an equivalent in the effect they have. I mean, even if it is a guy like Carter, who is more like Chris Jones, that's still the impact that gives you is kind of near equivalent to what you get on the inside with guys like that. 2nd and 3. Here's the give. Out to McCaffrey. Great job by the Seahawks defense there. Miles Adams in on it on that play there, getting some penetration. Nice job by the kid. And that will bring us up to a very important 3rd down. The Niners are outside of field goal range here. Seahawks trying to keep this game to a 2-score situation. 3rd and 5. You can see the Hawk defenders taking in big, deep breaths. Purdy drops back to throw. He's looking. He has all the time in the world to make a play. And finally overthrows Ray McLeod on a crossing route there for 4th down. Brooks in coverage there. Looked like he might have got away with dragging down the player there when the ball was thrown. Yeah, you can see Brooks is grabbing onto the guy as he crosses it. It doesn't go called, but he was doing a lot of pawing there as Ray crossed him. All right, 4th down. The Niners are going to punt here. Great stop by the defense. This kick is going to land right at the 3-yard line. Hawks are going to have a long field to work with to try to get this ball up the football field. Mega Gograj with a $2 donation says, B, update on the score, please. So we got a we're currently, oh yeah, because the thing's not updating. That's weird. There we go. Usually my deal updates, but it's not updating today for some reason, Megan. Sorry about that. So we got 21-6 49ers. Seahawks are going to take over at their own 3-yard line here, but again, plenty of time still to work with here. Yeah, sorry, my stats are behind today, Chuck. I don't know why it's not refreshing. It's probably because I got to run the player off my main computer here because my laptop biffed it here as far as the Amazon stream goes. So I got to kind of remember to keep resetting it, and that's my bad. Sometimes there's those technical glitches, you know what I mean? But I'll try to stay on top of it. Thank you, Megan. $2 don't know. Rodney Prescio with a $5 donation says, if it feels like this team is getting worse, you can add more talent, but it won't help much. I truly believe what we are seeing is all coaching issues. Ooh, I like Rodney's angle on this. I've been pushing more of this for my element of things, Rodney, because this is really the debate that it was really kind of sparking. It felt like this week is as fiery hot as it's been throughout the course of this year. And again, there's people that really do bristle when you talk about the scheme and Coach Carroll and there being issues here, and they don't want to hear it a little bit. But again, it's been an issue been going on now more than just this year. It's one of the reasons I say you can't just go at this situation and say, well, it's just talent, or we're just in a bonus year, so anything that happens this season is bonus. So don't think analytically, or don't try to break anything down this season because it's been such a marvelous year. What do you have to complain about, sort of like that standpoint of things? But so much of this is also about what you're going to be in the future, and that, yes, talent will help this team go and take some steps forward, but schematically, you're getting out-coached week in and week out on that defensive side of the ball. And that's not been a recent thing that's happened here. This isn't just this year starting. It's been going on for years now. And in a lot of ways, Coach Carroll's been riding a little bit of that LOB reputation here for quite a bit of time. And let's not forget, there's a lot of talent on this defense that has been talent that Carroll chose to spend money on. That Carroll put first-round picks on and second-round picks on and third-round picks on that aren't performing great. You know, they picked Jordan Brooks in the first round. Is Jordan Brooks looking like a first-round pick to you? No? Gino's going to take over now here in shotgun. 3 wide receivers. Three wide. Hits Tyler Lockett on a quick underneath route there, like that, for a nice 6-yard gain. Spectre7 with a $5 donation says 49ers are crying so hard over calls we never get. Yeah, I got to give Niner fans a little bit of credence with this, though. This is the one game this year we probably have gotten a couple calls in our favor that I could have seen not. So I give them, if I'm going to complain about it when I see it, I got to acknowledge when I'm seeing it. This is the one game this has been in our favor. 2nd and 3. Gino dropping back to throw. He's going to hit Noah Fant on a nice little out route for a gain of about 5 yards, but that will be a first down. So I'm not surprised that they're crying on it, though. There's been a couple of them that have been like, ooh. That roughing penalty in particular was kind of a brutal one there, Sector 7. He hit him low. He didn't, he didn't hit him too low. He just went right in his chest. 1st and 10, a little pitch play out here to Kenneth Walker. Walker, a little bit of space to work with, gets himself about 4 yards. I like that little pitch play there. Just a little bit. You're in shotgun and you just tossed a little pitch play out to Walker there. Get him in space. Let him get to rolling, get to moving. Vank88 with a $10 donation. My goodness. Thank you so much, Vank88. I really do appreciate it. Once again, you guys have been so amazing on the donations. You guys are awesome. Says, is there a rule now with the Seahawks where the defenders should not use their arms to tackle? I mean, my gosh, give me a freaking break. I'm going to address your comment here in a sec. We got this play going on. 2nd and 6 now. Give is up the middle here to Walker. A little stutter step. And then tries to kind of batter his way forward a little bit. Gets about 3 yards there up the middle. This will bring down a 3rd and short. Tackling is a huge issue with this team. And when Carroll came aboard, of course, he had really reinvented a little bit of the tackling game in the modern era with the quote-unquote hawk tackling technique, which is, you attack essentially the near leg. You go for the near leg of the offensive player, and that you're going for that leg, and then you're going to try to wrap it up is essentially how that breaks down. 3rd down and 2 now. Gino and shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. Dropping back to throw, looking. Oh, Nick Bosa just got completely smushed. We got flags all over the football field right now. Everyone threw a flag. Charles Cross took Nick Bosa and, like Hulk Hogan in '89 doing the Ultimate Warrior, put him on his back. Get a chair in the ring, folks. Bosa went up in the air and he jacked him up. I like it. A little bit of nastiness from Cross. I like that. I like that kind of butter. I think we're going to have a couple different flags here on this play. Those flags are all over the field there. That's a lot of yellow. And the officials are having a nice discussion. So we got holding on the Niners. Holding again on the Niners. Hands to the face on the Niners. So it's all penalties simply on the Niners. 3 different penalties, all on the Niners there. Charles Cross, how about that, man? Doesn't get called for it, all clean. I like it. Bosa comes back inside and he falls on him there. A little bit of talking too going on here. Okay, yeah, you can't clothesline Tyler Lockett. That's not allowed. 1st down and 10. 12 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Little bubble screen out here to Tyler Lockett. He's going to fall forward for a gain of 6-7 yards there. Nicely done. 2nd down, and that will be the final play here of the 3rd quarter. So Seahawks at the 44-yard line, end of the 3rd quarter, within 2 scores in this particular football game. Still in a position to be able to take things here. Still in a position with the 2nd and short now to try to do something here. It's not over with. Vank88, The tackling technique, though, has never been the same since Carroll's come in. And I think the adjustment, Vank, has been Carroll very much was a guy that leaned so much on being able to coach and coach hard and have hard practices and be able to run those guys in pads and really get them in a position of being prepared and ready game day, to where game day was easier. And I think what's happened a little bit in the ability to now get these guys padded up is that there are particular coaches in their method that really did, I think, particularly hurt and harm in their ability to put their team together in the way that they want to put it. And that there's not necessarily been an answer for Carroll that I've got the reduced pad time. I can't go as hard in practice because I've literally been penalized to the point that they've taken draft picks from me. And now this maybe leads a little bit to these moments now where you're just not able to teach these guys well enough to get them to tackle well enough, because we are seeing it kind of across the board a bit with it. And I think it is a valid criticism a bit, but I think there's also that reason for it. And it sucks because it was, again, such a front tip of the spear point of the methodology of Carroll's approach with defense and how he got his people to tackle so well. I mean, it swept through kind of the nation down to the college and high school ranks because it was a tackle that was renowned for reteaching people the old school tackling technique, which is not the necessity to put your head in and spear guys, but get your head out of the tackle, essentially. Thank you for the $10 donation, Vank. And, you're not seeing it wrong with that. You're seeing it right. Jacob Kelsinger with a $5 dono says, I really hope we don't sign Brooks to anything long-term. I'm straight up questioning if I ever want him back. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, man. And yeah, I do think he comes back next year, Jacob. I don't think he's earned a contract extension necessarily. So I do think he comes back next season, but I don't see how this team looks at him in his level of play right now and says he's earned a contract extension. We need to pay this guy $12, $13 million per year. I don't see it as he's in that first round rookie deal. He's making $3.5 million next year. I think that they probably just go, that is what it is with it. And I think that the dead money he carries, which is equivalent to what he makes next year, Jacob, meaning that you're not saving anything to move off of him, probably brings it back here when it's probably coming in conjunction with having to find somebody else instead of Cody Barton, who's actually a street free agent after this year. So it's kind of like one thing to another thing to another thing, ends up leading to kind of no matter what, Brooks remains here moving into next year. Doesn't mean that we don't need to address the position. Doesn't mean that we couldn't find and wouldn't be right to find an improvement over what Brooks is giving you. But that's probably going to be what precludes it from going down, unfortunately. Jordan with a $5 donation says, I don't get why we were playing soft zone. Press them and make Purdy actually make a read. Jordan, I'm glad I'm not the only one frustrated by it. I've been hammering this very same thing. You take a backup quarterback or you take a quarterback who's restricted. I'm going to get yours, Chad, in a second here. We're back in the action now. 2nd and 2. The give here is into Kenneth Walker. Walker is trying to get out wide, able to get out wide. He's got a little bit of space to work with. He's up the football field for a nice little gain. Probably his best run of the day there. Good 10-yard run. Good to get him outside there. Just bounce that one to the outside. Nicely done. Boy, he's fast. Had that Niner defender who was closing up on him, he took the wrong angle and he was flailing at him with his arms and he couldn't even touch him. That just shows you some of that shiftiness from Kenneth Walker. 1st down and 10. Seahawks have a nice little drive going here, started from their own 3-yard line. Tyler Lockett goes in motion, Geno in shotgun. Ball's going to be tipped. And that will fall down there. That looked like trouble at first there. Some quick pressure by that San Francisco 49er unit there. That looked like probably Bosa once again there, getting into the backfield. Cross has got his arms full with this Bosa today, and every tackle in the league would out, so... It's not any shade of Bosa, Cross if he's going to have some of these snaps on Bosa where he's going to make him look a little bit silly. He's had his share of giving it to him, too, on the other side of it. 2nd down and 10. Geno in shotgun. 3 tight end look here. Geno back to pass. He's going to hit Marquise Goodwin out on the right. Nice little catch by Marquise Goodwin for about a gain of 7, maybe 8 yards there. So bring this down to 3rd and short. Are they going to call this an incomplete pass? One official saying I saw an incomplete pass. Another one's coming up to overrule him. How is that not a catch? Oh, he pulled it out there at the end. 1-2, makes a football move. I feel like he's made a football move there. If he's put the foot 2 down and he jumps out, that's seems yeesh. Got to complete the catch, I guess, there if you're Marquise Goodwin, and the defender did yank it just out. It seemed like he'd gotten 2 feet down, and as he's going out of bounds, it really should be almost kind of a fumble there, it looks like a little bit to me. And I think we might have Pete Carroll challenge this play. If you get the 2 feet down, anything after that 2 feet, I guess 2 feet in a football move maybe, I don't know. So San Francisco's challenging this, not Pete. Interesting. Jordan, just to readdress, thank you for your $5 donation. And it's driving me crazy as well. Part of why I think I've been a little bit emotional about it in my recent streams and really hammering it as much as I have is that as I've had to watch this for years without correction, it does start to bother you on a level that challenges patience and calm. And as I've seen for years, you play this defense, which just is allowing teams to bleed you to death slowly, and you don't press the action. And you have situations like a third string quarterback in this game, and you're going to make the game easy on him because you have a philosophy of we do what we do. We don't take into account what you are. And you see this show itself in very other similar places. For instance, like not trying to negate the only offensive guy from a skill position standpoint who's really dangerous in this game with Deebo Samuel being outside of Christian McCaffrey, it's George Kittle. But not only are you not going to devote a double team to George Kittle because you do what you do, you're not even going to have your initial guy in concentration to make sure he's picking him up in his routes. And that's where it almost gets doubly bad a little bit. And I don't get it either, Jordan. I don't understand the 3rd and 3 off coverage, cover 3 looks, which then allow the easy completions either on a slant or an out route. I would love to hear if somebody's got on the chat as we get into post game a reason for why they do that then, because you're just allowing the first down. There's no challenge there. I mean, from a quarterback standpoint, if you were a quarterback and you're coming to the line and you need 3 yards and you look at a primary receiver you want to go to and you notice that the cornerback is off coverage, so that means he's 5 yards off at the snap, so there's already space just from the jump. And then you're aware that play in and play out, he's going to take that couple yards step backwards, that he's going to go into his bail technique at post snap, which means that it then turns into 8-9 yards of depth. And all you've got to get is 2 or 3 yards in front of him. I mean, can he close fast enough to get to that play? And we've seen, no, they really can't. So again, as you guys are doing very well tonight, well cited on your part, Jordan. I can't deny it. I'm behind on my donos because I'm trying to get on the play-by-play here, folks. So if I'm a little bit behind on that, I will catch up. Bear with me here. We got a lot of donos coming in on this. So it does look like we're going to get a 3rd and 4. They're going to call it a completion on the play. Good call by the officials. They got that one right. Geno back in shotgun here, 3 wide. Niners just showing a 4-man front. Here they come. Geno under pressure, and he is swallowed up in the backfield under a ton of pressure there. Geno slow to get up off the turf. Pressure gets there fast from this Niner unit. They are back there in a flash, and that was the case there. Abraham Lucas, it looks like. Well, they got him inside. Let's see here. Yeah, Abraham Lucas just got beat inside there. And Niner with the front 4, they do a good job of bouncing around up front there. They do a good job of just kind of finding space. They're sort of these pseudo stunts almost, but they do a good job just feeling things out and work really well off of each other with that pass rush. Seahawks are going to punt this ball. So go all the way down, let it roll, let it roll, let it roll. Down to the 1-yard line. Fantastic punt by Michael Dixon. Great job, kid. Great job. Niners will take over from there. Carl Nerney with a $2 donation. Actually, make sure I'm not missing anybody here. Carl with a $2 donation says, everyone that gave Brooks a double Pro Bowl vote, shame. Yeah, Brooks Carl has that. There's got to be some shame involved on that one. Brooks has not played at a Pro Bowl level this year at any point in time. That is absolutely on point. If they did that, that is shame. Shame. He's going to have to wear that Pro Bowl jersey with a hangdog look. 1st and 10 from the 1-yard line. 13:06 to go in the fourth quarter. Let me let my scoreboard update. Again, I'm having to kind of manually do this a little bit today, so it's a little bit whatever. Purdy back under center. Drops back to throw here. And can't quite get much on that ball. Just bounces in front of Juwan Jennings there, so it'll be 2nd and 10. I think Miles Adams got a tip there. Miles Adams showing up a little bit today from the defensive line. It's great to see. Being active. Got a little bit of penetration there. Got his hands up. Great job, kid. Great job. Just got a little bit of that ball. Just enough. And Jordan Brooks is still on the bench, by the way. Looks like he is out for this game. I think they were dealing with his neck. So something going on with his neck right now. 2nd down and 10. Tanner Muse is out on the football field with Cody. Cody trying to guide Tanner around. He looks a little unsure of himself out there. The Niners had the play clock rolling down. Looks like they're going to have to call another timeout here. That is their 2nd timeout of this half. About 21-6. So probably timeouts aren't a big issue or worry for them at this moment, but they are down 2 now. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Garth. Says there are only 2 BOSAs created by California Pharmaceuticals. Watch Universal Soldier. Organic pass rush is no competition. They call that, Garth, natty pass rush. It's called natty pass rush. And you're right. As organic and natty, it's just not going to stack up against the juice, man. The juice is undefeated. Barry Bonds showed that, Garth. Barry showed that. 2nd and 10 here now after this timeout by the Niners. Hawks showing a 3-4 look. Niners coming out heavy. Here's the give out to McCaffrey. He's going to get himself a gain of about 2. This will bring up 3rd and long. Big play here. Seahawks need to get a couple of touchdowns to get back into this game. Really would like to get back the offense on a short field if you can. Take advantage of this field position as it is. 3rd and 7. Do they drop back into that soft zone here? Do they bring a blitz into Purdy? See how they play this. Ryan Neal dancing around the line of scrimmage. He's not going to come. Drop back in coverage. That ball is going to be completed for a 1st down. Mike Jackson in a press look there, but then decides not to press him. Show press, then press him. Throw off the timing of the route, Mike. Don't go up and press then. First and 10. Where's Trey Brown? Running play to McCaffrey, breaks a tackle, gets free for a moment. Seahawks are able to bring him down to the ground. Clock will continue to roll here now. John Robinson with the $2 donation says this defense is never going to get better with Carroll. I'm growing ever more reticent to believe that will be the case. Season's been successful. It's not to say there isn't things Carroll can do as a head coach. There isn't to say there isn't stuff that he brings to play that can still help a team out. But that is something I would call into question as well at this point, John. Big time. 2nd and 10. Back in shotgun is Purdy. Drops back to throw. Looking. Coming back underneath. Nowhere to go underneath. That will bring up 3rd down and 10. John with another $5 donation says, why anytime we face a good defense, is there absolutely no misdirection or trickery in the play calling? Not even motion. They just line up. John, more great points on your part. More things that I can't really counter to give you a why to. I've long called for the fact that pre-snap motion needs to be more a commonplace of this offense. And it's not. It's sort of sprinkled in. 3rd down and 10. Empty formation here for Purdy. False start by Williams. This will get called. But I would echo the same thing with you, John. Like, where the fly sweeps, where's the challenging in different fashions in that respect of things. It's just been something that they just haven't utilized it very much. And it seems like it was even used a little more to begin the season. Like they've gotten even more stagnant in the motion-based stuff and approach of that. But not a lot of manufacturing stuff offensively today from Waldron's standpoint, which I think is kind of your bottom line point on that. It's been a little bit of the trough sledding of just kind of get it done, Gino, as is. 3rd down and 15. Purdy back in shotgun, drops back to pass. He's looking. He's going to get free for a moment. He's now scrambling. He's looking, completes this down, his little pitch play out of bounds, and that will bring the Niners up short, knocking out of bounds, so stops the clock for the moment at least. And this will give the Seahawks back with relatively good field position here on the punt. So good job by the defense, not letting them give the field, not allowing them to flip the field possession, turn it back into where the offense has got to go long way up the football field. And that's incomplete. Carroll might want to challenge that. I would actually challenge that. You get the time back. Challenge it and get the time back, Carroll. Challenge it and get the time back. Challenge it. There you go. Thank you. You still keep your one challenge in this moment. You're going to gain back a minute of time here by Coach Carroll challenging this. So this is a smart challenge on his part. You want to do this type of challenge because it now puts the clock back up around 11 minutes when you get the punt, not to mention you're going to get the extra 5 yards. So that's a no-brainer, no catch on second review of that. That's a good challenge there by Carroll. Even though it's not gaining you a ton yardage-wise, it's getting you a lot back. They'll pull back the clock on that one as well. So I like that. Good job by Carroll there. Good stuff. Jordan with the $5 donation says, thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you for the double dono tonight, man. Says, I want to see more of that from Cross. Big man energy. Oh, yeah. He went at him, didn't he? He was like, oh, you're going to try to inside me? No, I'm going to pancake you on this one, Bosa. You and your juiced up arms. I liked it too. Nice to see a little nasty across. He kind of strikes you sometimes, that nice guy, but gave a little bit of that. We've seen it from Lucas. We've definitely seen a little bit of that nasty from Lucas, but Cross did give it to him a little bit on that play, Jordan. Well spotted. Barry Satora with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Barry. Says, I'd never say I'd want to see a chop block on Bosa, but thank you for the $5 donation. Yeah, I get you, man. He's a problem. You know, he's a problem. There's a reason the Niners went from worst in the league the prior year to him getting there, and then they got themselves to the Super Bowl the year after that. And a player like that, who could be that dynamic off the edge that quickly into their young career, can provide that kind of boon for your defense. And he has been a problem here today. This has not been an easy road to hoe with Bosa. He's 2 tackles in, a sack, 2 quarterback hits. He's had better days, but he's certainly showing you today a little bit of why he is definitely in contention / maybe even the front runner right now to become Defensive Player of the Year. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation says, are we even chipping Bosa? Not a lot. I think I've seen a little bit of it with the tight ends, but I don't think that they've consistently done it. Again, this goes to a little bit of what we'll talk about, I think, in the post-game stream a little bit, Jacob, is the methodology and approach with Carroll at times is I'm going to play it as I'm going to play it, right? It's the confident, they got to deal with us. Who cares what they do? They got to deal with us. And if you just unwind from that methodology approach, if you put that, those glasses on of he's in this confident, they got to deal with us stuff, it makes sense why you don't see Kittle getting doubled or why you haven't seen Aaron Donald doubled in his 10 years, despite the fact he just about killed Russell Wilson on a couple of occasions. It's why Chandler Jones gave you so many problems. It's why now Nick Bosa gives you those issues, is because you're going to do what you're going to do. You're going to, whether it's offense or defense, you're going to do what you do. They got to deal with us. I don't agree with it as a methodology and approach necessarily, Jacob, but that does seem to be the approach the coaching staff takes with these type of situations, unfortunately. Red Ace with a $5 donation. Thank you, Red Ace. I really do appreciate it. And indeed, the Seahawks did get that call overturned. So we're back to 10 minutes and 44 seconds left on the clock. Not to mention, this makes this a little bit of a more precarious punt here for the San Francisco punter, as he will be kicking from within his own end zone here. Seahawks show a pressure look on the punter, drop out of it, go back into it. Niners read it up. Kick is away. Tyler Lockett gets underneath it. He'll fair catch it at about the 45-yard line. So the Hawks will have some good field position to work with here now. 10:38 to go, fourth quarter. Red A's with the $5 donation says Jalen Carter and Trent Simpson, John Michael Schmitz, Tyree Wilson looking mighty good for our first 4 picks. Hopefully we can trade back with Detroit. I like those guys. Every one of those guys you mentioned, I loved all of their tape that I watched. I wonder with Tyree Wilson. 1 second after this here. 1st and 10 now. Colby Parkinson goes in motion. 2 tight ends, 2 wide. Geno in shotgun. Niners showing a pressure-based look here. Play action pass. Geno stops. Throws. That ball's thrown incomplete. And Geno's trying to signal to the receiver to do something else than what he did on the outside. Pretty demonstrative about it. Expecting the receiver to do something else on that play. The officials are talking over whether or not it's intentional grounding. And they are going to apply intentional grounding here on the play. I like all those guys you mentioned though, Red Ace. I think Tyree Wilson might go in the first round because of just I think that could be a possibility here with that. What was Geno expecting there? Yeah, I guess Geno was expecting the guy to go inside. This will bring up 2nd and 23 on this play now. Seahawks are just in a lot of these long situations throughout the course of this game. Not able to get 2nd short, 3rd and short. Geno looking. Nowhere to throw to. Through the feet. Again, looking over at Tyler saying, come on, I thought you were supposed to do this. Receivers are not on the same page with Geno right now. 3rd down and 23. But I like all those guys, Red Ace. If we walked out of the draft with those 4 as the hallmarks of the draft, I would consider that a mighty successful draft. And you would prefer if we could trade down to pick up a little bit more. But you would have definitely helped out your defense tremendously if you're walking away with those 3 players, Carter, Simpson, and Wilson. They would have my full support on picking those guys. I wouldn't argue with any of those kind of picks. Yeah. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, Red Ace. I appreciate you. Jacob Kessinger with the $2 dono says defense looks better without Brooks. You're not wrong. I think it does help, though, too, Jacob, when you've got the offense playing from within the shadow of their own end zone. They're going to play a little more conservatively at that point, not as free and easy, so to speak. Like the Seahawks might have called the timeout here on this 3rd and 23. Thank you, though, Jacob. David Pugh with a $20 donation. $20 donation. Appreciate you, man. You're awesome, David. Multiple donos on the chat tonight from you, man. All right, Geno in shotgun, empty formation, 3rd and 23. Dropping back to throw. He's looking down the field, nowhere to go. Bosa in pursuit. Down to Travis Homer. Now Niners are all over it. Greenlaw with a quick tackle of Homer. He might gain himself 2 or 3 yards, and the Hawks are going to have to punt. Punt. David Pugh with that $20 donation, though, man. You are awesome, brother. I really appreciate it. Man, some huge donos coming in the chat tonight. It says, at Ian Rappaport, sources report Jordan Brooks likely out for the game with a neck injury due to looking around for his assignments on the field in a panicked state. The defense just got a little better with him on the sidelines. Tanner Muse time, baby. Tanner Muse. Let's go, Tanner. I need me some more Tanner Muse. Linebacker, middle, former safety, fast. He can move. I'll tell you. So the punt goes back, and this will drive back the Niners far, far, far and deep. And Geno's doing some barking out there on the sidelines right now. With some of the receivers, didn't look like he was on the same page on that particular drive with those guys, which was tough to see. Thank you, David, for the $20 donation. And indeed, Jordan Brooks is out this game. They were checking on his neck, and it very well may have been he was trying to just look which way, and then it crinked up. He was like, am I supposed to go left or right? Oh, Oh. Coach, my neck. It's my neck. It's my neckules. It's spinal. It's spinal. Mike Tyson would say. It's spinal. What's the problem, Mike? It's spinal. Thank you for the $20 donation, though, David. I really appreciate it, man. You guys are awesome, and you're super awesome for all the donos tonight. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it as well. I hope you're feeling a little bit better with that head, though maybe this game's not making it feel any better. Says, not sure how I feel about this team. I love Seattle and all teams, but this game, while not unexpected, hurts, and I'm done. I get it. It's painful to watch at times. And I think the part, and I don't want to speak for you, Megan, on it, but I think the part that frustrates me with watching this team, and these have been highly entertaining games this year throughout, but the part that does get frustrating for me, especially as I look at the defensive side of the ball, and the offense has some of these issues at times too, is just that you just are so regularly outcoached and really X's and O's wise, and that just teams sometimes seem a little bit ahead of you on things, downwind at all times. Not every time, not all the time, but a majority of the time, it just seems like you're kind of a little bit always behind that ball a little bit, and it's why I've said, Megan, I'm hesitant to just say, well, this is an issue of talent. I think talent's needed. It's not the incorrect to say that more talent isn't needed on this defense, but it is also a little bit about that schematics and how you play defense and the way you go about your business and some of the shortcomings of this particular defense that have been showing up for a while. And offensively there are problems out here today, but again, I think some of the offensive problems come from a little bit of sloppy play first off. That's no doubt about that. You also get to see this is what happens when you don't have a consistent running game and you can't rely on it. And now you're just throwing all over the football field and teams start to squeeze those routes. Stuff that was opened up before, stuff that you had, room to work with are now closed down or getting tighter. Or guys are suddenly being tackled after the catch when they had room to work early on in the year. First down and 10, Niners from the 21-yard line. The give is going to be to McCaffrey here up the middle. McCaffrey, a little hesitant stutter step. Finds a little bit of daylight there for about 4 or 5 yards. Hope you're doing okay out there, Megan, though. Hang in there. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Garth. Jody Allen looks like a huge fan of the team. She owns being asleep in a leather chair. I don't know. I saw like one clap came in. I saw like somebody like nudged her and went, "You're on camera." Huh? They'll give McCaffrey 6 on that one. 2nd and 4. This has got to be a running play here, right? And indeed it is. And McCaffrey's got big old hole to run through there. Quandary Diggs comes up and makes the tackle, but that will be a first down run for Christian McCaffrey, who just about broke that one for a big play. If Diggs didn't make that tackle, he was gone. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate the $5 donation. And was that an observation of what you saw in Jody Allen in the box, or are you actually making a reference to how she's managing the ownership of the team? Barry Satoro with a $5 dono says, it seems as if the Niners front four pressure is what Pete has been wanting the past 6 seasons. God, you guys got some great points you bring up. Purdy back in shotgun, 1st and 10, gives up to McCaffrey here. McCaffrey fighting hard here is going to gain about 3 yards. Yes. And as you know, Barry, I know you've been a long time watcher of my channel. Going back 3 years ago, I said, I don't know if Coach Carroll's defense has seen its day or not at that time. I said, I'm unsure. I'm not coming to a final conclusion on this. I'm unsure. But if Carroll wants to make this old defensive scheme work, if he wants to run front four and he wants to run soft zones on the back end, then it's going to be contingent upon him actually stacking a front four that can consistently generate a pass rush all on their own, like we see the San Francisco 49ers doing to us today, because then you can drop so many guys back in coverage at that point. 2nd down and 6 here. Brock Purdy under center. Play action pass. Dropping. It's looking to go up over the top. Tight end's wide open. Big play all the way down to the 30-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. But this has been the part that's been some of the maddening aspects of this defense for me as of recent, Barry, with Coach Carroll, is that rather than make that observation himself and make that realization himself, and I'm talking over the last 7 years, And maybe it's Schneider who's short selling him on this, but whoever is responsible, it is happening this way, which is that you don't ever go quite strong enough on your pass rush. You're always a little weak there. You're always coming just beneath the zone of where you're going to want to be if you don't want to be a blitz heavy team, or if you want to be a team that blitzes the least amount in the entire NFL. 1st and 10 now from the 19-yard line or the 29-yard line. McCaffrey dancing around, spinning, hitting all the buttons on the control stick there. Gets himself about 3 or 4 yards. But they have not gone strong enough to your point on that, Barry. It's always just a little bit too light. It's always relying on a young guy to develop who's not actually showed you it at that point, but you're just counting on him to take those steps forward, even though you've never quite seen it on the field yet. A la a Darrell Taylor or an LJ Collier. It's been maddening to me, Barry. It's because it's not only a matter of the defense becoming antiquated, it's also then the coaching staff not understanding what makes their defense work. 2nd and 7 here for Purdy, back in shotgun. Another carry here up the middle. Seahawks are kind of all over it on that play, about a gain of 1 yard line. It's about what makes the defense work. And while the Legion of Boom was a famous secondary that really got a lot of the acclaim from that defense in its historic run, that defensive success was every bit as much the conjoined aspect. It was the great secondary play, but it was that I had Bruce Irvin, Chris Clemens, Brandon McBain, Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Clint McDonald in the Super Bowl year. I had guys all across the board that could generate pass rush. And it wasn't that I had weak spots here and weak spots here on the D-line, and I'm hoping these two guys can get it done. Everybody could get it done. And if you're going to run a defense that won't blitz or won't be schematically very complex, then that means the baseline guys got to get it done on their own. Here's a ball that bounces through the hands of Brandon Ayuk there. Almost nearly completed there on Mike Jackson. Again there, he just couldn't catch it. This will bring up 4th and 6. Tough here if they hit this field goal to come back in this game. Great throw by Purdy that hit Brandon Ayuk right in the hands. But it makes it doubly bad to me, Barry, on this, that you not only do you have the simplified scheme, you won't update and evolve, but you won't even realize what it is that makes your scheme work. Kick is up and wide right. All right. 5 feet wide to the right. That's big time for the Hawks. Still putting them within 2 scores on this football game with 5 minutes to go. Good fight there by the defense. I mean, they have shown some good fight here today. It's offensively, you haven't been able to get really anything done, and you've had some broken plays to Kittle in this game. But outside those 2 broken plays, they've kept fighting. I'll give them that. Been sloppy at moments. You made it easy for the team at times, but they've tried to. It would have been easy for them to just kind of give up and lay over on that particular drive. I like the resiliency shown there. Paul Third with a $2 donation says, F this. I'm going to the pub. Yeah, I can't blame you on that. You can't blame me on that, Paul. Have one on me on that one, man. Oh, Lordy. So, Barry, you're right on that. It's been years of Carroll trying to find a front four that can generate that pressure. You had time where he had years where it wasn't generating the front four pressure, and then he gets to see now the cross-rival 49ers put a defense together, and they not only put this front four together in a way that he'd seek out to do, but this defense was originally put together literally mirroring Carroll's defense. That's what Robert Saleh was running at the time before he changed it over to the wide 9. And so you've gotten to literally see another team take a different approach than how you've taken with your very same defense, have maximized success utilizing that same approach, and you've not taken that same stance and that same track, despite knowing that that's what it takes to make the defense work. And I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. Megan Gock-Roger with a $20 donation. My God, thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. To my lady from Dananda. She says, after dealing with COVID and the effects of the trip, my mental health has not been good, especially due to my father's passing 5 years ago. This team used to be an escape. Not so much now. Sorry for bringing things down, B. No, I think being truthful and honest about things is more important than whether we're trying to bring the energy up or bring the energy down. Or I'd much rather always err to the side of truth and where people are feeling from. And it's understandable with this. The downside of this is, again, for people that I give my chat a lot of credit, and you included in that, Megan, in that you don't just look at this team through necessarily the lens of what they are this year right now. You look at what they will be and where they're going and whether they're on the right path or not. You knew in 2011 you were feeling it was feeling like they were on the right path. You were getting better as the year went along. 2012, you were getting better as a team and felt like you were on the right path. Time you got to the Super Bowl, it made sense. You were on that trek, and there's some questions here about whether you're on the right path, and I think they're valid. Here's a quick throw here into DK Metcalf, who's going to gain himself a quick 12 yards on an in-cutting slant route. That'll be a 1st and 10. Hurrying back up the line of scrimmage. Maybe it'll help here, running a little bit of just hurry up here. In shotgun, dropping back to throw. He's looking. Ball is hit as he throws. A lot of that today. It's not like Geno's holding that ball long. He's hitting his back foot, and the pressure is just really so quickly getting into that backfield there. 3rd down and 1. Ebicon on cross. Really nice swipe move there. Just got right through cross. And manages to hit the arm there as Geno was throwing. God, the 3rd and 1. They didn't give DK the first down on that other play. That's strange. Frustrating day there for Geno. He's got a guy open there on that throw, and he just can't, the pass blocking just can't hold up long enough to even give him a little bit of time there. Niner pressure's been back there every other play, it seems like. Megan, but thank you for the $20 donation, and don't worry about bringing things down. I always want you to be honest over bringing things down. I want honesty in here. I don't think that we operate by covering things up or dressing things up, or if you're feeling a way, I want to hear about it. I like that. So hang in there, though. 3rd down and 1 now for the Seahawks. It's going to be a handoff into Walker here. Walker bouncing free. Looks like he was going to keep his feet, but then fell down. Gets back up, gets a couple more yards, then drug back down to the ground. Will be a 1st down. 4:28 on the clock as it continues to tick and continues to roll. R. Sanchez with the $5 donation. I says, I wish someone would hold Pete's feet to the fire during the press conference. I do as well. Geno drops back to throw. Nice throw out there. Dangerous pass out to Disley, who's able to make the catch. Twist off the first tackle. Get upfield. Twist off the second tackle for another yard or 2. 1st down. Defender almost closed on that ball. The pick 6, that one. Geno just able to just fit that ball in just in front of him. Geno back in shotgun. Low snap. Throw is into Tyler Lockett. Austin Blythe needs to get those snaps up. Snaps are just too low and throws off those kind of timing plays when he's got to reach down like that. 3:47 to go on the clock. Sanchez, I would like to see that as well. Voice is breaking here. Geno back to throw here now. Goes back underneath to Kenneth Walker. Walker with a little bit of space to work with. He's in the open field. He's going 20, 15, 10. Down inside to the 8-yard line there for Kenneth Walker. Little throw underneath, wide open, gets out of bounds as well. That will stop the clock. Niners chose to bring a blitz, and that opened things up for Walker underneath. Nice throw there by Geno there. Had to do a sidearm throw there to get that underneath to Walker. 3:39 to go in the 4th quarter. Geno back in shotgun, 1st and 10, 1st and goal. Geno looking. Touchdown, Seahawks! Hits Noah Fant in the back of the end zone. Little laser beam there from Geno Smith. And a quick 7-play, 67-yard drive that consumed merely 1 minute and 25 seconds of the clock. Very nicely done. The Seahawks still remain in this football game. Fant with a nice little route there. Really got off the line of scrimmage quick. Niners just kind of blew the coverage on the back end. Fant wide open on the play for a touchdown. Well done by Fant. Well done by Geno on that drive. The extra point is up, and it will be good. So 21-13. Seahawks down by a touchdown and a 2-point conversion here. Or no. Yeah. 2-point conversion. Still in hand. 3:35 to go. There's still a chance. I'm telling you there's a chance. I'm Jim Carrey in this sucker. Let's go. Let's go. Nicely done there. At least we fought back here. We didn't just lay down. Sanchez, I would like to see the feet to the fire as well. Especially when it comes to, again, the bottom line from a reporter covering this team. And I know maybe it's easier said than done because maybe the Seahawks organization would, there just seems kind of a softer aspect of things sometimes in the Pacific Northwest with some of the media reporting and getting hard on coaches and stuff. It's almost like they're there to be more pom-pom waving than there are to be there to be like really ask hard-hitting questions like you'd get from a New York kind of environment, for instance, and the way those reporters can be at times. And I'm not asking for it to be that ferocious, but maybe a happy medium would be somewhere good. And when you have a coach whose defense, you have a defensive-minded head coach whose defense has been failing for years, it would be maybe nice to have some media members kind of start to bring that up a little bit of like, look, you've had a long time here to, Seattle going to try an onside kick here? Seattle's showing a little bit of an onside kick look here. I don't know if that means that there's a lack of trust in the defense maybe. No, they're kicking it. That's good. And this ball will go through the back of the end zone there, so they will take over at the 25-yard line. But you're a defensive-minded head coach whose defenses haven't performed very well over a year's span now. And that's where, to me, just that baseline question alone is, why do we have faith in you to build a defense and build it back to right? Not talking about legendary defense, but a top-end defense, a top 15 defense. I'm just ask for that. And how do we have that faith when you've gone through 3 different defensive coordinators, you've invested tremendously from a monetary standpoint and a draft pick standpoint in the defense? And I think it's a real valid question to ask Sanchez, but I don't think it's one that's going to be getting asked anytime soon. 1st and 10, Brock Purdy under center here now. 3 wide receivers. Seahawks showing that 4-man front. Seahawks showed they've been in 3-4 all day. They went to the 2-man front there. McCaffrey had an easy 7 yards, as you guys have seen throughout the course of this year. Those 2-man fronts are just easy pickings for offenses in the running game. Why wouldn't you come out with a 3-4? Look, Clint. Clock runs. 3:07 to go here in this game. And now they come back to the 3-4 after they've given up 6 yards on first down. Fantastic. 2nd and 4. Purdy under center. The give is to McCaffrey. McCaffrey with some space to work with initially. Seahawks do a good job of closing up that hole. Tanner Muse and Bruce Irvin there on the tackle. This is going to bring up 3rd down and short. Trent Williams almost did a hold there. He pulled out of it before he locked it in, but just about held Shelby Harris on that play. Seahawks did call a timeout on that. So that will take us to 2:42 on the clock, 3rd down and 1. I guess you get the timeout here, get you guys that extra blow, get them a little bit of extra breath here. Come on, guys, dial it up. All right, 3rd down and 1. Purdy under center. Niners with a heavy formation here. Play action pass. Looking out into spaces. Purdy, Jefferson in pursuit. Can't get there. Purdy just uses his legs to go get the first down. Jefferson had him out on the edge, just could not run with him. Ran as hard as he could, but just could not get there, and Purdy's going to get the first down. Aiden Simmons with a $2 donation says the corners so far off is very angering. It is. It's a defense that sits on its heels and lets you sort of take it to them, and they are happy to do so. And it's Carroll's philosophy. And who am I to question it? And who am I to know? And interesting there, he actually went down to he actually was giving himself up there on a knee. Prior to that point, they gave him a good mark. There is a challenge on this by Carroll. Smart challenge. Don't have anything to lose at this point by challenging it. You're going to call a timeout anyway. But if they're going to do up the give up rules, they got a great angle there on that play that shows him starting to give himself up before the marker. I mean, he's starting to give himself up before the marker. Yeah, he's got the ball outstretched, but it's where he starts to begin to give himself up is where they're supposed to mark the ball. I doubt we're going to get it reversed, but I understand the challenge. I like the challenge. Aiden Simmons, I don't like it either. I can understand if you're playing off coverage and you're worried about a guy beating you deep over the top and all that, but they've removed pretty much all of the press looks from this defense that we used to see, especially when you had Brandon Browner here. When you do have guys up to show press like we did with Michael Jackson early in this game, you then end up you end up just having him not even touch the guy, not even try to put a press look up on him. You just essentially let him run free off the line of scrimmage. And I don't like it either, man. I don't have an explanation for why they continue to do it. It doesn't bring them about great results, but that's what they want to do. That's their philosophy on it, I guess, Rodney Preshaw with a $2 donation says 49ers show Pete's scheme have been figured out. I agree with you there. I think Pete's scheme got figured out 5 years ago. The body's been dead for a very long time. We're just shaking it every year to see if there's maybe a breath that will suddenly take hold. So we have a give here now on the running game, 5-6 yards up the middle there before he is tackled. But yeah, Rodney, it's a simplistic defense. It's not too hard to beat a defense if it's simplistic and then it's talent deprived. The combination of those two equivalent out to a league worst defense, and that's why I say it's not one or the other, it's both. But I don't know why I would continue to have faith in this scheme going forward. What am I seeing in this defense over the last 5 to 6 years makes me think this defense has any way of being ever elite again, absent us being able to stack up Hall of Fame talent across the board. And even then, I don't think you would get the same performance level you got from 2013 because I think the league is caught up. Football evolves. It does not remain stagnant or the same. It is always moving from one thing to the next to the other. And a de jure defense of yesteryear is not a de jure defense of today. And Carroll's treating it a little bit like it's still a de jure defense of today. It's just not. Sector 7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. He says, I'm drunk. I love this channel. M4 or Scar H. Modern Warfare 2, 2009. Probably the M4 for me, Sector 7, because I want the mobility aspect. I get a little bit more with that, the M4. I like running with ARs in the game and then using them a lot like you'd use a sub. But then you've got the AR capability to hit something deep if you've got to. And the Scar is just a little bit slow from running to pulling it up into the sight line. It's just a little too slow for me. I like to run around too much. All right, 2nd and 5 here for the Niners. And after the 2-minute warning, running around, Tanner Muse comes over, lays a nice little hit there after Uchenna Nwosu gets the running back initially wrapped up there. So that will bring up a 3rd down now as the clock does continue to roll. Seahawks get a stop here. They could get the ball back with probably about 45 seconds and no timeouts if it goes down that way of things. But Scar's good for the accuracy on deep. If you're going to camp, you could pop out the Scar. But if you're going to want to move around like I'd want to move around, then I'm going M4. That's my gun on that. 3rd down and 3. 1:23 to go on the clock, and it continues to roll. And here's bring out a stack front here. This defense indeed has got to be wore down here at this point. Gives up the middle here. Wide open hole. Broken free. Up the sideline. He's going to take this for a touchdown. Or down to the 1-yard line, sorry. Gets it down to the 1. That will be game, set, match. Game. Blouses. It's Jordan with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Jordan. Says probably a little late, but I'm glad the defense at least didn't get gashed in the running game. Knocks on wood. Well, not before that run, and that last run's not indicative of what they did do today on the ground. Okay, McCaffrey does come out of this game when it mattered, when you really didn't have your defense just kind of wore down with 17 carries. Actually, let's take a look here. I'm probably behind on my deal. So this thing's not updating. That's right. So McCaffrey, 26 carries, 108 yards, 4.2 yard per carry average. It's not awful, Dave. On the ground on that. Did okay there. Jordan Mason coming in there with the back-breaking run there on that last carry. Gotcha. Made the day look a lot worse. But defense gave your offense some ability in this game to do something at times. And the offense just kind of took all game to kind of find any kind of footing. I think that's the first touchdown they've scored on the 49ers in something like 20 possessions this season. Probably not going to win a lot of games when that's going to be the case. And the defense deserves a share of blame, but the offense definitely got to, it's much like last week. Everybody gets their portion, I guess, in this particular one. But Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, and I do agree with your sentiments on that. I do. And the Niners will go ahead and clock this out, down this ball, finish this game off, and our Seahawks will indeed fall here to 7-7 on the year, as this is started to go a little bit backwards in this particular game, this particular season. Tough to see here today. Tough to see. John Lugo, thank you for super chatting $2 donation. Says, clean house, fire the head coach, fire the defensive coordinator. Well, John, I think that there is going to be some people out there that start to get into this realm of things with it. I said last year at one point when I was going through so many different machinations of what I thought about the Wilson and Carroll situation, and about, what I thought about who was right and who was wrong. And it was all literally, you had your two different camps, and, your team Carroll and your team Wilsonites. And I kind of wondered at the end of it, as it all boiled down a little bit, if it was maybe a not of, we're all saying, is this an either or situation? Is it head coach or is it player? Maybe it's a bit of both. And I'm not going to knock the shine off of this season and to say that the season's not been still a tremendously successful one on all accounts because of the Wilson trade, because of the draft that you had. But that stuff alone doesn't make this all okay. That alone doesn't cover everything up. That is not an end-all be-all excuse to piss poor play on the football field. And I would really like to see Carroll start to get some more responsibility on this. I would really like, as somebody mentioned in my chat in a super donation, about the fact that maybe the reporters could start to ask some tough probing questions as to why Carroll's defense is no longer working, and not just no longer working this year, but not working for years now. And the Seattle media could show a lot more of a backbone to me in particular at this point if you take advantage of having those credentials, of when you walk in that room, you don't just sit there and pat Carroll on the butt with softball questions that you're underhanding like he was a toddler, but you actually go up there and do your job. Do your job, which is to question things. It's not to throw them underhanded softballs, but to question them. And Carroll needs to be questioned about this. He needs to be questioned. Why did you bring on the Vic Fangio cover 2 scheme, but you didn't fully adopt it? You're running all of the same coverages on the back end. Why? Clint Hurt talked about in his press conference when he was announced as the head defensive coordinator this year, they needed to be more pressure-based. They needed to bring more blitzes. You've not done that. You had this game start out with 11 straight completions for Purdy, and you finally got an incompletion. When you brought a blitz. These are the questions that need to be asked. These are the questions that need to be proposed. I want to hear what Carroll's got to say. And I don't want to, we just didn't have a chance to get around to that. That's not an acceptable excuse. Bringing in talent is needed. Improving this roster is needed. For the folks that stand on that point, they're not wrong. That is correct. But it is not mutually exclusive. It is not an either or. Just like that Wilson Carroll debate from last year, this is not an either or. We need to get better from a talent standpoint, and this scheme needs to get a lot better, a lot faster, a lot quicker. Both of those things need to happen. This coaching staff, week in and week out in this league, gets out X's and out O's left and right. Left and right. It does not have these players in the right positions. There's confusion on the field. There's guys not going in the right direction. There's guys not picking up the most dangerous offensive player in coverage multiple times over. There's bad tackling. Where is the spirit of buy-in from this defense? Where's the tenacity? Where's the edge? The whole thing with being a simple defense is you're supposed to allow these guys to then be able to go fly around, hit things, be those big bad bullies on the block. Is that what that team looked like to you today? Is that what that defense has looked like to you in years now? Third string quarterback out there in Brock Purdy threw for 217 yards in this game, 2 touchdowns, 8.3 yard per attempt. So that's not dink and dunk. That's not 2 yards an out. That's 8 yards an attempt. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, 7th round, 3rd string quarterback. Yeah, I know he's playing good, but come on. At home, Thursday night. I think we've got a problem here that goes beyond just talent. And I'm not going to, harp too much on this point, but Coach Carroll's got a lot of explaining to do. A lot of explaining, and I don't know if anybody's going to ask the question. And I worry that we're just going to go through this offseason with nothing but silence and people thinking that it's just a talent problem. And then we get to next year and come to find, well, no, we have the talent here now. We've invested a crap ton into this defense, but still ain't happening. Well, do we finally at that point arrive at going, well, maybe you just can't, defense ain't working no more. We'll see what you guys got to think on this one. Larry the Cable Guy with the $2 donation says, I don't blame this on Geno. Our offensive line has folded. No, I don't. I'm not going to blame this on Geno too much. I don't feel like he played his best football over recent weeks. Certainly he started out this game in a really, really rough shape on some of the decision-making of where he was going with the ball. I do tend to, again, maintain, though, that if you really can't run the football, if you can't run the football with any kind of consistency, even if you have a fairly lethal offense as far as throwing the ball is concerned, that lethality is going to be reduced as the year goes along, as teams figure out you can't run the ball. And you're not, to your point on this, Larry the Cable Man, your offensive line's not generating any holes. Every time you run a play, it's like you're seeing penetration and them getting pushed backwards as opposed to going forward. And it's noticeable. And I think it's so noticeable to the point that the coaching staff is at times, as we saw through a lot of this game, just given up on even trying to run. That it's just looked at, if it's going to be a negative play, if I can't even get the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, what's the point of even trying to run it? Austin Blythe early on in this game got blown back off the line of scrimmage on multiple plays over and over and over again. He's just not stout enough to hold up at the point of attack down there at all. And that's kind of troublesome, of course, because you have a head coach in Carroll who has a predilection to wanting to run inside over the A gap at like an 80 to 90% rate. So when I have an offensive lineman then who can't generate the push in that A gap, it ends up being kind of an issue and a problem, doesn't it? It ends up probably holding back your offense, doesn't it? Thank you, Larry the Cable Guy, and thank you to everybody for all the donations. I've still not been able to catch up on the donations for going back. I think I'm an hour and a half of straight donations from you guys. So thank you to everybody for all the donations on it. I'm sorry I've been a little slow in getting to caught up, but it has been it's been coming fast and clean from you guys. So I appreciate you on that. Jordan with another $5 donation. Appreciate you, Jordan. You're very kind. Says we have a bright future, but it means nothing if Pete doesn't admit that he is a big part of the issue. Thanks for the stream, man. Well, Jordan, first off, thank you for the multiple donations on the channel tonight. I really do appreciate it on that aspect of things. But beyond the thank for that, thank you for bringing an intelligent mindset into play here and looking at this with a kind of a sober eye. I'm sure there's not very many sober eyes out there tonight right now, but you're bringing a sober eye into this issue and really hitting, I think, the bottom line on this. I don't go after Coach Carroll on some of his deficiencies within his coaching game because I hate Carroll, or I don't appreciate what he's done here, or I don't remember what he's done here, or I forgot. I do it because I want, to your point on that, to see the issue fixed. And if an issue is not admitted, that it's there, right? If you have an alcoholic who's coming every night into your house and he's dropping bottles on the floor and he's smelling of booze and he's throwing up in the toilet and he's being mean to everybody and abusive and physically abusive, but no one ever calls him on it. You're drinking too much. No one ever says it. Is he going to stop doing it? If nobody ever says anything about it, if everybody just always covers it up and goes, well, 10 years ago, he was a great guy. 10 years ago, he was a man of the people, I'll tell you. I don't think you would. And I think your point on this is right. The reason I bring it up as an issue, that where Carroll's at and some of the shortcomings in his coaching game at this point, is because I do want them to see them fixed. And quite frankly, I feel like with a lot of what goes wrong with Coach Carroll, it is fixable. It is fixable. He can get this right. He can be the coach going into the future to move this team into the correct direction. But it's going to require him to own it a little bit. And some people out there will post in my comment, who are you to question him? Okay, well, who am I to question? Seems like a lot of people question him right now. And I don't think all these voices are all wrong at the same time. But it's my pleasure doing this stream, Jordan. I had a great time with you guys tonight doing this live stream of the game, and I've had a ball with you over the course of this year. But that's where my worry comes into play on this. It's not about this season. I'm completely on board with the people saying this whole year was a bonus. It was a rebuild year. You were $44 million of dead money in the books. You weren't going to get a lot done this year. So merely the fact that you've gotten to 7 wins, merely the fact that you've won the Russell trade, merely the fact that you've gotten the fantastic draft that you got, are everything else is kind of bonus kind of. I get to a place on that where I kind of agree. But then I go, but wait, these problems will linger on into next year. They will linger on into next year. Coach Carroll has not shown you enough of the Fangio defense this year to believe he's actually adopting it. All he has done is change his personnel groupings in the line of scrimmage. All he's done is go from running the 4-3 defense to some 3-4, but even that he won't fully commit to as he runs these 2-man fronts, which I'm hearing is maybe from Sean Desai. I don't know who it's from or where it's from. It hasn't worked from the start of the season. It's never worked at any point this year. It's not helping to bump up the pass rush, those 2-man fronts that they run, but they continue to run it, much like the same problems that plagued this team this year, much like the same problems that plagued this defense for years now. It's the same issues. It's not new stuff. It's not new things. It's the same thing. Yeah, this year you're having a hard time in running and stopping the run, where in previous years you were having a harder time in stopping the pass. But that's not because you've made an adjustment for it to lead into that. It's because teams are having such success with running the ball on you that they're not even having to go to the pass. Why would they? And you're going up against a lot of quarterbacks on teams this year who don't want to throw the ball naturally anyway. New York Giants don't want to throw the ball with Daniel Jones. They're going to try to run it. They're going to try to lean in. They're not going to try just because there's free yards to be had because you're playing off coverage and soft zones. That doesn't mean that they're going to go after that at that point necessarily. They'll take the running game if it's there. If you get a backup quarterback or a third string quarterback like Purdy in this game, they're going to just try to hammer the running game. They're not going to put it on that guy's arm to bring it. The Panthers weren't going to put it on Sam Darnold's arm to go out there and slay you. If you're going to allow them to run 45 times in that football game and have success doing so, they're perfectly happy to let it play out that way. Same thing in the Falcons game. Same thing in the first 49er game. So you can't just simply look at the yards given up in the passing in this year from this defensive perspective and then look at the ground yards and think, well, maybe they're trying an adjustment here and that's why it's different from what it's been in the past. No, that's not the case. Perspective and context matters of the teams that you've played this year and how they're trying to attack your defense in particular. And the bottom line of it really goes, if you look at how we've stopped the run in recent years, quote unquote, when we've had our success in stopping the run, it's against those teams that don't run the ball very well. When the teams that you have are decent rushing attacks, teams will still run the ball against us well, but they would go more to throwing the ball, a lot like why teams go against running against us this year, because there were so many free and easy yards and they had quarterbacks who could sling it, who could attack you in that way. It's got to change though, Jordan. To your point on it, it's got to change or we will never be an elite team. It can change. Carroll's got control of it. But if he doesn't admit that there's an issue here or there's any problem, it will never get to that place. Never will. Marcus B, 28 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you. It says, Walmart's entrance door gives more resistance than the Seahawks defensive line. Well said. It's beeping a couple times. It might shut on you. It might take off an arm. Agreed, man. It's a mean ass door out there. Mean ass door. They got that thing programmed to go hard. But yeah, I'm much more after 10 years of watching the Carroll bend and then sometimes break, and then bend and break a lot, and then bend and break maybe just a little bit today. I'm really tired of the bend but don't break defense. I'm really tired of getting bled out slowly week after week. I'm just tired of it. I'd much rather die quickly or at least bounce back and fire. I'd much rather be, causing some problems and running 100 miles an hour and just blitzing a ton, and you give up some big plays, but then you also offset it with some big plays. But this whole just sit on our heels, play off coverage. Oh, it's 3rd and 3. We're going to play 7 yards off coverage and then drop into our bail technique and cover 3 looks. Oh, it's so lame. It feels like to me, you don't have to be a football savant to see that that's so easy to attack. I have a receiver on the outside. I need 3 yards. And I know that I'm going to have the option to run either a slant or an out route or a comeback. And all 3 of those routes will work because the cornerback is going to already be 6 yards off coverage at the snap. And then he's going to backpedal at the snap. So he's off coverage and then he's backpedaling in addition to that at the snap. How do you not, as an offensive coordinator, look at that and go, that's going to be wide open in any of those 3 routes that I want to run? Hell, I could run a drag, a 4th route underneath, and that's probably going to be open too. And it's simple. It's easy. It's not hard. As long as they don't overthink it, as long as they would just look at it like a fan would look at it in that situation, go, well, he's off coverage. We need 3 yards. Let's just go take it. Niners did it to us tonight. Saw it last week as well against the Panthers. Strangeness. Russell Marque with a $2 donation says, where the fire from a desperate team? Where's the fire from a desperate team? Says Russell Marque. Yep. A part of Carroll's team that has been disconcerting to watch in this year's team. Something that I couldn't even say about last year's team or recent defenses that had played bad, because those defenses had been out schemed as well. Those defenses had gone poorly in recent years. But those players played hard on those defenses. Those players gave it their all on those defenses. I don't see that from this defense right now. I don't see people selling out. I don't see people all bought in. And you know what? It's not just my opinion. When an old gray beard like Bruce Irvin says that last week in a press conference after the game, when he brings it up from his mouth, his lips, a player on the field right now, and he's an older guy, he don't care. He don't care, well, you can protect the team. Don't let people know that. We got to keep that in-house. No, he's letting you know because he don't care. You guys are wondering what's up? This is what's up. You don't have everybody on this team buying in. And if I don't have everybody buying in, then that does reflect back on the coach. On top of the short, now we got defensive shortcomings, and I can't get you to buy the team in. I can't get you to get the team to play hard. And there's been games this year we haven't shown up. And I have not been able to ever really say that about Coach Carroll throughout his time here. And I've been mad about this defense, but he's at least gotten the guys to play hard. And yeah, Russell Marque, it's aptly put by you. They weren't desperate tonight. Was that a team that you saw on that football field playing for like they wanted the division, playing like they wanted to get in the playoffs, putting it all on the line? Because they looked sloppy to me. They looked out of sorts. They looked uncomfortable. They looked not quite ready to go. Megan Gock-Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I am fully aware that this is a rebuild after the first week, even with the losses. I was hoping for better than this. I was too, Megan. I mean, if you're in a rebuild year like this, you know, you and it's definitely been better than normal rebuild years would go, but you start out maybe porous. You got a lot of young guys playing, right? You know, you go through the course of the year and you start to see maybe a little bit of a steady improvement. You got a new scheme you're implementing with the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell at the beginning of the year. So you're like, okay, well, we're going to be doing some blitzes. There's probably going to be some broken coverages on the back end, but we're going to be trying to implement it. But meanwhile, you've not been implementing anything really new. You have fully bought into the Waldron offense this year for the most part, which has been good. And that's brought you a lot of your successes, but you're not getting better as the year goes along. You're getting actually worse. The defense is going into a more of an eroded state. And that is disconcerting. And I'm like you, I did hope for better than this at this point in time of the year, Megan. I didn't think that they were going to be backtracking as we stand right now, which is, you know, indeed the case. You're going backwards a little bit right now. It's a third string quarterback, the last guy picked in this draft, in a quarterback draft that was awful, just beat you in your home on primetime football. I guess some can maybe explain that away to just being a rebuild, but I think that it does go to a little bit more than that. Thank you, though, for all the donations. I finally caught up on the donations. My goodness. Thank you to all of you. I appreciate it. Very kind of you guys on that. And we'll see how this goes forward. I'm going to be interested to see how this press conference goes. I do hope some reporters are trying to maybe ask at least one question, you know, between the nine softballs they throw. Maybe somebody will ask one question about, you know, how do we have faith in this defense going forward, Pete? You know, you've forgotten more football than the collection of us could ever know of. You know, you are a guy that knows defense right and left, but let's just go to a bottom line level of things. You know, you talk about talent with this team and, well, we need more talent, you know. Yeah, but that's also sort of like saying we need more talent, acting like there hasn't been talent put into this defense. Saying we need more talent is acting like they haven't put a tremendous amount of their resources into the defense from a monetary standpoint and a draft capital standpoint. And they've been doing that since 2015. You know, if you take 2015 and you look at the prime draft assets, I'm talking the creme de la creme, go through the first 3 rounds, and you go draft after draft since 2017, it's all going to defense, basically. It's all going to defense. Where are the returns from that? Hard to see. Hard to see. Washington Fisquest, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house, brother. Says, I got lucky. I fell asleep at halftime. Probably would have been for the better Washington Fisquest on that, man. Says, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. Always go Hawks, even on a loss like that, even as a year kind of winds down as this. Paint that picture with it. But this is a little bit of let's talk about an Achilles heel as we go into the future. And, do we want to build that Achilles up and get it strong? Or do we want to allow it to be remained opened like a wound and pustulating and always sore? SBZ says 8 hours of passive aggressive Pete bashing because any idiot can coach football. It's amazing. More local pundits don't get coaching jobs. Yeah. I mean, that's a comment I hear on it, man. It's what a comment I had. 8 hours of passive aggressive Pete bashing. Have I been on it for 8 hours? I've only been on it for 4 hours. I really hope I get tonight one of those folks in the chat that's one of those you can never question Pete guys, or you think you do better guys. And I don't know if that's what you're trying to say, BZ, on this, is that like, I can't quite read into what your comment was on that, exactly what you're trying to say there. But I would like to have a back and forth with somebody on the chat tonight on that, because I've had enough of, you can do better, you get the job. I analyze the team. That's not, and analyzing the team isn't to say I can do better. It is to say that there's somebody else who can do it better. There's another professional within the league who might be able to do it better. And I don't think that that's an insane thing to bring up at this point in time. And if that's the point, we get a person wanting to paint it that way. It's like, again, that's not what I do on this channel, and I've never done that. I don't just wave pom-poms here. And if there is something that is bad and going wrong, I analyze this team, I break this team down. I look at this team in depth, and I'm going to put a spotlight on things both good and bad. 95% of my channel is nothing but effusive praise towards the Seattle Seahawks, their coaching staff, their players. It's nothing but talking good. But there's going to be time where you got to put a spotlight on the bad, especially when stuff's going really bad in a certain direction. Because again, if you don't talk about it, it doesn't get brought up, doesn't get dealt with, doesn't get addressed, gets swept up under that rug, as it has been so often in recent years past. Poop Dog says, wonder what team would have been with a healthy Jamal and Penny? It's a good question, man. It's a very good question. Probably a better team. David Dan says, the 49ers are tougher and have more talent on our D and our dogs. Indeed they do. Indeed they do. Jacob Chamberlain says, Brandon, do you still have hopes for a wild card, or would you call that false hope at this point? I don't know if it's false hope. You might be able to find your way backward your way in, and there's you're not mathematically out of it, so there definitely is still hope. But you're not playing your best football on either side of the ball right now. That stands out. And once again in this game, you got beat at the line of scrimmage, I think on both sides of the football again. And as I've said for weeks now, you're just not going to win a lot of football games if you can't win at the line of scrimmage, at least on one side or the other, somewhere. If you're losing on both ends of it, it's going to be bad. Bosa was good in this game, no doubt about it. Aiden says we might sneak in, but it will be more of a Giants falling apart than the Seahawks earning it. That's a good way of putting it. I think that's right. David Yang says, went from Wagner to Barton. Big jump there going backwards. Indeed, man. Not sure why they made that choice. Jeff Robinson says we're one draft away from the Legion of Boom 2.0. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, Jeff. And I don't know if you're ever going to stack a defense like you put together with the Legion of Boom. I think you put a great defense together, but that's hard to put that one together. It was a historically great one. They've got a lot of ammunition to make this team better from a talent standpoint, and that is going to help matters, no doubt about that. James Earl Moans says they get manhandled up the middle every game. They do. I see the same thing. Defender of logic, the last drive showed when Geno has time, he can score. Purdy had all day to throw. He did. I agree with both of those sentiments on that. Geno definitely got a little more time in that last drive. I think getting a little bit of the hurry up stuff got that Niner pass rush a little slowed down a bit. But they're ferocious, man. They did a good job today. David Yang says the 49ers have a better system than the Hawks right now. They do. Probably on both sides of the ball. Wilbur Knight, just go hard on the draft. It's some studs in this draft class for sure. For sure, man. My mic sucks? Oh, no. Hopefully my mic's okay. Samuel Freeman. Sorry, Samuel. Says, thank you for the $5 donation, Samuel. Says, I love Pete, but he has flaws. We need an owner that will hold the coach accountable. I don't think we have that at the moment. Samuel, and boy, as always with you guys, on top of the donations, which is kind enough on that side of it, it's also your comments in these donations, which I just think are very intelligent and where you guys are coming from on this stuff. The ownership and getting Pete feet to the fire and getting him to change ways that aren't working comes down from ownership and an active ownership. And if you have an owner that's a hands-off owner or football's really not their bag, I know a lot of people talk about Jody Allen being in the draft room on draft day and talking to him. And to me, that seemed like more of a PR move for the appearance that Jody is actually active for the fan base as opposed to really being active. And the fact that, look, this has been years going on with Carroll now. And I know he's had success here. I'm not painting him as he's not done good things here. But if you look through the last 6-7 years, separate yourself a little bit from the Super Bowl run years and into this last 7 years, which is a very long period of time in football, there are some patterns that have been ongoing from evaluation of talent, especially on the defensive side of the ball, to player development, to schematic shortcomings. And all of those were on bright display tonight, and they will continue on into the future. That's the key point here. It's not to take Coach Carroll to the woodshed. It's to say, let's get them fixed into the future. I want to see them fixed. I don't want to see them continue. And I'm not going to have blind faith that they just fix themselves because we just suddenly bring a little bit better talent in around the edges. I don't think that that's just an end-all be-all fix here. I think you got to it's a two-stepper process. It's that and something else. Addison Shelby with the $2 donation says, playoffs off the table. This is wild, Brandon. I'm just disconcerted by what I said. I'm an old school guy with football, right? I mean, I grew up at a time when it was still about winning in the trenches. And I know that we are in an age now where it's more finesse and it's more pass happy and it's more about pace and space. But I still come down to the fact that when I watch this team in the trenches week in and week out, they get the butts whooped, and kind of badly at that. And I don't. It's hard to have a lot of confidence in that type of team having it being handed to it that way to say that's a team that can get itself into the playoffs. And maybe they can, but again, I do this from an analytic standpoint. I don't just do this to blindly say stuff. And even when I'm positive, I'm usually basing it off something that I have optimistically that makes me feel that way. And right now, my optimism is a little bit down right now in this year. It's a little bit shaken. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. It was way closer than I thought. I thought we'd get blown out big time. Oh, goodness, Megan, did you? I was probably, I think I was at something like 24-17 or 2017. So, I did think that, we were going to find a way at some point or another with this game to keep it within maybe like one score. And, technically, I guess you are within one score in this game. So I was kind of right with that. But I did think it was probably going to fit out to around this. So maybe I shouldn't be so shocked that this was what it was. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm going to be right back. Just a little bit of coffee, and I will return right back in. Alrighty, ready. Thank you for hanging in there with me, folks. Appreciate it. Emma21 says, I miss Jamal. I do too. Pete, Pacific Northwest made it's time to start over. Pete and Gino and coaches got to go. I can understand that track. Seahawks Blue Green, did you see our owner when they cut to her clapping and having a good time when we were down 21-6? Yeah, it looked like, again, like that press conference thing where they show her at the draft room and she's like talking between Carol and Schneider. It's like, oh, you're on camera, clap, look like you're engaged. I still maintain, I feel like to a lot of degrees, Jody is owning this team out of necessity because she's like forced to, not because she really wants to. And the second that this team is able to be sold, it will be sold. But that unfortunately means we're not getting any change anytime soon as well. Not at least till 2024. I watched as that was tough to watch. We need change. I'm with you. I own Tunnan. Barbacar, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Iotan, I appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I just dropped an article last night regarding this Seahawks team, so please do take a look at that on your community post and board as I do a couple articles and post the PFF scores on a weekly basis. So thank you for becoming a member and welcome, man. Thank you for coming aboard. I watch. It was a tough watch. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch that just getting manhandled up front, getting out schemed, getting out coached. One team looks like they got their players ready to play. The other team looks like its players are not ready to play. It is hard. Forever Faithful 49 in Seattle, aware that Texas A&M is the original 12s? No. Yeah, we're aware. Yeah, everything. Pete is great motivational and developmental, a back-end defense. He needs to let go of reins and schemes and other things. Needs new blood, and we need new dogs. Well said, David. I maintain the same thing. That's again why I say with Pete, it's not necessarily with him just, I got to get a new coach in here. Like I've said with him, he can fix some of the things that are wrong, but for him to fix some of the things that are wrong, it's going to require two things. And first off, it's going to require that there's actually a problem here that needs to be dealt with. And the second part of it's going to be to have to kind of take your ego out of it a bit of it and to take that step back and become more of that figurehead kind of role, head coach. And I don't know if that's in Coach Carroll's DNA to do that. Lions Mania. That's why the Lions have to damn near win out to actually slide into the wild card round. It will be a challenge, but I believe my team can do it and prove the SOL fans and media all wrong. Oh, I like the confidence, Lion Mania. Let's go, man. Let's go. Wilbur Knight says, come on, Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. That's right. Going to the dog part. Hawks were predicted to win 6 games this year. Why the surprise? It's not really about the wins or losses at this point right now, going to the dog park. I think if we get to simple, and for the folks that get to kind of simple states of things, understand what I'm trying to drive towards and get to here is a little bit of let's get to the layers of this stuff, okay? Let's not skim the top surface of things. Let's pull apart the layers of this and why are things going wrong this year? Is it merely a talent-deprived thing? Is it that you just need more bodies in here? It's also a little bit of explanation of what's going on. And again, going to the dog park, I think it's important because it's not about fixing the things this year. It's not about this year being kind of all bonus, whatever you get. It's about how stuff that's a problem this year will then carry over into next year because it's not being looked at as an issue because everybody's saying this year should just be a bonus. So why are we complaining? That's why we're bringing that up. Addison, we went from the worst defense to the worst. That's why it's wild. It is wild. Standard champion, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I hate this narrative that because there isn't enough talent, there is nothing these coaches could do. I got it all week on the chat. I see Fezlev saying the same thing. There's Seahawks fans out there in there. There's a contingent of them that are out there. I'm not drawing any judgments on you. It just is what it is. But I got flamed a good amount on my chat this week for having the audacity to criticize Carroll at all. And it's a little bit of what I saw with the Russell Wilson situation, which is that there are fans in this kind of situation where it's either you're with me or you're against me. And by with me, what they mean by that is that you need to support the players and the team and the coaches 100% of the time. And if you flail from that from 1 second, if you deviate from that from 1 second, then you're being emotional. Or then what do you know? What you can do better? That's where they start getting that attitude from. And I just don't quite understand it. Are you watching the games? Are you looking at this team? And it's an appeal to authority. They never have an argument to counter like, okay, Carroll's simple designs and the simplicity of his defense and the lack of willingness to blitz. How does that carry into the future? How does he get that out? They won't argue the details like that. They won't go into the actual, let's argue the points that matter. It turns into personal attacks or other stuff like that. I don't get it. But there is these people that's the way that they enjoy their fandom. And that's the only way they can enjoy their fandom is if they're 100% supporting everyone, everywhere on the team, every coach, every player, no matter what. Don't you fail in doing so, or you're basically a traitor. Okay. It's quite a high mark to hit there with that one. Michael Myers says, Pete just said Tyler Lockett broke his index finger. So Lockett is now out for the season, it would sound like. I doubt he's going to be playing on that. Joel Navarez says, your all-run defense sucked. CMC over 100, Mason over 50 and 6 carries. Yes, sir. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Linebacker, with how bad Russ is looking at Denver, I promise you Drew Lock is not nearly as bad as people say. I agree with you on that. Sajan says this game went as expected. It did. Iota Barbakar says, what do you think of the Seahawks taking Jalen Carter and Brian Brees in the first round? I would love the Jalen Carter pick, Iotan. He's my number one guy on my board right now as far as any of the players in this draft. I even over Will Anderson, quite frankly. Brian Brees is a guy that has popped previously, had a little bit of an injury thing, kind of rounding back into shape this year. I think some of how he tests is going to be important to see if he's able to get back into kind of that athletic state that he was for as big a body as he is. I think Brees a little bit more in the later parts of the first round, more Ionoton than I would where I see some of the mocks having him going in the top 12. And I think that is a little bit high for Brian Brees right now. I don't think he's that good to warrant that. But later on in the first round, it could make a lot of sense going there. It could. Mr. Carroll to use. As we were ready, that defensive line was too hot. They were hot. Hot. Too hot to touch. Wiley Fox says Barton and Brooks are revolving doors in the run D. Prioritize defensive linemen and linebackers in the draft. I agree there. I do agree with you there. DJ Owen, so when is it time to completely restart your whole defensive player, coaches, or both? Well, I land at the right of one thing. It's if I was the owner, look, I'm not the owner, so people go, what, you do a better job. Here's what I would be doing with Coach Carroll at this point in time. So you want to be the coach going forward? Yes. Okay. Your defense has sucked for 7 straight years, basically. You've not been able to return back and reload this thing from your Legion of Boom era. You've had multiple attempts. You've put everything into this. So your defense doesn't work anymore. Okay. Not to say you can't coach, not to be that you can't bring something to the game, not that you can't get a team back to being an elite team as a head coach. Because let's remember with Coach Carroll, he's not a defensive coordinator. He's not an offensive coordinator. He's a head coach. So then you say, we're going to take from your hands the defensive coordinator role, and we're going to put it into somebody else's. You stop talking about the defense and get on the defense. You've not been a defensive mastermind for 7 years. That'd be a beginning place. Obviously, then you're injecting the talent on top of it. But then I bring a defensive coordinator in here, and I'd say, you run the show now. You get to run this the way you want to run this. He doesn't get to come here and put his finger in the pie when it's convenient for him to do so. You run the defense. And I don't think Carroll would do that. I think that would go against his nature to allow that, but I'd be open to doing it. I'd be open to. Observer 777, Seattle needs football players. DK Metcalf is becoming a liability. He needs to mature. His 15-yard penalties are idiotic. I didn't like the penalty in this game. I don't like the penalties. I think he had one other point this year. He had a 15-yard penalty, and I don't like that either, to your point. I don't. I mean, there's a lot of problems I come out of this game with. DK Metcalf was targeted 9 times. He made 7 catches for 55 yards. He had the holding penalty, which wasn't great on the 1 catch. So I don't want to sound like he was amazingly great in this game, but if I go to like the top 3 or 4 problems in this game of 0-7-7, I don't know if I run first to DK Metcalf as one of the main issues at play in this game. You know, I may land on him at some point, but I'm going to get kind of down that list a little bit before I arrive there. Defender of Logic says the Hawks Nest facts. The game is won in the trenches. Purdy had so much time because he had a trench around him, which has led to easy throws. Yeah. Every week you're getting just butt beat on both lines of scrimmage. And it's, talent will help improve that, sure. But it seems a little bit more than that at this point too. Fun P, Miles Adams did show flashes in this game. I liked what I saw of him. And he's had some moments this year. He's been interesting and maybe a guy that can be a rotational guy into the future a little bit on that line. Definitely agree there. I'm going to try to just stay up on the chat current because I'm always usually super far behind it. So if I do miss your question in there, you can just repost it on in. But I'm going to try to stay just kind of at the front of the chat here. Ayaton says, what do you think if we get Jackson Smith Njinkabug? I can't pronounce his last name yet. In the late first. I've not been sold as much on his tape, Ayaton. I haven't. The track record's really good with recent Ohio State receivers in the league that are picked high. And they produced well even this year. We've got two of them running along and doing well. But my initial tape study of him, I wasn't really blown away by the speed, athleticism, route running. He just kind of seemed like kind of a guy to me a little bit. Especially if you're talking about taking him in that first round range of things. I'm probably missing the boat on him. Admittedly, I kind of was missing the boat on Chris Olave, another Ohio State receiver last year that was coming out. I wasn't quite as sold on him as well, but I liked Olave even more than what I've seen from Jackson. I'll be doing a bit of a deeper dive on him, so it's not my final opinion on him, but that was just kind of at my first blush view of him. Dustin Ruth says 1-score game, Travis Homer's fumble. That was big. Yeah. Man in the Pit says maybe we beat KC. Hey man, anything's possible. Anything's possible. Gene D says our first two possessions of the game were the worst all year. I wouldn't argue with you that. It's a little bit like last week where you just came out and the offense just didn't look ready. Everything was just kind of a stray. Trenty, is a Super Bowl ever possible as long as Pete is still the coach? Well, if there's somebody out there that feels that at this point, I would love you to convince me in the chat, and I would love you to present your argument on that. I spent the last week, Trent, fending off attacks that people literally get to the point of taking personal attacks at me for having any audacity to speak anything at all ill about Pete. So I start to open my mouth on this, and the people come out of the woodwork and freak the F out about it. And there are just those people out there that, I don't get it. I really don't at this point. It's like, how much more data do you need? How much more do you need to kind of see? And their answers are always basic and simple and just broad brush paint over it where they're like, well, he brought us to a Super Bowl. You don't appreciate that. Well, could you do a better job? Well, it's never again about dealing with the actual argument at hand. Where's the faith for him to correct this scheme? Where is the faith that he's going to update and fix this stuff? Because I'll tell you, he told you he recognized it in the offseason. This is the thing the haters can't really, they can't explain this one to me, right? You got no explanation for this one. Go back, any of you folks who got a question, go back and watch the combine interview with Coach Carroll this offseason. He's in front of the reporters and he's eating crow. He's all of the things I'm saying about this defense now, he's referencing in what I'm talking about. We have been slow and late to adapt defensively. We have not been updating this as much as we need to be updating it. We've been trying to just run the old. You can say I'm wrong, but if you're going to say I'm wrong, then you're saying Pete Carroll was wrong because he said it this offseason. And he said after saying that we've been arrogant. I'm verbatim quoting you on this. We've been arrogant in our approach by doing the same old thing. The exact thing I've been bringing up for years, bring up again this year, he says they were doing, and they are continuing to do this year. So why not, has he not lived by his own words of this offseason? He told you he was being arrogant, but then he doesn't change his approach. So was he being arrogant or not? Was that just a great quote to give the media corps to make them get a little bit of relief because you're about to trade Russell Wilson and you're trying to make people feel like you're taking a certain amount of ownership on the heels of that? Maybe. But the bottom line fact is somewhere in his heart, he's recognizing the fact it ain't working, but he's not owning the fix. And that's the problem. And that doesn't give me a whole hell of a lot of faith into the future that he's a guy that can get you to a Super Bowl. He ain't going anywhere. I ain't saying he's going to be fired. I ain't calling on him to be fired. I'm talking about faith here. I'm talking about, I got to have a reason to believe. I don't do things blindly, right? I wouldn't do an arranged marriage. And I'm not just going to blindly follow a coach because 1 point 10 years ago, he got us a Super Bowl. Cooper says our offense sucks because we cannot run. Yeah, I would agree with that. Daniel Dunn, we need a bruising back again. Our backs are too small. I definitely think you could use a bigger guy in there. Daniel, yeah. Little thunder to the lightning. Thunder to the lightning. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Real Matrix, who would you want our first 2-round picks to be? Jalen Carter, Trent Simpson, something like that. Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson. You know, I probably hit it with 2 defenders early on. Maybe just grab the best 2 defenders I got on my board at that point, I suppose. Something in that realm of things. But I think Trenton Simpson, somebody mentioned Brian Brees, Tyree Morris, Mike Morris, I think from the Michigan, is a pretty good player. I'd be open to him. Isaiah Kingsey, I think is his name. Another pass rusher off the edge would be interesting. Kind of a lot of guys defensively in that market, the later first round you could go with, I'd be pretty happy with. Who would help this team? Will Valdez, if Pete Carroll got to make that first overall pick in the next draft, what defensive back would he reach for? Well, the one thing is they've never really drafted a defensive back high, Will. You know, the highest draft selection from a cornerback position in Coach Carroll and John Schneider's time here, I believe, has been the late 3rd round pick of Shaquille Griffin. We might have done Walter Thurmond in the 2nd in 2011 too, but that's as high as you've gone. So they've actually recognized a lack of a need to necessarily go high with a defensive back, but that it will be a defensive player, Will. Then it's not going to be an offensive player you're probably grabbing with that first pick. That is going to be for certain on that. Cool Breeze says Purdy did not impress me. He had a noodle arm on half of his throws. Yeah, I agree. I think he looked like a 7th rounder, but defensively, you made the game easy on him. Yeah. Gene D says our defense was only giving up 7 points at halftime. Our offense was trash. They were. Well said. Mad Dog, given the last month, this game went better than expected. Just happy we came out healthy after a Thursday night game. Well, Tyler did go down, but you're right. We have at least been reasonably healthy in that respect of things. Linebacker says we have very good corners. The rest of the defense is fairly broken talent-wise. You may say coaching. Fair. We have a lot of high-level picks. Imagine giving up on our coach and getting a Hackett. Yeah. Look, because you move on from Carroll would not mean that the next guy you brought in was going to be the guy that was 100% guaranteed to fix it. Bringing in somebody new is not 100% guarantee. There are no guarantees in the sport. So just to say that we move on isn't necessarily a fix. The returns have been about the same from Carroll's defense as of late. To expect that those returns suddenly change just for the sake of changing, I need a little bit more to understand how that change is going to occur. And if someone's going to tell me that, well, simply you're going to add 3 picks in the first 2 rounds of this next draft, and so that's going to take you from being a defense that's basically 31 or 32 in this league and elevate you up into 14, I think that's a little bit of a wide jump to make, a wide leap to make, and does overlook some of the other bigger problems that are mounting with this particular defense and this team right now. So yeah, you're right in that, look, a new coach isn't necessarily going to win it, but again, linebacker, you mentioned Hackett, so let me deal with your comparison on that. Hackett wasn't just hired because he was some great offensive mastermind brought in or because he was the perfect ideal hire to shepherd in a new offense in this day and age of the NFL. He was brought in because the Packers thought they had Aaron Rodgers. And indeed, right up until the 25th hour, they had him in their grasp until the Packers were able to pull him back. The Hackett hire happened because he was the drinking buddy of Aaron Rodgers, because the Denver Broncos thought that it would help to cement bringing Aaron Rodgers in by having their drinking buddy as the head coach. That's not an equivalency to me of we move off from Carroll and we were to go look for a different guy, we'd be hiring a guy for similar reasons. I don't believe we would be. So it's not quite an apropos comparison to make because of the reasons that Hackett was hired. But your initial point is fair and right in the respect of just to move on to a new is not going to guarantee success. I just would offer on the other side of that if I have a head coach who's going wrong, whose defenses are going wrong over the course of a season because of the decision-making A, B, C, and D, and every year it's A, B, C, D, and E, A, B, C, D, and E, and now we're in the middle of this year and it's A, B, C, D, and E, what hope do I have that suddenly gets fixed into next year, that we're not back to A, B, C, D, and E? And that's the question I'm posing. And it's not the question to say I necessarily have the answer on that. Maybe there's someone in the chat that can bring up why I have that confidence. Maybe it's just simply talent and that you bring the talent in here and that will improve everything over. But I'm a little bit skeptical on that. I need to be convinced a little bit on that one, I guess. And again, I do think you can look at the season and say it's been successful while still looking at the season with a critical eye into the future as well. I think both of those things can happen at the same time. It doesn't require you to be, if we're tough on the coaching staff a little bit, that doesn't mean we don't still look at the year as a success. It just means that those are separate aspects and separate things. Christian Fowler says, what's up with Quandre? He seems off, man. He does. I think as Wu-Tang, as somebody else said below there, he just looked kind of like he's not into it. I don't know if it's the foot injury's got him thinking up in his head, but he's not playing with the same reckless abandonment that I would see in prior years from him. And he wasn't dropping picks in prior years. If you threw him the ball, he's taking it away. I don't know what kind of to make of that, because there's been easily about 4 or 5 interceptions. He's had dead rights in his hands, fairly easy picks at that, and he just can't reel it in. And it sucks because there are stuff to his game that, he's not a great tackler. He's okay in coverage, so you kind of need that ability for him to take the ball away to kind of offset some things with him. Mason Dale says, hey, Brandon, missed the play-by-play. Could you give a quick summary of what you thought? I honestly thought the defense looked a lot more physical than last game. Still, we need a lot of improvement. Yeah, I think this is, again, a game that does come down to kind of both sides of the ball having their share of their hands in the reason that you lost this game. So I think that certainly maybe if you want to put a little more offensively in this game than the defense, if you want to give them 60% of the blame and the offense 40% of the blame, something like that, you could talk me into that. You started out this game, Mason, with really out of sorts kind of on both sides of the ball a little bit how you look. Actually, defensively, you got, I think, a quick 3 and out, and you were looking like you're going to roll along pretty good. But then the offense had 2 straight drives to start the night that were just toast, that weren't going anywhere, weren't getting anything done, that just you were basically losing yardage. The defense held up relatively well through the first half. You have 2 broken plays by Jordan Brooks on George Kittle in this game, which accounted for 2 of the touchdowns by the Niners. That's a really big part of this with where it goes wrong. I do think, Mason, it's another game where I think on both lines of scrimmage, you got your butt beat. Offensively, once again, you can't run the ball. You're one-dimensional. The Niners are able to get pressure with the front 4, so that means they're going to drop a lot of guys into coverage, which means those passing windows for Geno are going to get shrunk down to nearly nothing at that point because they don't have to dedicate those extra resources to blitz like other teams do. And there wasn't a whole hell of a lot you could do about that offensively in this game. And again, no ability to really run the ball. But you gave up 170 yards rushing the ball in this game on 34 attempts. They applied the same blueprint model recent teams have been applying, which is stay with the run and you'll eventually break through. They eventually broke through on that Jordan Mason run at the end, just like the back-breaking runs we saw last week with Carolina running the same play over and over again, or the Raiders game with the Jacobs run at the end when the defense was toast in that one. So it's been kind of similar to what we've seen, maybe just a little bit more blame towards the offense in this game than you would have in recent weeks. Christian Fowler says regression doesn't explain what I watched this evening, laughing out loud. Yeah, I agree. Gene D says Geno was a sitting duck in the middle of the pocket. Yeah, we did not hold up well against the pass rush in this game. Wilbur Knight, Noah, a straight stud boy. What a boost. Noah Fant's played pretty good for us. Yeah. Oh, Noah Sewell. Noah Sewell, late second rounder. Maybe Joshua. I'm not as sold on him. Jose Rodriguez just checking in. Is the stream off for anyone else? If you're having an issue with the mic, just do a refresh. Sounds like it's okay for the most part, but it might be a little out of sync here as sometimes stuff can go a little bit weird. Sometimes it can go a little bit weird. The stream is desynced. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I went off on it. It's probably a little bit of having to do because I had to run the Amazon stream wasn't working on my main computer. So, yeah, just try to maybe do a refresh, and if it keeps up, I'll find a way to see if I can maybe apply a little deal to it here. I can probably just do the old, here, we can do this too. Oh, let's see. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. Do like a render delay. We'll try. Compressor, noise gate suppression. Oh, it's not there. Hell with it. I'll just deal with it. Stream's okay. All right. Yeah. If you're having an issue, try to just do a not restart, but a refresh of the stream if it's a little bit behind. Going to the dog park says, I'm not so sure Walker is better than Penny. Penny in the open field would have scored. He might have on that. That's definitely something Penny showed off in the past. And I'm not so sure of that either. Penny has had a better yard per carry average this year than Walker has, running behind the same offensive line. And I know early on this year, we weren't exactly open holes for Penny either at that time. He got some big runs too, but he had some of the same issues that Walker's had to deal with behind that offensive line. I think that's very well could be the case. Man in the Pit says, does Kansas City have a better offensive line? It's probably an equivalent offensive line, but it's better in pass protection than the Niners line. But then the Niners line is better in run blocking. But then both of those things are by design for both teams. It's kind of purposeful on both of their parts. So it's probably a pretty equivalent line overall. I mean, but Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey, they're pretty good. They're pretty good up front. Seahawks Blue and Green says, realistically, we need to upgrade at least 2 linebacker spots, Taylor and Barton. Yes. Yes, I agree with you there. Maybe Mafe can get a little bit more forward too on this. We'll have to see. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I need to step out for a bit, B. My head is killing me. Well, hang in there, Megan. Get some water. A little walk out there. But hang in there. John Robinson with a $5 donation. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, brother. Says, please tell me something I don't understand. This division was up for grabs. Why was the team packing it in these last 4 games? What am I missing? You know me, I usually have an explanation for just about everything, John, one way or another, but this is one place in one case that I don't really have a great explanation for you on this. I don't. Carroll, if you look at him through a historical lens, has been a guy that has been tended, and I looked pretty deep into this over his career. He has been a guy even over the last 5-6 years that tends to get the team playing at their best at the end of the season. You have had years where you've been decimated by injuries in recent years. You're not decimated by injuries in this particular year. Yet right now you're seeing this team regressing, playing worse than they had played earlier on this year, not getting better. The young guys are not taking steps forward from what they were when they came in here. And that is the one that is why I'm raising a little bit of the alarm bells on this issue being something more beyond than just a problem of this season. And if I thought that this was just an issue of this season, if I thought this was just a rebuild year issue and we'll bounce right back from it next year, I would be happy to proclaim that. But if I'm going to believe that, or people are going to convince me of that, then they got to back it up, right, John? Somebody's got to be out there backing up that point saying, this is why you should have the faith that Carroll's going to bounce this back next year. And I don't think those people have really a standing to bring that up, John. I don't think they really have that argument to be made. And that's why I think it ends up turning into personal attacks or turning the debate into an appeal to authority, is because they know that there's not an answer there. They know that there's not something that they can reach to and go, well, Carroll's got this. They don't. So then they got to flail and grab at the, again, personal attacks or the ad hominem attacks or straw man arguments, all of the dirty tricks that you can play in a debate in order to try to win or to try to not just address the argument at hand. But, the bottom line The bottom line is that there are some worries on this team that go beyond talent deficiencies, and they're worries that can keep you from being an elite team into the future. And I think whether you disagree with me on this, whether you disagree with me that these are issues that will go into the future, I think we would agree that we are trying to get this team to a state of being elite once more, that we're not just merely trying to turn this team into a team that even with an injection of talent, its best case scenario is to slip in the back door of the playoffs every year and be one and done. And I think that that's not what any of us are trying to go for. And I don't think that you get yourself out of that mold if you have shortcomings and deficiencies that have been with you for years and that you're not taking steps to correct. It's hard for me to have confidence you'll get to that state when that's the reality of what we're sort of seeing. Saijin with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Saijin. Says, did any one of you expect to get as far as we did? If yes, how can you get any further with no running backs and very little defense? If no, stop complaining. So again, Saijin on this, this is what I see. This, and Saijin, I appreciate the $5 donation, brother, but this is where I have the problem on this debate. This is exactly the issue I have. Is there are people that go, be happy with the season as it is, stop complaining, but you're not dealing with the arguments I'm bringing up at hand, which has to do with the future and not this season. The complaints aren't about this season, Saijin. The complaints aren't about this team not getting more out this year. I know this is a rebuild year. I'm not broken up about a team not getting to the playoffs in a rebuild year when you have $44 million of dead money. That's not the argument at hand, but you're moving the goalposts with your question. You're moving the goalpost. It's not about whether or not this year's successful. It's the confidence we have into the future that we're in the right hands for this team to become elite once more. That's the question on the table. And if Coach Carroll's going to endear that type of support, he's got to prove it to get it. He doesn't just get the benefit of the doubt of what he did 10 years ago. So no, we don't stop complaining on this. And it's valid, the criticism that's being brought up, Saijin. And I really wish folks that were in your camp, I dealt with a couple of these folks in my comment section throughout the week, and I tried to address with it. I tried to engage with them. I tried to get to their level and say, okay, look, okay, throw your personal attack. I'll just go ahead and put that to the side. Let's try to argue with the points at hand. Let's have a back and forth. Let's have a good, honest discussion where we're both operating from the same stance of trying to get to the truth. And I just feel like the people that come out and go, shut up, quit complaining. How dare you complain? You do better. I really feel like you're kind of short. You're not really trying to come at it from that honest, good, true angle of things. You're telling people to shut up. That's not where I'm at and what I'm about on this channel. We talk about all topics. We cover everything. That's why I go for 10 straight hours in streaming, is I want to look at this end to end. That's what we do here. People have a right to complain, Saijin, and if you don't think they have a right to complain, I'm fully on board with you explaining that. But you got to go beyond shut up. Why are you complaining? This year's all a bonus. No one thought we were going to be here. No one's complaining about where the season is. We're complaining about where we're going into the future. And that's the part where I'm having a hard time on those folks who really bristle at this criticism. You can see their hairs pull up on the back of their neck where they get really mad. And I have a hard time. It's like I'm trying to break through to get to that part where we can just have that talk and discussion back and forth. I really want to get there. It's not lip service here, but I'm having the damnedest of time getting there because it always comes back to shut your mouth. What do you know? This is all bonus. Well, there's not really a lot to go from with that, right, Saijin? Better just close up the stream then, turn everything off because there's nothing left to talk about that. This was all a bonus year, so what's left to discuss, right? It's a simplistic approach here, and it's a broad brush approach, and I think that this requires a little bit more than that. I do appreciate the donation, man, but I got to say, if you're coming to the channel here and expecting I'm not going to bring up problems when problems show up, then that's the way I run my channel. That's the way I run my channel. I'm not doing anything new here in the 4 years I've been doing this channel. There's nothing new about it right now that I've ever done than right now. And when things are good and right and need to be spoken about that are going good and right, I put a big spotlight on them. I put a bunch of praise out there. But when things are going wrong, there's a flip side to that coin. And it's the good and the bad that you're going to get on this channel as far as explanations go. And unfortunately, there's some bad here that we've got to talk over. We got to discuss. And folks have got to kind of, I think, knuckle down a little bit and be willing to have some of these hard conversations because that's what this channel is about. That's why I say I don't wave pom-poms here because it's about having hard conversations. Because if we don't have them, again, the issue never gets addressed and never gets talked about. If you just cover this season up and say, well, it's just, bonus season. We never thought this was going to be good. Those issues will not be addressed this offseason. You will not see an update to the Cover 2 Fangio scheme. You might see more talent, but it's not going to get you into a state with this team to be elite. MJ Seahawk with a $10 donation says, if you would have told me at the beginning of the season that in week 15, we still would have been playing for the playoffs and division, I would have taken it in a heartbeat. 100%. 100%. And I appreciate the $10 donation. I'm not saying that it's again where it seems to be an either or, where it has to, I don't think you're saying this, MJ Seahawk, but I think it has to be an either or for people where you can't appreciate the success of this season and also see that there's some issues here that have been still not addressed coming into this year, haven't been addressed in prior years, and there's not a lot of hope that them being addressed into the future necessarily. But it has been a successful year. I'm not as caught up in this season or the season's results. The season wasn't about the win and loss results for me as much. I said this at the start of the year. I was less enamored with what we were going to do from a win-loss perspective and more about watching a team come together and get stronger as the year goes along. Watching the young guys develop as they go along and get better. Watching a team get stronger as they go along in a rebuild year. That's not what I've been seeing. So beyond win and loss record, it does come a little bit down to the results of what you're seeing from the team as well that do go beyond wins and losses a little bit. Appreciate the donation, though. Thank you for the $10 dono. Christian Fowler says, I refreshed and no change. Sorry. All right. Let me see here. See if we can get a filter. We'll try a filter here and see if we can get one to go. Looks like they took it out. Limiter, invert, compressor, noise gate. Yeah, it looks like they might have taken out the thing they had in here. Used to have a little delay thing that you could put in. So I don't know what's going wrong, but if it does keep going wrong here, we'll just have to kind of roll through with it a little bit, I guess. Unfortunately. Sorry. Nagasa says, yeah, Jalen Carter's locked to the Bears. He might be. Tom Eaton says, maybe Clint Hurt's in charge of your audio. Possible. It's possible, man. I could put a little sync offset, 100 seconds. All right, well, I'll try it. We'll try it maybe 200. All right, let me try something, guys. I'm going to try something. This might not work. It might make it worse. I'll let you guys be the judge. I tried to put a 200 millisecond delay on it, so we'll see if that maybe gets it going. Sometimes it just goes off the rails after 4 or 5 hours in, but yeah, maybe it is Hurt in here messing with my thing. Gene D says Disley was catching left and right beginning of the year. Now I don't even see him on the field. Yeah, he had a catch in this game, but not a lot of them. Not a lot. David Yang, if Penny didn't get injured, our season would have been much different, but injuries happen. They do. And yeah, I think it would have been a bit of a difference versus what we were. MJ Seahawk with another $5 donation. Man, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Very kind. Says, I know we need changes. Pete does well with the defensive backs, but the front seven seems to be a recurring issue. That's kind of my point with it, MJ Seahawk, is it's just about getting these fixed. It's not about pointing blame out or poo-pooing to Carroll. It's about, I just want to see it fixed. And I've watched the front seven be kind of an issue for years, especially that front up front. And they've not addressed it. They've not gone after it. Some of it comes from how you run your, scheme up front, what you guys ask those guys to do. In the past, it's been that you've tried to lock in on stopping the run first and foremost, and then pass rush second, which has kind of hindered the pass rush. But it's as much a talent issue. It's a much of a simplified issue where it's easy to know what's coming, play and play out. If you're an offense, you're not very exotic necessarily. But yeah, it's just that's where I'm at with it. We just need changes here, MJ Seahawk. That's all I want to see. Carroll can be the guy to do it. I just want to see some updates here, recognizing we got an issue and we got to fix this. Thank you for the donations, though, man. Appreciate you. Jesse Dunn, I know it was just a few plays, but does anyone else want to see Muse get a few drives over Brooks? He seemed to play maybe a little bit better than Brooks. From what I saw, it's, I think you're kind of on with it. PK Pally, Seahawks overachieved at the start of the season and now are coming back to earth. Gave all the Hawks fans false hope. Hope you all do well in the upcoming drafts and become relevant again because enjoy the rivalry. Me too, man. Me too, man. Best of luck to you guys this year. Linebacker with 3 or 4 linemen getting blown 5 yards back either way. Give the opposition 7 seconds or more to throw and allowing our running backs to get hit in the backfield or Geno has less than 1 second to throw. That sounds pretty accurate to me. Linebacker says, I don't think coaching will get them to stop being manhandled. No, but that's also why I say linebacker 54. It's not a matter of an either or. Not a chicken or the egg, it's a both. So yeah, you need more talent. You need better guys up front. But it's also the coaching. And also let's recognize the fact that these guys getting manhandled up front were handpicked by this coaching staff to be up there. Carroll didn't magically stumble upon Brian Monet and Poona Ford and Quentin Jefferson, right? Darrell Taylor, like these guys you brought in. You gave up assets to bring him in. You spent money on him to bring him in. They didn't just land here by happenstance, you know? So then again, we come into question. Well, is he going to be able to pick the right guys in the future? He didn't pick the right guys here now. No, but he'll definitely be able to pick the right guys in the future. Well, why? The seven seasons of getting it mostly wrong. Why would it now suddenly flip around and change? Just for the hell of it? It's because it's due? Maybe. It's possible, I suppose. Tom Eden says, this is what I've been saying. I am seriously worried about the direction of this team. I am too. I wouldn't be bringing this up and talking about this as much as if I didn't feel it. There's some big time concerns with this team right now. Mason Dale just started watching Will Anderson, and after watching 2 games, I've been unimpressed. He doesn't get blown out of his gap. Or completely locked up while rushing, but I don't see many dominant wins. You're seeing the same thing I saw, Mason Dale. People are telling me I needed to go back and watch the 2021 tape. It's just that this year he's taking it off because he could have come out number 1 last year, so he's preserving his body now, and that's why when you watch the tape, he's not playing really hard. It doesn't sound like that excuse lands very well with you. It doesn't land very well with me either. When I talk about taking a guy in the top 5, I sure wouldn't like to have to look at him and go, boy, I don't see a great motor here. You know, I see a lot of times where you disappear in football games. I don't know that I should be saying that about a number 2, number 3 overall pick in the draft. Big Country says we have a nearly fully healthy defense and we are still bottom 5. Well said. John Papoe in the 3rd round is the most athletic, best coverage, and a beast hitter. Go check out his hit stick on Penn State quarterback. Let me write down the name there, John. Papoe. And I tried to put a little millisecond delay on this stream, so let me know if that made it worse or made it a little bit better on the thing. Papoe. Thank you, John. I'll take a look at him. If we don't get Carter at pick 2, then we take Will Anderson at 3. I like it. BZ says blaming Pete for the D is like blaming him for letting Russ cook. It might be the conviction in your opinion on what needs to happen that rubs people the wrong way when we would still have Russ. I'm sorry, BZ. Let me try to reread this and understand this. Blaming Pete for the D is like blaming him for not letting Russ cook. It might be the conviction in your opinion on what needs to happen that rubs people the wrong way when we would still have Russ. Right? And I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, so bear with me on what needs to happen that rubs people the wrong way when we still would have had Russ. I kind of don't know what you mean on that. Sorry, BZ. I don't. For not letting Russ cook. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to unpack, I guess, with that. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So let me see if I'm kind of figuring it out. I'm going to misunderstand this because I think there maybe have been a word left out or two in there. Yeah, I was definitely one of the people at the time that said less crook. So I guess that my opinion doesn't matter because I just said let Russ cook at that point. So I'm wrong on the Carroll blame. Again, we get to this BZ. You're doing the same kind of thing that I'm talking about doing here. It's like if I'm wrong about this defense and Coach Carroll's application of this defense or his defensive approach is the way, then let's get to the details of that. My prior takes on stuff or finding a prior take of mine that wasn't 100% right on point isn't really indicative of the point at hand, is it? It has nothing to do with the price of tea in China, does it? And that's kind of my point. It's the same kind of comments I get like this from the people that push back is you don't ever want to get into the details of it. Instead, we got to stay at this high level area of it where I'm just not allowed to open my mouth and I need to shut up. And that's the bottom line. I don't get that. Number one, I don't get that because BZ, you've been here long enough to know that's never been my track or my approach here. I think a lot of things. I make a lot of suggestions with stuff. A lot of the reason why at the time you wanted to let Russ cook is if you're going to pay a quarterback top 3 money, then he needs to be carrying the day. You don't need to be doing a run-heavy approach where you're going to run the ball 52% of the time and then be paying your quarterback top 3 of the sport. And if you're going to be paying him that, then he needs to carry the day and he needs to be throwing the ball around a little bit. Or you need to move off that guy and pay less at the quarterback position and run your balanced offense and go that route of it. So there was, I think, even though it wasn't right to have Wilson necessarily cook in the long term or he being capable of that, there was a thought process behind it. I wasn't blindly applying things. I'm not blindly applying here. I've broken this defense down on tape. I've gone into the details of the defense and why it's not working. I still have yet from one person, and there's a lot of people bringing up the fact I got to shut my big trap and I'm not allowed to talk about Pete Carroll ever and that I need to know my place essentially. I still have one person yet to deal with the actual issues at play, to deal with actually what's going wrong and how it's going to be fixed. It all just comes down to me essentially being told I got to shut up, I guess. And I don't know where you want the conversation to go from there at that point, BZ. What do you want me to, should I just shut down my channel and never go live and never say anything but only good stuff? Here's the other question for the folks who say I have no right to go at Carroll. When do I have a right? How far do things got to go wrong before I'm allowed from your stance to be able to criticize? I'd like to know. Do I got to wait a year or two? Can you give me my timeline of when I'll be allowed? Because it seems like I'm not allowed right now, so I got to wait a little longer. Flesh this one out for me. Collins, is it time to start looking at firing Clint Hurt? I know this game was an improvement, but for the most part, the defense has been holding us back. I really don't look at it like firing a defensive coordinator at this point is going to do a lot, Cons. The players this offseason, from Sherman to KJ Wright, Cliff Averill, told you this is Carroll's defense. He runs this show. He can bring a defensive coordinator in. This is why he's hired from within a defensive coordinator on his last 3 hires. He's not trying to bring outside ideas in. He wants his ideas to run the day. You don't hire from within 3 straight times, especially with the defensive coordinators he's spinning through so fast, unless you want them to be yes men and run your scheme the way you see fit. That's the bottom line on that. And so it's just, I can't apply it then to the defensive coordinator. Lionheart, thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. David Yang, I would love to have Dan Quinn and Robert Saw on this coaching staff again. Reunion. That'd be cool. I think he's going to get a head coach job, though, as said. John says, I would have loved Carroll to say Shanahan's not a genius. We're pretty smart over here, and we plan to out-scheme and coach him. That'd be great for him to say that. I'd love that. Wilbur Knight says, we're going to be all right, Seahawks fans. I hope so, man. Drunk Squiddard, clean house on the defense, coaching-wise, and maybe even Carroll. Well, it's just not going to happen. That's the unfortunate part, whether it's right to happen or wrong. And I'm not saying one way or another on that, but you're not going to see a new coaching staff brought in any way, shape, or form for the next 2 years until the team's sold. It's just not going to happen. Amari Taylor wants himself some CJ Stroud. Let's go. Tommy says, hell no, I'm not happy and don't have to be. I'm worried about Pete and the staff. I think it sucks. Let's go. John says, we need Dan Quinn so bad right now. I think Dan's going to get a head coaching job, John. I don't think he's going to be a defensive coordinator for very long. Mason, as much as I wanted a scheme change defensively last season, as long as Pete's here, I think a 4-3 is better in the short term. Maybe I just need to give them another year like the offense. Maybe so. Maybe it's just that he needs 2 years to fully implement a new scheme, and it took him to, like he did a little bit with the offense. Could be. I will say by this time last year, you were starting to fully develop in the Waldron offense. You were implementing it fully. That's why you had the success at the end of the year like you had. This is in Coach Carroll's words, by the way. This isn't my words. Is that why we were having the running success and the offensive explosion at the end of the year is because they were buying into the principles, especially in the running game, that Waldron and Dickerson had brought with them from the Rams. You're not really seeing the injection of the Vic Fangio scheme being run purely here. It's, again, still just some of the 3-4 looks and then the same kind of zone-based defenses on the back end. Con says, I don't know how much longer I can deal with the disappointment of Quandre's play. Yeah, it's been a little rough with him. Go Ox 2022 says, I know some blame the game in Germany, and they may have something. Game time in Germany, as you know, is 6:30 a.m. Most have issues even getting up at that time. Never mind playing pro ball. Tampa Bay, 9:30 easier. Yeah, it was a little easier on them than us. I didn't like that game, and I think that's definitely where things started to go askew for us this year. The bye also was in kind of conjunction, it felt like a little bit with that too. But yeah, that's where it started to go wrong. John says, get him, Brando. Look, I'm trying to be open-minded to the folks that say I need to shut up. Like I said to everybody, you can convince me, I can be proven out of what I think or believe. You can bring a great argument to play with me and move me off my spot. People have done it, but you got to bring a good argument. And if your argument is going to lead with an appeal to authority, oh, well, how much NFL games have you played? You think you know better than Carol? Where does that take a conversation, right? I'm having a conversation with you and you say something like that. I'm across the table and we're talking football and you say something that, where do I go next then? What are the next words that come out of my mouth? Okay, I guess to shut up. That's the problem. Is like, we want to have a conversation and talk about this. It's not about shutting up. It's about opening up. It's about discussing this, about pulling this apart. And it baffles me that there are so many people that are so unwilling to do that or bristle so hard at that. I don't know better. I'm not saying I know the best about everything. I can say that it looks like there needs to be a fix here. That's how it appears to my eyes as I study and look at this. I could be wrong. Been wrong in the past. Been right a lot in the past too. But yeah, I'm trying to get my head around it. John, we just want a good team again. That's it, man. We just want some mother effers is right. Seahawks blue and green. I was excited about the 3-4, but if you don't have the personnel for it, then why? I agree. Why? Sajan says, no, talking to the future, not this season. Oh, did I misunderstand you on that, Sajan? Sorry if I did. Did anyone expect us to go further and run back some ability defense? No. I think I'm okay. Khan says Carroll has to be gone soon, right? We have been outcoached almost every game this year. If the Niners defensive coordinator is available, then we have to pursue him. That dude is a stud. I don't think Carroll goes anywhere because I think Jody Allen's not going to be willing to make a move. I think she's planning on selling this team in the springtime of 2024 when the team can be sold without the city getting 10% of the profits back in return. When you cross that magical date, the team will be sold at that time. She's not going to want to fire Carroll, have to pay him the full total of his guaranteed contract, and then go out there and find a new head coach. And it's going to be hard to find a new head coach when you're telling that new head coach this team's going to be sold within a year and a half, which even if you're doing a decent job, there's very well likelihood, a chance at that point that the new owner is going to force you out anyway. So there's just not really any possibility of Coach Carroll having that go down that track at this point, not for the next 2 years, unfortunately or fortunately, or wherever that may land with you individually. Ethan Magnini says, sadly, even if Joni wanted to fire Pete, I think he would get the benefit of the doubt with the fact that we did better than people thought we would do. Well said. Well said. Tribe, they're good, but still think Dallas and Philly on a different level. Oh, of the Niners? Yeah, I mean, they came into our house on a Thursday night with a third string quarterback. I thought they played with some fire. Seahawks dubs. Brandon, I know the Seahawks suck, but I heard if they lose against Kansas City and with the Jets and Rams, they can still make wild cards. Dude, all three? I'm sure it's mathematically possible. Seahawks dubs. There's still a way for us to get in this playoffs here. Season's definitely not over. It just, it does feel a little dark when you're playing your kind of worst football on both sides of the ball at the same time at the end of the season. So it doesn't bear about a lot of optimism necessarily for this year on that. Brian Meyer says, go Hawks. It's not 6:30 in Germany when we play. Let's go. Let's go. Standard champion. Fans like myself have spent thousands on merch, tickets, etc. Hundreds of hours of my free time watching them play and supporting them. I'll be damned if I'm told I can't criticize. I love your energy on that, Standard Champion, and that's what I love about my chat is that, look, the majority of the people are this way on this that I interact with on this channel. You're free thinkers. You're deep thinkers. You love this game. You dive into the tape. You look at details. You read articles. You educate yourself. You listen to people that are former players and scouts trying to better educate yourself on it. And then to have people say that you don't get to have an opinion, that you got to just shut up and take it. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I support this team, okay? I root for this little logo right here on the center of my chest. That's who I'm a fan of. This is an inanimate object. This ain't a player. This ain't a coach. This ain't a general manager. This is the team. And I run this channel to want to see this team be elite and be great once again. And if I see things on this team that aren't going to lead us into that direction of things, then it's this that's going to win out over those people and what they've done in the past. And it's going to be a little bit in that respect of things, a little bit of, yeah, what have you done related? Where are you at right now? Where are you going? I'm not going to drive this. I don't think you get far as an organization being driven by sentimentality of things, of looking at things through a nostalgic aspect of things. And I think with Carroll, a little bit of times the people, there's a little bit of a nostalgic element here for this guy. And it leads them to just not want to do the criticize thing, which is really where we kind of need to get to a little bit more. In fact, you know what? I don't expect people to criticize. I don't expect that. Let me take that back. I don't expect those people. You can be a full supporter of Carroll. If I have people in my chat say, I just want to do nothing but support Carroll. I don't question him. I think he's earned enough faith for me to do so. I land in that stance. I actually don't need to bring people to my side of the fence on that. If you want to be that way, and that's where you're landing in, I'm not even deriding you for it and saying that that's what you have to be as a fan to be that way. I'm not doing the thing to you from the folks that you're kind of doing to me. I say, as I always say, let every fan enjoy the sport in the way they want to enjoy it. And having so many interactions as I do, there's a lot of different fans who enjoy this game in their different ways. And so I don't question that. But as I say, I leave you yours, you leave me mine. You know, you want to enjoy an experience that way, well, and I won't deride you for it. But you start telling me I can't do it my way, then yeah, the knives come out a little bit. Seahawks blue and green, I would throw Diggs into a locker after that missed tackle. Missed tackle or the missed interception? Jesse Dunn, I think I'm ready to see Muse over Brooks too, man. Brooks may be faster and whatever, but Muse was kind of on it. And Brooks was not good in this game. Boy, did he have a bad game. Emmett, we improved so much from last year, and this team is still strong despite this loss. Have we improved a lot from last year? I mean, we're a couple games better, but is it a lot better? I don't know. I'm not sure. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation. Thank you, Wu-Tang Financial. Says, given our likely draft picks and that Pete is probably staying for another 2 years, what defensive scheme shifts do you think would be most impactful? I think the quickest route to this is to just buy completely into the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. And that means you're going to run a myriad of coverages. They're doing some of the gap and a half stuff this year up front, you know, in that respect of things. And there is some growing pains from adopting a little bit of that up front. But that also does come in conjunction on some of that gap and a halfing with bringing some more pressure-based looks. Running a little bit more on the outside with maybe some press looks with your corners, especially when you go into those cover 2 situations. Because ideally what you do at that point is sometimes bring those corners up there and press. You got the cover 2, which would run pure on the back end at times, and then you're squeezing those routes down at points. But they don't do a lot of that because you'll play off coverage with the corners on the outside, and then you have them stopping, dropping back, and then you have your safeties dropping back in addition. And like we saw in the Devontae Adams game, you could even have a double coverage called for, but you end up with 2 players in one spot far away from the player that you're doubling, because that player will run a short route and negate both of those players' impact on a given play. So buying into the cover 2 shell, Vic Fangio scale, doing the full defense, not just sort of taking it halfway like they have this year, I would be good with that. I would also be good with Wu-Tang Financial if they want to slide back into their 4-3 principles. I do think that defense has kind of seen its day, but I also kind of feel like maybe Coach Carroll is a guy that's so married to what he did in the old that like we're seeing this year in the lack of adaptation to the new scheme, he doesn't want to do new stuff. He doesn't want to go in new directions. He's like begrudgingly done this stuff. And if that's the case, if he's not going anywhere, then maybe we just need to have him be able to fit to the designs he is most comfortable with. And that would include going back to more of a 4-3 defense. I, again, do think that defense has been solved a little bit, but I also think that defense was partially solved because you didn't get the pass rushers up front to make it work. So if you went back to the 4-3 defense and then made a heavy investment into your defensive line to really make it a strength of the football team, there could be some success still to be had then by going back to the 4-3 defense at that point. One of those 2 directions, go Fangio purified cover 2 or go back to the 4-3. The hybridization between the two, the marrying of the two, is not working at all. And it's not going to work probably in the future because both of those 2 schemes have different things that they're trying to accomplish. And simply marrying the 2 of them together, like some Frankenstein where you're cutting off arms and legs of different people and then sewing them back together on the body, you know, you might be able to make a body, right? But it's going to be abomination. Yeah, sorry, my audio's off. So maybe that didn't work on my fix then. Darn it. Let me try to maybe do this then. Here, hold on. I got something else we can try. Let's take away all the milliseconds and see if this works. So now I removed all the milliseconds. We'll see if that allowed it to go or not. It may just be badly synced up right now because the stream just got wonky for whatever reason. And if it is, I'm sorry about that, folks. We'll try to get it fixed by the next one. We will try to get it fixed. Wu-Tang, thank you for the donation, though, man. I appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Man, I'm behind the chat. Holy moly. Linebacker, we need more outside runs, not A and B gap runs. Walker had the longest run the last 5 games when he bounced it outside and won the race to the corner. Yep, agree with you there. Something I've been harping on for a while is definitely could do more outside runs, more of the fly sweeps. They don't put a lot of into it. Bruce says Seattle drafted better when Pete was more involved. I agree, Brian Myers. I think Colt McCoy will do okay with the Cardinals this year. I concur. Overnight, this is one of the best Seahawks channels. Be appreciative. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. It's kind of you for saying so. Goax 22 says a lady moved to Germany years ago and took some VHS tapes of the games. She let someone watch and the seed was set. Go Hawks. That's why so many Germany fans love the Seahawks. Hell yeah. I love that story. She was doing the Lord's good work with that then. Lions Media, how do you guys know your general manager won't draft a quarterback? How do you know you'll maintain this consistency? I don't on that game, on that front of things. I think you're probably talking to more of the rest of the chat on that one, though. We got a lot of people posting in the chat, so if I miss a little comment or question, you guys definitely do repost if I happen to go over it. BZ says, over the last 2 weeks, you can listen to KJ Wright and Richard Sherman break down the D, Pete, and the need to go get back to basics. How about you check out those and break down why those are wrong? Right, break down why they are wrong. D needs to go back to basics. I haven't heard of BZ, so maybe you can specifically, what are they saying that's in difference of what I'm saying? So I kind of don't know what your point is on it. And again, the bottom line kind of BZ is this, is you seem to be a bristler of me being critical of Coach Carroll. And again, it seems to be a matter of a bit of appeal to authority, as you're doing exactly the same thing I'm saying people do. You're playing this out in real time. It becomes exactly the same conversation for me, my man. It becomes wash, rinse, repeat. So you're appealing to authority. You're saying there's these guys saying this is how it's fixed. You're saying you're not bringing up specifically what they're saying that's different than what I'm saying. Maybe I guess you're saying that they say they have Pete and faith. They have faith in Pete. Which I would argue with you with both of those guys wanting to make sure they're endearing themselves to the organization. I don't know if either of those guys, even if they were out on Pete, would be saying they're out on Pete in that respect of things. So I don't know if they're necessarily honestly coming from the point, but they need to get back to the basics. What does that mean? What is baked? Like, again, let's get specific on the points at hand. That's what I'm trying to draw to, BZ, is just, it always gets generalized on the folks on your side of it. And again, let me present the question. Like, when do I get to be critical then? Do I never get to be critical from your standpoint on this channel? Do I always have to shut up? And if that's your tract on it, bro, that's not the way this is going to go. That's not who I am. And you've been here long enough, BZ, to know this is how I run my channel. So if you're complaining about this now like this is some new thing under the sun, you've not been paying attention very long with how I run my channel and how I do what I do. So I'm not changing what I do. Again, to those folks on it, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't do the appeal to authority argument. That doesn't mean I'm wrong because an appeal to authority, there's somebody's played it, so then I must be wrong. I'm wrong. Get to the reasons where I'm wrong. Break it down. Get specific. Stop speaking in such vagaries. It's like so hard to get people to be specific. Just get specific. Where am I wrong? Where am I wrong? This amalgamation defense is going to suddenly work next year. How? Because they'll get back to basics. What does that mean? And who knows? I might even agree with what they said. I haven't heard it. So, yeah. Megan says, I traveled 18,000 miles to see a win for my team against my brother's team with my best friend B. You're going to tell me that I cannot be upset or annoyed and that I don't get to express it? No way. There's people that say this. I dealt with it all week long. I must have had 5, 6 different people comment on my video that I did with Brendan the other night. They got really up into they got really up into tither over it. How dare you? How dare you? Like, really? No, we never are going to criticize them. We just wave palms. That's what you want from the channel. Like, how lame of a channel would that be? To just sit there and like, everything they do is great. Everything they do is wonderful. How's that song go? Everything's great. Everything's wonderful. John Rees says the coaches are responsible when they don't call a timeout on an obvious blitz play, which allowed the defensive player to hit the quarterback unabated. If the fans can see this, then why not the coaches? Well said. Emmett says we will be Super Bowl contenders next season. Mark my words. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. Emmett says Cody also needs to be replaced. Trevor Thompson, we can build the offense around K9. Kenneth Walker's a stud. We need better blockers and plays in the run game. I think that's right on point, Trevor. I do. I love what I see from Kenneth Walker. And yeah, especially on interior of that line needs some help. And you're right. Getting a little bit more lateral in your running game. Taking some pages out of the 49ers in their playbook and how they're able to get to those stretch plays and get to those pitch plays. Sure would be beneficial for Walker. Jordan says Muse is actually faster than Brooks? Dang. Brooks is pretty fast too, but you might be right on that. Actually, it says Diggs is washed, man. That guy literally looks like my janitor. Does nothing. I don't think you're off. It's not giving a lot to this defense this year. The Real Matrix says, do we get rid of Diggs and put Jonathan Abram out there? No. Abram is a strong safety, box safety. Diggs is your free safety. You don't have any other real options outside of Diggs at the free safety. So Abrams would be helping out, but Ryan Neal's balling out at strong safety, so you're really not going to take him off the field. Emmett, we did prove a lot of people wrong. I do think that's where, again, Emmett, it's a little bit of the two things can be right at the same time. The season can be a success. We can feel very encouraged about a lot of parts of this team, and there can still be concerns on the other side of it. I think you can do all of that at once. Daniel, cooking up some mock drafts, and I see Brian Branch at 16 for us. I thought it was crazy, but then watched his tape and love it. Put him at free safety. Looks like Buda Baker, ET. We could trade back into the first. Well, Daniel, I mean, if we traded into the first, that would be the first time that Schneider had ever done it in his career. He's not been a big guy to move up into the first. I like Branch's versatility. He could play some slot. He's got a couple, he can probably play both safety positions. So there's a lot of versatility that he does give you. I don't know that I saw a first round pick safety in his tape. So I'm not there with him on that. If you want to take him in the second round, you could sign me up for that, but there's better players to grab in the first round than going after safety. I would also offer, Daniel, that when you're spending already right now as it stands more money on the safety position than anybody in the NFL, I don't know if you can then afford to then go back and take a first round pick on a safety in addition to that. That seems like you're putting too much assets into your safety position. If you go and take a safety in this draft in the first round, that means that since 2017, you've taken like 4 safeties in the third round. You've allotted then 3 first round picks to safeties, second round pick to safeties, another third round pick to safeties, a 4th round pick to safeties, a 5th round pick in the deal for Quandre Diggs to safeties. I mean, how much do we got to put into the safety position at that point, right? Before we, again, it's much like our defense. It starts to become sunk cost. Like you start throwing out the good money with the bad. And there's just got a point in time where you just put your foot in the ground and go, okay, hold on. Rather than just adding more here and dumping, is there maybe something else at play here? Is there maybe something else that needs to be looked at a little bit deeper? Abram can tackle blue-green, but he would be definitely attacked as a free safety. He doesn't have the coverage to hold up back there in that respect. Mason Dale, the draft process is far away from my opinion, may change, but I think I'm falling in love with AR-15. Hearing how you think Levis will go top 5 for his traits, I'm curious where you think Richardson will go. Two things that are different from Will Levis to Richardson. And Mason, look, I will say to you that I think CJ Stroud and Anthony Richardson are the most talented players in this draft. So you have every right to fall in love with them. No doubt about that. But the thing with Levis is that he's coming from a pro-style offense, first off, which is not the case with AR-15. So he is further along and ready to go. When you draft Levis, you're getting a guy that you're thinking is going to be able to hit the ground running. When you go and draft a guy like AR-15, you're thinking 2 years from now. He's not going to be ready this year. He probably should have gone back to college for a final football season. So there's a difference in the way you look at him from an evaluation standpoint on the amount of time you're going to have to wait to get the returns back from Richardson. But those returns could end up being much greater than what Levis's top end is going to be. All that being said, Mason, if I have a projection out on a player that I'm going to have to wait 2 years of him sitting on the bench at 2 full seasons before he starts to get into playing good football, then that pushes him into the second round for me. I'm not going to take that guy in the first round. I want Pete gone. I'd rather suck with a whole new regime than suck with just more of the same. Been saying this for years now. Actually wanted to keep Russ over Pete, but maybe both needed to be gone. Well, I watched, you and I were kind of in the same place where this all ended up landing out on that. And that I thought, but I did wonder at the time, and I do wonder it more now than ever, of, is really rather than the decision being a Pete or Russ, is it, is really, we need the wholesale change brought in. And I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the way I want to go with this, but I think it's worthy of being discussed and talked about. I don't think it's a crazy conversation. David says there are a lot of no impact players on defense. Diggs, Barton, most of our linebackers, defensive line. Yeah. Yes, sir. John Mallinger, sorry, it took me a little bit to acknowledge your donation on the side there, man, but I appreciate the $10 donation. The best defensive performance I saw this year was against Arizona. I like the interior pressure destroying the pocket. Can we get a good defensive tackle in this draft this year, please? And the channel is great. Well, John, thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. You and I are of like mind in there where I would like to see the Seahawks attack and address. If they wanted to put 2 of their first 4 picks to the defensive line in this draft, I would applaud it. This is also where I've said, for me, Jalen Carter is my guy in this draft. I think he looks like a bit like Chris Jones. We once had a guy like Tez in here and got to see what an impact defensive tackle can do for the interior of a defense. I really like what Carter can bring to the table in that respect. So I'm completely on board with your plan and approach there. And you could go with Carter there and then come back with another defensive end or an outside linebacker then if you wanted to into the second round. It wouldn't preclude you from just having to take one and roll with it. But there's not a player like Carter in this draft, in my opinion. And you will be in a position to go and grab him if you do want him, John. But I agree with you. We need inside pressure too. That's been a thing that's been hampering this defense for a long period of time. I talk about the Legion of Boom days and it being more than it being the secondary that made that defense work. It was that front 4 that could make it work and having 4 guys that could all get pressure. And it's been that long since you've had a guy like a Michael Bennett on the inside that could legitimately, consistently create pressure from the inside. And that's what Jalen Carter would give you, John. I think he would be fantastic as an addition here. Miles Murphy's another guy to keep an eye on as far as a name goes. But we are simpatico, brother. I want to see us go at defensive tackle in this draft too, in a big way. Get some true talent up there. And if it's got to be you got to use that first pick to go do it, so be it. Thank you though, John. I appreciate the love, man, and the donation to the channel. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation says, as a wise cheese once said, if you keep failing at something, look into what you haven't changed. Works in life and in football. Church of Velveeta Cheese. Thank you for the $5 donation, Taco. And yeah, it's I referenced that long quote. It's a misquote of Einstein. It was supposedly not said by him. Doesn't mean that I don't think it isn't still true. And that is you keep trying the same thing over and over again. It's kind of just off of what you're saying to failing results and expecting that you're merely going to continue to try to do the same thing and that it just has to be due. It has to be your number now. You've been wrong this many times, but you got to be due. Like a coin that you flipped, where it's a 50-50 proposition each time and it's merely a coin being flipped. And okay, so the last 5 coin flips have happened. It's been tails, but the 6th one, it will absolutely be heads. But you flip that coin in that moment, not actually knowing how that's going to happen. You're just sort of, well, by the odds, we have to have it happen. You're not basing it off anything. It's blind luck. It's by the forces of nature, essentially, that it does occur. And I don't like operating by those forces solely alone myself. Well said, Cheese Taco. Thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it, man. really kind of you guys on the donations today. I had so many donations I couldn't even keep. I was about an hour and a half behind just on acknowledging them tonight. So thank you to everybody on that. You guys are awesome, and you're always awesome in that respect of things. Noah Milky with a $10 donation. Thank you, Noah. Says, only had the score update during the night shift in the ICU. Thoughts and consensus of chat and yourself about the game. Some special or notable or good or bad. I think that the consensus on the chat is that I feel like there is, I don't think it's everybody, but I do think that there's a majority of folks that are a little bit with me on this, in that, no, I think that they look at the season as a success. They look at some of what's gone on in the recent years as successful, but there are worries and concerns here about there being limiting factors to us getting back to becoming an elite team, because we are not addressing long-standing issues with this team that go beyond just simply this season. So that's a little bit of a dark cloud that hangs a little bit over this particular game, and just being more than just your particular loss, because you're losing very much in a similar fashion, Noah, to how you've lost recently. This isn't as easy a game, I think, Noah, as some of the other games have been, where it's, you go, okay, the defense just had no answer in stopping the run throughout this game. They were bad from start to finish, blah, 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 blah. Defense hung in there throughout some of this game, Noah. The offense really struggled along. They had a stat they showed at one point that you were 16 possessions deep into playing the 49ers this year in this game, and you had one field goal. So, hard to go back and blame a defense, or put even the heaping of the blame upon them without kind of pointing to some of the offensive limitations here. The front four of the Niners gave it to you. You couldn't run the ball. You were one-dimensional once again. The pass rush was getting to Geno and getting to Geno fast at times. He didn't start out playing well. It's a game where, no, there's a lot here to kind of explain why you didn't come away with this win. But people are, I think, a little bit overall concerned with some of these things that we've seen as indicators throughout this year and prior years rearing their ugly head once again, and wondering how that ugly head is going to get forced back beneath the waves as we go into next year. Good. Let's talk about maybe some of the good sides of this game, though maybe they're not, many to really look at. Tyler Lockett once again played a great game for you. DK had a couple of bad penalties in this game that you don't like. He also made some really good catches. Had a good yak on a particular catch to get themselves upfield, to get themselves into field goal range at that time, as you're trying to keep that game somewhat within striking distance there. So I thought your receivers played pretty well. I thought the tight ends played pretty good in this game. When they were thrown to, they caught the ball. Fan had a touchdown catch. Disley caught a ball and was able to do a little bit of yak stuff with it after the catch. So that would be about all there was offensively. I think the offensive line had a pretty tough day across the board. I don't think anybody was out there owning anybody. Defensively, Uchenna Nwosu played another pretty solid game, I thought. Irvin was pretty good throughout this game. I thought Barton played all right throughout this game for the most part. He's got the horrible moment there where he's in the open field with George Kittle, but I did feel like he was fairly well on it for the most part in this game. Ryan Neal, absolutely balling out, Noah. Ryan Neal's playing tremendous football right now this year. And it sucks because he's probably going to price himself out of our market to bring him back on a low-end deal after this year. But he once again was all over the football field, showing in the run game, showing up in coverage. Props to Ryan Neal for how he's played. He's taken his game to another level this season and how he's gone about his business. And a guy that is really, in a lot of respects, he feels like a self-made player to me in so many respects. And I really appreciate that about his game. He's been on it. He's played really cleanly. He's not gotten beat at any point. He's fighting through injury. You could very well make an argument that Ryan Neal has been your defensive MVP of this team this season. But outside of that, Michael Dixon punted well. Jason Myers made his kicks. I don't know if there's a lot else other than that you would point to as far as positives, Noah, but there's a couple things, I guess. I got a little bit of positive for you there on that side of it. Big Country says not going back to the 4-3 might cost us the playoffs. Agreed. The scheme wasn't working for a very long period of time, and it wasn't showing signs of they're this close to getting it working. It just hasn't been working. And not only hasn't been working, but you haven't even adopted it. You're not running the cover 2 Fangio scheme. All you're doing is changing from the 4-3 to the 3-4. That's really where the changes have taken place. And you're asking your defensive linemen to do more gap and halving. But the coverages on the back end have stayed the same. And if that's going to be the case, you're not going to adopt it, then just go back to the old at that point. I mean, if you're that married to the old, then just stay with it. Drunk Squidder, Rams and Cardinals won't be good next year. Kyler has an ACL injury, takes a while to heal, and the Rams have quarterback issues with Stafford hurt. Essentially, it's going to be the Seahawks and the Niners once again. Yep. Tom Eden says, have you watched Matty F. Brown's video on the run fits? Why the run fits have been broken? It's Brooks and Monet. They go out this game and we started playing defense again. Brooks may be overwhelmed running D. Very well could be. I did have a chance to check out that video, and Matty F. Brown is usually on it in his assessment and breaking down the tape. I don't tend to disagree with him on his takes with it. I do think on that footage, that was where some of the issue lies. I think some of those guys across the defensive line have taken their opportunities to be bad as well. I watched tonight Poona Ford get taken one-on-one for a ride. Poona Ford 2 years ago, there was no lineman who one-on-one was going to take that guy for a ride, and blew him right out of an A-gap run where they attacked it over the top. So those guys might be the biggest, rule problem guys, but there's guys across that line that have been issues. It's not just been one or two guys. It's, I think, been a multitude of people. D-Nuggets, so the season is done, but yeah, well, we still got Brando. You still got me, man. I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere. Well said, Drunk, though. I do agree with you, man. I think we are going to be in combatants. I just hope it's not a situation of Astros Mariners a little bit, where they're so high stacked and so much more out-talented than us, and they got schematic advantages against us every game that we just can't quite hold up with them. Ryan Ball, is $33 million in dead money cap above average this year, Brandon? Do you know? When I looked into it before, Ryan, we were up around 44 million in dead money this year. You have $26 million in Russ dead money alone. And then I believe there was the $8 million in dead money to Bobby Wagner or something like that, which would take you then up to that, your essentially 33, 34 amount. But then you had the Carlos Dunlap dead money in addition to that, and the Chris Carson dead money in addition to that. And there's one more guy that I'm forgetting of that you had dead money in addition to. So I think it's up around 40 this year, but it all clears off the books after this season. John Ruiz says, go Brando. You are definitely entitled to your opinion and certainly should voice your concerns. The coaching staff definitely must be called into question when it's deserved. Poor scheming is on coaching. I'm glad you agree, and I'm glad the chat's open to understanding why I want to take this track with it. I'm not a negative guy. I tend to be a guy that's fairly half full and optimistic when it comes to this team. And again, if the proof's in the pudding. I don't know the last exact 10 videos that I've uploaded to the channels, but go look at my last 10 videos I've uploaded to the channel. And it may be 9 out of 10, it may be 10 out of 10 of being all positive, or 9 out of 10 positive. And if I'm being positive 9 out of 10 times on a team that's probably not going to make it to the playoffs this year, I think I'm being pretty even keeled. But appreciate that, John. And I'm going to keep it straight with you guys. I haven't lied to you yet. I'm not going to start now. Not going to start now. Christian Fowler, our new kick guy, seems a solid plus from tonight. Christian, on it, man. I did forget to bring up that as a plus, and that is a plus. He was returning last week. I think he got a couple kicks past the 40-yard line. He's got some juice in those legs. He's got a little bit of explosion to him. He gets up the field fast, picks a hole and goes. He kind of gives you what you want to get from a return guy in that fashion. Certainly a little bit fleeter of foot than what you're getting from DJ Dallas in that respect of things. So yeah, well spotted on your part. You're not funny, says, how did we win 7 games? Well, it's a little more Mirage-like, I guess, in retrospect. And look, you haven't had the hardest schedule this year either. Let's all acknowledge that. We look at the schedule this season and the teams you've gotten to play. It's not been a murderer's row. I think even last year the schedule was significantly more tougher than this year's schedule. Emmett says, if we want to win out to still have a chance of the playoffs, go back to 4-3 for these 3 games. It's possible. They could do it. You never know. Seahawks blue and green, the Abram and Adams pass coverage would be horrible, though, so hope they get a run. That would be brutal. You got both of those guys back there. You're going to have some holes in that secondary. Tommy Eden says, do we have the rotation for a 4-3 though? Serious question. Not sure we have the NASCAR package. I don't think, Tommy Eden, I think to your point, I don't think we've had the NASCAR package for 6 years. So you could change back to the 4-3 defense, and not have that, but that's not been a staple of this defense for a while. It's part of why I say, Tommy, Coach Carroll's not recognized the fact that being a guy that wants to run a 4-3 defense that doesn't want to blitz or wants to blitz at the least amount of the entire NFL, you then need the front four guys to get the job done. They've got to be ferocious in their pass rush. You can't have weak links across the board on that front four, or you'll get no consistent pressure. So while you're right, you wouldn't have your ideal package to bring a lot of pressure there. Would they have it? Bruce Irvin's played in a 4-3 defense. Darrell Taylor's played in a 4-3 defense. You could make an argument those two guys are better suited for that defense. You could make the argument guys like Poona Ford, Quentin Jefferson, Al Woods are better suited for a 4-3 defense. Really the only two guys you have on that front seven and your linebackers as well, by the way, when Brooks and Barton are in there, they're probably better in a 4-3 defense as well, because then they have one extra defensive lineman minimum up front to keep them protected from some of the second level blocking that can get down on them. I think the majority of the personnel is built for 4-3 right now. You didn't really bring in the personnel for the 3-4 when you decided to adopt it, quite frankly. Lions Mania, why re-sign Geno? If you get him in at a heavy discount with what he can give you from the quarterback play, I think he can do enough. If you build up a better team around him, Lions Mania, the blueprint that we're trying to execute here is not to go find a quarterback that's the next Mahomes or Allen. That'd be great to find. I'm sure Seattle would welcome that if they could find it. But the blueprint is to build a super team around a cornerback who can be functional, execute the offense at hand, and it will be team football that carries the day for us going forward into the future. So to sign Geno on a low-end deal that makes a lot of sense, it makes money, makes sense for him, makes sense for the team, and you're not paying him top of the market. That's really the key with it. Seahawks Blue and Green, we do need to spend some money on free agents. Agreed. And Tommy, I'd like to see outside run from 13 personnel too. Dan W, we need a quarterback. Geno threw a pick 6, by the way. I looked at the replay. That was not a roughing the passer. Geno is fine. Okay, but don't miss out on CJ Stroud for Geno. I'm not anti that. If we take that approach, I'm with it. And I can't deny Geno has regressed a little bit in recent weeks from where he started out. I think there's some explanation for that when you don't have a running game and you got no pass protection, Daniel. I mean, part of the reason why he's got to force that throw so quickly is because the pressure's there so fast, which is going to cause those interceptions. That's why it's good to get that pressure like it is. But I wouldn't discount the fact that, he had the other interception that could have been, I think, like the first, second play of the game where he's rolling out and he throws late back over the middle and that ball's right in the defender's hands. So Geno didn't play a greatest of game out there. And it's not to excuse everything to say he doesn't have a running game or the pass protection was bad. I think that does explain some of it, but not all of it too. John Reese says they are caught between a 3-4 and a 4-3 minus the most effective schemes to play it. This is so-called hybrid is not working. Agreed. Well said. Daniel, commit to the original plan. Next year will still be a rebuild year with some rookie quarterback. Then the following season are all in years for 4 years or so. Okay. I'm with it. I'm with that. John Mallinger says, I completely agree with you on Ryan Neal. I agree, but it sucks what you're saying about him pricing himself out. Yeah, I was hoping we could do the old, John, we could slide in there in this offseason and be like, hey, Ryan, what do you think about a 2-year, $8 million deal? We'll throw you like 4 million GT, baby. 4 million GT. Come on. What you say, Ryan? I'm kind of worried right now. It's going to be more like he gets an offer on the open market of like 3 and 18. And that's going to be just a bit too much expensive. You're dumping so much assets into it already that yeah. Probably going to do it. You're not funny. Says, feel like Jalen Carter overhyped and going to be a bust. It's possible. It's definitely a tough pick in defensive tackles, and there's some bust rate available there. I really love his tape, though. I really do. And Lions Mania, Miles Murphy's impressive, isn't he? I agree. That'd be a great combination with Hutchinson. Murphy's awesome. He'll appeal to Dan Campbell, too. Dan will like himself, Miles Murphy. Actually, John Marie says Carter will not be a bust. Just wait and see. Anderson has more bust potential. I agree with John on this. John, we're right of like mind tonight on that, all the way down the line. I think there is bigger bust on Anderson. I think Carter's actually pretty safe to get. It's a risk, it is, but I think even if he's not going to be star power potential, he is going to be a great player for you on your defensive line. Actually, it says Pete is old, bro. He can't think. He probably doesn't even remember his home address. Man in the Pit says flight to Germany plus early game clipped our wings, so to speak. Kind of, yeah. Keegan Chatterton, our defense always seems lazy. We don't have the same energy as other teams. Well put, Keegan. Having them ready to play, having these guys selling out. That's been something that I've been pointing out as well, that this has been something I'm seeing on this team, is I don't see any edge. I don't see any combative nature to this defense. I see a lot of guys just kind of going through the motions out there a little bit. And it's in stark comparison to your point of what we're seeing on the opposition side of the ball from their defense, where coaches are having other defenses ready to play, playing with their hair on fire, playing with a spirit, playing like they care. There's a little bit of that sometimes seems missing with this defense, not from everybody. And I'm not the only one saying it too. Bruce Irvin was saying it last week in the interview after the game. He was telling you exactly that same thing. Actually, it says Seattle might. I saw somewhere our scouts were the ones who visited the most games to evaluate Will Levis. I could completely see Schneider falling in love with Levis. And I'm going to be talking a lot of people off some ledges if he's picked, but I do love Levis myself. So I will be talking about those ledges because I am one of those people that am going to end up agreeing with the NFL evaluators on this one in the respect of, yeah, I know there's people look at him and go, well, look at the interceptions and look at how wild he plays and look at this and look at that. And as I've made one of my stark predictions for this channel is Will Levis, whether it's us or somebody else, is going to be taken in probably the top 5 of this draft, if not the top 10 minimum. Cons, Blythe is terrible. Mason, what do you think of the tackles? Tonight will probably be the closest they get to playing a Mike Leach offense in the NFL with all the passes. Thought they were fine overall. Rest in peace, Mike Leach, by the way. Yes, definitely a rest in peace to a Mike Leach, one of the more colorful personalities and one of the great innovators that we've seen in college football over the last 30 years. As they say, gone too soon. And as a guy just who loves unique minds and people that think outside the box and people that go their own road, you guys know that stuff appeals to me. And Mike Leach was just that kind of coach, a real inventive guy in what he did with modern offenses. You're feeling his effect on the modern game in major ways with those spread concepts. And I thought to answer your point on that, the tackles did okay. You go up against Armstead and you go up against Bosa and Epkabon, who's having a good year for them off the edge. You know, they're going to have their moments where they win. And if you're going to throw the ball 75% of the time because you can't run the ball, those guys are going to pin their ears back, and it's going to make it really hard on those tackles to hold up at that point if they don't have to be a little bit more kind of playing to the run a little bit too, right? Not just being able to just go shot out of a cannon off the line, but having to kind of make sure, wait, is it run first? Okay, now I can go. And there's none of that going on with this offense right now. That's going to put your tackles in a bit of a pickle because it's like getting the defender an extra head start a bit when they don't have to think about the run. John Rees, can't do an effing thing without defensive pressure inside. No pressure inside means opposing teams can devote offensive line resources to stopping edge and rushing linebackers, thus neutralizing any kind of pass rush. Agreed. And to build on your point on that further, you can single block up the interior guys, right? And so you single up the interior guys who you might normally have a double team for to bring that double team then back to the edges. It's why I say if you're going to be a team that doesn't want to then bring a blitz, John, and you don't want to bring the extra guys because you want to drop them back into coverage, you need the dogs up front to get it done. Because if it's just 1 or 2 guys, those guys can be neutralized by things like double teams or slide protections. But if they're all dogs up front, if they're all guys that are a threat to get to the passer, well, then the offenses have to play you a little bit more straight up. Cool Breezes, Gino was hit a lot today. Also did a lot of yelling. Yes, he did. He did. Fun P, Miles Adams made some plays today. He's actually he's had some moments today. He's flashed sometimes. We might have something there that we have to work with there in Miles Adams going forward. Wu-Tang Financial says, yes, Blythe was cheeks. I'd look at a center in the second round. Schmitz is my guy early on, Wu-Tang. That's my guy in the second round to go get early on. Actually, Gino had no time in the pocket, but who on earth keeps their quarterback in the pocket against the Niners? Very bad play calling by Waldron. Yeah, not a lot of bootlegs, huh? Actually, not a lot of those bootlegs out to the side like we've seen at times in this game. Everything was just kind of right there in the pocket and predictable a little bit with it. I definitely think Waldron didn't have his best game today. Tom Eden says Neal shut down Kittle while he was guarding him. Brooks gave up the big plays to Kittle. He did. Yep, that wasn't on Neal. That was definitely on Brooks on both those plays. GoWatch 22, I think Hooker will get drafted. He'll get drafted. It may not be a high pick. Be nice. It may not be a high pick. Psst. Come on. Hey. No. Don't go. Do not attack your sister. Do not attack your sister right now. Hey. No. Give it a rest. Hold on. Let me get my cat off my other cat. There we go. Thank you. Cons, if we can have Ryan Neal and Jamal healthy at the same time, then that'll be scary. That would be. Especially the dime package we could run out. Because there's a lot of teams like those Cardinals or Rams teams that love their 4 wide receiver sets, and you could counter that at that point. John says, I completely agree with you on Ryan Neal. I agree, but it sucks what you're... Oh, yeah. Sorry, John, I read that. Yeah, he's just priced himself out on that, unfortunately, John. Unfortunately. I am like 1,000 comments behind. I try to catch up. Jack, time to tank? I don't know if they have to tank. Bad enough losing games on their own, trying. Seahawks blue and green. I'm tired of a good tight end having a field day on our defense. I could have predicted Kittle having a good game. Yeah, you could. I mean, Shanahan's not going to guy who's going to take a vulnerability and let it go to waste. If he knows he's got a guy like Jordan Brooks out there in coverage he can go after, he's going to go after him. And that's what he did today. I agree, David. Ryan Neal's got some dog in him. He's playing like he cares. He's all in. That's not who Bruce Irvin was talking about when he was talking about that in the interview. He wouldn't be one of those guys. Christian Fowler says, I really appreciate your channel, by the way, and thank you for the chat. Talking with you all helps the pain. It does with me too. It's part of what I love doing with this channel, Christian, is it's made easier these losses in being able to have, I guess, people that are going through a little bit of the same emotions I am. And it's nice to know. And it makes it a little bit... It makes it easier for me to kind of swallow and get through being able to interact with you guys in the chat. And again, just knowing I'm not the only one here that's having these thoughts and feelings about the team. And I love doing this, man. I got a great community here. We got awesome people in this chat. We disagree. Sometimes we get along. Sometimes we go back and forth. Sometimes we debate. Sometimes it gets heated. Sometimes it's nothing but laughs and smiles, but it's always interesting and people keep it popping and lively in my chat and usually intelligent. And I really do. I love that about this channel. Mason says the last 2 games felt like great opportunities to deploy Woolen as a blitzer like we saw in the preseason. In my opinion, he's not a corner. He's a playmaker. Let us use his athleticism to our advantage. Boy, I can't remember, Mason, the last time we ran a corner blitz from the outside. It feels like it's probably been like 5 years since I've seen us ever run that. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. Just don't see it a lot. Cool Breeze, thank you for reminding me of that. Please, if you like what you're listening to tonight, do me a favor, please, and hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out, helps me grow, helps me show up on other fans looking for Seahawks content and whatnot, and I really do appreciate it. So if you could for me, do hit that like button. Jose Romero with a $2 donation says, wait, Orange Cat wants to say something. Does she want to? If I can bring her back here. Let's see what she wants to say. Hold on, let's see. You're right. I think she wanted to say something, Jose. Come here. Come here. What you doing? What you doing? Don't run. Don't run. Don't run from me. Love me. Love me. They want to hear from you. Tell them something. Are we going to be a Super Bowl team next year? Yes or no? Are we going to be a Super Bowl team? They need to know. They need to know. You know. You're the Oracle. You're the Orange Oracle who knows all. Are the Seahawks going to win a Super Bowl next year? She's so quiet. She just won't answer me. She's gone silent, folks. She's gone silent, but she's still super cute. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Jack, I just logged on. I hope people aren't losing their minds. Nobody's losing their minds on this. I think people are a little bit worried and concerned, and rightfully so, but I think everybody's keeping a pretty level head. Maybe not me, but everybody else. Seahawks blue and green. There was a play late in the game when Purdy made a completion to a tight end, but he also had Kittle open as well about 5 yards from him. He could have gone to either. This D doesn't know where to be. Well said, man. Yep. D Nugget, is Tyler's season done now with a broken finger? I would estimate probably so. Sometimes those guys, receiver-wise, will tape it up and just try to go out there and tough through it on that one. So I've seen receivers do that before. But I would estimate, being that there's not a whole hell of a lot to be gained here this year with this team and where it's at, that the coaching staff would probably be smart enough to just say, all right, let's close this one down, with Tyler on that. Actually, it says this loss is going to hurt. My entire friend circle are Niner fans. Will be trolled for a year. Oh, brutal, man. I'm sorry. That's tough. But B, oh yeah, he's awesome. Ogo Winky, yeah, the kick returner, he is awesome, man. He hits it, man. He gets that return and he is upfield in a hurry. Tommy Eaton says Young made a fantastic catch too. Got called back for a Lucas penalty, but still a great catch. Derek Young did, man. Right over the top of his shoulder. Great ball tracking, keeping his feet in bounds on that play. Unfortunately, yeah, you got the penalty on the play, but was a great catch by Derek Young. Trevor Thompson, Jesse Minter from University of Michigan is the best defensive coordinator in the country and has experience with the Ravens. Why not pick him up? Trevor, I'm open to looking for a bright young defensive mind and bringing him in. I would love to see that. In fact, Trevor, you could sign me up all day long for that kind of situation. Here's where the issue comes in on that. This is Coach Carroll's defense. And Coach Carroll, in the last 3 hires he's made, is hired from within, in-house. He's not looked to Michigan. He's not looked to Virginia Tech. He's not looked to Miami. He's not looked to other NFL organizations to get the next defensive coordinator, right? So Dan Quinn goes, you bring in Chris Richard from where? In-house. You fire Chris Richard. Where do you look? You go grab your former linebackers coach, Ken Norton. Ken Norton's not good enough. You got to fire him. You fire him. Where do you look? You look in-house for your defensive line coach in Clint Hurt, and you elevate him. They do that for a purpose and a reason. Carroll's done that for a purpose and a reason. And it's not because he's looking for outside ideas that think differently than he thinks. He wants yes men in this way. He wants guys that are going to execute his scheme the way he wants it and not question the manner and approach by which he gets it. Think of it like Carroll is like Jessup from A Few Good Men, right? Think of it like that. He's that general in that, and he runs it his way, my way or the highway, right? It's a little bit like that. You can put whatever underlings you want underneath them. They got whatever aspirations and desires they want to see things done. But at the end of the day, the general who's puffing on the cigar is the one that's going to be running the show. I would love to see it, Trevor, but that's just not in Coach Carroll's bag to do that. He's never done it before. Jack, losing out could benefit us in the long run? Maybe. I think some of the concerns with this team, Jack, are worrisome in the respect that they could last beyond this year. And I think people are kind of just a little worried with that. Again, I don't think people are freaking out, but I think the concerns are valid. Mason says, given how we are likely to take a D lineman with our first pick, how worried are you of our track record of defensive line development? Maybe a true blue chipper will break the mold. I think having a blue chipper takes you a lot further in your need to have to develop guys, right? I have a Jalen Carter at 2 versus LJ Collier at 32. There's going to be a bit of a difference between those two guys and what I'm going to need to bring their levels and their games up. Carter's going to be pretty ready to go from the moment he walks in. You develop Frank Clark, you develop Jaron Reed relatively well. It's not been a strength of this team. You've had some flame outs from Rasheem Green to LJ Collier to Darrell Taylor too. I'll give you that. But I think it's not, come on, Kitty. I don't think it's just necessarily a hole in their game to where they can't do it, especially if they've got an elite talent at the position. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I'm starting to think maybe Sierra's cheating on Russ and he knows it and it's edging him up inside. He doesn't want to confront her because she wears the pants. So instead he lets it affect his play. Maybe so. I hadn't thought of that, but I guess it's possible. He had been down that road before with maybe Golden Tate, supposedly. Allegedly, I'll say. Jose Rodriguez, if we don't get Carter, I like Breeze. I like Breeze, Jose, but I don't like him with that first pick. I think it's a little high to be taking him in the top 10. The film that I saw from Jose was he was at his best, I think, like last year before a major injury, and he's not exactly bounced back as good as he was prior to last year. I also don't think that he's quite the same kind of talent to drive that pick, even if we're just going off the tape from the prior year. He's, to me, a first-round defensive lineman, but he's not in that, you know, with me, Jose, it's a tier 1, tier 2 situation. So tier 1, the tier 1 for me is, I don't have Breeze in that, but tier 2, yes, I do put Breeze up into tier 2. So I think he's a first round, probably defensive tackle, but not in the top. The top 10 has been a little bit high on that, in my opinion. Your boy Michael, I don't want to pick up a quarterback, but have you watched much on Stroud? Oh yeah, I've watched on all the top quarterbacks. I've probably watched about, I mean, I'm probably up over 10 games on all of these quarterbacks at the top. Bryce Young, Stroud, Levis, a minimum of, I've watched 10 games. In Levis's case, I've probably watched like 13, 14 games. Stroud makes some real eye-popping throws. He's got an NFL level arm. He processes very well. He goes through his progressions really well. He throws with great anticipation, and his ball placement is very precise. The worry and the issue you have with him is that when he gets pressure, which isn't often because he has a very good offensive line, but when that does happen, or when he does have to play off script, it gets very sloppy and very, very spazzed out very quickly. He is very much kind of a diametrically opposed guy to what Russell Wilson was in his prime. It needs to be clean, simple, easy. He needs to see things as it up front. If things start to break down, there's going to be a little bit of a panic, and he's not going to be as clean in his play. And unfortunately with that, you worried your boy Michael is that he's not going to be in the position he's been in Ohio State for a majority of the time at the NFL level. You're going to be uncomfortable. You're going to have to play off script. And if you're showing that you're not able to do that at the college level and you're going to be asked to do it way more at the pro level, I think that's the big concern in his game. But he's also a very young player at 21. There's a lot of room there for growth with him. He is really talented from an arm standpoint and the kind of throws he can make that really stands out and separates him from some of the other guys in this class. But that's the one place you worry about with him when you look at him. John, I'd like to see an offense built which is not so dependent on a certain quarterback, but is functional at a high level with an average quarterback. Any offense which is properly balanced so he could play any quarterback. Agreed with you on that. Yeah. I think that's the type of team that they're trying to push. It is a little delayed right now. If you're delayed, I don't know why I've got an issue with my mic on the stream, but it just went kind of sideways. K-Jab, it seemed obvious that Pete had lost a bit of his pep at preseason. Yeah, I don't think he's got this team going as hard as he has had in recent years. I don't think he has them as bought in. Maybe he magically gets next year's team bought in, and this team was just unbuyable, unbought-inable. Maybe that's the case. Mariah C says there's like 2 games Seahawks got cheated on this year. Yeah, we've had a couple of games that were badly officiated. This one was in our favor, I felt like. We had more calls kind of breaking our direction than against us. Mason says, I definitely think something's going on in Geno's head right now. That throw over the middle to Parkinson was ugly along with other plays, but at the same time, we need to give him better support. Yeah. It's hard to make an evaluation with no running game and an offensive line starting to falter in pass protection. It's going to make a lot of quarterbacks start to look a little bit silly. It's not an end-all be-all explanation for Geno's struggles recently, but I think it's a big part of those struggles. John Reese says, prefer AR-15 over Stroud, Young, or Levis. Would be worth the development effort. Very well could be. I like him a lot too, John. I think as long as you're okay with the patience to let him sit a little bit the first 2 years and not expect immediate returns or try to rush him out there too fast, I think it could make a lot of sense. Oh yeah, good time. Wish everybody a Merry Christmas out there and Happy New Year. Actually, I think our offensive line defensive average age should be less than 27 to 28. I'll do some analysis to see rankings to age on the lines to validate my view. I think young line is always better. I think you're probably right on that, actually. I think you can get away with a little bit of the center and guard being older, but certainly at tackle, you need to be young. I do believe that that's the case. And Merry Christmas to you too, Megan. Tommy Eden says Levis hasn't thrown any more picks in his final year than Mahomes, Luck, or Josh Allen did. It's about the stuff he brings. He can make all the throws and can run our offense and is cheaper than Geno. There you go, man. There you go. Well put. Mariah says it wouldn't be that hard for the Seahawks to do some good defense and offense. They just cheap. They could stand to spend some money there. Yep. I think they're also $44 million of dead money hit, Mariah. So they've also are operating this year with 20% of their cap gone to the wind, which is definitely going to be a little bit of a hindrance. Daniel says the team isn't fun to watch anymore. It's frustrating. No run game and no run defense makes watching us miserable. Well said, man. BZ says great level-headed game review by Murph at Top Billin out now. Sherman KJ also did breakdowns over the last 2 weeks. There we go. John Mellinger, random, but shout out to the Drake Young. That was a sweet catch. Minus it getting called back. Oh, it was a good catch. It's a good catch. Megan says, all I hope for is we improve on this year and don't go backwards. Me too. Mason, in the scenario that we take Jalen Carter, can you please explain his role in a 3-4 versus a 4-3 if we decide to switch back? Yeah, if he's in a 4-3 defense, he's going to be most likely your 3 tech. Which is going to then, of course, find him heads up over the left guard. If you're going to stay in your 3-4 defense, then he's going to be your 3-4 defensive end. But because you have more of attack-based principles in this front, theoretically, he's not going to have to do the 2 gapping stuff you would normally have a 3-4 defensive lineman do. So he's going to get a chance to actually get upfield and attack a little bit. It wouldn't preclude him from still being productive coming to a 3-4 defense. So 3 tech, or a defensive end in a 3-4. David Yang says Carter is going to OLs to use 2 men, or he's going to bust up. You're going to need to put 2 men to him, or a double team him, essentially is what you're saying, or he will get through. I agree. I think he's going to command double teams, especially if you get that command of a double team out of a 3 tech plays or from a 3-4 defensive end. Very useful for a defensive line. McCountry says Waldron plays too safe against the Niners. Indeed. There's a bit of a fear approach from an offensive stylings this year, a little bit with them and how we've gone at them. I thought Waldron played good too. Yeah, he was fine. Mariah, see, I think this game would be so horrendous, makes my heart break and is very depressing. It does. This was a tough one. It's tough to lose your rival like this, getting beat up at the line of scrimmage. Cat just tackle Pumpkin at the 1 yard line. She was trying to. Tom Eden says maybe insisting on playing a 2-4-5 with Brooks and Barton is our way of tanking. It's a soft tank. That's what I call it, Tommy. It's the soft tank. John Mallinger, I don't know at first. Brooks was hurt. Thought he benched him and I laughed. Oh, yeah. Well, he had a game worthy of being probably benched. Pretty bad. When you blow 2 coverage assignments that result in a touchdown, that can get you benched. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm sad about Lockett too, Mariah. Hopefully he'll bounce back okay. He can recover from a finger injury. Actually, it says even after being dominated, we lost by 1 score. So I think for what is worth a few more pieces, we can be a good team, especially with the NFC being so weak next year. I like it. I do like it. And it says, I think the Orange Cat said yes. I'll take it as a yes. She is depressed about the loss of my cat. She is depressed when we lose too. I can see it right now in her face. Come here. Come on. Come up here. Jax's Pumpkin says we need to upgrade the talent. I think she probably does. Johnson's Lockett out is going to make it harder. Don't know who can pick up the slack. Opposing teams will just double or triple team DK. Guess tight ends will have to step up if Geno is getting trucked. It'll be much harder. Having those two guys on the outside has been a big part of Geno's success this year. Remove one, it's going to hamper him. Can the Hawks sign some good players for the last 3 games? Asked Mariah. No, we're stuck with what we got, Mariah. The die is cast. It is what it is at this point. And I don't think Odell Beckham's coming to Seattle now. No, we're going to get a lot more Derek Young. Megan says, I'm wondering what Desai has been doing this year. I loved him when we got him, but what has he done since then? I don't have a good answer for you, Megan. I was hearing Matty F. Brown was saying that he thought that Desai was the guy that bring these 2-man fronts to play on this team, that was his adaptation, his personal addition to the defense. I thought he was more secondary based than defensive line based in what he was bringing to play. But they're running really a lot of the same coverages, it seems like to me, on the back end. Cover 1, cover 3, cover 4. It's all really the same kind of principles you've always run. So I just think as much as anything, Megan, he's been overruled by Carroll, and that they run things the way Carroll wants to be run, which is the way he's run things prior in that secondary. K-Jeff, you're taking away my hope. Emmett says, decides something to consider for either coordinator if he's willing to do it again or head coach. I don't know if that makes a difference. It's Carroll's defense to me at the end of the day. Bobby Savage Hill, Pete and his relationship with his coordinator gives me similar vibes to a parent trying to trust their kid when they're learning to drive. That's a great metaphor, man. You know, I love myself some good metaphors, Bobby Savage Hill. And that's a fantastic metaphor. Yeah. Beats the guy in the car trying to teach his kid how to drive, and the kid's got the stick shift. And every other 10-foot stretch, he's trying to put his hand on the stick or recorrect him on the wheel. And he just can't take the hands off and let the kid kind of drive and figure it out a little bit. Well put, man. I like that. I like that metaphor. I love that metaphor. Jose Romero with a $5 donation. Thank you for the double dono, Jose. On top of what you put down earlier, says, how crazy would it be if Jody actually goes through with firing Pete at the end of the season, or even crazier after today? I highly doubt it, though. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I've long said that when it comes to Jody Allen, I'm in no position to tell her how to run the team. She can run it by any which way that she seems fit. I have also said that if I was somebody who was taking over for a team from my brother, who this was one of his most favorite things in the world, this is one of the things that he loved the most, that if he's giving me all this as far as wealth and all that goes, that I'd probably want to try to carry on the spirit of that in the way that he would do so. I do believe that if Paul Allen was here right now and still the owner, I don't know that Coach Carroll would still be here on the team. Maybe. But there's a kind of an indicator in my mind that he would have probably moved off when he was seeing stuff stop working after a while. Doesn't mean he necessarily would have married himself to Russ, but Allen was willing to make the tough call and the tough decision when it was needed. He was not shy about doing that when it was calling for change. He took the power away from Mike Holmgren as far as a general manager when it was obvious that was not working with Mike. He fired Mora after 1 year when it was obvious Mora was not the right coach for this team at the time. So he would have made those hard choices. I don't think that Jody Allen, Jose, is willing to make those hard choices in the same way, especially because I feel like she's just sort of treading water till she can get out from under being an owner, because she doesn't want to be an owner of an NFL team, and it's really not all that important to her. I could be wrong on this, but I've seen a lot of indications that this is indeed the case, and it does run in opposition to how I think Paul would have liked to have seen it if he was still alive. I do believe that. Thank you for the donation, though, man. I appreciate that. And it would be insane if she fired him. It would be crazy. It would shock me. I would be gobsmacked if she was to be willing to do that. I feel like it's not even a single percentage chance point of potentially happening. Alexander says, Alexander Matthews says, Purdy did us dirty. Sorry, guess got nothing today but jokes. I could talk issues, but it hurts my brain. I like jokes, man. Let's do jokes. Jokes works for me. And it hurts my brain too on some of these deals. So I know where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating loss, and it's been a fun season, but there's some definite frustrations built in that have kind of started to build up in some other aspects. It's again where you can enjoy the season, but still be frustrated by some things on the other side of it too. I don't think one precludes itself from the other. Emmett says, plus, are we going to get more blue chippers out of this draft? I'm assuming including the big one, either Anderson or Carter. Probably get a couple. Yeah. And it'll help. John says they rearranged the chairs, but it's still the same chairs as far as the defense goes with Pete. That's it. Can't get caught up on the D coordinator here. This is Pete's defense. He runs this show. Coolbury says Future had a lyric in a recent song where he said, and I still smash on C. He probably who we have to thank. Probably if he said that, my gosh. Linesman, you guys let Christian McCaffrey run all over you. If you contain the run, you win the game. Yeah, but containing the run's been a problem all year long, hasn't it, for us, for the most part. And yeah, Jock, Breeze's stock's fallen this year. Interesting player still and whatnot, and how he tests is probably going to impact a little bit of where he ends up going. But I've got concerns with him if we're talking about making him a high pick. Linesmania, Bryce Young's will be a bust. I'm calling it. I'm on board with you on that. I think he's going to get terribly overdrafted. David Yang says, damn, Chris Clemens, Brian Mabane, Frank Clark, Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett were legit. They were. There was a time when Carroll recognized he needed to have the guys up front to make his defense work. There was a time that was the case. Megan says, Pete had COVID in the preseason. I'm wondering if that is an effect, given I'm still dealing with it 9 weeks later. Well, the brain fog's a real thing, isn't it, Megan? I mean, that's not a BS item to broach as far as a subject here, or an issue of what's going on. So could be a bit of an impactful point here, especially an older guy like him. It's got to kind of hammer those guys. M21, Paul Allen was a really good owner. He was an ideal owner. It's kind of the perfect owner for what you'd want in his investment into winning and wanting to win, the will to win, the will to open up the purse strings and spend whatever amount of money he's got to do so. It's exactly what you would like as an ideal. Jason Schumacher says, new owner probably will want to move the team out of Seattle is my guess. I would push back on this one, Jason, on a little bit. In looking at this, my memory on this is that the team can't move with the new stadium with the agreement that was signed, Jason, because there were public funds drawn out at that time. I don't believe that the team can be moved before 2040. Beyond whatever there could be contractually in there, I don't think that Jody Allen is going to honor the legacy of her brother by selling to an owner who's going to move the team. And I would not be the least bit surprised to understand that whatever agreement takes place between a new owner and Jody Allen is going to include contractual language that the team must remain in Seattle in perpetuity. So I know what you're thinking on that, but that's not going to be a reality. That's not on the board. That's not on the table. It's not happening. Linesman, I saw a couple of rigging plays, not enough that were controversial though. 49ers just came in here and took care of biz. Yeah. And in fact, Linesmania, I would probably say we got more of the benefit of the calls in this game than we had the calls go against us, in my opinion. So, they beat us. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. Tommy says, sign Geno 3 years of the void year, draft AR in the second. Sign me up, Tommy. Sign me up. Jaboy Michael says, why'd they give us the Chiefs on Christmas Eve to ruin my Christmas? The NFL hates us in Seattle. They hate us. Nah. What are you crying for? What are you crying for? I don't know what you're saying to me. I don't speak cat. I don't speak cat. Hang in there, Mariah. There'll be brighter days. I lost in my chat here. Resk IV says, I hate Seahawks as Niner fans, but I won't lie. Russell Wilson will always get my respect. Seahawks owned our asses for 10 plus years. Yeah, well, you guys are on the right side of things right now here recently, aren't you? We got to get back up on our horse next year for you. Jose Rodriguez, I meant just defensive tackles. It's Carter, then Breeze. I don't know. I've looked at some nose tackles that are interesting, Jose. But as far as that being the 1-2 guys, maybe. I'm just starting to kind of dive into my defensive tackle study. I've looked at a lot of guys, Jose, that are nose tackles that'll probably go more second, third round. So I've got like 4 or 5 guys that fit that mark. To be honest with you, on this, I would probably put like even Kalijah Cansey over Bryce Brees at this point. So I think that there's going to be other defensive tackles for me, Jose, that'll be over Brees. Cansey, and he plays for Pitt. He's like Aaron Donald without some of the strength, but he's got a lot of Aaron Donald in his game. Cons, what's the earliest you would draft a quarterback in the draft this year? I'm open to doing with the first pick. I want to go defensive tackle, but if they choose a quarterback there, that's understandable. You're not going to be picking that high into the future probably ever again into future seasons. And, if you're sold on a guy, if they're sold on a guy and they've done their evaluations and they love a guy, then you make that selection, you pull that trigger. So I'm not really, I guess I would ideally like to bring back Geno Cons and maybe get a guy in the second or third round as an ideal, but they could draft anywhere in this draft a quarterback and I wouldn't be poo-pooing it necessarily. I could understand it. Daniel DeVee says, hey man, just wanted to say thanks for being here to vent with us. Appreciate your coverage. Oh man, thank you. I love doing this. I love hanging out here with you guys. I'm glad you guys are as open-minded as you are to being able to let's dive into the criticisms. Let's dive into the good. Let's dive into the bad, that we don't have areas that we can't go into because people emotionally can't deal with it. I like that everybody's on the page of like, no, let's discuss it. Let's talk about hard truths. Let's talk about great truths. Let's talk about the bad, the good, the ugly. I think that's what we're trying to do here. And I appreciate that you guys are on that same page with me, man. So thank you. Kitty, nobody wants to hear you cry constantly, okay? You're very cute, but I don't think they want to hear you yelling out 24/7. Trevor Thompson says, difference between CJ Stroud and Justin Fields is Stroud can't run away, but is very accurate quarterback, and Bryce is a great quarterback. But Will Anderson is the guy in this draft. Stats are lower, but he will be double teamed. He's a very interesting player to me, Trevor. He's a tough evaluation this year for me as Will Anderson. I can't deny the physical potential that exists with the guy, but there's also some question marks I have in his game. And yeah, I think Stroud and Fields are kind of very different kind of players. I think, one's a guy that does a lot of his work with throwing the football and is very much a pure pocket passer type guy, where the other guy's more fit to maybe more of the modern designs of what you look for in a quarterback with the mobility aspect of things, playing off script and whatnot. But they're both talented in their own way. Saijan says, sign Geno 2 years max, draft for defense, draft to tweak the offense, then a quarterback. What say you guys? I could go with that. I'd be okay with going that route. David Yang, I like Justin Fields. I like Justin Fields too. I think he's been put in a tough situation there in Chicago. Not the easiest of situations. Delakey, would Jalen Carter replace Puna? Yes. Somewhat. I mean, they still stick Puna in times in the zero tech, but he would be replacing Puna in the 3-4 as an end, and Quentin Jefferson. David says, but we want a scheme and a system so we don't have to rely on godly quarterback play. Agreed. I think this scheme does that, David. I mean, the designs of this scheme is the West Coast offense, short and intermediate passing attack, less a requirement of quarterbacks to have to push the ball real deeply down the football field. It's more of an offensive take what the defense gives you, which makes the quarterback position, I think, a little easier to play at times than the guys that are required to kind of push the ball up the field consistently. Mason says, how much of the offensive struggles tonight have to do with the track record of McVay's offenses versus the 49ers? That might just be a lazy analysis. Yeah, I don't know if that has got as much to do with that on that, Mason, because it really comes down to you in the running game for weeks now haven't been able to create any holes in the running game, and that turns you into a one-dimensional attack. And not only are you a one-dimensional attack, you're not just a one-dimensional attack that just suddenly this happened. You've been a one-dimensional attack for a while. Defenses have been able to adjust. Defenses have been able to really squeeze down on that weakness of your offensive game and make it tougher on you. And so that's more of what that is to me than just that defensive scheme for the Niners being a solution for the 49ers offense as you're kind of proposing a bit. Sides and Rams are going to have major retirement party and the 49ers will follow. Wu-Tang says Niners are at the peak of their window. Hawks are rebuilding. We got some work to do, but make no mistake, that was an elite team we played. Agreed. I agree with you there. Drunk says it's going to be a long process, but I have a small ounce of hope that the future holds better results. I love the optimism, man. I love the optimism. I'm going to try to get there with it. JC, yeah, if Quandre had caught that pick, it might have been a bit of a different game, huh? Those interceptions don't get easier than that either. Keegan says, kind of sucks to see Russ struggling, but yet again, happy that he's not on the Hawks. Yeah. After this year, I'll completely root for Russ, but this year, I'm going to have to hope he just keeps doing badly. No more concussions, though. That was scary last week. Jack says, Pete and John are tied together. No one is getting fired. Agreed. Daniel says, what happened to our run game? What the F happened to Austin Blythe and Gabe Jackson since the bye? Did their preseason Roy juice run out? Well, I think that the success you had in running the ball, even when you were at your greatest success this year, I don't know if you were ever at a place of being consistently a really good running team. I think you had moments where you had the big runs by both Penny and by Walker, which allowed for the running game to look a little bit better on the day with a couple of the big chunk runs. But I don't know that you've ever been really consistent this year in running the ball game in and game out. So I don't think there's anything that changed. I think you went up against maybe better defenses. But I don't think anything was different or separate in that respect from the opening week, so that they got worse necessarily. Just teams maybe got better. John Mallinger, I believe we need to build in the trenches. Maybe I'm wrong. Keep in mind I'm young, but Seahawks have always stopped the run and run the ball well. Nope. John, I'm an old school guy like that too. I think that you do need to invest in the trenches. I would love to go defensive line a couple times with these first two picks in the first four picks you have in the first two rounds. Certainly would love to go get a center in the early second round. A lot of times, John, in that early second round pick, that first second round pick, especially that we could have from Denver, you could get the best center in this entire draft. And you've already then at that point still been able to put your 2 first round picks onto other places. So it's not even like you're putting your prime draft capital to it, but you're still walking away from that draft with maybe the best player. Delicate Carroll would retire before Jody fires Pete. I don't know about that. I think Pete's got that optimism, like I can always fix it. I can always figure this out. I'll find a way. Kevin Richard, with too many young players, there is bound to be inconsistencies. Yeah. Some of the inconsistencies we're seeing, though, out there is from some of the older players, Kevin. Yeah. Jordan Brooks, Poona Ford, Quentin Jefferson. These aren't young guys. Cody Barden, not a young guy. Cody played okay in this game. But Gabe Jackson's not a young guy. Phil Haynes, not a young guy. Austin Blythe, not a young guy. Damian Lewis, not a young guy. Young tackles had a bit of a tough day out there today, but as much as the veterans is the young guys. John says Jody will sell the team before she ever fires Pete. Yes, correct. Drunk, should we look into drafting a wide receiver with Tyler hitting 30 years old and just broke his finger? Not necessarily, no. I think Tyler's been pretty consistent for you this year. You've got to make a decision on what you want to do with Eskridge. I think there's just bigger holes on this team right now, personally. I'd much rather just go maybe sign a veteran wide receiver presence as backup than going out and drafting one. Poop Dog, am I drunk or is the voice and picture off? Yeah, I'm a little bit behind on that. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why it went off the rails on that one, but for some reason today, I'll have to do some fixing of it off stream. So don't know why, but unfortunately there's no way to really kind of, I guess, fix it live as much as I would like to do. It just is kind of what it is. Try to do a refresh. I heard that can sometimes work. Rescue, I think Lockett's still a beast too, man. Seahawks Blue and Green franchise Geno, so we only have to pay him one more year and draft a quarterback this draft in the 3rd or 4th round. He can sit for next year and then start after that. Draft Carter, edge, center, and linebacker with the first 4 picks. I love that as a plan. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, what free agents can you see us going after? I think you could maybe take a look at Mitch Morse, a center from the Buffalo Bills, who's due to be a free agent. There's not a lot of centers out there, Jose Rodriguez, that make a lot of sense to me as far as the jump to the head. It's pretty thin. And quite frankly, Jose, the free agent market's pretty thin across the board. But if I was to look at two guys that I could set the stage for helping myself in the draft, as far as free agents go, I would look at Mitch Morse, and the other guy I would look at Seahawks Jose Rodriguez is Daron Payne. Maybe one of the best run-stuffing defensive tackles in the NFL, and he gives you some pass rush. He's going to cost a mountain of money to bring him in, but he would be a guy that if you bring him in with Jalen Carter, that significantly upgrades that defensive line at that point. And there's not really a defensive lineman out there that's quite like him in the free agent market. Fletcher Cox will be out there, but he's kind of older than old. I don't think there's any real left guards out there, Jose, that we could look at. Right guard market's pretty thin too. I think there'll be some guys that get cut that fill it out a little bit more, but quite frankly, Jose, the free agent market is pretty thin. There's no real middle linebackers, for instance, if you want to go that route. Roquan Smith's probably going to get franchised by the Ravens, and then that's going to leave Denzel Perryman as the best guy on the open market that's available at that point. So it's just really, 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 really thin. Yeah, Megan, there's no way we leave Seattle. I don't see it. Go Hawks 2022. Question, who should Pete sign a top free agent? Question, would Pete sign a top free agent? Has he ever? Yes, Pete has signed a top free agent in his past, albeit it was far in the past. So you spent a huge amount of money on Robert Gallery back in the day. You spent a huge amount of money on Zach Miller. You spent a huge amount of money on Sidney Rice. So that right around that time, those were three big time deals that you handed out in free agency at that time. Have they done it since? No. I would argue that a majority of that time since those signings happened, you were usually up against the cap. You were paying your quarterback big money, or you're paying your Legion of Boom money. You didn't have the free cash to go out there and necessarily spend it out there on those free agents at that time. They are going to find themselves back in that territory this offseason. They'll have the money to spend more than the next person out there maybe competing for a given player. And so they are back in that same situation they were early on that allowed them to spend that money. I do expect that they will spend that money this offseason. John, they should bring the Sonics back to Seattle, man. I think we get them back by 25. Ori Fish 5, longtime Niner fan. You guys should be proud of this year you had and the draft you had, but sorry guys, you are due for a couple of these games after the last 10 years. No worries. Just the universe balancing it out, right, Ori? Just the universe balancing out. Jason Tudor with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jason. Says, holy heck, how are you still able to speak? Oh man, Jason, I rolled 10 hours easy, man, on a Sunday. So we're only 6.5 hours in. I'm just warming up. I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting warmed up here. I'm just starting to hit my prime of the night. I love talking with you guys though, man. I'm digging this. Daniel says, check out Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle from Texas Longhorns. Probably getting the third and fourth round. It looks like a bigger Shelby Harris, pretty athletic for his size. Wait. I think I got your name wrong because I think I looked at this guy. Is that Keandre, you mean? Keandre, you're not meaning Keandre Coburn? I'll add him. I was looking at Keandre Coburn, their other defensive tackle. Tavondre Sweat. But I'll take a look at Sweat, man. I like Coburn's tape somewhat. But he's on my list. I have added him. Chad Hart, I think Sean Payton would be the perfect head coach. That'd be my ideal to be able to bring him in, Chad. But I do think that he is circling around that San Diego job, Justin Herbert, having a quarterback already in place like Justin, the talent he is. I think that's being in California, bright market. I think that's going to be too enticing for Sean. Drunk Squitter, Will Levis or Ant Richardson, but otherwise no Young or Stroud, rather the draft defense. I'm with you on that. King Bomber, yes, sir, I'm back now. Didn't get to hear your thoughts on Derek Young. It's a fantastic catch by Derek Young. Great body control, excellent ball tracking. I thought Gino put a fantastic throw out there where he put it. I mean, that's a really hard teardrop throw to make over the top like he put it in there. Derek has shown some skill this year. And in preseason, I thought he was more impressive than Bo Melton was, even though he was picked after Melton in that 7th round. He's a big body guy. He's actually able to do a lot of receiver stuff that wasn't readily apparent when you're watching the highlight film of him coming out of Lenore, small college that he was coming out of, where he was just doing basically bubble screens and fly sweeps. But we're going to get a lot more of him now. You're going to see a bunch of them here now as we go forward, with Tyler out probably the rest of the year, I would imagine. So get a good look at him, maybe make a little bit more of an assessment. He's got some skills to him. He's got some size to him. He's got some burst to him. I think he's going to be able to give you some yards after the catch as well when we get into it with this guy. So pretty encouraged by what I saw out of him there on that play. It was cool. King Bomber says, I know it was only one catch, but I want to take some positive things from this game. No, I'm with you, man. I want to talk about the positive too. We don't just dwell on the negative. And it was good to see. I'm excited to see what he can maybe bring in the next couple weeks. He's got some talent to him, legitimate. Mason says, I am by no means against a Carroll departure, but I can't help but imagine straight up firing him would cause outrage in the locker room. You would also have to consider the departure of Schneider would be insane. Would be an issue, or insane, I guess you would say. Yeah, I don't know if you moved on from Carroll that it would necessarily mean you have to move on from Schneider. I don't necessarily buy that those guys are connected at the hip 100%. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Outrage in the locker room. I don't know. If I have a head coach that's having a hard time getting players to play up and to their talents, I'm having a coach that's having a hard time getting players to show up for football games at times, then I don't know how much that locker room is really going to be crying tears if that coach were to move on. Some, maybe. But I certainly think I can't be precluded from making that move, Mason, based on how the locker room reacts. Is it right for the team, or is it not right for the team? Is it what's best for the future of this team, or is it not what is best for the future of this team? That's where the question begins and ends. And the locker room is just going to have to deal with it if the answer is it's best for the team. Brian says, bring back 2017 Malik McDowell. Was a second-round pick. He didn't do much for the Hawks, but I believe he won the Streaker of the Year award last year. Buck naked on a playground. DJ Jimenez, this is Kerry Hyder Jr.'s fault. He knew we were transitioning to a new scheme before he left. Exactly. Megan says, go Hawks. Nice. Sorry. Jason down there in Oregon. Nice. Jack says, Carter's a flavor of the month for good reason, but Anderson and Murphy will both be very good pros. I like all three myself, Jack. I don't see Carter as a flavor of the month, in my opinion. I see a guy that can wreck shop from the inside of the interior of the defensive line, defensive tackle position. I don't see a lot of guys in this draft that can do that. There's a lot of like 0 tech, 1 tech defensive tackles in this draft, but not a lot of guys that can penetrate or draw double teams the way that he can do it. A lot of that Georgia defense is built around him. They got a lot of talent in that Georgia defense, but a lot of what they do is built around him up in the middle of this year's team. Week in and week out, he's playing great football to my eyes. But we'll see. I also worried, Jack. I mean, I watched the tape this year. I must have watched now 5 football games of Will Anderson. And in every game that I've watched of Will Anderson, I've got big worries and question marks about that guy's motor. I don't about Myles Murphy, but I do about Anderson. And when it flashes and when it goes right for him and when he's quick off the line of scrimmage and he's left, for instance, a lot of his highlights you go and watch with him, he's left as an unblocked defender and he's just so quick off the line that he gets in the backfield and eats it up. But when he's blocked, he sure has a lot of games where he just disappears for being a guy that's supposed to be a top 5 pick. And I don't see points in the game where Carter just disappears for the stretches that I see from Anderson. Poo Dog says, Homer's fumble just turned the game. Dang it. Yeah, it did. Bad fumble there. John says, at the beginning of the season, I expected around 5 games won, so the fact that we've won 7 is a pleasant surprise. I actually had 7 wins as the prediction for this team. So they are right now right at my prediction point as we stand at the moment. Alexander says, Brandon, show you can say whatever you want. Fact, 100%. Thank you, Alexander, man. Appreciate you, brother. Dennis says 49er fans are up with the worst in the league. The majority of them, maybe not all of them, but it's pretty bad. Dallas fans and Niner fans are the worst. You could probably sign me up for that. You could probably sign me up for that, Dennis. That makes that bears out. Berna 2883 says agreed. First 4 picks need to be 2 defensive line beasts, and then 1 offensive lineman, and then a linebacker. I like it, Berna. Doesn't kind of matter the order, right? Just you'd like to come away with those kind of 4 set positions. I love it. Love it. Prism says Diggs dropping that pick lets you know it's not your year. Yeah. Sometimes the ball just don't bounce in your favor, does it? Delicate says we need a center that's over 310 pounds. Yes. Somebody that's not going to be bent over half because they weigh about 265. Poo Dog, whatever happened to that tackle Forsythe? Still on the roster? He is still on the roster. He's your backup left tackle, but Cross has played basically every snap out there for you this year. He's been healthy all through the year, and Cross is a better talent. Of course, Forsythe's a 7th round pick. Charles Cross is a top 10 first round pick, so you're just not going to be seeing him out there. And he's a pure left, too. He's not really a right tackle. Yeah, the Niners are definitely in their window right now. I'm seeing some comments about the Niners and where they're at, and they are definitely in their window. And they've got guys they're paying right now, and they're going to have to be paying Bosa somewhere between $33 to $35 million per year when they have to pay him because they've waited an extra year to pay him. And that's already on top of the monster contracts they're paying. Monster contracts they're paying to George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Fred Warner, Eric Armstead, Jimmy Ward, Trent Williams. I mean, I'm talking top of their position money, a lot of these guys. Dennis says, oh, well, I can't control what a large group of horrendous fans say about us. I guess I don't give it 1 second thought of my day. I think about what they think about us. I don't either. Jacob Hesser, notice how they didn't really test Woolen, laughing out loud? No, they didn't go at Woolen. They were going to go at Woolen with a 7th round pick. No way. Young Bido Game says we need to draft defensive linemen, safeties, and linebackers. I like it. Glock says, it's okay, Brandon, no worries. Once in a while stuff happens. Appreciate you, man. Tommy says, oh, Cody Barton actually led the team with 10 tackles, 6 solo. Problem was we had exactly 2 tackles for a loss across the whole team. Too many tackles from our safeties. Yeah, we don't get any tackle for losses on this team. It's just not a part of who we are. I think Jordan Brooks has 2 on the year, which is exactly the amount that Bobby Wagner had in the game against the Seahawks alone. King Bomber says Mahomes is finally on his $50 million contract, so the Chiefs will start taking the major cap hit. They're going to start to feel the pain of it, King Bomber. I think Mahomes is going to be willing to restructure, though, as he's already done twice. So he probably ends up restructuring again to help them out. I would estimate. But it's going to impact, for instance, them bringing back Orlando Brown, who they have franchised and who wants to be paid big money. It's going to be hard to bring him back at this point because they're probably not going to have the cash flow to do it. It does help that they didn't sign Tariq Hill. They kind of freed themselves up with that one a little bit. John Rees, we already have young athletic offensive tackles on both ends, so we need to finish up upgrading the offensive line by getting a young athletic center and guard so we can actually run block effectively. Agreed, John. I'd add on to it too, so we could sometimes maybe even run a little bit of the screenplays, right? Where you get your alignment into space. You saw today that we had a screen completely get destroyed because Damian Lewis couldn't move out into space to lay the block he needed to lay. And he let his man just blow right past him without even barely touching him. So it could help you in a variety of different areas by getting a little bit more athletic up front. 100% agreed. John Reese says, can't wait to see Brendan's breakdown of this game. Guessing he's going to be pretty irritated. Well, I hope so, man. I would hope so. I know I am. I can understand if you just get beat and you're just beat out from a talent standpoint, and maybe that's the way this game played out. But there was some of this game where it felt like just one team was ready to go take this game and win it and carry the day, and another team came in here and was kind of at times going through the motions a little bit. Dennis says, move back to Omaha. Loving having somewhere to chat with fellow Hawk fans. Appreciate all of you. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate you too, brother. So much. Thanks for jumping on in, man. I hope you're having a good time down there in Omaha. It's a pretty cool little town. Jason Tudor says, oh, was the game 10 hours ago? Jason, I thought you started at the start of the game. That's 10 hours ago. No, the game was at 5. We're only at 11 o'clock. We're 6.5 hours in. Yeah, I don't think the Mahomes contract's going to be that bad. And again, he's already reworked it twice since he originally signed it. So he's going to lower down his cap hit for the team. Julius Garcia, do I see Mike Jackson playing for us next season? I do, Julius, because he's cheap and he's going to add to the depth on the team. I don't think he's going to be starting for us next year like he is this year. Young Bido game, we need a real defensive line for once. Again, our current guys aren't good enough. I think Clint Hurtt is low-key a problem, mainly because he was a defensive line coach when we were ranked last for the last few years. Agreed. Kind of failed up a little bit there, didn't Mr. Hurt? And it had, I think, a little bit more to do with the, again, getting a yes man in there more than getting the right man in there, I think was more of the priority on that signing. Hurt might be the problem here, young Bido. He might be a big instrumental spot of this. I do think this is Coach Carroll's defense at the end of the day. And it's very hard to put much blame on a defensive coordinator when you've gone through 3 and 7 years and you're seeing the same problems affecting your team this year that have been affecting the team through past years. It's hard to place blame anywhere but onto Carroll's shoulders on this one. But it's also just harder to parse between the two of them. Alexander Matthews says nothing against older people, but like Pete, I believe the older he gets, the harder changes are to happen. Well, this is where the phrase comes out. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Cliches are cliches for a reason, and timeless cliches that have been around 100 years are cliches for that very reason. I have nothing against Pete Carroll being a head coach at 70 plus years of age, even though there are no coaches in the NFL that are really 70 plus years of age still coaching outside of maybe 1 or 2 guys. That's not a death knell for me in just in that respect alone. Where my issue comes into play with Carroll is when your mentality gets old and stale and you're old in your thinking. You know, his predilection to being so worried about being in danger of giving up the big play and that running at the forefront of his thoughts at every turn, and that then affecting and educating him on how he needs to run his defense, and has now led to us just being bled slowly and surely over and over again, drives me nuts. And it's like, that's what you get from an old-minded thinking of like, I got to be safe, got to be worried about the risk. I mean, as I get older, I get more worried about the risk. That's what you do naturally a little bit. You know, when you look at his scheme, he's not updating his scheme. He's running the same old scheme. He's running this old dusty scheme that he's got to blow the dust off every week and put it out on the football field. That's old. And none of these things are having to do with anything with his age, but the mentality, the thinking, yes, it's an old thinking in the way that he's applying the coaching in his coaching game at this point, in my opinion. Sijin, Young or Goodwin in Lockett's place? I think you go Goodwin. No, I think you'd go Derek Young in his place, Sijin, because you want to keep Goodwin in the slot. So you go with Derek Young onto the outside at that point. Megan with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donations tonight on the channel. She says, be at 6:20 p.m. here. Need to get dinner and give my aching eyes a rest. Thanks for a great stream, and sorry I'm not in a good mood, just feeling low and not in a good place with my mental health. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation, and I appreciate and know exactly where you're coming from. I've been kind of in a bad mood the last couple of days too, so I've been having a hard time with just kind of, maybe it's the weather or whatever's going on over here with it being wintry as it is, but I've been kind of curmudgeon-y myself. And look, this loss can put some people in a bad mood. It can put me in a bit of a bad mood too. Because we just want to look for the place where we can have our hope into the future. It's no guarantee that you're ever going to be a good team or a bad team moving into a year beyond this, or that this rebuild will continue to sustain or whatnot. But you look for those signs. You look for the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, with this team for where they will be elite. And there's some more questions, I think, that start to raise off of this game and from these recent games this year. As I said, we had hoped this young team in a rebuild will be playing its best ball by the end of the year. Instead, you're kind of playing your worst ball by the end of the year on both sides of the ball, as you're getting dominated on both lines of scrimmage, as your young guys aren't taking really any steps forward from what they've shown early on in the year. These are discouraging signs. They're not death knells to Carroll's time here, but they are discouraging signs. Megan, thank you for all the hard work you do here as my main mod on the channel here. Appreciate you. I thank you for all the donations as well, and you get that head right. Get that head right. Tom Eden says, Anderson reminds me too much of Taylor. Boom or bust games. I think that's a pretty well put thing. And I think there's some stuff that matches up between them. Certainly think that Taylor's probably about 20, 25 pounds lighter than Anderson. Well, maybe not that much. Anderson's only 240. So, but it does seem like there's probably about 10, 15 pound difference between the two, but close enough, right? And, with Anderson, he's relying upon that physical ability to get out of there, be just quicker off the line of scrimmage at times. He's not doing a lot of hand fighting, which is a lot of what you see with Darrell Taylor. There's not advanced moves or a way for him to get himself free. So I think that there's something to that a little bit, and especially the way he just kind of disappears too, like Taylor sometimes will disappear in football games. I think he's a better talent than Taylor, I do, but we're talking picking top 5. I just don't want to have these kind of questions on him. Wu-Tang Financial says, the tape is the truth on Carter. When you're a physical monster among monsters, that's a good sign. He has the heart of that Georgia defense. That's how I've seen it as well, Wu-Tang. Anytime I've turned on the tape of him, he's showing up. You watch the Georgia defense, your eyes get drawn to him. And that's a defense with guys like Sealy Ringo that's a stacked defense in a lot of respects. And he's the guy standing out. The level of competition he goes up against week in and week out, you don't have any questions in that respect of things. He's a complete player in both the run and against the pass. And I think saying the heart of the defense is a good way to put it. I think it's a good way to put it. I am like the Energizer Bunny. I just keep going, man. I'm having a good time talking with you guys. I love this stuff. I really do. It's just fun chatting with you guys on this and diving into it. And I'm glad I'm not out here in the deep end on my own. It sounds like people are mainly in the same spot I am. King Bomber says, DK, Tyler, Derek, Melton, and Eskridge, I think will be the future receiving core. And yes, that is the depth chart. Eskridge is last and will remain last. I think you're probably right on that one. Julius Cars. George Squitter says, I don't think Seattle brings back Barton, right? I don't think so. He's going to be a free agent. I don't know if he's going to get a big contract out there, but the only way I could see him being brought back with Seattle is if it was on a veteran minimum deal. And I don't know if that's going to really happen. I think they move through. Julius Garcia, we need a draft run stuffers. We need some help there, yeah. It's also why I think Julius going out and looking at Deron Payne from Washington could be interesting. King Bomber fixed Mafe, found some diamond in the rough guys like Al Woods, Uchenna, and to an extent Taylor. Quandre has dropped a lot of interceptions this year, Jaboy. And power coded, what a sad day indeed, man. Sad day. Grug, round 1, Jalen Carter, round 1, Trent Simpson with the 2 first-round picks. Round 2, Nolan Smith. Round 2, also John Michael Schmitz. Maze Smith in the 3rd round. This is how I hope the first 3 rounds go. Sign me up for that, Grug. Sign me up. Mason Dale, hey, Brandon, if you haven't scouted him, you should check out Andre Carter from our Army. Not sure if he's a fit. He's a really fascinating player, 6'7", with a thinner frame. But he's also really explosive. I did have a chance to look at him. Let me bring my notes up here on him. So I see him as a less refined version of Jason Taylor, former great Miami Dolphins defensive end who ended up getting into the Hall of Fame. I don't think he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. I don't think he's the same talent of Darrell Taylor. That's why I call him a less refined Taylor, just not quite the same kind of hand fighter that Taylor was. But Taylor also kind of became that a little bit too. He is a little bit of a one-year wonder. He had 15.5 sacks last year. He's only had 3 sacks this year as a senior, down tremendously, and they're not going up against the toughest of competition out there, Mason, being Army. You got a lot of weaker opponents. He should be able to feast a little bit more. He's very explosive, and he's very big. Those are his two big attributes that I see with him, Mason, but I don't see a lot of attributes that go beyond that with Andre Carter. I don't see a lot of refinement. I don't necessarily see a lot of bend, though there is explosion. So there's some good parts to his game. There's some bad stuff to his game. You've got a little bit of a 1 year wonder thing going on here a little bit too. I've got some worries a little bit with Andre Carter. King Bomber Alton Robinson had potential. Rasheem Green was good. I wish we kept him around. I don't know, man. I think Rasheem had a lot of chance to kind of show you what he was and never kind of became it. Sajan says, what do we need to do about the safety position? Seriously, no jokes. You've invested yourself to Diggs and Adams. You're going to have to roll with them for another year minimum. I think you're going to have to draft somebody. I don't think you're going to be able to bring back Ryan Neal at a discount. So you're going to have to then go sign the guy and have Josh Blunt in as a guy and maybe, him compete with whoever you draft. I don't think you can put one into a high pick, but you'll need to bring some bodies in. Trevor Thompson, left tackle, is always harder to play than right tackle. Yeah, there's more required from the position. Poop Dog says Hawks should have worn all height green from head to toe. Those jerseys are undefeated. Yeah, it might have been better. Jeffrey Ta, hi. You may have already answered this, but who would you want on this team, Jalen Carter or Will Anderson? Jeffrey Ta, I'm more of a Jalen Carter guy. I think his tape is more consistent, and it's also more of what is a bigger need on this team. I think that there's probably a higher top end to Will Anderson, a bigger ceiling, if you will, to his game, but there's a bigger bust factor to Will Anderson as well. And I don't think Carter has that same kind of bust factor. That leads me more into Jalen Carter at this point. Max Risper, who are you rooting for in the playoffs? Well, if my Seahawks don't get in, it'd be cool to see the Vikings and Bills Super Bowl, I guess. I would enjoy seeing those two fan bases have one of those two getting to have a Super Bowl championship. It'd be just cool to see for them. But I won't be able to I can only root for my team. I can't root for anybody else. Just the way I'm built. Alexander Matthew, crazy last 5 games, never should have went to the home country of Germany. They brought back a curse. They did. That damn German curse. That Bohemian curse. Your boy Michael, after not drafting Creed Humphrey and getting Dwayne Eskridge, it's just been bad. Creed wouldn't have so many big problems. Something got cut up there, Jip boy. Jacob Ezra, so for a future quarterback, you think Locke starting behind Geno or draft someone else this year or next year? I think you probably draft someone, Jacob. If you're bringing back Locke, you're going to probably have to give him a contract near to what you gave Geno this year. And I don't want to pay 2 guys money at the quarterback position if I'm already going to pay Geno. So you sign Geno to probably a contract extension and then draft a guy to back him up. And there's some guys you can pick in a variety of different places to do that. So I think both, Jacob. Double down on it. King Bomber, the only high draft picks to truly develop under Hurt, as I recall, is LJ Collier, and that's it. Yeah, and he hasn't developed. LJ Collier is no better today than he was when he walked in the door. But yeah, I agreed. I mean, somebody might say Jaron Reed, I guess, a little bit, but I agree with you. Your point's right. Not been a whole hell of a lot he's got out of it. Santiago, go Hawks. Still some season to go, but I'm excited as hell for next year after this draft is over. You should be, man. Got a lot to work with going forward. Sajan, I haven't been to Omaha since the late 80s. It seems like there's a story involved there, Sajan. Jason, oh geez, you're right. It was an evening game. My brain's fried. I know how it goes, man. Mine gets there too. King Bomber, Carroll has controlled his team and each coordinator has not changed the defense. Correct. That's why I say changing coordinators ain't going to work. Ain't going to fix it. Alexander, we need a center big time as well. Dude's half zombie at times. He'd be great in World War Z. Cons, I could have sworn Clint Hurts said when he got hired that he doesn't want to see any defensive line in coverage, but I swear I'm seeing it more with him making the calls. Yeah, he also said he was going to be more pressure based, and he hasn't given you that as well. So, a lot of what he said in that first press conference was a lot like Carroll in his press conference at the Combine. A lot of big empty talk. When the rubber meets the road, we're not seeing it. Young Bido, Seahawks have two other coordinator coaches under Pete who can take over the reins of defensive coordinator. Scott and Desai are ready to roll. Yeah, but I mean, again, if it's Carroll's defense, what impact are they going to have? If he's really calling the shots at the end of the day, what can they hope to accomplish? Greg, what free agents do you want us to sign? Here are some guys that intrigue me. Deron Payne, Yannick Ngakoue, Javon Hargrave, Roquan Smith. Roquan Smith's going to be franchised, Grug, right? So the Ravens aren't giving up a 2nd and 5th round pick for a half season of Roquan Smith. So they'll franchise tag him if they can't get him on a contract extension. So he's not a valid guy that's even in play. Yannick Ngakoue doesn't play the run. We're already having issues with guys not being able to play the run. You'd get Darrell Taylor 2.0 with a little more pass rush out of Yannick. Javon Hargrave's an interesting guy. I'd be open to him. Deron Payne would be the guy that would be my number one guy I'd want to jump out. In fact, he'd probably be my biggest free agent priority of any of the guys in this free agent class. Team Bomber, I truly hope everyone on this defensive line is gone except Shelby Harris, Al Woods, and maybe Miles Adams. Me too. Alexander Matthews, Brendan's definitely not smiling. I bet not. TJ Singh says, chances we bet on KC on the road in a 10 degree weather game. It's going to be a tough one, TJ. I'd have a hard time seeing us pulling this one out myself. Anything's possible, but we got our work cut out for us next week. No doubt about that. JS says, defensive coaches don't thrive in the modern NFL. Staley's a good, younger example of that. Or I think you're meaning defensive head coaches. And yeah, the recent track record of defensive-minded head coaches is not great. There are some that still are having success, but the pathway is easier to getting an offensive-minded head coach. That part is for sure. Yeah. They tend to coach a game a certain way, like an offensive coordinator, offensive-minded head coach coaches a game in a little bit of a different way. And you get kind of that with a defensive-minded coach a bit. Cronus says, weather in Eastern Washington has sucked this month. Yes, it has. Too damn cold and shitty freezing rain. Yeah, it's been a miserable winter so far out here in Spokane. This has not been fun. It's cold as hell. It's overcast. We don't see any sun, and we're only halfway through December. I'm already planning a Hawaii trip to my mom. It is in the works. Jack says, this is the last Cliff Kingsbury Seahawks. Start fast, finish last. There we go. King Bomber, on the bright side, I think we can keep Shane Waldron in Seattle for at least another season. So next year, when we have a competent defense and interior offensive line, might be the window. Might just. I don't know if it's still in Seattle. I'm out on the east side of the state myself, Sijin. Daniel says, Will Anderson is nothing like Darrell Taylor. Anderson is coming out of the draft 3 years younger and an actual elite edge setter, run defender. Yeah, better run defender. It was more just the part of the lack of refinement and just relying on being explosive off the gate. You know, there's not a lot of hand fighting or technical refinement in what he does to get himself free. And that's the part that worries you a little bit because that's what Darrell Taylor does as well in his deal. Taylor was an older prospect, all that stuff, but again, there is the ceiling with Anderson. He's got a much huger ceiling than Taylor would ever have, but I think there is the bit of the bust factor too. 13th man says, don't worry, we're playing the Chiefs next week. We got this. Let's go. And Gox 2022, yeah, I think Waldron's doing fine this year. I love what he's done this year. Marcus B28 says DK has a reputation. He will not get the benefit in player arguments. Yeah, agreed. He's got to play under control at times a little bit more. He does. He's always on that line a little bit. John says Carter's even better than Jordan Davis and Wyatt, who both got drafted last year and both destroyed the combine. Yes, he is. He's a better prospect than both. And I think a significantly better prospect than both. I still feel like Jordan Davis got a little bit overdrafted for what he really was and what he's really going to be at the NFL level. Elena says, we aren't beating the Chiefs in Arrowhead, are you? You're speaking to someone else, not me. I don't think we're winning that game, yeah. Jack says, B, what's your read on Tyree Wilson? He has a slow 40. The combine will determine where his stock falls if he has a 4. Let me bring up my notes on him. I was impressed. 6'6", 275. To me, there's some elements of his game, Jack, that remind me of some Julius Peppers to what he does. And when you're 6'6", 275, you're coming off the edge, you are going to look a little bit slower than the guys that are 6'4", 255. He's got that extra weight on him. It is going to be a little bit slower. He's got excellent production over the last 2 seasons, a complete player versus both the run and the pass. He played as a strong side outside linebacker. His play strength allows him to just straight bully tackles. They're not used to dealing with a guy of his size and his strength. He can sometimes look a little floppy and plodding, which is to your point, the combine and what he does, especially in the 10-yard split, will make a huge difference. He will lose his feet or get thrown off balance quite a bit. Then his hand usage really started to get my attention. The more I watched him, the more impressed I got to see with his hands and what he was doing. He can single arm a tackle proficiently, long arm the tackle, which is that single arm, and then force them back on a bull rush. Really, really good with that. He has a swat and swim move that is impressive and allows him to counter back inside. His size and strength also lets him set the edge with ease. He just really envelops tackles with his size. They moved him all around the line there at Texas Tech. He's played with his hand in the dirt, including even at Zero Tech. And he showed an ability to eat position. So I think it's Tyree Wilson. I think in Tyree, you have a guy that can be moved all over the place, Jack. He's not just in a one place that you set him up. He's got a variety of different skills he can kind of bring wherever you give him. But I do like his potential, and I think he's at the very least probably a fringe first-round player when it's all said and done. But certainly if he comes out with that 40 and ends up running a 4.8, 4.9, 40, even at his great size, that, to your point, would probably knock him back a peg by a tiny bit. Jason Tudor with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate it. Says, what do you like with our second round pick, mid-round? Hard to kind of lock in at that point for me, Jason, because I've not really gotten to that tier of guys very deeply as of yet. I certainly would say you'd want to probably go with center at that point if you've not already addressed center with the first second round pick. If not for center, from a value standpoint, you're probably going to be looking at defensive line or edge, or inside middle linebacker is going to be there too. You're going to have good options at both of those two positions. So probably inside linebacker or edge or if not center. So we go center, inside linebacker, edge is probably the value if we're going BPA at that point. Jason, and thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. But I don't have a great read yet on those second round guys yet. So to give you a good answer on who it would be, I'm not completely sure yet on that realm. Jose Romero with another $5 donation. Thank you, Jose. I really do appreciate it, man. Very kind of you. Says, Pete, you just let the young guys play and the new coaches coach. Let's see what we have. What do we have to lose besides a first round exit? I'm with you, Jose. That's part of what I wanted to see with this team right now is that if you're going to have a defense that's running by its own normal designs and it's having it taken to them on a weekly basis and they're not able to stop much, then what's to be lost by becoming a little more aggressive, or to your point, to letting the coaches coach. And an example of this, Jose, is last year, where through a lot of the part of last year, you were running your offense to its old designs. You had Pete Carroll in a press conference talking about Waldron and saying, yeah, we really like Shane Waldron. We really like him a lot because he's really open to us doing what we've done in the past. And it was a quote that you went, what? He's open to doing what you did in the past. The whole point of bringing Waldron in was for him to update, to him to do the new, not to do the old. The old had stopped working. But what it took was about 3/4 through the year last year, Jose, for the team for Carroll to wrap his head around, to take his hands off the offensive reins and to let Waldron just go. And once Waldron did that, your offense had the greatest production last year that it had all season. And once again this year, as you've been able to have your offense flow, it's with Waldron being able to run the offense unfettered without Carroll's, coming in there and telling him what to do. I would argue that Carroll should take a similar approach when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. I think it's harder for him to do, though, because the defense is his baby, right? That's his newborn baby, and he's got it all swaddled up, and he can't let somebody else have his baby. That's his baby. It's my baby. You can't have my baby. It's my baby. No, I'm not going to let you have my baby. It's Baby, get away from me, damn you. I feel like he's a little bit like that. So I just don't think he can let those reins go. Jose, like he could let the reins go on the offensive side of the ball, which I don't think he cares as much for how they're doing what they're doing. As long as they're being successful in it, then he's fine with that. Defense, he wants it to run purified Pete. And that's soft zone defense. That's no blitzing. That's not exotic. That's not hiding a lot of stuff in what you're doing. That's not being multiple. And that's just kind of how he runs his defenses. Thank you, though, Jose. Jason Tudor, another $2 donation. Thank you, Jason. Says, I meant second pick overall, mid-teens. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you for the double dono on that, for the clarification as well, but appreciate the double dono. The second first round pick, this is a little easier for me to lock into for you. I would anticipate, whether it's Anderson or Carter, you're probably coming away with one of those two guys. That would inform me on the second pick of probably taking a look at the guy that would jump out to me in the teens that would be really good value there, would be a Trent Simpson. I would be very much open to taking a look at him very closely. I think he's an interesting player out there in the teens. He's only kind of the only middle linebacker I would look to go and probably take around there. Let me look through my notes. I do really like Mike Morris out of Michigan too. That's more of an edge guy, but he's interesting. I don't know if I have a great name for you outside of, and looking at the guys I've looked at, because I've got a lot of these guys I've looked at that get into that second round territory that don't fall in with first round grades like Simpson does. Even a guy I looked at like Ivan Pace out of Cincinnati, 6 foot, 235, amazing blitzer, but you're not taking that guy in the first round. I mean, maybe a Cooper Bebe, left guard that's in this draft. That might be another guy that I take a look at as kind of an outside the box selection there. Quite frankly, I've probably, much like even the second round pick, I don't know if I've got a lot of first round options there. I've looked at so many edge guys, Jason, and just where the grades fall out with the first guys I look at, I'm getting a lot of like third rounds, fourth round, fifth round grades on guys. The creme de la creme talent in this draft into that first round territory of things, it's not been very thick. I could probably count like 8 guys that I've probably given first round grades to purely so far. And I've looked through quite a few guys. My list is probably up to 40, 50 players here that I've taken a look at. So there's just not been as many high-end grades that I've been giving out so far. There's guys that are just, to me, disappointing, like Andrew Voorhees, another left guard in this draft out of USC. He's a good player, but second, third round maybe. You know, a lot of guys into that realm of things. Not a lot of guys I look in that first round teens kind of place of things. But Bebe, Trent Simpson, maybe an edge you'd look at there at that point. Like I said, like a Mike Morris or an Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame could be an option too there for you if they wanted. But I don't have a really good feel for some of the other guys that we would look at there. I mean, I go through some of the names like Keandre Coburn, Sayaka Ika, Meze Smith, Adetwami, Adam Ware, Brian Brees. You know, these guys are all people. Even Brian Brees, I'm not really certain on my first round grade that I got on him. I'm still kind of, I go back and forth on that one quite a bit because I just am not sold on him. So just haven't gotten a chance to see the talent there yet, man. I've looked at a lot of guys, but just they're not super impressing me in that first round range at the moment. King Bomber says, well, I personally liked Rasheem for the versatility and the occasional bloom he had in his rush as a rotation. Maybe he's not amazing, but considering how bad our D-line is right now, I wouldn't mind. I mean, let's take a look at him. So, PFF grade this year for Rasheem Green is 59.1. He's got 5 sacks. That's kind of what he gives you. I mean, he had a 45 grade in 2018 with 1 sack. He had he had such a bad year in 2009, I won't even bring it up. He had 57 grade in 2019 with 4 sacks. I mean, 2020, he had a 55 grade with 2 sacks. I don't know, man. I think we got to dream bigger than that a bit, Flag. I think we got to get King Bomber. I think we got to go bigger than that. You need more production than that. Are these guys doing good? No, but I think you're getting pretty equivalent play from what you're getting in the guys what Rasheem gave you previously. They moved him around, but he wasn't effective inside. If you put him at 3 tech, he didn't do anything from 3 tech. Hell, I think Puna's probably got 3 sacks on the year, or Jefferson's got 3 sacks on the year. They're probably going to fit it right around that place, but they haven't been good. And Green's grade shows you it even with Texans again this year, where he can't even get into the 60s on his grade with 5 sacks on the year, which just shows you that it's that consistency point that's missing. Devin Schultz in free agency. I think we really need to go after Daron Payne. Agreed. He's my number 1 priority out there, my man. And I hope we grab Jalen Carter and Anthony Richardson with our first 2 picks in the draft. You could sign me up for that. Sijin says, who's the German guy in the Seahawks? His name's Aaron Donker. Elena says, now we lost in all green once. No, we lost in all green once? Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big all green guy myself. Just not. John Ray says, right now the interior defense is about as efficient as screen doors on a submarine when it comes to stopping the run. Yes. Sounds about right. That sounds about an apt description to me. Yes. Larry the Cable Man. It feels like yesterday you hit 10K and you're already at 10.3. The growth is real. Keep it up. Hey, it's been amazing this year. It's been an up and down season for our Seahawks, but it's not been an up and down year for this channel, Larry. And we blew past 10,000 and we're flying right on our way to 10,400 here. As I said, it's amazing. This channel's growth is nearly going to double this year. We are nearly going to double our whole growth in 1 year, being 4 years into this channel. And so it has been amazing. That bump since it kicked in has continued to kick in and keep rolling. People are signing up. People are subscribing. I couldn't ask more from the 12th man and my fans out there and supporting the channel and getting subbed up, hitting the like button, all that stuff. It's really helped. And you can see the tangible growth because of these things that have occurred from the channel and from the community. So it feels good, man. It does feel good. It makes this year feel a little bit easier to take, and some of it's disappointment knowing that we are on the rise here at the Hawks Nest, and we're really cooking. We're cooking. Jeffrey Taw, would you say that last year's draft was the worst we ever had? None of our picks are starting or barely playing at all. I guess you mean, Jeffrey, not this last draft, but the draft before, right? Because obviously you got a lot of rookies starting in this draft from this previous draft. Remember, Jeffrey, you only had 3 picks in the whole draft. And remember, you had no pick in the first round. You had no pick in the second round. You weren't selecting until the 3rd round, I believe, of that draft. Or was it the 3rd or was it I'm trying to remember how that draft went. You had 3 picks. No, second round. No, you had second round, and then you picked second round, and then you picked, I think it was 4th round after that. So, you were down a lot of picks there, Jeffrey. You were picking the deeper halves of the second round at that point. It was Dwayne Eskridge, it was Trey Brown, and it was Stone Forsythe you brought out of this. You're not expecting a 7th round left tackle to be a starter. That's just a swing guy, so there's no surprise there. Trey Brown not getting on the field in favor of Mike Jackson's maybe a little bit of a surprise at this point. But in Dwayne Eskridge's spot, it's not a good draft in retrospect. It's not been a successful one, but there's been worse drafts. 2017 was a worse draft. You had all those picks and you got nothing out of that draft, basically. So there's been worse ones than that, but it certainly is not a example of success, to your point on that. Flag Sabbath, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Flag Sabbath, Tyree Wilson has 36-inch long arms. God, I knew I liked him. That's where I get that feeling. That's where I get those vibes of Julius Peppers from him. Peppers was freakish in that I think he was more sudden a little bit, right? But from a size standpoint, those guys, he just reminds me so much of just how much bigger Peppers seemed than everybody else out there. I mean, he was just so large, mammoth. And I get the same kind of vibes off Tyree Wilson. I love him. forgot to wish you happy birthday, Megan. That's right. It was just your birthday. Happy birthday out there. Sajin says, I took my first vacation to Hawaii at 18 and never stopped. The last place I traveled was Prague in 2015. Do the math. Oh, there you go. I love Hawaii, man. Such a unique, its own little place out there, and just easy to get relaxed and calm out there. Poop Dog says, a friend is telling me I have to go to a beach in Thailand and chill out. I've heard that's a great spot. I've heard the same. There got a lot of spots around there that are good. Danny B says, check out Tavondre Smart, mid-third round tech from Texas Longhorns, 6'4", 340. Shelby Harris like. I'll take a look at him, man. I got him on my list. So he's definitely written down, and I will be taking a look at him for sure. Elena McCall and Pete can't pick players. Missed on Vita Vea, Danny Shelton, Talona Hufanga. All were good defensive picks. Danny Shelton's been okay, Elena. I mean, he's had an okay career. You weren't in a position to pick Vita Vea because he was taken in the top 10 of a draft, and you weren't picking in the top 10 at that time. Hufanga, yeah, I guess they did kind of miss on that one, you could say. He's taken in the 5th round. So I'd give you that one. But the other two, I don't think you really had much of a chance on. Orlando Roca, it's been 2 hours since I asked my question. Brandon either hasn't reached it yet or skipped over it. Oh, well, good night, y'all. I might have accidentally skipped over it, so I'm sorry if I did, Orlando, but if you're still on the stream, please do put the question in there, and I will be sure to answer it. So sorry if I do miss the comments. We had a lot of comments in the stream today, so it was definitely a little bit of a get behind. But if you are in there still, please do put it. And I am bad sometimes as the chat's gotten deeper and deeper. Sometimes I'm not the greatest about catching every comment. Let me see if I can find Orlando your deal on here. So I'm really sorry if I missed it, man. Was not trying to on purpose. I promise you. I like to respond to everybody, man. Wish I could do a search of a username in the chat to look up a comment, but it makes you just kind of look through it. So Orlando, if you're in here, just post in the chat. I'll look down to the bottom of the chat, and I will answer the question in there if I've missed you on that. So I'm really sorry. Sometimes just messages will sneak through. They'll sneak through, man. Please post it again if you can. I'm not seeing it on above as I kind of looked for it there. So please do post again. I'll definitely catch it. Mason, I really hope we don't go linebacker in the first 2 rounds. I think it's one of the hardest positions in the modern NFL. You saw this game, the Niners run a double RPO and then throw to Kittle over the middle. Good point. It is tough. Orlando, you still here, man? Post that question. Hopefully it didn't go anywhere. And sorry if I missed your question on that, Orlando. I didn't mean to, man. Seahawks Dubs, is there any way we can make the playoffs? I really want to know. There's a way you could make it, Seahawks Dubs. I don't think it's likely to happen. I don't know the exact pathway of who's got to win and what's got to lose. If you probably win out, you get in, I would say. If you go 2-2, you probably are going to need a little bit of help to get yourself in at that point. So very low chance at this point. We need the Giants Commanders. We need Giants and Commanders and Lions to lose. That would be helpful. I think we are going to need a little help too. Have yourself a good night, Poop Dog. Appreciate you. Barber says, unfortunately, YouTube doesn't work like Twitch. Yeah, they don't make it easy with the chat and kind of finding stuff sometimes. It's a little bit wonky. They could definitely upgrade their whole chat system to trying to fit it a little bit closer to what Twitch does. I like how they put theirs together. King Bomber, any good interior offensive line you've seen? Cooper Bebe, etc. Cooper Bebe is the one guy, I think, on the interior of the line that I've seen so far that's a true first-round pick. I don't think Schmitz is of Minnesota. The other centers that I've looked at so far, though I haven't looked at the Georgia center, the other centers are second-round guys. But Cooper Bebe is the only guy on the inside that I've seen so far that's a legitimate probably a late first-round pick at this point, is where I would put him on that. I really liked Cooper Bebe's game quite a bit. And watching some of these other guards that do get a little bit trash can-like and can't really move, he was a guy that stood out to me as a guy that would be able to do the movement in space. And he'd be the guy that could do the movement in space, and he was very powerful at the point of attack. Really liked a lot of Cooper's game. The more I watched of his game, the more I liked on top of it. But I haven't seen a lot of other guys. The centers are all in that second, third round realm of things. Osiris Torrance is a guy like I was just describing, where it's just more of that guy. You don't really want to have him pull in space a lot. You just want to, mano-y-mano, blowing guys off the line with his power. Emil Ekiyor, I think he's in Georgia or something, I believe. I looked at him as well. He's got some Damian Lewis to his game, much like Torrance, another guy that I see kind of in that third round range of things. So no real first round guys on the interior on the first view of things. Somebody may develop with that, but nobody that's standing out with it. Team Bomber, you can use Control F to search up their name to try to find their message. Yeah, the problem is what happens is that we have so many messages roll through. It only keeps the counter of a certain current amount of messages. So if it's too far back and I miss the message, I can't go back too far to get to it because it doesn't house you all the way back to the top of the messages on it. So, yeah, I've tried that and I can try again here with it, but yeah, it's not going to let me pull up on that. And Orlando, I do see you there. So if you are here, man, put it into the chat. I'll look for your name and respond to you instantly on it. I feel bad, man. I don't like the fact you can get a response 2 hours. You've been waiting for a response. That sucks. I don't like that. Have a good night, Megan. Talk to you soon. You have a great night. Jacob, I got home from the game. I'm done being a Seahawks fan. I'm not going to the last 2 games. I have tickets for this season. I'm going to root for the Jaguars where they know how to run a franchise. It's fair enough, Jacob. I understand, man. The frustration's real, and I don't think it's misapplied in your case. I think you have a right to be frustrated with this team and the way that this team is playing right now, and you have a right to say that this is unacceptable. And I find myself in the same territory. I'm not quite on the spot of saying I need to turn in my Seahawks fandom on it, but you have a right to be frustrated in something that's not getting fixed and has been broken in a certain way for now a couple of years of time. Trevor Thompson says drafting Wolverine Mike Morris might not work out. He choked Kenneth Walker at Michigan State last year. I'm not sure K9 wants to see him again on the same team. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. He does got that dog in him, though, Trevor. Morris has got that dog in him. Jacob Davis, you're lucky to live in Spokane, Brandon. Living in Seattle is honestly way too intense for me. I did Seattle for many years, man, and I would do the commute. I would contract out at Microsoft, and I would be doing the Redmond all the way down to Mukilteo commute on a daily basis. And eventually the traffic drives me absolutely insane. I maintain that Seattle is the worst traffic area in all of the nation. I have lived in LA. I've lived in San Diego. I've lived in the San Francisco area. I've been in New York. I've been to all of the worst traffic places in this nation, and no place has Seattle beat. It drives me crazy too. It's too many people living on top of each other over there. It's just too much. It's too much. And I do appreciate that about Spokane. I feel like I've got some elbow room. Like I can stretch my arms out. I'm not going to run into somebody's face. You know. Flag says second round Schmitz and Bebe. If I could pull both those guys out in the second round, that'd be great. I do wonder if Bebe's not going to be taken in the first flag just because of the scarcity of really good guards in this draft. Hang in there, Joe Jacob. Seahawks Dub says, so we want the Commanders to lose or the Giants? Sorry, I was confused. We want the Giants to probably beat the Commanders, but then lose their other games. Is the way that I think we want that to roll. Rockets, what's your main thoughts on this game? What really failed us this game? I know the fumble, dropped interception, and injuries just added up. I think it's a hard game, Rockets, to say, well, it's this one thing that really was the main cause, to your point. I think you can look at a variety of things in this game as to why you lost it. I think both sides of the ball, defensively and offensively speaking, they both had a hand in this loss. The defense I don't think the defense played quite as bad as they have recently, but they certainly didn't hold the line and they certainly didn't carry the day. I think that when I walk out of this game, Rockets, I go, okay, your season's not done, but it's kind of softly done here. You're not mathematically out of it, but it's going to take a lot going right for you to have a chance to even get into the playoffs at this point. Division, no chance whatsoever. And when I look at it through that view, I go, okay, the year is what it is, Rockets. It's been overall a positive year, a successful year. It's been better than what we thought it was going to be, kind of. Again, I saw this year as a 7-win season myself, so it's been kind of right on what I thought it was going to be from a win-loss perspective. I do think a little bit of the looking at this game, though, Rockets, goes beyond just the win-loss record of this team this year, goes beyond just the wins you've had in the Russell Wilson trade, the wins you had in having the best draft of the last probably 10 years here, if not 20 years. You have to also look at where this team is going and where the problems and the issues lie and if they're going to perpetuate into the future. And unfortunately, when I look at this defense, especially Rockets, I see a defense that's got issues schematically that will perpetuate into the future. I see Coach Carroll not getting this team ready to play week in and week out. I see him getting out-coached, especially on the defensive side of the ball, week in and week out, which is a little bit of a problem for me when I have a defensive-minded head coach who's supposed to be a mastermind in this respect of things. And that's really as much as anything I draw away from this game, is I've got big-time concerns about Coach Carroll being able to run this from a schematic standpoint, say nothing of getting these players motivated and playing at their best football underneath him. There's a part of me that's starting to wonder a little bit if he's got the full ear of that locker room and getting everybody to buy in. And right now, I don't think that that's the case. And if you as a coach can't get people to buy in, and if you as a coach can't get your players schematic advantages on a weekly basis, it does bear in the mind the question, it does bear in mind this wonder in my mind, what is it you do here? What is it you are supplying? What is the team benefits by your presence in being here versus somebody else? King Bomber, considering we have such an early second round pick, it might be possible we could trade up to snag him. Baby, yeah. You can maybe get up there and get him. Grog, what should we do about the safety position? I think Ryan Neal's going to price himself out of the market to bring back here in Seattle, with you already paying the money you're paying to Adams and Diggs. So you're probably going to have to go take a safety in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round and hope you can get a guy, especially the strong safety, that come in and be an insurance policy for Adams at that point. I don't know if you can afford to address both safety positions in the draft. That would be my approach with it, though. Jason, if the quarterback drops, I love the idea of moving from our early second to the late first to grab them and get another year of club control. Yeah, I'm okay with doing that. The guy that would jump to mind that you'd want to apply that to, Jason, because if you're talking about drafting a guy that you're going to have play early on at that point, you're less able to necessarily get through that 3rd year. You're going to probably be put in a position of having to make the call of whether to pay him or not by that point, like the Kyler's drawn to the Cardinals. That just tends to be the way that game plays out. But if you're talking about taking a guy that's maybe going to take a little bit of time to develop and is not going to be ready to go right from the jump, the guy that jumps to my mind in this respect would be an Anthony Richardson, in that you would then be able to take advantage of that extra year of club control because you're already then counting on him needing a couple of years of development. So he's not going to be out there balling out on the football field because you're trying to get him the time to develop until he is going to be ready to go out there and play. And so that would be a pathway to take that approach, Jason. I would then, though, say to you on that with this is that, the cost to move up in the first round, even in the back end of the first round from the second to the first, tends to be a pretty high cost. And John Schneider has never moved up in the first round in 12 years of running a Seahawks draft. Not one time has he moved up in the first. So yeah, kind of until he does it, I'm going to be kind of reticent to believe that he's even willing to kind of do it. Jack says the Bay Area is bad traffic-wise. It is, Jack. It's the issue comes in with when you talk about the Pacific Northwest and a difference to what you see in California. Is California got smart at some point or another and they squished down their lanes and they built as many lanes as they could on a highway and a freeway. And so you got squished down lanes, but you got 7, 8 lanes. Well, up in the Pacific Northwest, we don't like to squish our lanes down. So you end up with only 2 freeways, I-5, 405, and then they're all like 3 lanes, and then they got toll roads. So you're really doing de facto 3 lanes on a freeway, and you have all of those people living so close together. So a lot of it is about the infrastructure failings as much as it's being about there being just so many people, which San Francisco has a little bit, I think, of a better, they're a little bit more ahead of it. California seems to be a little bit more ahead of it versus Washington that's just kind of like looking around going, man, this is a problem. Jacob Davis says Pete Carroll needs to retire or be fired by Jody Allen. For real. His excessively predictable play calling cost us this must-win game. Jacob, it's a little bit of what I broached here in making my questions about Pete as we look forward, is that this successful year and what's happened this year, I don't think is enough in itself to say that we know 100% that we can have 100% faith that Carroll is the right guy to carry this team going into the future. He very well may be that right guy, but he is showing us some signs here that he very well may be just as much on the other end of it, not be that right guy. And I think it's a valid discussion to have at this point, Jacob. I think it's a discussion that we're going to have to get into and really dive into over the next probably couple of months. And I'm not going to lie, it's going to get fierce. It's going to get emotional. You're going to have people like I've been dealing with this past week who absolutely get, do they get angry if you bring up any kind of criticism of Carroll? I mean, they will go off the deep end on you. And I have a feeling we're going to be going down this road with it. It's going to be a tough conversation, but it's going to be a necessary conversation. And it's going to get ugly at times, but that's the nature of this particular type of beast, in my opinion. Jacob says, at this point, if we can't beat either the Rams or the Jets, then I'll be able to breathe a bit easier during this offseason. And if we lose out and Pete stays on next year, I'm going to be mega pissed. I think you'll probably get a win or two through the rest of the schedule, Jacob. I don't think there's any chance that Pete has moved on from this offseason. Remember, the team is going to be sold within a couple of years. So maybe that's a little bit of where I could caution you some patience on, is that you will get a new ownership in here within 2 years. And hopefully that ownership will be a little bit more committed than the current ownership to making this team a winner and doing everything it takes to make this team a winner. But unfortunately, because the sale is due to happen, you're not going to be bringing in a new coach, no matter what happens kind of these next 4 games. Addison says, I think we lose to the Jets and KC, but beat the Rams, which won't be enough to make it probably. Yeah, agreed. And I think, like Flag says, it's a very real possibility we just lose out completely at this point. James Watson, JL Skinner. JL Skinner is a fun player to watch, James. He's maybe the biggest hitter of any of the safeties in this draft. Very athletic, big, fast. But I do have some worries with him, James, as far as in his coverage goes. He is a guy really at his best coming downhill. And if you're going to ask him to do even cover 2 type stuff, which you're going to have to ask a modern safety to do, I think he's going to have some issues with covering in space and covering with a lot of depth in space on the back end. But he hits like a beast. And clean. He's not a headhunter. He can take his head out of the hit to do it. So it's impressive in that respect. King Bomber, I don't know about what I truly think about the rest of the season. Can we beat Baker Mayfield and the Rams? Can we beat Robert Saleh and the Jets? I don't know. Man, the team's not engendering a lot of confidence. So you're right to question. And Seahawks Dubs, I don't know on the combination of who needs to win and don't need to win on your questions on how things have to play out. I've been doing the live stream since the end of the game, so I don't know what I'll have to look into like how the combinations would have to work for us to come out the other end of it. Jacob Davis, I want to give Gino a huge right now. I feel so sorry that his comeback player of the year is being wasted with a trash O-line and preschool IQ level play calling. Jacob on fire. I love it, Jacob. Bring it, man. Bring it in here. And I agree, man. It's disappointing to see. He's having to kind of carry this team on offense, kind of carry the whole team, frankly. It's all on Gino's arm, whether we're getting anywhere at this point. It's a lot to ask for of him. It is, of any quarterback. Sam Kirk says, new system, new coaching, wrong personnel. Quit being bipolar. Going into the season, you thought we weren't going do nothing. 6 weeks in, Pizza Genius, we're going to Super Bowl. Now we back. So Sam, I don't know who you're responding to on this. There was no point in the season that I said we're going to the Super Bowl. New coaching, wrong personnel. Hurt's been here before. That's not a new coach. You hired that from within. So right there with your first comment, you're off in your accuracy of your comment. That's a hiring from within. That's same coaches of what you had. You want to say Sean Desai, You've changed to a 3-4 defense, but you've not changed to a new scheme. You're running the old scheme, Sam. So you don't get the opportunity to say, well, it's because we have to bring on the growing pains of a new scheme if you're not actually adopting the new scheme. Once again, as with your comment on this, Sam, you operate from a standpoint of a lot of the frustration I have in trying to engage with folks who are on your side of the fence, and that you have ultimate trust in Coach Carroll to carry this day. You feel really good about what he's doing. It's nothing but good. You have your faith in him. You have all of that. I don't question whether or not you're not having a right to have that faith in him. In fact, have that faith in him. What I'm questioning is that you don't seem to ever, the people that are on your camp or the people that are on your side of the fence, you guys don't ever seem to back it up with much outside of you start getting into name calling, which is exactly what you did in your post. So quit being bipolar. No. Why does my assessment have to do anything with my mental state, and can't it be about how I'm watching this team play out over the course of this year? And you're right. My opinion is going to change from week 6 to week 14 to week 15. My opinion is going to change with new data and new information. So, for the first few weeks of the year, as looked like Carroll lost things, it was troubling. A 4-week stretch in itself is not enough to bring me over into Carroll's side of things. And again, if it was a little bit beyond, I'm not even looking at wins and losses here, Sam. It's a little bit of if they were actually adopting the new scheme, if they were trying to make changes that they have been unwilling to make in the past, I would have a lot more faith in maybe the trajectory of where this team goes with the people that are running this show at the top of things. But I really wish, Sam, folks like you on your side of the fence with this could cut out with the personal attacks, could cut out with drawing the broad brush. If you want to debate it, if you want to get into like why I'm wrong, which I'm completely happy to do so with you, then let's argue the points at hand. We don't need to get into this place of this other thing because it's not very productive for the conversation. It really isn't. It doesn't take the conversation anywhere. And I'd really love to have this talk with you right now, Sam. I'm in here with you. We can have this going back. I don't have as many people in the chat, so I could have a back and forth with you on this. But we're not going to have any back and forth if you're just going to get into name calling or painting with a broad brush. That doesn't get you anywhere with it. And again, if you're going to misalign what I've said in prior, I never said this team was going to a Super Bowl. Which again, this is what you guys have to do. It comes down to name calling, comes down to straw manning. You build up your argument in order for it to make it bigger and more totality-like, rather than really dealing with what I'm truly saying. And that's what really does get frustrating from my standpoint, especially over this last week, because I've tried to engage with folks like yourself, Sam, and it's like I'm bouncing off rubber where I just can't get them to respond back to me with anything tangible. It just comes back to the same old kind of, I feel like I'm almost responding to the same person at times. It's a bit. I know I'm not. I know there are those of you out there that feel this way, and I would love to dive a little deeper into your mental process and how you've arrived here to maybe come to find out, Sam, if I am indeed wrong. But you're not going to get anybody anywhere to agree that they're wrong if you start out the conversation where you just began it in your comment. You don't get it. You don't push anything along any further by doing that, my man. Syjan says, does Jody Allen wash her hands of this franchise? In a way. I mean, Syjan, what's happened is the trust calls for her to have to sell the team. She's not going to sell the team, though, before the spring of 2024, because if the team is sold before the spring of 2024, it owes 10% of the sale proceeds back to the city of Seattle. There's no reason that an owner would ever do that, as they are being forced to liquidate the trust as she is. So she has to wait to sell the team. Doesn't mean I think that she really wants to be a team owner at this point. And so she's just kind of treading water until she can get 2 years out from now to sell the team at that point. Jason Tudor says, yep, exactly what I was thinking. Anthony Richardson, the late first, can learn under Geno. Yep, sign me up for that then, man. I like it, Jason. King Bomber says, I don't like AR-15 in the late first. I'd much rather prefer Hendon Hooker in the early third. I can understand going that process with the two. I mean, I'd be okay with that as well. I think both those routes are good, solid processes. AR's a risk, but I could be signed up with Jason going that route with it because he is, I think, the most talented overall quarterback in this draft. He's also rough and rugged around the edges, but he does have some, I think, room to grow. To fire Pete, do better look at what the year is a reload. And again, Sam, I'm not personally calling for Pete's firing at this point. I think you are responding to one of the commenters above it. The season comes down to progress on the field and your faith in the future of it. Has the season been a success past what some people thought? Yes. Has it been more good than bad? Yeah. Did they win the trade for Russell Wilson? Are they on the better side of that, historically speaking? Absolutely. Did they have their best draft in the last 10 years? Yes. But when it comes to how the team looks on the football field, especially defensively, when it comes to the problems that are hounding this team defensively, Sam, they're not one-year issues. The problems that go after this team defensively have been going on for upwards of sometimes 6-7 years and have continued to carry forward. And the thought process is that they'll suddenly solve themselves after this offseason with some injection of talent, I think is a little bit of a leap of logic. Talent is needed, but there's also big issues with this scheme. And when it comes to Pete Carroll, if he's not willing to change the scheme, if he's not willing to update the scheme like he's done on the offensive side of the ball, this team will never be in an elite state, Sam. That's the bottom line on this. It's not about Pete being fired out. It's about if Pete doesn't change his ways defensively, you will never be an elite team again under Coach Carroll. That's kind of more of the bottom line point. Again, I think you are more responding to someone else and what they're mentioning up in the chat with it. But that's really what I'm trying to put a light to. And I, again, argue with this, Sam, is that if you just kind of look at this and trying to draw this to a simplistic state, you're trying to find the broad brush, you're trying to find the way you can take the whole season and put it in a quick, easy box, a one-word answer, and then that's how you can apply it. There's a draw in life to make everything simplistic and easy so you don't have to think about it in depth. I caution you and push back against that a little bit. Think of this in more depth than that. Think of this more in, well, our expectation level was this and it's been this, so it's a successful year. That's a simplistic minded way of looking at it, isn't it? And that doesn't speak anything to what you can see and what the team is going to be into the future at that point. So I get where you're coming from to a degree, but again, let's get into the depths here. Let's get into the details of it. What in this defense and how Carroll's running this defense this year? What in this transition to this 3-4 defense emboldens you to believe that it's suddenly going to get fixed with merely talent alone? Because you're getting out schematiced on a week in and week out basis, Sam. You're getting out X and O. You're getting out chess matched week after week after week after week. Does that just suddenly go away now with new injection of some talent? Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't. Mason Dale just started watching. Jared Verse from Florida State, really impressed off of a first look. I did look at Jared Verse. He's an unusual cat. He's an exciting prospect. He's got a good amount in his bag. Excellent first step quickness. One of the better hand fighters I've seen from the edge in this year's draft, at least so far. His signature move is the Bosa brothers inside scissors, outside scissors move that they do. Kind of a combination of how their legs are moving, their hands are moving at the same time. It's really a move that they really lean on. Kind of does like a Euro step with your hands slide kind of at the same time. He uses it to a really good effect. He plays the run really well as well. So a pretty complete player. I think he's fairly aware in short spaces. I don't think he's the fastest guy, and I think his hips are a little bit tight, which has me a little bit worried at times about his bend and getting around the edge there, Mason. But I think he's a fringe first round prospect right now. Kind of right on the edge there with it on that one with him. Addison Shelbowl, let's look at the positive. At least this season has been more exciting than anyone is expecting. Most of us thought that we'd have been out of any playoff contention a long time ago. Agreed with you there, Addison. I think it's overall been a very successful season, and it's been, to your point, it's been an entertaining season. I've overall enjoyed and watching the football. And this is where we come to that things don't have to be mutually inexclusive. I don't have to look at the season and not say that it's been exciting and a fun year and then not have some trepidations for the future at the same time. I think you can think both of those things in your brain at the same time, so to speak. But it has been exciting games across the board. The offense playing as well as it has been a really pleasant surprise. The young guys developing as quickly as they developed, being able to get on the football field and hit the ground running is certainly an encouraging sign for this team. Flag Sabbath says, haven't been back to Seattle in 25 years. I can only imagine how bad it is. I go back here now every once in a while. I just went back probably about 3 months ago, of course, 2 months ago. Every time I go there, it just gets more stacked, bigger, more traffic. It just takes longer and longer to get shorter areas. You know, you can have a 15-minute drive that takes you 50 minutes, and you're just like, whoa, this is insane. And they just don't have much of a transit system. I know they're trying to put the monorail in place, but Flag, it's horrible. I mean, it's so bad right now. They just got those 2 freeways, and there's no back roads you can take. You're just SOL. Seahawks Dub says, if we lose against KC, we still have a chance. All right. I like that. Rockets, I can only see us beating the Rams. Jets win would be nice, though. Jets win would be nice, but tough. It will be a tough one. It's always got that team playing well. Jacob Davis says, we need to see Ballmer to buy the team ASAP. We've seen how much he loves the Clippers. Imagine having a local Seattle billionaire owning the Hawks. He would be so committed to winning culture. I've long said that I think that Steve Ballmer, Jacob, is my ideal to bring in here as the next owner of your Seattle Seahawks. I think he would be, for all the points that you raise, which I think are absolutely very valid. You do have to wait, Jacob. The 2 years is probably is cooked into the cake here. If you sell the team, I think it is before March of 2024, the team owes Jody Allen would owe 10% of the profits back to the city of Seattle. That's in the original deal. So you're not getting the team sold before spring of 2024. But at that time, sign me up, man. Yeah, Destiny's no longer in our hands. All right. King says, I don't think Hooker will fall that far just because his injury is recoverable nowadays. An ACL isn't career-ending like it was a decade ago. I think third round is where I fall in with him, King Bomber. You're right. It's not going to be a death knell to him being drafted, but I do think that does knock him down to the third when it's in combination with his advanced stage, because he is a little bit of an older prospect on top of that. I think that combination takes him to the third. Big Country says, no one's talking about it, but the Packers could run the table. Ooh-wee. Christopher Smith is very versatile at strong and free safety. I have not looked at him, but I will take a look at him, man. Thank you for the suggestion, Flag. Jacob, is it me or has Tariq Woolen cooled down a lot these past couple of games? I mean, he's been okay. He had some missed tackles last week, but he was still pretty strong in coverage last week, Jacob. He only gave up one catch. I don't think he was thrown at in this game at all. Seahawks Dubs, I'm really confused. So Commanders can win, Lions can win 2 games, but Giants can only win 1 for us to make it. Yeah, I'll have to look it up on that one, Seahawks Dub. I'm not sure on it. Syjan says, yes, but Brandon, they moved the Sonics. Who's to say they won't move the Seahawks? Everyone says no, yet they follow the money. It will never change. How much more am I to believe? As I understand that it's lock solid with the 2040 situation, Syjan. This is impacted by the new stadium, which called upon public funds and public bonds in order to be sold. And in the agreements for that, they wanted to make sure when they did that at that time, the city side, because remember, this was all happening because Ken Behring was trying to move the team out of Seattle. So the city leaders in Seattle want to make sure if we build the stadium, you're not walking out the door 30 years after we build a new stadium, right? They don't want that to occur. So they're going to build in contractual language within that doesn't allow that to occur. So I believe it's minimum 2030. You can't move the team before that. I think it's also 2040. If I remember back in the day when I was looking through the notes, and I'm talking about in the early 2000s when the stadium was just being opened. So it's just not likely to happen in that respect of things. The Sonic situation that occurred was in a remodeled stadium. It wasn't in a new stadium at that point. So there was no lease. There was no agreement built in. So, is it possible once you get past that marker that was written into the language of 2030 or 40 that they could maybe do it? Yeah, nothing's out of the realm of possibility. I also think that it's a bit different too in the respect of the NFL would then be moving theoretically, you'd be moving the Seattle Seahawks out of the market to what? Then move them back down to the South or the East Coast like Oklahoma City did. Well, part of why the NBA, I think, was more open to being willing to do that is that you had a Portland team that was very close. So they probably thought a lot of the fans will just meld over into becoming Portland fans in the way that they thought it. You don't have a Portland team nearby. You move the Seattle franchise out, you got San Francisco as the closest team, in conjunction of like 6 states then that would even be, near it at that point. So, nothing is completely impossible, I suppose, but I think it's highly unlikely. I do think it's highly unlikely. Green Bomber says, why would you test one of the NFL's best corners or even rather pass the ball to defense when you can just run the ball? Bingo, man. Kronos 109. Yeah, but don't forget King. He will be 25 at the start of next season. Plus, he's just blew his ACL, so teams might look at him as damaged goods. King. I don't know who you mean by King. You got to put the full name in there, Kronos. I don't know just King. Rockets. I think Hawk fans wanted to get behind Pete when we saw how different the season was when we expected. But when you see the team perform like it has, you'd expect that to be consistent or adapt. Yeah, I think I get a full season to make my assessment of Carroll. I was hyped in this year for sure, and I thought that he had probably earned enough to come back. And like I said, don't think I've People keep saying that I'm calling for the firing of Carroll. I think there's people in my chat that are. I don't think I've fully arrived at that. I have said that I don't have a lot of confidence in his ability to command a defense moving forward. And he's not earned a lot of confidence from me in what he's shown me on the field. And I don't think that that's out of pocket for me to say so. And I think it's pretty accurate to what we're seeing on the field. Jacob Davis says, I want to be able to draft Jalen Carter and Miles Murphy with our first rounders. Our defense is a joke. We got stupid lucky with the Lions game where we surrendered 45 points and still won. I think Miles Murphy goes top 10, Jacob, so you're not going to get a chance back in him. He might even go in the top 5. So probably the third best defensive player behind Carter and Will Anderson. Jacob says, if Schultz buys the team, then I actually will quit the Hawks out of spite for what he did with the Sonics. I refuse to root for the team owned by that a-hole. Yeah, I hope he doesn't as well. Kronos, honestly, if we don't make the playoffs, Lions are my pick to run the table because they are hitting their stride at the perfect time. Yeah, they're doing good. I like seeing the Lions doing well, man. Jacob, seriously, tip of the cap to George Kittle for having a truly spectacular game. Both touchdowns he scored were on the side of the field where I was sitting. I just hated seeing him do it to my team. Yeah, he played great, man. Good job on the after the catch stuff there. Some blown coverages in addition to it. Jacob Hesser, thoughts on K9 moving on with Penny's return? Thoughts on K9 moving on with Penny's return? Who's running back 1 and who's running back 2? Jacob, I think if you went and you brought back Penny, I think K9 would be your starter, and then you would work Penny in as a counterpunch to that, if that's the route you do go. I think K9 will be your starter going forward into the future, though. Fun pieces, Al Michaels said he doesn't ever have to sell either Seahawks or Blazers if she doesn't want to because the trust thing has holes in it. Yes, this has been a little bit of a claim out there that's been put at times too. The contractual language doesn't have a timetable for how she has to sell this. So Fun P, I'm definitely doing a little bit of a prediction game here. I think that she can drag her heels. She is mandated by the trust to liquidate the items. The trust was not going to force her to sell the team while they're going to have to give 10% of the profits up. But I really have a sneaking inclination here that as soon as they pass that marker of having to pay 10% back to the city, that the team's going to be sold very soon after that. I could be wrong on this, but that does feel like a little bit of how this is going to play out. Mason Dale says, hypothetically, if you could clone one player on this roster, who would you pick? My gut says Woolen, but 2 DKs would be unstoppable. I would probably go 2 DKs. I think two game changers like that, the receiver position they couldn't double them both. I'm going to get those guys on single coverage. And so I probably would go that. DJ Jimenez, you have a good night, man. Thank you for all you do too, man. Appreciate all the support on the channel. You have yourself a great evening. Appreciate you. Fun pieces. I've loved this season. It's been a fun one, man. Overall, it's been fun. There's some frustrations, but it has been a good one. Jacob says the fact that this team has 0 run defense is proof that Schneider doesn't deserve manager of the year for the rush trade alone. Should never have let Bobby Wagner go, paid the man what he wanted. Yeah, I don't think Schneider's probably going to win at this point. Probably Roseman will get it over him. He also had a great draft, Jacob. Let's acknowledge that. And let's also acknowledge the signing of a guy like Uchenna Nwosu, which was good. So I think Schneider did some great things. I also think you are dealing with $44 million of dead money on your books this year, Jacob. So that's going to hold back from a roster building standpoint and a talent building roster. You're losing 20% of your cap. That's going to hurt a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's not been all perfect. That's true. Jacob says, I feel sick thinking about that Panthers game. At least the Niners, we lost to a legit good team. To lose to Sam Darnold to a bunch of nobodies will hurt my gut for a while. Yeah, I feel that way a little bit like the Falcon game too. I feel that way about the Falcon game. I feel that way about the Raider game. You know, you're playing these games at home. You should have some kind of built-in advantage to a team at the very least that's even with you. That puts you 3 points better being the home team in that game. To lose those is kind of discouraging a little bit. It sucks. Berto 2883 says Spokane's actually the fastest growing city in Washington. I could buy that, man. People are coming out here. They're getting it out in they're getting up in northern Idaho too, man. A lot of people are fleeing those cities. It's getting too packed. It's going to keep happening. Understandable. Sygen says that, Brandon, does she still want 1/4 share of it? While former players who want to hold a meeting with her discussing their shares of ownership of the franchise, if so, I want 7%. She's talked about wanting to buy the team and buy a part of it, Sygen. Again, I think this is all good talk, but I don't see how she pulls it off. She's got to liquidate these assets. The what's called upon is to liquidate the assets to put it all into the trust for Allen's pet projects. I think that's still going to leave her with a good chunk of change in her pocket. But let's remember, like with the Walton money entering the picture in the NFL and with the prices of these franchises going up like it is, it's going to cost $6 billion to be an owner of the Seahawks or to be the next owner of the Seahawks. And if she's wanting to come in, was she going to have the $500 million stroke to come in there on a couple percent basis? I don't know. I don't know on that. I know that she's indicated she'd like to, but I wonder if she's actually going to have that cash flow. It's one thing if the team was back there selling for $1 billion or $2 billion. It's another when the prices just keep skyrocketing and they're only going to go up. They're only going to be more. And we're talking 2 years down the line after the Broncos just sold for $5.5 billion. Hell, it might go up to $7 billion with the inflation rates. King Bomber, yeah, he could, talking to King Bomber. Oh, sorry, Kronos. Okay, you're talking about King Bomber, my bad. Burnus says it used to be us here in the Tri-Cities. Yeah, you guys used to be the fastest growing ones. I don't know why it's gotten so big out here. I can understand why. Traffic moves out here. You can get from point A to point B. You got the mountains. Weather's a little bit rough. But let's face it, it's not like Western Washington doesn't have some rough weather as well. Swiftly, yeah, I'm a little audio delayed today. I don't know why. Something went weird with my audio like halfway into the stream. So I don't know why it went suddenly kitty wampus, but it did. It did. So, man, I tried to get in it. Again, I hope you guys can kind of see my frustration here. Like, and I'm going to bring this up. Like, Sam Kirk, you came in and you wanted to have some thoughts here, man. Let's have some debate and talk. Like I said, all I want to do with you folks that disagree with me so fervently is have a discussion about why you think how you think and to dive into a little bit of the depths of it. But this is just what happens to me on every point in time when I try to have a deeper conversation with these folks. They'll come in and they'll name call. They'll paint their broad brush. They'll say the season was a success because nobody expected it to be like this, so shut up. And it's like, man, it just doesn't really take the conversation anyplace. It's kind of hoping that you'd be in here and maybe bring up a little bit of stuff and we can have some back and forth. I am interested in picking these guys' brains a little bit, but it seems like they don't really want to do that. It's disappointing. It is disappointing. Flags have it, some of those Clemson games, you see KJ Henry sticking out more than Miles Murphy. Ooh, okay. KJ Henry, I'll write him down, man. I'll take a look at him. I love Miles Murphy's tape, man. I hadn't seen a defensive end like him in this draft, so he really stood out to me on the tape I watched of him. But I'll give him another look, and I'm definitely still getting into my evaluation period here, Flag. Geno is the Seahawks' best quarterback of all time. I was on the side of letting Bobby go, but I was also assuming our expensive safeties would do something this year. Looking back on it, I would rather have kept him. Me too. You look at the year he's having for the Rams. Rams aren't having a great defensive year, but Bobby's been balling out for them. He's far been better than what you've gotten from the position from Jordan Brooks or from Cody Barton. He was willing to renegotiate too. Let's not forget that. He wasn't going to be asked to have to come back at his same salary. He indicated in a press conference he would be willing to renegotiate. But Schneider decided to cut him without a call. I don't know what to make of it. I don't understand why they made that call in that way. Jacob says, we already have Lockett. We don't need two DKs. Ideally, we would have two Woolens. Well, I wouldn't be crying over either if we got two of either. I would offer with you, Jacob. I don't know if Lockett's a guy that's got 3, 4, 5 more years left in his career. He might. But you could also then at that point, Jacob, move Tyler into the slot. And Tyler's pretty deadly in the slot as well. So it wouldn't, look at how many 3 wide receiver sets we ran in this particular game. I don't think it necessarily knocks Tyler off the field that much more at that point. Jason Tudor says, I want Mark Cuban to buy the team. That dude rocks. He'd be a good owner. I could go with that. Krug says, I'd love to have 2 DKs, but I'm taking 2 Tariqs. Tariq is going to be the greatest corner of all time. Having 2 will ensure that no one will be able to pass the ball on you. I like it. I like it. Megan says, think the magic of the Zorn jersey is worn off and will be put away. Not sure when I'll pull it out again. I know, Megan. I know. Feeling kind of the same about my Largent jersey right now. It had been so strong for me this year. It had been so good. It had been so good, Megan. It had been undefeated. Swiftly, what would you rate Geno Smith out of 10 today? I think Geno Smith played a 7.5. Oh, me and Megan are right on the button there. So 7, I think Kronos and Megan are probably right on the button with this Swiftly. I'd probably fall somewhere between 7 out of 10 and 7.5 out of 10. I think the game is made pretty tough on Geno Smith when you've given him no running game, and now the pass protection, which has been strong all season, starts to falter in this game. Understandably so. You're going up against the 49ers defensive line, one of the best in football. It's going to falter for a lot of teams, but it doesn't make Geno's job any easier in the football game at that point, does it? So I think in the rating of that, you've got to give him a little bit of a measure of respect for the fact that he's basically having to carry the whole offense on his arm at that point, but not playing perfect as well and having some bad throws within that. Grug says, hard to do anything with Blythe and Jackson allowing defenders to enter the backfield instantly as the ball is snapped. That's my point on it too. They're allowing pressure and that quick pressure on him in this game. And there's not a lot a quarterback can do with quick pressure in his face, especially when there were so many situations that we were in 3rd and 13, 3rd and 9, far behind the sticks. We needed to let those routes develop down the football field. He had to hold on the ball for a little bit of time. So yeah, it's hard to put, you got to give him a measure of some respect back to him on the other side because of that. GoHawks 2022 says Bobby stated he wanted to stay in Seattle. He did. Yeah, he was willing to restructure. And they didn't even want to try to attempt to restructure with him and find out what the numbers would fall in on that. They just went, no, we're done. Okay. It'd be one thing if you had guys in the reserve that were like ready to take a step forward or be what he gave you, but you have guys that are significantly worse than what Bobby was. I would have restructured Bobby too. King says, might have to put the Largent jersey back in the closet. I might have to, man. It's definitely getting retired for the rest of this year, man. You're not seeing it again until maybe the draft. At this point. It's just the way it goes. Sajid, Brandon, Megan, are we ready for the throwbacks to rear its head? I don't know at this point, man. I still want to see the throwbacks. Jacob says, funny you say 7.5. I was just thinking 7 myself. Yeah, I think let's call it 7.25. Just let's get the middle ground on it, Jacob, you know? I think 7.25 sounds nice and right down the middle of the fairway on that assessment with it. So definitely not one of his better games this year. And again, there's some bad throws there, turnover-worthy plays there. But there's not a lot that was working right offensively for Geno, nor has there been a lot working right for Geno as far as to work with on his side of the ball in the last 4 weeks. Outside, they are catching the ball when he's throwing it to him. So at least guys are consistently, doing it. But you got that play with Travis Homer, Jacob, where it's a 3rd down completion. He gets down to Homer. Homer's got a 1st down. That's a fumble. So there's some stuff that was outside of his control. I think his defender of logic puts it. Penalties killed drives as well. I mean, that's some of that stuff doesn't fall on Geno at that point. That goes back to the guys in the holding penalties or DK with the offensive PI, which was questionable, but he did pull on the jersey. That's not Geno's fault on those plays. Geno puts that throw right on DK. It's a beautiful throw. The Tariq Young catch, right? That bomb down the sidelines puts it right on Tariq Young. Is it Geno's fault there that you have a penalty back up the field at that point? No. So he made some plays in this game. Gotta give him props with it. Flag Sabbath says, couldn't watch the game. How'd the rookie tackles look? Yeah. Up and down day for both of them. There was a great moment where Charles Cross had Nick Bosa go across his face and kind of try to go inside on him, and he just pancaked him down to the ground. It was really a kind of a cool moment, but it kind of felt like Bosa sort of had his way a bit today with Cross, and it seemed like Ebicon caused Lucas to struggle a little bit on the other side as well. You weren't creating any holes in the run game with those tackles in this game, and I think their pass protection was a little worse than what we've seen over the course of this year. Maybe understandably so because of what they were going up against, but it was probably a little bit worse. Nonetheless, it was probably worse. So yeah, I guess my home dude left. He just kind of came in and bitched and moaned about us bitching and moaning, and then he headed out. I think we're going to arrive at a point with these folks that arrive on this stance of things that want to say to me that I don't get to criticize, and then they want to go silent when I start trying to have them bring up actual stuff to build an argument up against me on this stuff. It's going to be a little bit from my angle of I'm going to start to ignore those folks in the chat. If you want to be one of those folks that get I love disagreement here, but I don't like disagreement when it comes at the heels of just name calling and you don't have really anything to build your argument up with other than just to try to paint everybody with a broad brush. So you guys can kind of see right there with that comment. This is exactly what I've been dealing with on some of my comments on some of my other videos. Just makes me shake my head. You know, this channel's about discussion. This channel's about trying to consider all the angles. This channel's about trying to be, sober-minded in our approach of looking at this team and really getting to the bottom line answers of things. What's best for this team? What's worse for this team? What could help this team? It's merely as much as anything just kind of a, looking at this from a philosophy standpoint, or like we're all a bunch of folks at a bar just talking over the team a little bit. But odd how some folks bristle at any criticism and then just fall away the second you bring up what's the problem. Megan says, that's not surprising, B, looking for reaction to your question, and then they bail. They do. You see it over and over again, don't you? It's like, you got the Stones to come in here and start calling people names, and then you just run away when somebody brings it up to you. And I've seen the same thing. I had a guy this week that I was on a comment thread, and I was really trying to engage with him, and maybe I just don't need to engage with him, and that's it. Just shouldn't engage. But that's kind of what I try to do on this channel is engage, right? It's kind of my thing. And I tried to go back and forth with this guy in a comment section, and his comments kept getting stupider and stupider, and I was responding back hard. So then I go back and check the comments, and this guy deletes all of his comments off, so it looks like I'm just responding to his one comment looking like a psychopath. It's like, dude, just why don't you leave your comments in? You had the guts to come on my channel, and you want to have the back and forth, and then you delete out your comments. But I do. I see this little bit of cowardice to this as far as an inability to want to hear anything on this stuff. And it's like, look, I'm okay if you want to call me out on it. Call me out. I'm okay with it. Let's call me out. But then have the guts to stand up and talk to me then. Let's go back and forth. And I'm going to be doing a call-in show very soon. I might even be doing it this Sunday, doing a call-in show on the channel. And I hope to God one of these guys has the guts when I do that call-in show to call in and engage with me. I really do. I've asked for it in the past. Nobody ever shows up when I've done the call-in shows to do that. Again, they just sort of disappear the second you sort of bring it up. But I would love to see it, because I think it could help the conversation out. I think it could help the conversation push it forward. And I would love to see if maybe they've got a point I haven't considered in this whole part that can make it, that can shine some light on why maybe I'm truly wrong for my criticism. Geno was the best quarterback of all time. Would you trade the number 2 pick for the Texans pick around 10 pick and second this year, and then a first and a second from Cleveland next year? Yes, Geno. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. That's my ideal situation here. And I'm going to send Megan into a tither on this one, but I would, my ideal is to move back in this draft and pick up extra capital. If you do move back to 10 from 2, you're going to be getting more than a first and a second round pick. You can add another first round pick on top of that. Geno is the Seahawks QB of all time. That's the going. If you're talking 8 spots at that point in the first round, and you look at prior trades in recent years, a first and a second ain't getting it done. They're going to have to throw more than that at us. But I would like to move back. I would like an opportunity to pick up even more. I guess you did say a first and a second. Sorry, dude. It's getting late in the stream. I'm not looking at all the details. So yes, would the Texans' 10th round pick, a first and a second next year, be enough to get it done at that point? I think you might need a little bit more from them, Geno, but that might actually be just enough. And I'm willing to do it. I like the thought of moving back. I do. Flag says, you still have to hold the team to a standard. Mediocrity doesn't fly. Historically bad is unacceptable. Bingo. That's my point with this. And this isn't a one-year problem, Flag. The defensive issues aren't a one-year problem. The issues with Coach Carroll are not a one-year problem here. And we've got to really remove ourselves from the Super Bowl run years. We are far removed from that. This is not 2012 anymore. This is not 2013 anymore. And I think a little bit of it is people still looking at it through that lens of nostalgia and a sentimentality to their approach and how they want to look at Carroll. It's almost like he writes his own ticket, right? Like he gets to decide when he leaves because of what he's done prior. And they don't want to come out and say that because they sound ridiculous if they say that. So instead they kind of hide behind insults and straw man arguments and appeal to authority. It doesn't have to be that way. We can just talk about the actual points at hand, but they don't trust their points of hands. And that's why they bail out and they run away and they don't want to stay and continue to have a back and forth about it. Because that's not what they're interested in doing. What they're interested in doing is shaking a finger at me. And I got no time for that. No time for that on this channel. Jack, it did. It made me look like a psycho because the guy was acting out of pocket in his comments. And then I kept calling him on his comments. And he goes and deletes out the stuff to make me look like it. Like, come on. I don't like deleting comments on my YouTube channel, but like, get out of here. I'm not going to make you look stupid if you're not going to engage. But I can be a psycho sometimes. I got a little bit of a temper in me. I'll admit it. You guys have seen it. Larry the Cable Man, you can be respectful though. Yeah. Swiftly says, I'm calling it. Geno will throw for 400 yards, 4 touchdowns against the Chiefs. I love it, man. I love it. I like that prediction. Let's go. Fluids, do you see the awesome catch from Young? It didn't count, but it was still awesome. No, it was a great catch, Fluids. Great job of tracking the ball over his shoulder. Of course, Geno made a marvelous teardrop pass in that moment. But the tracking, the getting the feet down, as I've said with Tariq, the thing that stood out to me with him, Fluids, is when you saw the draft and you looked at the scouting of, you didn't have a lot of tape to look at from Denore Lenore of him. But what you did see from him was a guy with a real big body who could really move well in the open field. And what I've seen from him with Seattle that's different, that's jumped out to me, is he's shown you receiver things. He's shown you ability to run the route tree really well. He's shown you ability to catch the ball out away from his body. He's shown, as he's shown today, ability to track the ball really well. A lot of skills you weren't sure of with him coming out of college. But I think this is also why he's overtaken Bo Melton a little bit and why Melton still stays on the practice squad while Tariq Young has been active game day a couple times this year. I think the coaching staff is pretty high on him overall. Bomber says, and then you trade back up by giving up that second and still getting a good player. I'm okay with that. We could apply that kind of philosophy with it. I'd be okay with that. Ricky Beaver says, we got packed up by the 49ers. We did, man. They put us in the suitcase. They bent us over in half like a folding chair. Was able to squish us down just far enough to get the zippers around the bag. And now we're in the bag and we're like, let me out. This ain't funny. This ain't funny, Shanahan. Let me out of this. This ain't funny. It hurts. My back hurts. This is too tight. I can't breathe. Ah. That's basically what they did. Key Bomber 3 first and a second. That is excellent value. You tend to get a lot. It's why I say trade back. If you look at historically, and I'll be doing a video eventually on this, of looking at teams in the last 15 years that have traded up and traded back and who's it benefited and who's been on the good end of it. It does seem like the teams that are trading back are the ones that benefit versus the teams that are trading up for that guy. There are success stories of teams trading up for that guy, but it tends to be that they're trading up from 25 to 12 or 25 to 9, not the team that's trading up from 10 to 2, not your Mitchell Trubisky type trades or your Robert Griffin type trades or your Trey Lance type trades. Bomber, the Browns picks are very good. No, those would be tasty, man. I'm still not sold on Watson there in the long term, quite frankly. Flags Evan says, I can call in and call you bad names, man. Hey, go for it. I don't mind. I just want to have engagement as much as anything else. And I feel like people flippantly throw some of these conversations around they don't really want to have a discussion. They just want, like I said, they just want to shake a finger. And maybe it's on me to recognize when it's just somebody that wants to vent or shake a finger at me that they don't really want to engage in a discussion, that's just what they want to do. Maybe I need to get a little bit wiser and recognize that, Megan says, no trading B. Don't make me come on the call-in show and tell you how I feel. I'm sure you're going to let me know when I do. So, I'm just enamored by the thought of it. What can I say? It gets me enamored. The thought of all those picks. Like I said, the best thing I've been able to reference this, Megan, is it's the genie in the lamp, and you rub the lamp, and first thing the genie always says in the movies is you don't get a wish for more wishes. But that's actually what we'd be doing here, and we'd get away with it. King Bombers is a stud in every single draft for the next 3 years. Bingo. I think it'd be amazing value. Kronos, and with the Texans pick, you are very likely to get top 5 picks from them. You are. I think it was more presented that they would give us the Browns first rounders, Kronos, rather than we'd be getting the Texans first rounders. So I believe they have 2 more first rounders coming from the Browns for the Deshaun Watson trade. And I think that would be likely that they'd be more willing to probably offload that one or those picks than they'd be willing to offload their own picks. I'll take either one. Defender of Logic, how would you split the salary cap with regards to positions on a percentage basis? I'm not. It's a good question. It's a really good question. Let's unpack this a little bit, Defender of Logic. First off, I think you're spending too much at the safety position. I think you can maybe afford to spend money on one big time safety. I don't think you can afford to spend 2 at the same time. I would like to keep the cornerback room relatively cheap unless I've got a difference-making talent like Tariq Woolen, who I don't have to pay for a couple of years. But when he's due to be paid, if he's that much of a difference maker, I would pay him there. Absent that, I'm trying to just roll in with more of the later round guys at the corner position. I would put a vast amount of my cap resources and sort of splitting it evenly between the offense and defensive side of the ball. Defensively, a lot of my resources would go down to that defensive line and my outside linebackers and then the linebackers. So I would kind of go in that direction of things. Offensively, I would look to keep the quarterback position under 10% as far as the cap and how it would cost me. That is the highest that I will go for any quarterback that I bring in here. The ideal situation, Defender of the Logic, is to probably replicate what you did with Russell Wilson, where you have a super team, you bring in your quarterback, he's taking up a couple percentage points of the salary cap, and you're building the super team around him. That's probably the ideal here. I would love to put investments monetarily wise into the offensive line, receiver, quarterback, and then I'd go tight end and running back as kind of the 2 that I might, not put as much into or look to maybe just the draft with. But specifically, Defender of Logic, I think more resources could be better invested into both lines of scrimmage. That's where you're getting beat right now, is on both lines of scrimmage on a consistent basis. So invest more on both of those sides of the ball. You'll be a better team. You'll get more wins, more losses on that. But I'd call for more of a balanced approach, offensive and defensively, with maybe a little bit more money to the offensive side of the ball, especially if I am spending a little bit more on a quarterback. If I'm spending 6-7% of the cap on a quarterback with a Geno Smith type extension. So I wouldn't be completely locked into that, but that'd be the manner by which I'd probably approach it. Megan says, I love Carroll, as you know, but there is a point, even though I adore him, when you need to call him on it. That's all I'm doing, Megan. And that's why I try to, with some of the folks that I know are bristling so hard, that's why I try to build in. I'm not necessarily saying I'm calling for his job. It's about confidence. It's about the future. It's about where we're going and whether we have that confidence that he's going to fix this and get this in the right direction. And it's a little bit shaken. And I think to your point on that, it's rightly shaken. And I love Coach Carroll and what he's brought here, but we got to look at this with clear, clean eyes and see what's going on. And if it's all marked by sentimental approach or what's been done in the past, then we're not seeing it very clearly. I'm glad you feel the same way though, Megan. Standard, given what I've seen in other communities, they've long avoided ever blaming Pete for anything and thus aren't even aware of the cons he brings as a coach. Yeah, I've seen the same thing in some spots. And this is where this is why I'm being purposeful on it and being willing to be critical, is that this is something that I made as a choice when starting this channel out. And I looked very closely at how channels did what they did. And I saw there were channels out there that were waving palms and saying nothing but all the good things about the team, and that everything in their coverage is slanted towards being positive and only putting everything being a beautiful bright light being shined upon it at every turn. And while that can take you to a certain bit of length, I feel like on YouTube, I feel like that there's a bit of a restriction point where people are going to tune you out after a while, where people aren't going to rely on what you have to say to be the truth, where they're going to understand the game that you're playing eventually. And I don't think I frankly don't think it's a game that's very honest with the viewers and your audience. I think it's what audience might tell you they want, but I don't think it's what they really do want. I think as evidenced by the fact that I've had my growth here, despite the fact that I've, over the past couple of years, have at times hammered on Russell Wilson, hammered on Coach Carroll. I think the fact that I've maintained that growth and indeed even, doubled my growth at times is indicative of the fact that we have a smart fan base out there. We have people that are able to be critical and still supportive of the team. And it's that dichotomy of you're all with me or you're against me approach, right? You see this in life when you have discussions regarding almost anything, is there are people with that mindset who say, if you're not with me, then you're just against me. And there's no point of nuance. There's no gray area. There's no point to kind of, let me get more into the details of what I'm really trying to say. It's not that I'm against you. It's bup. But they don't hear that part. It just becomes you, me, against me. You're either with me or against me. You're either with Carroll or you're against Carroll. And there is no in between. And I offer, yes, there is an in between. But yeah, you're right on that standard champion. There's a lot of folks out there that when all they've heard is overwhelming effusive praise and everything bad, it's like, you're saying something bad about Carroll? And I've been down this road. I mean, this was the same road. I would offer to those people that feel that way about Carroll. Like I went down this very road with Russell Wilson, right? And bringing up the slights in Russell game and the places in Russell games that were eroding with his skill set starting to go downwards. It's like, it's not shocking to me to see him have this fall with the Broncos, right? Because I could kind of see some of those detriments in his game that were popping up. But the same people that are telling me to shut up about Carroll at the time were telling me to shut up about Wilson. Was I right in retrospect or wrong in retrospect for bringing up those items in Wilson's game? I think right. I think right. So yeah, I agree with you. I'm not going to run my channel that way. I really will fight to not run my channel that way. It would be so boring. God, it would be boring to just be supportive of every move this team makes. Not only disingenuous, just lame. Gino is the Seahawks' best quarterback of all time. The Seahawks have made me hate everything about zone coverage. Me too. There's good kinds of zone. I mean, there's pressure-based zone. I mean, even Vic Fangio's scheme that we're running right now, Gino, is really a zone-based scheme. But it's a zone-based scheme with pressure-based packages within it, with coverages that can be myriad and different. You can have one coverage to one side of the field and another coverage to the other side of the field. You can run man to one side, zone to the other. You flip it up and you change it, play in and play out. There's ways to make zone a little bit more uncomfortable for teams, but we run the softest type of zone coverage that's absolutely possible that you can run. Outside of a prevent defense, I don't know of a softer zone coverage than one we run. Scheme Bomber says number 10 this year, a second this year, top 10 pick next year, and a second next year. I'd take that to move back. Jacob Davis, all this talk about Pete Carroll's job security. Would it be hasty to open one up about John Schneider? D. Eskridge, 2022 was a solid draft, but how many more chances are we going to give this guy? It gets hard with John Schneider making the assessment, Jacob Davis. Pete Carroll is the vice president of this team. Pete Carroll, up until we still haven't heard any confirmation one way or another this, if there was any change in this offseason here, Jacob. I think there might have been some change in this offseason to this, but when Carroll is vice president, that means that he has more power over John Schneider, and he gets final say on players and who comes and who doesn't at that point. I do think this offseason there were some changes made, that there was some power relinquished from Coach Carroll, and Schneider was given a little bit more. And Jacob, this is why I think we had the great draft we had and why it was so different than recent drafts, is because of the fact that Schneider was able to take more of a control. But we don't know who was the one that made the call on Eskridge? Who was the one that made the call on Jordan Brooks? Who was the one that made the call on LJ Collier? Who was the one that made the call on Malik McDowell? Were those picks driven by Carroll or were they driven by Schneider? Were they a combination of the two? I don't know. I'm speaking out of school on it, Jacob. Only Jody Allen and those people on the inside really know how you can parse out who was responsible for what. Jason Tudor says the Texans first and second. Hell yes. You know they're going to be high picks. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Corona says this season, but I wouldn't want the Texans first and second in 2024 draft. I don't know about that, man. They're going to be rocking a rookie quarterback next year. Yeah, that division's not the hardest out there that they're playing within, but they don't exactly have a stacked team at this point. Sijin says we will be spoilers for sure next season. Yeah. I hope so. Swiftly, what do you think of Joey Porter Jr.? He's on my list, Swiftly. So I promise you that if I don't have him picked up by Sunday when I do my next show, then I will definitely have him by next Wednesday at the very least. But he's going to be one of my next guys that I take a look at on my scouting evaluations. So I just haven't had a chance to quite get to him yet. I'm really trying to ramp up my my breakdowns on these guys. So I'm hoping to get further and further ahead. I'm about 50, 55 prospects in so far on what I've scouted. I'm hoping swiftly to get to about 300 prospects by the time of the draft that I've looked at multiple games of each of those players. So when I look at a guy, it takes me a little bit longer because I'm not just looking at the highlights. I'm looking at whole full games of their play to make my assessment of them. So I will look at Joey 100%, just haven't gotten there quite yet. Brian Barajas says, Jordan Brooks just ain't it for me. I don't know. He never makes game-changing plays, and I don't see him make more, and I see him make more mistakes. But contract, I don't know anymore. Yeah, I think you're going to let him play on another year on this, Brian. He costs about $3.5 million on the cap next year. He'd cost $3.5 million of dead money just to get rid of him. So it costs the same amount to keep him as it does to get rid of him, basically. So he is coming back. But your assessment's not wrong. He is very lacking. And people sometimes wonder with me, like something I try to point to people on is like, you know, I get stuff a lot right too. And when I still say, go back and look at my evaluations of the last 4 first-round picks by your Seattle Seahawks and tell me I was wrong on any bit of those assessments on the night I streamed those picks. LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, D. Eskridge, or Charles Cross. You know, I told you on draft night LJ Collier was going to be a bust. Was I wrong? I told you on draft night, I said with Jordan Brooks, I said, what is the value of a run-stuffing middle linebacker that can't play zone defense going to a zone defense? What is the value of a guy like that? Is it a first-round pick? You know, I think I was pretty right on the board with that. Hated the D. Eskridge pick, right? Calling for Creed Humphrey. Said, no, D. Eskridge is not the right pick. This is a horrible value for a second round. He's not going to be a good player for where we're picking him here. Proven right on that one too. But just to show I'm not one note and hate on all picks, love the cross pick, right? Love the cross pick. And while the cross pick might look great in retrospect as far as, well, yeah, no doubt you loved him because it was easy to love him. There's a lot of people that were picking on Cross. There were a lot of people that weren't sure about Cross coming out. So I think my assessments have been pretty right on the button with it. And Jordan Brooks, I absolutely hit that one right on the mark where, look, he's a run-stuffing linebacker who can cover, especially in zone coverage. And it's not getting any better. It hasn't improved. It's not going to improve. It's a detriment in his game. And it very well be, no matter what he does as a run stuffer and a tackler, it very well may be a thing to hold him back in his pro career and eventually long-term keeping him from being a starter in this league. It's bad. King Mar wants Browns first, Texans second. Browns first, Texans second. I'll take it. Gino, do you think the Packers would be willing to deal Kenny Clark? If so, what would it cost to get him? Probably a first and a third to bring him in. I don't see why the Packers would be willing to make that move unless they were just going into full-on sell mode because Aaron Rodgers is retired and they're trying to just build up as much draft capital as they can get. But it would cost you minimum a first-round pick plus. Hey, Marmer, which is number 10 and 32 for two picks in this draft? Jack says, Jack likes Porter more than Ringo as a prospect. I'm psyched to see him. I've heard of a lot of people that really like Porter's game. So I'm kind of stoked to check out his tape. Megan says, I may be putting the Zorn jersey away for the time being, but Zorn is still way better than Craig, and you know it, B. Yeah, you might be able to convince me tonight on it, Megan. I don't know. With where my head's at tonight, you might be able to. Greg, you have a good night, man. I really appreciate it. He says, good night, everyone, and thanks for another awesome stream, Brando. Well, thank you for checking out the stream as always, Greg, and I really appreciate you, man. Contributions into the chat as well. King Bomber said, we kind of do like what the Dolphins did to get Waddle. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. They've certainly been smart in their approach in the draft like that. Berna, it would be epic if we got into a shootout with the Chiefs and beat them on their turf. That would feel good. That would feel good going into Arrowhead. The young child Brandon of 1980s would have a big smile on his face doing that. We had such a hard time back in the 80s, and it almost seemed like it was even tougher than going into Mile High at times, going into Arrowhead. Flag says at least all those pro-Russ people went silent. I know, thank God. We don't have to hear about them. They would be in this chat right now. If Russell was balling out, they'd be in here like lighting me up about my Russ takes. No doubt about it, they would be. But yeah, they've fallen away. It's odd, isn't it, Flag? It's odd. I'll own my misses, you know? I'll own a miss when I say, like, look, I was kind of more in favor of Russ than Carroll. But I also wondered out loud at that time when we were really turning it over whether or not it's a matter of, well, maybe both need to kind of go. Maybe we just need a full turnover here. But I've had I have my misses too. I don't hit everything out of the park. I certainly got my share miss. I think I hit more than I miss, but I'll be here to own my misses along with my hits. I don't think the same's always true on those folks out there with such virulent stands on how they think and feel about things. King says, but I mean, Jalen Carter for Miles Murphy plus a top 10 pick and 2 second rounders in the future draft. Sign me up. I think you just put it in kind of a bottom line fashion there, King Bomber. why I'm okay taking that track too. As much as like Jalen Carter, I really trust in Myles Murphy's ability at the pro level. And then you're picking up that extra top 10 pick and a second rounder. That's too much offset there for merely to just say Jalen Carter's the guy that carried the day 100%. You kind of walk through there how I land in that same place of saying this is the better value. This is the better route. Megan says the only way I'll agree with trading up is you admitting to and sticking to the fact that Jim Zor is way better than Dave Craig with no takebacks ever. And I will save the clip to prove you said it. Otherwise, no damn trading up. Oh, well, we'll see how close we get to the draft on that, Megan. I might eventually buy in on that one. I might eventually go that route with it. Ricky Beavers, offensive line and game-breaking players and defense should be a goal 100%. Agreed, Ricky. We need some real-time playmakers, especially on defense, but offense too. Yeah, we need some interior line, I think, Ricky, as much as anything. Flags, how about that 2018 Chiefs game? Was awesome. It was. There was some amazing, both from Patrick Mahomes and Russ in that game. There were some amazing throws. Ricky Beaver says fans do always try to sell sunshine like that all the time, huh? They do. I just find, Ricky, it's just people have their sacred cows, their golden calves that they worship. And people get into I find that it's rather than the team that you're supporting, they get caught up in the players and the coaches. And they forget, I think, a little bit about the fact you're rooting for the team's success. You want that to be good. And while you will support the players and while you hope they do well, they don't have godhood status. They're not, they don't walk on water. And there's some fans, I think, that sometimes view players and coaches through this lens of they walk on water. And I don't know why those two things go together. Because they will hold so hard to that stand where it will be hurting their team. My coach, my guy, he walks on water. They will look so hard in that direction that they will ignore everything else that's causing on the detriment from that player or that coach. And that's the part that I try to push back on to get some discussion on, where I go, wait, are you not seeing these negatives? Are you not seeing these attributes that are failing at this point? And it does go a little bit to the hero worship aspect of things, I think, at times, as to why their eyes can't get open to it, why you can't just have a conversation, or why they're even unwilling to have that conversation at times. But yeah, it's all got to be kind of sunshine and roses and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of boring from my perspective. I don't besmirch if you enjoyed the game that way and that's how you want, then do it. I don't besmirch you for it, but I can't watch the game that way. Not after being 40 years deep into analyzing this stuff, to just simply just roll with the punches and take it for what it is and always just nothing but support. Ricky Beaver says, yeah, you're right. You're right this far about Russ. He's looking washed like the dishes. Yes, he is. Jacob says, I agree with your view, Brandon. Hard to say what was Schneider or Carroll move. Yeah, it's tough. There are people in the building, I think, that know. They do have, they have an ownership committee there that I think had done some background work for Jody this offseason. My inclination on this, Jacob, is that some of the vice president duties were taken away from Carroll this offseason, and Schneider was given a little more control and power. And that's why, Jacob, you saw such a different draft this year. That's why pick after pick after pick was for best player available rather than reach after reach after reach after reach. So I'm making a guess with that a little bit, but that is my feeling on it, is that a little bit of it's been dialed back. Sizen did remember the Hawks for the Texans shootout in 2016-17. Oh, that's a wise back. King Bomber, you probably should head to bed, Brandon. Almost a week away from Christmas. I hope you enjoy your Christmas after Friday. Well, hell yeah. I got a low-key day to plan tomorrow, King Bomber. So, I'm going to go fall asleep. I get up, I go in the afternoon. I'm going afternoon drinking with the boys. So, I got a real light lifting day tomorrow from my standpoint. Ricky Beavers, it's good for head coaches and general managers to separate people. The coach catches too many feelings for his players, so he doesn't want to trade or release them. It's hard to have a heart and be responsible. Yeah, agreed. You put it very well, Ricky. I'm with you on that. I just think, in general, a head coach just needs to be a head coach. I don't think he should be a general manager. I don't think he should be the offensive coordinator. I don't think he should be the defensive coordinator. I think he should be the head coach. And football's gotten hard enough, specialized enough, that you just need to concentrate on your thing and be good at that. And I think when you're asking him to do too much stuff, it's just overwhelming, and you're going to have plates that you aren't going to be able to keep spinning. Rod Manhammer says, go Niners, that's all. Yeah, you have a good night, Rod. King Bomber says, I remember when the chat was going crazy for Jermaine Johnson. Yeah, they like some Jermaine Johnson, man. Megan says, you talked me into looking at Cross, and God bless you, B. You were right, and I picked him at 9 to 6 weeks before the draft. You were on him early too, Megan. You were indeed. You were indeed. Ricky says, I kind of wish we had Frank Clark. 100%. He's not been that great for the Chiefs necessarily, Ricky. In the playoffs, he seems to kind of turn it on a bit, but regular season-wise, he's not been the best player for them. And he is definitely if you're talking about having liabilities in the run game as it is right now, they'd be big-time liabilities with Frank here. King Bomber says, I'm so glad we stuck with Cross. I had 8 guys on my board personally for guys I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't have hated seeing Seattle taken. No, there were some guys I liked. That's certainly easier when it's in that top 10 King Bomber to get on board with the pick too, because there are a lot more guys that are feasible and make sense. And I'm with you. I think all the guys you mentioned, I would have been happy with. I would have been good with. King Bomber says, all of which who haven't been busted yet, except maybe Walker, and I haven't heard much about Thibodeau. Thibodeau's been okay. He's been solid for the Giants. Walker's not necessarily been overwhelming as of yet for the Jaguars. That's true. But I think all those guys will end up being pretty good players. Bomber's been okay with the Giants. He's not set the world on fire, but he's been solid. Megan, you know what, B? You just have to say it and put it in the universe, and so I can clip it and save it for later use. You'll have to give me some time on that one. Let's give me some time on that, Megan. It'll take some time to wrap my head around that one. Mason, I think Jordan Brooks making the Pro Bowl this year will have a similar effect as when Shaquille Griffin made it. Kind of distorts the league's view of a player. Might just. But maybe it builds trade value in him. We can move him. Jacob, I know I said this after the Panthers game, but I'm saying it again. This channel is candy for the mental state of us Seahawks fans, especially after a brutal loss. Hey, that is if I'm at my best after a brutal loss, or this channel's at its best after a brutal loss with the interactions you're having, Jacob, then we're doing it something right. I mean, it's easy to when you're winning and everything's going good. It's harder when things are going bad. It's harder when the tough conversations go on. But I think as much as anything for within the chat, Jacob, I've got to give them the laud. You know, you have a tough loss here against a rival. People could be freaking out, losing their mind, getting emotional. I think what I see in the chat instead is a lot of people talking about how do we get to the solutions? And that's really what I want to do is we just talk about the solutions. What's the fixes? How do we get this turned around? And leave the emotionality out of it. We don't like this loss. It's a tough season at times to watch in some of these games. You're getting beat at the line of scrimmages, but we're just looking for how to push this ball now forward. We want to get back to being an elite team, and what is the pathway to get there? So I appreciate that, Jacob, and I just want to echo your sentiments. I, as always, am blown away by my chat, even in these moments and hard games and tough losses like this, where the people's mental state is and what they're thinking and where their brain's working from. I really love it. I love how my chat thinks. Megan says, nope. You want me to agree to trading up B? That's what it'll take, or I will keep that pick. I might work my way around to it, Megan. It's a process for me, you know. I got to go through my 7 stages of Craig grief if I'm going to give that one up. Jack B, you're great, but watching Brandon Perna meltdown this season has been fun. Oh, I've enjoyed it too, Jack. I've been tuning in right along with you, man. And it's got a point. I feel for Perna. I feel for Perna. You know what I mean? It's when it's going wrong like that and bad like that on a channel like that, it gets tough. It gets tough when you're watching it week after week and you're just trying to not lose your stuff. That you're just trying to keep it together for everyone on the stream. Like, don't lose my stuff. Keep it together. Don't freak out. You're going to freak out. You're flipping out. Dial it back. Dial it back. Too much. But you get up in your emotions. We're all in the same place. Like, your emotions start driving you like, oh, I'm going to light the world on fire in this one. I give Perna, he's maintained his sense of humor through this. And look, it's not only been a tough season for him. It doesn't look any brighter on into the future for that ball club and him having to cover that team into the future. So it's, at least with us, we got some optimism. Even with some of our worries with Carroll and whatnot and the team and whatnot, there's still at least a lot more room for optimism in how we look to the future of this team than what the Broncos are looking down the barrel of, which is maybe one of the worst futures in all of football. Gino is the best Seahawks quarterback of all time. Says, how about the number 2 pick for Vita Vea and 3 and a 5th? No, not for me, Gino. Vita Vea is due to be paid a tremendous amount of money, number 1. Number 2, I think I would need more than that back in return from Tampa Bay if I was making that move, because that 3rd and 5th round pick will be kind of near the end of those rounds. De facto 4th, de facto 6th. I need more than that, I think. And I don't know if Vita Vea would be the guy there on that. I like Vita a lot, but for the number 2, man. Fritz, how about Vita Vea, Gino, and Devin White? How about you give us Vita Vea, Devin White? We'll take a 2nd rounder, and then you can have the number 2 pick. Fritz, the graphic the Thursday Night Football used showing the Niners have been building up that elite defense since 2015 shows Pete and John failed to rebuild their own since 2017. They have nothing to show for it. Very well put, Fritz. That's a little bit of a point I was making earlier about this, where you have Carroll returning over the Legion of Boom in 2015, where it's obvious that these guys are retiring early. You're not in your dynasty. The defense is not going to carry on for a long shelf life. You've got to remove this through. You've got to reinvent yourself through. And Carroll at that time had a chance to rebuild himself through. And what stood out to me about that time, Fritz, is that they've continuously never gotten the pass rush built up. And when we talk about the Niners defense especially, they've got good parts across the board, but up front is where they get their job done. And they're a team that wants to drop in zone, not blitz you a lot, sit back in coverage, squeeze those zones down. That's how Pete wants to play defense. And Pete got a chance to see literally this Niner defense apply what he should be applying to get his defense turned back to a new. And he didn't do it. They ignored it. They saw the Niners with Robert Saleh literally running our defense, literally running our exact same defense, but running it with the right parts up front and finding success within it. Which even then, Saleh ended up adjusting to more of a wide 9 approach eventually. So even that he adjusted on top of that. But your bottom line point still is completely on the mark. And that being that you've had your opportunities to rebuild this, you've invested resources into it. Fritz, you bring up a little bit why I say simply just going out and saying we have to add talent to this defense is a little bit of a misnomer statement. It's not exactly accurate. Yes, you need to add talent to this defense, but it's not only that. And they've had a couple of runs of this, Fritz. They've had a couple of times of turning this over and failed at each pass here. TJ says the Colts 49ers have to come through for us and beat the Giants Commanders in week 17. Ooh. It's going to be tough, man. It is going to be tough. Nothing easy about that one. Flag Sabbath, you're right. Jermaine Johnson is getting outplayed by Clemens. I love Clemens in the draft too, man. I would have loved jumping on that guy. You could just see with how he was built, it was going to work. Titans, the Griffin brother both retire. Nope. I think one did. Shaquem retired, but Shaquille Griffin's still playing. Kronos, I have a conspiracy that it was the fans from the other teams in the division that voted Brooks into the Pro Bowl because if he makes it, he gets almost double the cap hit next season from it. Ugh. That sucks. That sucks. Does he really? Yeah. Megan says, so no deal B? Yeah, give me some time. There's some negotiations, Megan. On these kind of negotiations, you can't expect a quick decision to be made. There's calculation, there's projections, there's charts, there's pie graphs. I got to find a way through here. Jacob Davis, yep, Lockett broke his finger, man. Probably done for the year. King Bomber started the season. I was watching Perna week after week, and it was funny as hell. But at this point, I just feel bad. Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago it started to turn, huh, King Bomber? Where you went from like laughing and just enjoying yourself to going like, I'm starting to feel bad for how much this is rough. This is rough. King Bomber says at least his viewership has increased. Yeah, it's helped him in that respect. True. Very true. JS, I think Pete has never gotten. I think Pete has never gotten pass rush. Averill and Bennett was a Super Bowl winning luck box. A little bit, JS. But remember, then what happened here, and a little bit where I see it, JS, is that where you've gone light and you've not gone enough, is that they've always done just enough, or said, okay, the pass rush will get just up to enough of a point. That's good. And it's always like bargain basement moves you've made to get it done, or just minimal moves. So take the year you take the year you drafted LJ Collier. It's like you went, okay, we're going to bring in Ziggy Ansah and LJ Collier, and that's going to fix our pass rush. And then that drove you to have to make a desperate trade for Jadeveon Clowney at the beginning of training camp, because at the end of training camp, because you're like, oh crap, our pass rush isn't good enough. We need more. And it still wasn't really good enough, even with Jadeveon brought in there, because it was still so weak. And then you, rather than learn your lesson that next offseason and go, okay, let's not go down that trek again. Let's not make those same mistakes once again, right? What do you do the next offseason? You go out and you draft Darrell Taylor. And so did the LJ Collier move the previous year? Now you're drafting Darrell Taylor, who's just having a rod taken out of his leg. And you're thinking that he's going to come in his rookie year and supply you some pass rush right from the jump. And then you go out in free agency and you sign Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin to combat the loss of Jadeveon Clowney. It's always this just bare minimum kind of steps when it comes to the pass rush. And it doesn't work because of the fact you don't blitz. Those front four guys have to get it done. And if you go just barely up to the mark there, as far as what you're building there, it's going to fall far short. And when you talk about the luck of those previous teams, remember with that JS, you had Chris Clemens there, and then you went and drafted a Bruce Irvin. And then you didn't just sit there and go, okay, we have Bruce Irvin and we have Chris Clemens, we have Michael Bennett up in the inside, or Brandon Mabane on the inside. So we've got some useful pass rush. We're good there. They didn't do that. They went out and made those signings of Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett on top of it. They added on top of it. I mean, when you're signing Averill at that point with Irvin, you don't know how the snaps are going to work between Irvin and Averill, but you're just building up a strength there at that point. They've not ever taken the same kind of track to really reinforce those pass rush ranks like they had once done in the past. And that's a big part of why this defense has failed through the last few years, not just this year, but through the last few years, especially. Sides says, at Brandon, does Pete still play old school or does he need to get with the times? He's old school on the defensive side of the ball. I think he started to get with the times on the offensive side of the ball. They're passing more in first down this year than they ever have. They're throwing more than they're running the ball at a much higher clip and a much higher rate. I think old Pete Carroll in prior years would have tried to get the running game back to more of a 50-50 range with the pass. He would have had games where he just punted through whole quarters and was like, we'll get around to it in the fourth quarter. So I think he has shown some evolution as far as on the offensive side of the ball. I've not seen those same evolutions to the defensive side of the ball. He's still running things, to use your words, in the same old school type approach. You change from a 4-3 under defense to a 3-4 under defense this year. Other than changing the formational base, you've not adopted the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell principles here. Not in force. It's been partial. You've remained in some of the old stuff that you've always done prior. And that's what's brought about the diminishing returns from not only this defense, but from the changeover to a 3-4 defense in particular. Flag Sabbath says, field goals is saying Lockett may be out the rest of the season. Yeah, he's out the rest of the season. You need your fingers to catch a football. And if it's badly broken, it's going to be hard for him to make it happen. Seahawks, Gino is his last one. Number 2 for Judon and 2/3 and a 5th. Nah. Judon's a guy with a lot of where he does his best is when he gets pressure based. Like going with New England right now, where they'll do some pressure based stuff. And he can get, you can kind of get a line overwhelmed a little bit, and he really benefits. He was that way with the Ravens at times with Wink Martindale when he was there before that. I like him, but no way. Not for the number 2 pick. He's having a career year at this point. And he's been a good player. He's been a solid player, but he's having especially kind of a career year. You're then kind of overpaying for that at that point. So I wouldn't do Judon. You'd be able to sell me on Vita Vea a lot more. Megan says, nope, deal expires at the end of the stream. Ball is in your court now. What's the rush? We're so far from the draft, Megan. I can have some more time on this one. Masondale had Pete and John taking a defensive lineman in the first round yet. They took Bruce Irvin with the 15th overall pick in the first round. You took LJ Collier in the first round. You took Malik McDowell just barely out of the first round at the top of the second round. That's been about it, I would say. But they have done it. T-Bomber says, asked me before the season, I would have said I'd never feel bad for Denver, but it's been that bad. Yeah, it has. Yeah. Especially the future that you see coming down the track for him. Like, oh. Megan says, I got so much crap from Perna in the offseason, so this season has been pretty damn sweet for me. That's true. He did talk his noise. So you talk your noise, you gotta take your beating on the other side of it. King Bomber, lose to the Niners and lose to the Texans, and all of a sudden you have the number 1 overall pick. Ooh, interesting. I could go for that. Saijan says that, Brandon, thank you, sir. Good show. Thank you, Saijan. Appreciate your donation on the channel as well. Swang Song, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you jumping aboard. Flag, why in the hell aren't we bringing in Fangio as a consultant? Man, screw the Niners. The reason you're not bringing Fangio in as a consultant is because of the fact that Fangio knows Coach Carroll's going to want to run his defense. You'll never get a Fangio type into Seattle. You'll never get a hot commodity defensive coordinator brought into Seattle unless they get the full control to run the scheme as they see fit. And Carroll's never going to give that kind of control over. So that's really the reason why. And to make you even more frustrated by this, Flag, the Niners have currently Fangio hired as a consultant. So, they're in the process of making the change truly over to the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell, not partially over, fully over. And they're doing it amidst having a defense still running well as it is in its old designs. Its old wide 9 designs into the cover 3 look of things. Like Saleh kind of had them running before he left a little bit. They do a little more blitzing, I think, with the new coordinator, but they still run a lot of those same kind of principles there. So they're still adopting, they're evolving, they're not remaining stagnant, even when they have a defense that's really hitting on all cylinders as it is. Chrono says, I can't ever see Pete bringing in a consultant for a defensive scheme stuff. No, I can't either, man. It just seems like there's too much pride involved there, doesn't it? Seems like there's just too much of I know how to do this. I know the right way. I have the answers. You don't. I just feel like that's a little bit of where he operates from with it. And it's that confidence in his skill set as a coach that's helped him to take him to the heights of heights. So it's a little bit like it's understandable where it does bear out and brings you your best successes as a coach. But as I've maintained for a while, it's also started to cost them on the other end of things. And there's been a price to be paid now on kind of the other side of this. Flag says, with as much S as the Broncos talked, I don't feel bad. Yeah, I don't feel too bad. Got a little bit of it for it, but it's not over the top sympathy. It's kind of like too bad. It's like that kind of sympathy. Megan says, the rushes I need to know, as I have others who are waiting for your answers, have been learning at the feet of JS. Got to make moves. We'll see. I don't know. I think it's just too early for me to make that call. Too early. Flag Sabbath, what's Malik McDowell up to these days? Maybe we can bring him in for a game or two before he beats up another cop or exposes himself on a playground as he did last year, Flag. So I think he's probably done. Have a good night, King Bomber. Thank you, man. And you know what? We will go ahead and we're right at about almost 4 hours and 45 minutes. So I will go ahead and wrap this one up. I think it's a good time to kind of get through the last of the comments. So get your last comments and questions in, and let's deal with those on this, and we'll kind of wrap this one up. But thank you, Flag. I appreciate it. You have yourself a great night. Chronos, have yourself a good night as well. Flag says, why in the hell are we even attempting to adopt Fangio's scheme when Pete's not going to let it happen? It should be an obvious recipe for disaster. Should have been. And I did not anticipate this offseason, Flag, when I looked at this defense thinking they were going to just half onboard it. I don't know why. I would not have ever thought that was possible for Pete to do. It doesn't make any sense on any level. The two different defenses do different things and attack in different fashions. They don't meld well together. They don't. So I don't really know. I think it comes down to Flag that Pete loves his defense, like he loves his children. And just like he would never sacrifice his children, he doesn't want to sacrifice his defense. And I think he views it through the same capacity. And that he trusts in this defense. It took him a long time to arrive at this defense being the right answer for him as a head coach, and that this is what he wants to be embedded with. And I just don't think you can move him off that spot anymore. I just don't. I think he is completely, this is who he is. And to pull him off of it is to remove Carroll's identity from him as the coach a little bit. Megan says, no trading down then, B. It's on you, my guy. Fair enough, Megan. Fair enough. I just can't make the call. I can't. Not tonight. Thank you, David Yang. You have yourself a great night, man. Appreciate you. Sajan says, with the Seahawks, I feel like this season falls under coaching now. Am I wrong? I think if we're looking at the failures of this season, I have a hard time, Sajan, of just simply saying that it's a talent discrepancy. I don't think that you had the hardest of schedules to play through this season. I think you got to face a lot of different teams that were undermanned, had really key important players that were out, and you got to face those teams, not only that weren't necessarily the greatest of teams, but you got to face them at the right time of year more often than not. And that it was really at that point in time, in a lot of these games, at the very minimum, there was a talent equivalency across the board, / you had a little bit of a talent advantage going into those games. I don't look at a Raiders game and say that Raiders team is more talented than you are. I don't look at that Carolina team and say that's a more talented team than you are. So, I think I do land a little bit more firmly on saying that the coaching issues are the things that more rise up above anything else this particular season for me. It's not to say there aren't successes or there aren't things to be encouraged by, but that this is the biggest issue at play for me, because this is the thing that could end up taking down the whole freaking ship. You're taking on water in your cabins, and you got to close some cabins off and start getting that water pumped out. And you're not going to pump it out if you don't acknowledge that you're actually taking water on in the cabins. And that's what this is all about, is acknowledging there's an actual issue at play here. But there's not. Well, there is a play. I mean, there's an issue at play, but they're not acknowledging the issue at play here, Flag. So I don't know why he did it. I think that he had tried every other adaptive move he could within the course and designs of his base defense, and there were no other answers that he could have run to. They tried running a whole year in base defense with 3 linebackers on the field at like 70% of the time. That failed. They tried to transition from a cover 3 defense that ran at like 95% of the time to now a cover 2, cover 3 defense, flipping back between the two of those type of coverage stylings. That didn't work. They tried in 2020 running their base defense, but now we're going to run a whole bunch of blitzing, right? We're going to run Jamal at 13% rate of blitzing. That didn't work. So he tried every other twist he could, fitting within the designs of his defense run purified. And so now he's outside. He had to essentially go to find another answer somewhere. Doesn't mean it was any more of the right answer, especially going halfway in. But I think that's why he did it, Flag, is that there was no other turns to be made, no other adjustments to be made with that old defense. They had tried whatever there wasn't a lot to be tried. When you run a simplified defense and that's your nature, it's not like there's a lot of things you can do coaching wise to be exotic to clean things up, but they did indeed try a lot of different things. Swillian says, I just subscribed. Thank you, Swillian. I appreciate you. Your team had a good season. If anyone had said you would have had a chance to make the playoffs for 3 games left at the beginning of the season, I think you would have taken it. Certainly would have taken it from a win-loss record, Swillian, and we feel overall good about this year. Thank you so much for subscribing, by the way. I really appreciate you hopping aboard in that respect of things. I think the issues at play with this come into this, Swillian, is that we have really big worries about this coaching staff going into the future. And while it's good to get this return, it's good to have the successful overall year, I guess, that you've had here a bit. There are also big-time concerns and worries about this team that have to do with what the team will look like into the future, because you're not making corrections, because, William, you've not made those corrections in the past. The issues that plague us this year, the things that are going wrong this year, have been things that have been going wrong in recent years. And we're looking for the hope that those things are going to be corrected. And they don't seem to be standing out very clearly of to how those will get corrected, nor that the coaching staff even believes they need to be corrected. And that's what maybe knocks a little bit of that confidence of just saying this is a purely good season. Everything's a plus this year. It's been nothing but a marvelous season for us going into the future. It's good. It's not to say this is all bad, but this is kind of a dark cloud hanging over a very beautiful field. Beautiful field with a very dark cloud hanging over the top of it, I would say. Thank you, though. Welcome aboard. JS Pete's whole thing is that John Wooden's advice he received: adjust, but be unwavering in your person philosophy. We will never see a major defensive change with him here. Hurt and Desai is as big as we'll see. Well said, JS. I can't put it any better than you just put it right there. And John Wooden is definitely a big guy to Pete on this. And yes, I think it's there's that place you have to go to be not just invested in your scheme or who you are philosophy-wise, but indeed married to it in order to be successful. It's the bought-in type of thing. And then maybe their thought process, if you start questioning yourself, you're not being bought into your scheme, and that's why there's the failure there. But that's that fine line between being a positive Paul at every turn and soberly looking at your team and really, understanding what is going wrong and what needs to be corrected. And I think that's the same thing that happened to Russ a little bit, and getting into that neutral mind state and everything being positive is you stop looking at the deficiencies in your game. You stop looking at what you need to fix and correct. Everything's all about the good, or about how it's going to be good tomorrow, or how something good is just about to happen. And that's that whole stuff like the secret book that's out there about just, invent your reality type stuff, which I think being positive is beneficial, but I do think that, there are some diminishing returns to it when it's in the absence of completely operating blind. Megan says, thank you, B. And I'm sorry for such a downer. No, you're not a downer at all. Hopefully we'll feel better for the next stream. Not at all, Megan. Not at all. You brought awesome talking to the chat as you always do. And you're doing my good work out there as far as modding goes. So nothing to apologize for. Rockets, good conversation today. Ultimately comes down to how good of a draft we get and if coaching can change enough to make the team perform to expectations next season. Does kind of come down to that. I would agree with you on that, man. This is where it does go down to for me. The draft is going to help to add a lot of talent here, Rockets, and that will help us to take steps forward regardless of what we do to this scheme. But I think it's got to be a both kind of situation, not an either or. You got to do both. Rockets, I'd be extremely disappointed if we have the same defensive problems next season. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of faith that they're getting fixed at this point. I really don't. Carroll's got to have to show me something tangibly that he's going to be willing to fix it. I'm not going to believe him by just his words. I listened to his words this offseason, and it led me astray coming into this season. Sijin says, definitely informative and detailed show. Thanks, Brandon and Meg. Stay safe. Thank you, man. Have yourself a great night, Sijin. I appreciate you, brother. Flags have it. Donatel is trying to do the same thing in Minnesota, and he's in the hot seat too. It's probably hard to implement this, Fangio scheme. It's not easy. It certainly requires a lot out of your defensive linemen, and it puts an uphill battle on them in that respect of things. So it isn't easy, but I think it's made all the more harder, Flag, if you don't actually fully implement it too, right? If you just partially implement it, even if it's hard to implement, even if you do it right, even if you get it all taught up, and then it's got to be doubly difficult if you're only kind of doing half. If you're trying to keep half of your old stuff and keep half of your new stuff, and okay, we're gonna change to a 3-4 defense, but we're gonna keep our soft zone coverages on the back end. We're not really gonna flip a lot of different coverages. Instead, it'll be cover 3, cover 2, and maybe a little bit of cover 4. So you got to go whole hog if you're going to adopt a scheme. It's no guarantee it's a success by doing that alone, but that's the only way to a success of a new scheme is to put it in fully. Defender of logic, when a quarterback drafted last overall wins 3 consecutive games, it's a testament to the offensive line. With a solid offensive line, you don't need a number 1 overall pick to win. Good morning. Hey, good morning, man. And well said. I do believe that we're in an era here where there's more of an understanding in where this game's evolving to, of being about the team and building up a solid team. And if you do that for a quarterback, he can really be allowed to soar and really look good if he's got a lot to work with around him. As opposed to always having to go out there and look for that next Superman-like quarterback who's got the cape flapping in the wind week in and week out for you. And that maybe becomes a little bit of a less requirement here in this modernized NFL as it begins to evolve into its next incarnation, so to speak. Because quarterbacks have been kind of carrying the day here over the last 10 years, becoming more and more important, becoming higher and higher paid. I feel like we're due at a point for a little bit of a course correction with that, just a tiny bit. Very well said, though, Defender. Alexander Matthews says, damn, Brandon, right on, man. Let's take this to 5 a.m. in game. We're wrapping it up here, man. So it's all good. We're just getting to the end on it. But I wanted to make sure I got through all the comments, and we're in a good 9-hour stream here. So we got our typical 9 hours in on a post-game stream, and I will go ahead and wrap it up from there. Go ahead and do, please, folks, if you could, if you haven't hit the like button, do me a favor and hit that like button. It does help this channel out. It helps me grow tremendously. It's been a big part of why we've grown as big as we've grown this year, is you guys are hitting that like button. It's showing me out to the rest of the algorithm, essentially. We're going to be in for some interesting talks this offseason, folks. We're going to really be diving into some meat, and we're going to have some tough conversations, and it's going to get heated at times. There's going to be people that are going to be in stringent disagreement. And I just really hope that we are all very welcoming of that. This is not going to be an easy fix to this team moving into the future, and there is no simple solution. It's not simply 4 picks in the first 2 rounds fix everything, along with an active free agency. It's going to take more than that. That stuff will help take this team further in the right direction, no doubt about it, right? Can't hurt, but you got to do more. And when I look very closely at this team, when I watch game film of this team, when I tear over the all-22 tape, when I look at the advanced statistics across the board, everything is slapping me in the face saying that you have schematic deficiencies here. You have a defensive coach who's not bringing it. You have a defensive-minded head coach who's not bringing successes to that side of the football field. from the X's and O's standpoint. There's been multiple times this year you've not had this defense ready to play. They're not in the right position. You're having blown coverages on the back end. You're not able to tackle. You're not consistently causing turnovers. You're not consistently generating any kind of pressure. You do nothing to manufacture any kind of pressure for your team when they're not generating any pressure, which they're not ever doing. Kind of hard at times when I look at this Coach Carroll defense and going, what is it you're bringing to this defense right now? What is it you're bringing as a defensive-minded mastermind head coach? What is it you're bringing to this defense right now? Not 10 years ago, right now. Not when you were in USC 20 years ago, right now. And that question, as I look in my own mind, becomes a bigger and bigger question mark, just getting bigger and wider and bigger. I think there are things Carroll still brings as a head coach that are very useful to this team. I am not calling for his head, but you're a defensive-minded coach who can't seem to put a can't put a defense together anymore. That's a bit of a problem in the same way if I've got an offensive-minded coach who can't create a functional offense. Kind of doesn't matter what else you do at that point. You're not accomplishing the thing that you're brought in here to do, or what's supposed to be your meat and potatoes, your bread and butter. And it's been tough to watch the Carroll defense continue to just get diminishing more and more every year. This game was not necessarily just about the defense, so don't get me wrong. Offense has got problems as well. But when I go to backtrack the offensive problems, I look at an offense that's been top 6 for the majority of this season, that's carried the defense for the majority of this season. And even a game like this where I see problems in the offense, I go, well, you're not able to run the ball, and then your pass protection went to crap because you went up against one of the better pass rushing teams in the NFL. Where can I see the fix of that in the future? Well, I can see the fix of that in the future by getting better talent. That's one place where you can go. Better talent will improve that whole unit. The issues that are arriving right now won't be as big an issues because you're taking care of where the problems are lying. Because this year you've gotten schematic advantages from Shane Waldron. You're not getting the equivalent though on the defensive side of the ball. You can't apply it the same way. You can bring a Jalen Carter in and Trent Simpson in, but the schematic deficiencies are still going to be there. Your coaching staff still week in and week out is still going to get out-coached from an X's and O's standpoint. They're going out to New York Park, right, where they play all those chess matches, and Carroll and company come out every week and they set their chessboard down across the opposition and they get into a checkmate status every single week. And sometimes maybe the team's just good enough to overcome that and get the dub despite that, but they are getting out-called in that element of the game. And it is stark, it is week in, week out, it is consistent, and it's been going on for years now. And if it doesn't get corrected or it doesn't get addressed, it ain't getting fixed. It's not magically going to fix itself. And that's why I push back on it so much. Stuff in the NFL doesn't happen by luck, doesn't happen by happenstance. It happens because you purposefully do it or don't do it. And in this case, a lack of defensive changes, they're purposefully not doing it. And that is only going to bring even more diminishing returns, in my opinion, into the future. I love this team, folks. I know you love this team, and I have the highest hopes for this team in the future. There's times I'm going to have to be able to talk about great things with this team. There's times I'm going to talk about dark things with it. I appreciate you folks are able to be on board with me on this channel and understand that I am operating from that pure standpoint of things. I'm trying to get it right. I'm trying to be accurate in what I tell you. I'm trying to analyze this team. I'm trying not to come at from an emotional standpoint. I really appreciate everybody being so good in the chat and your interactions between each other and how you go back and forth with it, but also being open-minded to me being and willing to listen to hear some criticism of this team and understand where it's coming from and a pure place where I only want to see the best for what? Not a player, not a coach. I want to see the best for my team. That's what drives this channel. That's what drives my methodology and my philosophy with this channel. And it will carry on into the future. You better believe it. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I thank you guys all for the unfailing support. I don't know how much money we had donated on this chat, but every time, hundreds and hundreds of dollars every single stream. You guys come in and you bring it every single time in the chat. You bring it with the likes. You bring it with the donations and the support. We always have new subscribers. I can ask more from my coaching staff. I cannot ask more for my audience and the people that have subbed up and enjoy this content here. You guys support me in every single fashion and way, and I really appreciate that. It's been here for every bit of this 4-year run that we've been on in this channel, and it always brightens my spirits and puts a smile on my face and just gets me so much more excited for the future of this channel and where we're going and where we're going to head and what we're going to accomplish with this. So thank you to all of you out there. Keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. Keep your eye on the ball. It's been an up and down season a little bit, more good than bad, more to be encouraged about than to feel bad about. But we're going to continue to turn over all of it. We're going to continue to analyze all of it. We're going to pick it apart. We're going to find the answers one way or another. Thank you guys. You have a great night. And even in a loss like this, losing the Niners twice this year, Even though you're like this, you just start to kind of fall apart a little bit as the year winds down. Even in moments like this, don't you ever forget. Keep that faith, my fellow brothers and sisters, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks!